Chapter 157. The display of affection. Xueer was momentarily taken aback, incredulously pondering. Can this little fellow truly conceive of so much, delving so deeply? Perhaps not. Qing reflected for a moment and suggested, it is more instinctual. Instinctual? Qing nodded gently and elaborated. For instance, he is but a child. His father and his royal grandfather aspire for him to achieve great success. He yearns for their recognition. Do you think his diligent efforts in completing his assignments are aimed at pleasing me, or are they intended to delight his father and grandfather, thus earning their praise and pride? Furthermore, why does he come to Lianjiatun to learn from me? It is because his father and grandfather hold me in high regard, believing that I can facilitate significant progress for their son and grandson. Simultaneously, my teachings have indeed fostered his advancement, yielding tangible results. From the very outset, he has been immersed in this environment, and with the growth and accumulation over time, coupled with your brilliant guidance, he has managed to grasp the core essence today. While it may seem unexpected, it is nonetheless within the realm of reason. Xueer inquired, are you suggesting that while he may not articulate his understanding clearly or think profoundly, his deep involvement inevitably triggers such instincts, prompting him to replicate? Qing chuckled and replied, imitation is a child's inherent trait. Though the little one may be unaware, he has been continually imitating, first his father, then his grandfather, and now me. Reflect on this carefully. Does it not hold true? Xueer was lost in thought for a moment, finally nodding in admiration. Then, feeling a bit embarrassed, she remarked, what I did was hardly a stroke of genius. It was merely a fortunate accident. Ah, but luck is indeed a facet of capability. Xueer continued, this is akin to reaping what one sows. It is within such fertile soil and ecological setting that we witness the emergence of such a prince. Your diligent efforts in cultivating this grand Ming are intended to ensure that the citizens within this realm can also flourish, akin to dragons. Am I correct? You have indeed inherited your mother's keen intellect, even if politics is not your forte. Qing nodded slightly, sighing. In truth, this encapsulates the ultimate essence of this teaching. Xueer mused. Yet this essence is profoundly deep. The young prince may not grasp it fully. He will come to understand, Qing asserted. Just as Emperor Lianjiatun will eventually realize that imperial power is destined to wane, he will come to recognize that the more the emperor strives, the less he is needed. He will ultimately comprehend that the aura of the emperor, revered as the supreme sovereign, will inevitably fade. Xueer couldn't help but feel anxious, asking, what then shall be done? What can be done? One must accept their fate. Qing replied softly. Returning to poverty is impossible, and one cannot afford to govern lazily either. It is likely he will emulate his father, becoming a retired emperor who no longer manages affairs. Xueer furrowed her brow. As time progresses, this will become increasingly evident. Even if Emperor Lianjiatun becomes a retired emperor and refrains from communicating with his son, the young prince will soon come to this realization. What then shall we do? Her concern was genuine. She truly feared that Qing's path would grow more arduous. It will not, he reassured her, for the soil in which the little fellow thrives, the ecosystem he inhabits, is far more advanced and open compared to that of his father. Thus, the resulting perspectives must inevitably differ. Qing was untroubled by the matter, softly lamenting that Emperor Lianjiatun had suffered a great disadvantage, primarily due to the late and brief period he spent as the crown prince, which hindered his proper development in the environment he was meant to thrive in. Although Emperor Jiajing attempted to rectify this with a hasty growth spurt, it was still insufficient to compensate for the innate shortcomings he faced, ultimately rendering him incapable of accepting the truth once he became enlightened. The little one, however, was different. He had not experienced the same setbacks as Lianjiatun. On the contrary, he had received all the compensatory advantages of Lianjiatung's deficiencies, alleviating any concerns that might have arisen. Xueer sighed quietly, chuckling softly as she nodded, before rising to clear the tableware. Let me handle it, she said. Qing swiftly took over, steadying the food, as they prepared for their cultivation session. As noon approached, the trio ventured outside. Xueer, driven by curiosity, wished to observe the little one's actions. Xueer, you've finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for quite a while. Upon Xuejuan's arrival, several little companions rushed to greet him, chattering excitedly. After a while, the chubby ones paused their chatter, gazing at him with hopeful expressions. Xuejuan cleared his throat and inquired, are you all willing to listen to Xueer? The little ones responded affirmatively, eager to show their loyalty, puzzled by his question. Zhu Yijuan continued, "Are you willing to join Xueer in undertaking significant endeavors?" "What significant endeavors?" they queried. "First, tell me if you're willing." "Willing." "Xueer, please tell us what the endeavor is," the chubby one urged. Zhu Yijuan looked at him and declared, "Take us to your home." "Huh? Why do we need to go to my house?" the chubby one asked, bewildered. "Of course, to accomplish something significant." The chubby one hesitated. In his understanding, children's significant endeavors were merely seen as mischievous antics or troublemaking in the eyes of adults. And he feared punishment. "Xueer, what we need to focus on right now is uniting our team," he protested. Zhu Yijuan replied, "That is precisely what I am doing. But it requires time. Results cannot be achieved immediately." The little one scanned his closest companions and asked, "Do you trust Xueer?" "Absolutely," they chimed in eagerly, relieved that it was not a visit to their own home. The chubby one, torn between his fears and determination, finally nodded resolutely. "Let us go." "Not far away." Xueer turned to Qing and softly asked, "Housework?" "Most likely," he replied. "The intention is commendable," Xueer pondered. "But the little one may be overestimating the simplicity of the task. This is merely the beginning. Patience is essential." "Should we follow them?" she inquired. "Of course." Qing stretched lazily, keeping a moderate distance as he trailed behind, with Xueer closely following. After walking a short distance, they arrived at the chubby one's home. Qing observed as the group of children entered in single file but refrained from joining them, allowing the little one the freedom to express himself. However, he focused his energy, attentively listening to the sounds from within. Xueer, understanding his intentions, dared not speak, fearing it might distract him. After approximately 15 minutes, the children emerged, with the exception of Zhu Yijuan and the chubby one, all appearing rather lackluster. "Is this what you consider a significant endeavor, Xueer?" a child, feeling disheartened, expressed. "What does this have to do with our united team?" Zhu Yijuan contemplated offering an explanation but soon realized that, given the limited intellect of his companions, they might not grasp his reasoning. Thus, he shifted his approach and asked, "Dog Dan, shall we head to your home next?" He continued, "We will visit one household at a time, ensuring no one is overlooked." The little one retrieved candies from his pocket, distributing one to each child, saying, "Let us all enjoy a piece of candy and take a break. When your parents return from the fields, they will surely be delighted and praise your thoughtfulness." The child referred to as Dog Dan was the first to respond, saying, "I'll follow Xueer's lead. Little fatty, I just helped you, so you ought to assist me as well." Little fatty nodded in agreement. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Yijuan declared, "Mutual assistance is the essence of true unity." The group of children nodded reluctantly, their spirits not particularly lifted. To them, playing games was the true source of joy, and this endeavor seemed rather lackluster. Zhu Yijuan, feeling fatigued himself, understood his companion's sentiments and said, "Tomorrow, I shall bring each of you a small gift." This announcement brought a flicker of happiness to their faces. After a considerable time, the group reconvened, visibly weary, with little one struggling to stand upright. "Xueer, when shall we commence our united effort?" they inquired, their voices lacking enthusiasm. "We shall begin tomorrow. Let us seal it with a pinky promise," he replied. Upon returning to the courtyard, Xueer curiously asked, "Why do you not shout the slogan?" "It is meaningless if only our group shouts," Zhu Yijuan explained. Xueer chuckled and responded, "The issue is that outsiders wouldn't shout either. There's no need for outsiders to shout. We must ensure they hear us," the little one stated earnestly, emphasizing that being unnoticed and unconventional held no significance. "That does make some sense," Xueer remarked with a light laugh, then asked, "Do you plan to do housework tomorrow?" The child sighed and replied, "Sweeping the floor and wiping the tables won't bring joy to little fatty's parents. Adults do not concern themselves with such trivialities, as they do not pursue a refined lifestyle. Although our parents are working in the fields, the elderly grandparents at home seem somewhat pleased, but it is not substantial. Improvements are needed in this regard." "Your observations are quite astute," Xueer praised. "What are your next plans?" The little one replied, "I intend to impress through practicality." "But your funds are limited," Xueer cautioned. "There's no need to spend money. I have alternative methods," Zhu Yijuan asserted. "What I mean by practicality is not what the world perceives as such, but rather what those children's parents consider practical, essentially, making them feel they have gained something." Xueer's eyes sparkled with curiosity and surprise. "Do elaborate." Zhu Yijuan shot her a glance and replied, To reveal it now would lack the impact that witnessing it firsthand tomorrow would provide. It wouldn't adequately showcase my cleverness. Xueer fell silent, pondering. Doesn't this count as being unnoticed and unconventional, holding no significance? You think I enjoy showing off, do you? The child's face twisted in displeasure, and then he pouted, retorting, what is wrong with showing off? Which child doesn't enjoy it? It's not just children. Adults do the same. Even the officials in the court each relish in showing off and seeking attention. Brother, do not mock the second brother. All people are alike. It is merely that you adults are more adept at masquerading, reflected Xueer, momentarily at a loss for words. Upon deeper contemplation, she realized that this was indeed the case. Even the high-ranking officials in the capital relish showcasing their talents in public, which, upon closer inspection, is merely a form of vanity. Your Highness is indeed astute, she acknowledged with a smile and a nod. The little one cherished this quality in Xueer. She praised when praise was due, generously providing emotional validation without reserve. Unlike Qing, who, despite being quite satisfied, maintained a demeanor of indifference, offering no emotional value at all, which was rather irksome. The little fellow's tail perked up at once, brimming with pride as he declared, who am I? I am destined to be the king of the children in Lian family village and the ruler of the world. Clearing his throat, he casually continued. It is merely a standard operation. There is no need for such alarm. At that moment, Xueer found herself in agreement with Qing. Indeed, children should not be overly indulged, for it easily breeds arrogance and complacency. Unable to restrain herself, she remarked, a plan is merely a plan. It does not guarantee success. Your Highness must remain humble. With a chuckle, she mused, I have encountered numerous setbacks, yet I have gained wisdom from each. How could you possibly know the true essence of me, Madame Li? The little one, brimming with bravado, retorted and sauntered off to the study with his hands behind his back, leaving Xueer astonished and shaking her head with a wry smile. The following morning, the trio set out for the market. After a hearty breakfast and completing their grocery shopping, at Xueer's insistence, they visited a stationery shop. As the court continued its efforts to promote education, more and more schools were established, leading to the democratization of the four treasures of the study. The expanding market made these items increasingly affordable. Of course, the market rule of you get what you pay for remained intact, with the students from ordinary families often resorting to inferior goods. However, the impact of such inferior products was minimal. For instance, even a poorly made brush could still write. Subpar ink could still produce color, and coarse paper could still bear words. After some haggling, the little one procured 7 brushes for 101. Subsequently, he ventured to the adjacent market to purchase several miniature lunch containers, a small bag of rice, and an assortment of seasonings, spending nearly 501 in total. Throughout this, Qing remained silent, while Xueer, brimming with curiosity, chose to observe quietly. This left the little one feeling rather helpless. Upon returning home, Xueer began to devise a scheme, asking, Madame Li, would you like to know why I bought these items? Suppressing a laugh, Xueer replied, I am not curious. Just indulge my curiosity a little, the little one urged shyly. I can tell you. Xueer, amused, inquired, you purchased brushes to gift to your friends, did you not? The little one nodded eagerly. And what about the rest? What else is there? I also bought lunch containers, rice, and seasonings. Aren't you curious as to why I acquired these? He attempted to guide Xueer's thoughts. What is there to be curious about? She responded with a perplexed expression. Isn't it to supplement household expenses? Xueer grew impatient, jumping up to exclaim, who is supplementing household expenses? My money is intended for completing Mr. Li's assignments, not for household expenditures. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Madame Li, might I propose a little arrangement? It wouldn't be a request for a loan, would it? I cannot lend you any money. Xueer chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. I merely wish for your assistance with a favor, if you would be so kind. What sort of favor? Could you please persuade Mr. Li to lend me a hand? Xueer replied, seemingly exasperated. Why dance around the issue? Simply speak to Mr. Li directly. I fear he may refuse. He pouted cutely, sweetly adding, I can hardly compare to you. Your words hold great sway, and Mr. Li dotes on you. Xueer, willing to indulge him, responded, very well, go on. You are truly wonderful. Xueer's face brightened. I wish for Mr. Li to assist me in making fried rice. Would you kindly speak on my behalf? I cannot guarantee success, Xueer replied. Oh, if you would just advocate a little more, it surely would work. Zhu Yijuan, having exhausted his finances, resorted to this method to minimize expenses. Under the eaves, Li Qing lounged in a chair, lazily commenting, "The courtyard is rather small. Can you not carry a few people? Does this mean Mr. Li has agreed?" The little one appeared momentarily stunned, transitioning from shock to delight. Li Qing smirked and said, "Very well, but you must pay me for my labor." The child was taken aback. "You would even charge a child?" Zhu Yijuan exclaimed, exasperated. "Could you not possess a shred of dignity? How can one be so shameless?" Li Qing replied coolly, "It is the freeloaders who lack shame." The young one was at a loss for words. Feeling utterly perplexed that the formidable and wealthy Duke Yongqing could display such a lack of decorum. "Under this roof, one must bow their head," Zhu Yijuan conceded. "I can assist with boiling water and will undertake additional chores. Moreover, I shall purchase the ingredients myself. Thus, it cannot be deemed freeloading, can it? Fair is fair." "You must pay for my services," Li Qing insisted. "I will not take advantage of you. Just a little compensation will suffice. I cannot labor for nothing." Zhu Yijuan clenched his teeth, indignantly stating, 5-1, "It cannot be any higher." To his surprise, Li Qing nodded in agreement, agreed. "However, I require a bamboo pole." Zhu Yijuan pointed to a sturdy patch of bamboo by the courtyard wall. "This is not for play. I truly have a use for it." 101. "Why not just steal it then?" Zhu Yijuan retorted, feeling exasperated. "This wretched bamboo is hardly worth a single one. Is it adorned with gold trim?" Li Qing smiled calmly. "It lacks gold trim, but this bamboo is indeed exceptional. It has been cultivated by Wang Yangming. For you, it is a fair price. Do you know that others, such as Zhao Jingji, would require gifts merely to catch a glimpse of it? I have been quite generous to forego charging you until now." Zhu Yijuan grumbled. "It is not as if you are uprooting the entire plant, merely cutting a segment. In a few years, it will grow back. Just give me one." Li Qing pondered for a moment before declaring, "In exchange for your future household chores without pay." "No exchange. That would be too unfair to me." The young one, now acutely aware of monetary matters, immediately declined. Yet, Li Qing lazily remarked, "You have now found the correct path for your development. I must retract my assistance." The little one stiffened and asked, "What do you mean?" "In the future, you shall perform household chores without compensation." Li Qing stated that the assistance has come to an end. Zhu Yijuan, whether overwhelmed by anger or sheer astonishment, stood with his mouth agape and eyes wide for a considerable time. "You consider 5-1 for a single cleaning of the courtyard to be assistance? What else could it be?" Li Qing replied earnestly. "Go inquire around. Such an easy and lucrative job is rare to find. Do you take me for a mere child?" Zhu Yijuan retorted angrily, "No need to inquire. 5-1 is hardly a substantial sum. Any workshop worker earns far more than that in a day." Li Qing countered, "Your understanding is flawed. A worker toils for an entire day, while this small courtyard is minuscule. An adult could clean it thoroughly in a mere quarter of an hour. Your demand for payment is excessively high. Are you and I not adults? What does this have to do with me?" Li Qing shot back, "Is it my fault that you do not act as an adult? Why should I bear the burden of your shortcomings?" The young lad stumbled and fell to the ground, then abruptly toppled backward. Xueer was alarmed. "Your Highness, what has happened to you?" I fear I am unwell. My head aches." All from Li Qing's vexation, the young lad stammered. "If Li Qing continues to irritate me, oh, it pains me." Despite Li Qing's provocations, Li Xueer could discern that the young one was merely feigning distress, yet considering his noble status, his requests were not unreasonable. Should they acquiesce to him? Li Qing remarked, "I never said I would not comply. It is he who seeks to take advantage without recompense." Seeing the act falter, Zhu Yijuan dropped the pretense, expressing his frustration. "Fine. I will exchange my household chores for your bamboo. However, it must be crafted to my satisfaction." After a moment's thought, Li Qing inquired, "You wish for it to be made into a carrying pole, correct?" How do you know?" "I also know that your little food container is intended for fetching water." "Yes." Li Qing chuckled. "However, you seem to overlook that both the food container and the water bucket are wooden barrels, yet they possess subtle distinctions." "What distinctions?" "While a water bucket can serve as a food container, the reverse is not true. A food container cannot function as a water bucket without leaking." Li Qing shook his head. "You've made a poor purchase." The young lad felt as if struck by lightning, his defenses crumbling. "Why didn't you warn me of this?" "I can ensure it won't leak," Li Qing replied nonchalantly. Zhu Yijuan, previously in a fit of rage, felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, his anger dissipating instantly. "Is that so? Well, That's quite good, he replied, pausing nervously to ask, this one tea cost me anything, right? Earning 2 won from you is exceedingly difficult. Could you possibly not be so unreasonable? That can be free of charge. Li Qing, not driven by malice, merely aimed to instill a profound understanding of the value of hard-earned money in the young one. Having achieved his goal, there was no need to subject the lad to further trials. The notion of free nearly brought tears to Zhu Yijuan's eyes. Hearing those words from Li Qing was akin to the sun rising in the west, an extraordinary occurrence. In that moment, the young lad experienced a bizarre sense of admiration. Thinking to himself, Mr. Li is rather kind. Observing him lost in thought, Li Xueer, believing he was still upset, swiftly shifted his attention, asking in a puzzled tone, Your Highness, I can comprehend your purchases of brushes and fried rice, but why do you wish to buy a water bucket? Zhu Yijuan came to his senses and remarked, Did I not mention yesterday that we must appeal to people through tangible benefits? Whether the courtyard is clean or a bit messy, the parents of the children will hardly notice. However, upon returning from labor to find the water tank filled, they will genuinely appreciate the industriousness of their children. Chapter 159, Zhu Yijuan. For the sake of this plate of vinegar, I shall prepare dumplings. Stir-fried rice, crafting bamboo-carrying poles, and mending the small rice bucket. Within just half an hour, everything was accomplished. The little fellow grinned broadly, filled with immense joy. For the next few days, there would be no need for additional expenses. Mr. Li, let us proceed, Zhu Yijuan declared, brimming with enthusiasm and determination. Li Qing cast a sidelong glance at him and said, With so many items, who shall carry them? To aid others thoroughly is commendable. You might as well exert a bit more effort. Perhaps you could offer some remuneration. Li Qing added, As for money, I have no particular desire for it. But you ought to exhibit some attitude, do you not? Zhu Yijuan took a deep breath and responded, 1-1. That is acceptable. 1-1 to secure the deal. Zhu Yijuan, ever ambitious, continued, That works. He paused momentarily before his spirits lifted once more. Mr. Li, you are not as unpleasant as I initially thought, truly. Upon their arrival at the usual gathering spot, apart from the few chubby children, there were over 10 other youngsters eagerly awaiting their presence, all summoned by the chubby ones. Driven by a singular desire to revive their sect, Xueer has arrived. Xueer has arrived. With a mighty cheer from the chubby child, a throng of children surged forward. Zhu Yijuan patiently listened to the cacophony until silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes filled with anticipation directed at him. He then spoke. Those who wish to have stir-fried rice, please form an orderly line, one at a time, each to receive a handful. Throughout this period, Zhu Yijuan's greatest achievement lay in instilling a sense of discipline among the children. Instantly, the group of children lined up obediently, though their enthusiasm was not as fervent as before. From candy to seeds and now stir-fried rice, the standards had been lowered repeatedly, though they were young. The children understood the concept of worth. Even the most eloquent of words could not disguise the diminishing quality of their rewards. However, it was not long before the little ones altered their perspective. Stir-fried rice was simply delectable. They quickly finished their servings, casting longing glances at the other small buckets. Zhu Yijuan stated, If you wish for more, you must put in some labor. The pampered, chubby children were the first to voice their complaints. Xueer, are we not the same? Of course, you are not the same, Zhu Yijuan replied, retrieving a brush from his pocket. These are for you. Each shall receive one. He distributed a brush to each child, who stared at it in confusion. Xueer, this does not satisfy hunger or thirst. What do we need this for? Do you wish to learn to read and write? They expressed a desire, yet they were aware that they had not yet reached the stage for such knowledge. The chubby children, previously informed by their parents that they were not to attend school, exhibited the most enthusiasm for learning. They eagerly inquired, Xueer, will you hire a teacher for us? Indeed. The little fellow stood tall, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, affecting a serious demeanor. However, the chubby children simultaneously turned their attention to Li Qing, who stood not far away. Hey, where are you all looking? Zhu Yijuan noticed their actions out of the corner of his eye and, feeling displeased, said, Your teacher is right here. Dog Dan, without any courtesy, remarked, Xueer, do not jest, you are not as big as I am. How can you be our teacher? Zhu Yijuan retorted, Do you not understand the meaning of appearances can be deceiving, and the ocean cannot be measured by a single dipper? The group of little ones looked perplexed. What does that mean? It means I am quite formidable, Zhu Yijuan replied. I can teach you, free of charge. With that, He knelt down and inscribed Wang Ergo on the ground, saying, "Dog Dan, this is your name." Dog Dan scrutinized it closely and skeptically replied, "Xueer, I cannot read. Do not deceive me. If you deceive me, I shall turn into a puppy." Zhu Yijun wore an enigmatic expression. "I began my education at 2, recognized 100 characters by 3, recited Tang poetry by 5, and can now compose a 1,000-character essay. Teaching you is more than sufficient," though the little one's display of knowledge was rather modest. It sufficed to impress a group of peers. The children gazed in awe, filled with wonder. The plump little boy inquired, "Xueer, what about mine?" Zhu Yijun wrote Wang Si Zhuang and said, "Little fatty, this is yours. What about mine? What about mine?" The children clamored eagerly. Fortunately, there were not many of them, and the names were not overly complicated. They frequently repeated names such as Dog, Zhuang, and Zhu, with the middle character often indicating their rank within the family. Big, second, third. Zhu Yijun swiftly inscribed all of them. The children looked at their names, filled with curiosity and joy. Once the groundwork was laid, the little one clapped his hands and proclaimed, "Do you want to learn to write your own names?" "Yes." "Very well, follow me to fetch water. Once the task is complete, not only will there be fried rice to eat, but you will also learn to write for free." Zhu Yijun stated nonchalantly, "Who wishes to join?" After a long pause, no one spoke. The anticipated admiration did not materialize, leaving Zhu Yijun both frustrated and perplexed. He asked, "Do you not want to?" "Xueer, my father and mother do not allow me to play by the well. I do not wish to be punished. My father too. He said if I dare to play by the well, he would break my legs. My father said the same." Zhu Yijun, taken aback by this revelation, realized he had not considered such a perspective. After a moment, he reluctantly suggested, "How about this? I will fetch the water, and you only need to carry it." Yet the children still wore expressions of resistance. In this era, the upbringing of children in ordinary families was often harsh and singular. Punish. Parents from humble backgrounds seldom imparted grand philosophies. If a child misbehaved, they would be punished. If they acted mischievously, they would be punished. Even in times of frustration, parents would resort to punishing their children to alleviate their own discontent. In the minds of the impoverished populace of this time, the only educational philosophy was that if a child turned out poorly, it was because they had not been punished sufficiently. Under this educational model, children's reverence for their parents was immense. Zhu Yijun, born with a silver spoon, could not empathize with his companions, perceiving them as cowardly and foolish. He huffed, "We are not going to play by the well. We are here to assist our parents with chores. This is entirely different, and you will not be punished. You must trust Xueer." However, none of them believed him. Fully aware of the pain inflicted by a parent's shoe sole upon their behinds. Seeing that no one heeded his words, Zhu Yijun exclaimed, "Little fatty, will you come with me? Should I, Xueer, give up? May I inquire whether you will accompany me?" After a moment of internal conflict, the chubby little one reluctantly nodded. Only then did the small creature feel a sense of relief, exclaiming, "We shan't play with those timid souls. Stay with Brother Zhu and you'll enjoy a life of luxury." With that, he handed the miniature yoke to the chubby one, while he lifted his small rice bucket, declaring, "Let us depart." Li Xueer glanced at Li Qing, her eyes filled with inquiry. Li Qing, displaying a composed demeanor, bent down to pick up 2 rice buckets filled with fried rice and leisurely followed. As they passed a group of young ones, Li Qing teased, "Brother Zhu has called you cowards. Why not rush to inform him, so he may experience the taste of defeat?" After a moment's pause, he added, "If you don't want him to feel embarrassed, how will you enjoy the fried rice?" Li Xueer responded, and the group of little ones' eyes lit up, promptly scattering in pursuit of Brother Zhu. Unbeknownst to Zhu Yijun, who found Li Qing's behavior rather inappropriate, he chuckled with delight upon seeing his companions chase after him. He mused to himself, "Each one of them is like a stubborn donkey, unable to be led. Yet they retreat when struck." In an instant, the young companions caught up with him, and Zhu Yijun cleared his throat, preparing to issue a reprimand as a warning, only to see them bypass him entirely, heading directly towards the well at the southern end of the village. The small creature felt an overwhelming sense of superiority. Observing the anxious expression on the chubby one's face, Zhu Yijun reassured him, "Do not mind them. Belated enthusiasm is not genuine. You are my dearest friend, and you shall receive the greatest share of rewards shortly." Upon hearing this, the chubby one felt considerably better, though a trace of fear remained. He stammered, "Brother Zhu, Old Man Lu at the southern end of the village is fierce. What if they go and report us? Report what? Zhu Yijuan scoffed. I have said it before. We are not here to play. We are justified in our actions. Who should we fear? But he added, however, if you continue in this manner, I might have to withhold your rewards. Reluctantly, the chubby one nodded in agreement and ceased further protests. Zhu Yijuan strolled leisurely, and when they arrived at the southern end of the village, they found no sign of their companions, only a furious elder in his 60s wielding a bamboo staff. The small creature exclaimed in astonishment, "Where have they gone?" Then, intrigued, he remarked, "Chubby one, does this old man not resemble a guardian deity? Brother Zhu, run." The chubby one turned pale, offering a warning before fleeing. "Why are you running? You little rascals, have you grown unruly?" The elder bellowed, raising his long bamboo staff as if to strike. The small creature was taken aback. The elder was indeed fearsome. His demeanor suggested he intended to deliver a fatal blow. Showing no semblance of reason, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation unlike anything the little one had ever experienced. Not one to be obstinate, the small creature promptly discarded his 2 rice buckets and dashed away. "Let us see who dares to flee," the elder roared, adopting a stance of relentless pursuit. Terrified, the small creature felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. After sprinting a considerable distance, he collided into someone's embrace. Looking up to discover it was Qing, finally finding a sense of security. Overcome with emotion, he collapsed to the ground, and a wave of grievance surged within him, prompting him to cry out, "Mr. Li, someone is trying to beat me. They want to kill me. Who wishes to harm you?" As Zhu Yijuan turned his head to point, he found that the terrifying old man had vanished without a trace, leaving him momentarily stunned. Qing assisted him to his feet and inquired, "Now do you comprehend why your little companions resisted?" Regaining his composure, Zhu Yijuan felt a burning shame, as if he had disgraced himself before the imperial tomb. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "I shall not surrender." Qing jestingly asked, "What are your intentions?" Zhu Yijuan replied indignantly, "I have prepared the burden and the rice bucket. Even for the sake of this jealousy, I must cook dumplings." Over the course of several 100,000 words, Qinghong had never actively sought gifts or rewards, not even those that were free, as acquiring them required viewing additional advertisements. The readers had already endured advertisements while engrossed in the story, and thus had compensated for their reading. In summary, although the book was free, the readers were not receiving it without cost. They were all legitimate patrons, the very lifeblood of Qinghong. In this regard, Qinghong expressed profound gratitude and bowed deeply. Chapter 160. The Child King, what are your plans? I intend to enlist the power of the court, Xueer responded with surprise. Yet, Qing maintained a calm demeanor and asked, specifically, I shall construct a well, a small one, so petite that a 3-year-old child could not fall in, Zhu Yijuan articulated. The manpower and resources will be provided by the court. Is that acceptable? Xueer exhaled in relief and replied, Of course, that is entirely feasible. You say that, but it is not your decision. The little one glanced at Qing and queried, Mr. Li, what do you think? Certainly, Qing affirmed. This expense does not solely serve the purpose of becoming the child king. It is more about the welfare of the entire Lian family village. Thank you, sir. The little one sighed in relief, then expressed indignation. Those ungrateful wretches. Not only do they dare not confront me, but they even reported me. It truly infuriates one. Indeed, it is excessive, Qing concurred vehemently, strongly condemning their actions. Xueer, with a furrowed brow, thought to herself, Little prince, you are still too young. You have no idea how cunning your Mr. Li can be. Upon returning to their usual gathering place, a group of children eagerly awaited. Xueer, are you all right? The chubby one was the first to rush forward, concern etched on his face. The others, although slightly disgruntled, also lingered, eagerly anticipating Xueer's fried rice. Qing, still mindful of his own dignity, worried that the little one might harbor resentment, thus compelling the other children to rally around him, softly declared, the greater good is paramount. Zhu Yijuan assumed this was for his benefit. Despite his lingering anger, he tolerated it and replied with a scowl, form an orderly line. Once you receive the fried rice, you must study diligently. A chorus of jubilant cheers erupted from the children. As they chanted, Xueer is wonderful, Zhu Yijuan's ire gradually dissipated, and his spirits lifted. However, it seemed that fate believed the little one's tribulations were insufficient, and thus added a touch more intensity. After merely a quarter of an hour, the children's enthusiasm waned entirely. Their interest dwindling, Even the chubby one was no exception. Housework was exhausting, studying was arduous, playing in the mud, hide and seek, and games of eagle-catching little chickens were far more enjoyable. Witnessing this scene, Xueer felt an acute frustration, exclaiming the resounding motto, "My parents are proud because of me." Xueer eloquently expressed, "We are but children, yet we are not merely frivolous ones. We aspire to earn our parents' respect." After much discourse, he managed to retain the hearts of his companions. Throughout the entire morning, however, the group of children still struggled to write their own names, leaving the little ones feeling both helpless and frustrated. Especially at the end of the gathering, the chubby ones insisted that he prioritize the collective interest, even subtly threatening him to reward them with sweets for their compliance. This incensed Xueer, but fortunately, over time, he had learned to refrain from making decisions in anger and feigned agreement for the moment. Upon returning home, Xueer eagerly exclaimed, "Mr. Li, take me to the Grand Haishan Hall. The construction of the small well cannot be delayed." "Very well, we shall go after dinner." They ventured out in the afternoon, and the well was dug overnight. By the following morning, a miniature well, less than a foot in diameter, had miraculously appeared. In this era, not every household possessed a well. Typically, a village would have only a few, and in poorer regions, there might be just one well, necessitating long queues for water each day. Naturally, the villagers were delighted by the unexpected addition, though they couldn't help but lament its diminutive size. However, the villagers, ever resourceful in their quest for survival, swiftly discovered the proper usage of this tiny well. By increasing the length and depth of their buckets, they compensated for its inadequate diameter, achieving the desired effect. As for the inscription proclaiming children's well, it was largely ignored. Yet, the adults soon recognized the source of this well's creation, and even though they were often preoccupied with labor, they knew that the local landlord's foolish son had provided it. This revelation prompted them to encourage their own children to befriend the little landlord, thus saving Xueer considerable effort. Seizing the opportunity, the young lad promptly purchased several sets of miniature buckets and began operations. Initially, the group of children was reluctant, tiring quickly and expressing their desire to stop. Xueer did not press them. When they grew weary, he allowed them to rest, using the breaks to teach them writing, promoting the notion that if they wished to avoid the hardships of learning, they must endure the toil of labor. Simultaneously, he raised the banner of "My parents are proud of me," championing a politically correct stance. Thus, through a series of clever strategies, the little ones ultimately accepted this arrangement. After several days of persistence, the children received positive reinforcement from their parents, who praised them with affirmations such as, "My son truly understands and knows how to share the burden, and my son is so clever, he can write his own name now." With these accolades, the children were filled with joy and enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the parents, driven by the desire to showcase their children's achievements and superiority, began to boast about how understanding and intelligent their sons were, predicting their bright futures. The speakers laughed heartily, while the listeners felt a twinge of jealousy. Consequently, these parents began to exert pressure on their own children, exclaiming, "Look how well-behaved they are." Before long, the children of Lianjiatun began to engage in a competitive struggle. Whether willingly or under compulsion, they joined Xueer's faction. During this period, the little one's influence grew increasingly formidable, though not commanding a legion at his beck and call. His words carried significant weight. Simultaneously, Xueer completely abandoned his previous transactional relationships. Not only did he forfeit candies and snacks, but even the fried rice was no longer available, yet no one departed from his side. The reason was simple: fear of parental reprimand. Furthermore, these youngsters yearned for their parents' approval and praise, aspiring to achieve the illustrious feat of making their parents proud. This succinct phrase encapsulated not only the existence of external adversities, but also served a balancing purpose, ultimately becoming the political manifesto for the group's development. The little one truly succeeded. Even Xueer, who had long been aware of his plans, could not help but marvel at his accomplishments. Simultaneously, her admiration for the young prince grew, genuinely rejoicing for Qing. Such a prodigious child would ensure that even in the absence of his second nephew, Qing would no longer have to fret over every little matter. As the number of participants swelled, the little one became increasingly occupied, transitioning from a part-time to a full-time endeavor. Overwhelmed, he reverted to previous methods, initiating a hierarchical structure. He established small, medium, and large classes, simultaneously offering personalized guidance to a select few, empowering them to teach the younger students in a small class. Naturally, those first to receive such support were the plump little ones. As time progressed, the group gradually became more organized, and the children began to shed their naivety. The little one felt genuine happiness, receiving positive feedback and a sense of accomplishment. In his joy, however, he uncovered a significant dilemma. He still could not complete Mr. Li's assigned tasks, for he found himself unable to indulge in whims. He could not orchestrate games at the will of his peers as Mr. Li suggested. Xueer sorrowfully realized that he was incapable of such leadership. Aside from guiding his companions towards goodness and aiding in their growth and maturity, his words still lacked impact. Should he fail to facilitate others' development, he would forfeit the authority of a leader and fall short of attaining the heights Mr. Li envisioned. Consequently, Xueer pondered deeply for several days, only to despairingly discover that he was truly out of options. "I have disappointed you, sir," Xueer lamented. "I can only achieve this much. I cannot become the leader you described." Qing smiled and replied, "You have nearly become the leader I envisioned. Yet, nearly does not equate to the complete fulfillment of the task." Xueer sighed, stating, "I have contemplated this repeatedly. I simply cannot achieve what you propose. I cannot act freely." Qing paused, then laughed heartily, saying, "Now, it is not merely nearly. You have genuinely completed the task I assigned." "Ah?" The little one exclaimed in astonishment. "What does that mean?" Qing composed himself, his expression softening into seriousness as he said, "Even the emperor cannot act at will. If an emperor fails to seek the welfare of the people, then he ceases to be an emperor." Xueer stood in stunned silence for a considerable time, enlightened as if struck by a sudden revelation. So this was the true intention of the teacher. He murmured to himself, "I understand now." Taking a deep breath, he gazed intently at Qing and earnestly declared, "Mr. Li, your efforts have not been in vain. I have not let you down." Qing nodded with a smile and inquired, "Do you believe you have completed this assignment satisfactorily?" The young lad pondered for a moment before responding. "There is still a little lacking." "What is it?" "Jealousy from my peers," Xueer replied. "The rapid growth of these children has led many parents to show favoritism, which presents a significant issue that must be addressed." "Well said. Do you have confidence?" Qing expressed his growing satisfaction. "Of course," Xueer asserted. "It is a major issue, but it is not insurmountable. I believe in you." Qing offered his first comprehensive affirmation, which filled the young boy with joy, albeit tinged with regret. "Mr. Li, you are about to leave, aren't you?" "Yes. Could you possibly stay a little longer?" Xueer pleaded. "Forget about the reward. Would you stay for another month?" Qing chuckled. "Do you not find me bothersome?" "At times, yes, but I understand your worth," Xueer replied, looking somewhat disheartened. "Please, can you? Why not be a little greedy? Why not ask for both?" Chapter 161. The reward, is that even possible? Xueer's eyes widened in disbelief. Qing smiled gently. "At times, a little greed can be acceptable." The young boy's face lit up with delight, but soon his brow furrowed in suspicion. "Mr. Li, does this also carry a deeper meaning?" Qing chuckled softly. "What do you think?" "Let me ponder," Xueer said thoughtfully after a moment. "When faced with two harms, choose the lesser. When faced with two benefits, choose the greater." "Did you not say that when confronted with two benefits, one could have both?" Xueer was taken aback. She had not considered this. Qing chuckled and shook his head. "I am pleased you could think of that, but it is not so complicated. It is merely a straightforward reward for you. If one can have both benefits, then why would there be a choice?" "Oh, I see," the young lad said, scratching his head sheepishly. "Mr. Li, are you not afraid that I will become increasingly demanding?" Qing replied with a smile. "I trust you, just as you trust me." "You are truly wonderful." Xueer grinned widely, filled with happiness. Qing was in high spirits as well, and said, "The assignment is nearly complete. During this concluding period, you should prepare a summary. It can be in written or oral form. I will grade it accordingly and provide encouragement." "Summarizing the gains and insights from the assignment?" "Indeed," Qing affirmed. "I always keep my word. Since you have completed the assignment, the reward will surely be forthcoming. You need not feel pressured. The summary is an opportunity for extra credit, not a deduction." "All right then," the young lad chuckled. "I must take my time to summarize." Qing nodded with a smile, watching as the young boy joyfully dashed off to the study. Xueer curiously asked, "Have you prepared the reward?" "Not yet." "Oh." Xueer, though harboring her grievances, refrained from voicing them and instead remarked, this is not a commendable approach. During this time, the young prince has indeed devoted considerable effort, diligently and without a hint of laziness. Such remarks can be quite hurtful and may even impact the educational outcomes. Qing cast her a sidelong glance and replied, I have always kept my word. My lack of preparation does not mean I will withhold rewards. I offer free instruction and accommodations, and yet, am expected to provide prizes as well? That would render me a fool indeed. Qing scoffed. As the saying goes, the wool comes from the sheep. Xueer, both amused and resigned, responded, the young prince has been accustomed to luxury since childhood. He may not necessarily cherish what is found within the palace. After a pause, she continued, I believe the significance of the prizes is far more important than their material worth. You are absolutely correct. Let us refrain from discussing this further. She suggested tentatively, have you eaten zhugu? Yes, I have. Over the course of more than 2 months, the name zhuguker transcended the confines of his peers, with older children and even adults addressing him as such. Though tinged with playful mockery, it was all in good spirit, and the little fellow relished the attention. With his small hands clasped behind his back, he traversed the streets of Lianjiatun village, greeting passers-by with nods and inquiries. A true celebrity. Occasionally, he would pause to engage in light banter with the parents of his contemporaries, who would exclaim, such a young lad, yet so wise. The little one thrived in this attention, finding joy and contentment. In this state, his drive and efficiency in tasks experienced a remarkable enhancement, dispelling the previous tendencies towards grievance and sulkiness. The conclusion of the process was exceedingly smooth, as Xueer, drawing from his own experiences, assigned his peers a task to be exemplary children, good brothers, and supportive siblings, thereby achieving success for their families and even their clans. He aspired to become the ruler of his household and the leader among his kin. Simultaneously, he imparted his experiences and insights on how to attain this position, emphasizing not to rely on parental favoritism for display or to suppress others, but to nurture a heart filled with love for one's siblings, to communicate more, understand better, reflect deeply, and practice diligently. Xueer, using his own accomplishments as a model, guided them to emulate his example. The principles of higher learning lie in cultivating virtue, fostering community, and striving for the utmost goodness. Though Xueer had yet to reach the age for formal studies, he was already embodying the essence of these teachings. Enlightening his peers to become enlightened citizens, he generously shared the methods of his success with numerous companions, striving to create a ripple effect. Simultaneously, Xueer was laying the groundwork for a graceful exit, carefully selecting outstanding companions and elevating them, thereby gradually phasing out his own role within their circle. As time passed, Xueer ceased to attend classes daily, gradually diminishing his influence. With the overall quality of his peers on the rise and the emergence of capable leaders, he, the once indispensable child king of Lianjiatun village, found himself no longer essential. As late June arrived, the summer heat enveloped the land, accompanied by the relentless chorus of cicadas. In the quaint courtyard, the young lad sipped on chilled sour plum soup while contemplating his graduation thesis, his demeanor exuding a maturity that belied his tender age. Neither Qing nor Xueer interrupted him, allowing him ample space for his thoughts. After finishing a small bowl of the refreshing drink, Xueer seemed to have found clarity and announced, I shall go write my summary. Qing, with a barely perceptible nod, waited until he had retreated to his study before saying, keep an eye on things. I must make a trip to the Grand Haishuandian. Is it about the reward? Xueer inquired with surprise. Are you certain the young prince can submit his work at once? Qing chuckled softly and nodded. Success has already been achieved. Summarizing the experiences of such triumph is a mere trifle. The boy simply strives for perfection, which is why he has hesitated to put pen to paper. Now that he has begun, he surely possesses the confidence to proceed. What, pray tell, is the reward? Upon my return, you shall find out, Qing teased. Departing for the Grand Haishuandian. You wish to reward him, then go ahead. But why must I bear the cost? Xueer grumbled, indignation coloring his words. How can you so brazenly spend from another's purse? Do you have no shame? This is not benefiting an outsider. Are you so miserly even towards your own grandson? Qing retorted irritably. Bring it here at once. I shall not. Not. I could offer you some money, but that item is out of the question. Xueer, rarely assertive, huffed. This was a gift from my son to me, his father. It cannot be so easily given away. He paused, contemplating, A grandson is indeed dear. But so is a son. This is simply non-negotiable. Li Qing, exasperated, replied, if your son could gift it to you once, he can certainly do so again. I will have him provide you with a new one, which is far more advanced and entertaining than what you currently possess. Do not cling to outdated treasures. More advanced and entertaining? Zhu Hozhong's interest was piqued. He too wished to see the new contraption his son had crafted. Thus, he considered the prospect of engaging with his son from afar and found a reason for Li Qing to visit the capital once more. He nodded in agreement. It must not be later than spring of next year. You shall deliver it to me. Agreed. Zhu Hozhong's expression softened, and he added with a smirk. You may consider this as your own. Do not mention that it came from me. This will surely endear you to the young lad. Are you truly so benevolent? Li Qing questioned, skepticism evident before realization dawned upon him. You fear that your grandson might pester you for it. That is why you have kept the existence of this miniature steamship a secret, is it not? Nonsense. Zhu Hozhong's face flushed, and he argued weakly. Children love to play. I merely fear he might stray down a misguided path, much like someone else. Indeed. Where is the item? Follow me. Upon returning to Lianjiatun, the young boy had just completed his summary. Seeing Li Qing carrying 2 sizable boxes, his eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, Sir, is this my reward? Indeed. Li Qing inquired, have you finished your summary? I have, Zhu Yijuan replied sheepishly. My handwriting is not particularly beautiful, and there are some characters I cannot write. So I had Lady Li assist me. But worry not, it is entirely my own work, with no guidance from her. That is indeed true, Li Xueer confirmed. Li Qing nodded, placing the 2 boxes down. This is your reward. Open it, and take a look. All right. The little fellow cheerfully ran forward, eager to take action. But he restrained himself and asked, Sir, will you not first review my summary? Li Qing smiled and shook his head, saying, even if the summary is not particularly outstanding, I shall not retract it. You are magnanimous, sir, yet my summary is quite commendable, the young one replied with a grin, proceeding to open 2 boxes. Oh, is this a steamship? Li Qing nodded and said, this is not merely a decorative piece. It is a 1-to-1 scale replica, capable of sailing on water. You may test it later. It is exquisitely crafted, Zhu Yijuan remarked as he gently caressed it, his face filled with wonder. The little one rolled up his sleeves, eager to reveal its entirety, yet he could not lift it. He thus implored, Sir, could you lend me a hand? Li Qing retrieved the miniature steamship and explained. The technology employed here is quite dated, while the current advancements are far more sophisticated. Pausing for emphasis, he continued, this object is not merely for play. It is intended for you to grasp the essence of Ming technology, for it represents the future of the Ming dynasty. Without understanding its intricacies, one cannot truly appreciate its allure. Indeed, I comprehend, the young one responded, his gaze unwavering. Sir, where did you procure this item? I acquired it from your royal grandfather. Li Qing replied. It was not an intention to cast Zhu Hozhong in a negative light, but rather a reference to the blessing inscribed by Zhu Ziqi on behalf of his father, which the clever child would easily deduce. Grandfather is rather stingy. I had no knowledge of this, Zhu Yijuan expressed, momentarily disheartened, before exclaiming with delight, so, this means it is available for purchase in the capital? Most likely. It is not, Li Qing said, taking the letter paper from the stone table and beginning to review the young one's graduation thesis. Chapter 162. The thesis. Li Xueer's handwriting was elegant and graceful, flowing abundantly, yet the content was predominantly colloquial. The young one lacked experience in writing, resulting in a narrative filled with conversational tones interspersed with a childlike innocence. However, the substance held significant depth. In comparison to adults, children's greed is more pronounced, their reasoning less rational, and their management more challenging. Engaging in discourse with these little ones is akin to a scholar encountering a soldier. Children rarely adhere to reason, not out of obstinacy, but due to their lack of understanding of rules, regulations, and even laws. They possess little reverence for authority, making mere reasoning ineffective. Sometimes, intimidation is necessary. The resources to maintain a child king are finite, yet the costs of sustaining such a position are limitless. Attempting to fulfill duties with limited resources is destined for failure. Costs must be shifted, ultimately placing the burden on the parents of the children, akin to external adversaries. I believe this principle applies universally, just as the Ming dynasty earns foreign wealth through exquisite goods. It is a similar concept. The riches of the Ming cannot sustain it alone. The costs must be transferred abroad. Li Qing turned to the next page and continued reading. As the Zhongguan political principles state, for a ruler, one must first secure the well-being of the populace. To harm the people for one's own benefit is akin to cutting one's flesh to feed the belly. Though the belly may be full, the body perishes. To achieve peace in the realm, one must first correct oneself. There can be no proper governance above if there is chaos below. I often contemplate that the source of harm lies not in external matters, but in the desires we nurture. Previously, I did not understand the connection between my practice and these principles. Now, I do. The potential to become a leader among children does not hinge upon the children themselves, but rather upon the qualities of the leader. Much like the wisdom of Emperor Taizong of Tang, who articulated that the source of one's afflictions lies not in external factors, but within oneself. It is precisely because I have relinquished my desires that I have ascended to this role. And it is through self-discipline that I have managed to govern effectively and mitigate chaos. Li Qing's eyes sparkled with joy as she turned to the second page, eager to continue her reading. Today, I have completed Mr. Li's assignment. I have truly achieved it. Yet, I remain incredulous. Even in success, doubt lingers within me. If presented with the answers again, I would still feel trepidation, unsure if I could replicate my success. I am astounded by my own capabilities. Note, this is not a boast, but a sincere reflection. I understand the root of my feelings. The task was exceedingly challenging, akin to a towering mountain that appears insurmountable. One must not gaze upwards in despair, but rather tread cautiously, step by step. Focusing solely on the lofty peaks can lead to exhaustion, timidity, and hesitation. At last, I comprehend Mr. Li's counsel to move forward, one step at a time. I have come to grasp the essence of the philosophy that there is nothing outside the heart in the study of kingship. Li Qing exhaled softly as she perused the fourth and final page. I have completed Mr. Li's assignment, but have I truly fulfilled it? Not at all. While I have become a leader among children, as long as I remain in this role, I shall never fully accomplish this task. Just as the mountain looms before me, it also resides within my heart. Even if I take one step and then another, even if I understand the concept of nothing existing outside of my heart, even after a considerable time has passed, and I look back to see how far I have come, having scaled great heights, the summit remains just as daunting and perilous, with no end in sight. As a mere child in my village, as long as I am a leader, I cannot afford to pause or cease my efforts. Once one problem is resolved, new challenges arise, perpetually cycling without conclusion. Whether adults or children, the desire for improvement is ceaseless. The pursuit of higher achievements never wanes. Conversely, a leader, perched upon high, must remain grounded. Otherwise, a single misstep may lead to eternal regret. At the conclusion of the graduation thesis, there was a candid remark. Mr. Li himself had not completed the assignment he had set for himself. It is indeed a path without end, one he would not wish upon others. Li Qing carefully arranged the papers in order and sighed. This journey has been truly worthwhile. Zhu Yijuan noticed her actions and inquired, "How is my summary?" "Excellent. Out of 10, how many points would you award it?" 9. The little one furrowed his brow and asked, "What were the deductions for?" "Your attitude," Li Qing replied. "You little rascal, why are you so indignant? This is subjective. Where is your teaching virtue? Who made you the judge?" Li Qing shrugged. "Is there anyone in this world who is flawless?" "You are not, nor am I." Zhu Yijuan, feeling disgruntled, replied, "I refuse to accept this." Li Qing merely smiled in response. Li Xueer interjected to ease the tension. "Your Highness, when do you plan to conclude?" "Is that for me to decide?" "Yes. You have the final say," Li Qing affirmed. "I have the final say?" Zhu Yijuan exclaimed with delight. "Really?" "Of course. Then let us conclude today." As the words exited his lips, the little one's expression of delight diminished significantly, replaced by a furrowed brow. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved that a proper farewell was in order. One must always conclude matters with grace. Zhu Yijuan sighed and remarked, "I intend to minimize the impact of my departure. Otherwise, all my efforts thus far would be in vain." Li Xueer chuckled lightly. "Your Highness, your wisdom is commendable." Alas, yet another conundrum presented itself. The young one appeared troubled, losing interest in observing the miniature steamship. "Mr. Li, please assist me in packing this away. I have no time to indulge in play now. You tend to your own affairs." With a smile, Li Qing nodded in acknowledgement. "What would you like for dinner?" "Anything will suffice," the little one replied disinterestedly. his head drooping as he made his way to the study. This lesson had indeed proven successful. The ghostwriter, Xueer, had already gleaned the details of the situation and was genuinely moved by the unexpected gains. Indeed, Qing handed her the letter. I shall prepare a sumptuous meal tonight. Please keep this safely for the little one. Xueer nodded, inquiring, does your promise to let the young prince stay for an additional month still stand? Of course it does. I would not stoop so low as to deceive a child. Xueer was taken aback, realizing that Qing was also aware of his own lack of decorum. Dinner was exceptionally lavish, yet the little one's appetite was not particularly robust. Over time, he had developed a deep affection for his group of friends, and the thought of departing filled him with sorrow. Mr. Li did not press him to eat, choosing instead to indulge in the feast himself, which only served to deepen the little one's gloom. After finishing the meal in silence, Xueer neglected to wash the dishes and retreated directly to his chamber. Xueer remarked, it seems the young prince is reluctant to depart. Humans are not mere grass or wood. Who among us is devoid of feelings? It is only natural, Qing responded while gathering the utensils, muttering about the laziness of others. Xueer added, I was delayed by matters today and owe 1,000 words. I must make up for it shortly. Children, do rest early. Chapter 163. The end of the lesson. Xueer has arrived. A voice called out, capturing the attention of all present. Xueer took a deep breath and hastened forward, approaching the chubby child. Xueer, what have you been busy with these past few days? We haven't seen you around. The chubby one inquired, flanked by several curious companions. The little one sighed, replying, I am leaving. Where are you going? After a prolonged silence, he answered, I am returning home. Then, turning to his friends, he proclaimed loudly, classmates, I am going home. What? Xueer is leaving? Why does Xueer have to go? Isn't this also his home? The crowd erupted in a cacophony of reluctance. Gazing at his anxious companions, Xueer's heartache suddenly dissipated. He no longer felt despondent or troubled. With a hoarse voice, he declared, there is no gathering in this world that does not come to an end. This time, we truly must say goodbye. For I have more important matters to attend to. What does Xueer intend to do? A child inquired from the crowd. I am going to learn, to grow. Xueer replied, to become a better version of myself, so that in the future, I can be a better teacher for all of you. After a brief pause, he encouraged everyone to strive for excellence and flourish. Xueer shifted the conversation, asking, what is our motto? In unison, the enthusiastic crowd proclaimed, our parents are proud of us. Satisfied, Xueer inquired, is it only our parents? To which siblings, relatives, and friends eagerly chimed in. Once the crowd finished, he posed another question, what if we cannot achieve it? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of responses. Some were resolute in their determination, others expressed their willingness to try, while a few voiced their self-doubt. After a while, silence fell once more as everyone gazed at him with hopeful anticipation, eager for his answer. Xueer chuckled softly. If it cannot be done, then it cannot be done. The group was taken aback. Was this still the confident and boundless Xueer? He continued, effort and striving, without squandering our youth or ourselves, are sufficient. Perhaps you may not attain the success you envision, but persistent endeavor will yield a measure of success, at the very least surpassing a stagnant self. I hope that even if you do not achieve the success you desire in the future, do not succumb to despair or self-pity. Human potential is finite, and each person is unique. Every step taken is a success, whether it be 1 step or 10. Xueer took a deep breath and declared loudly, I leave you with this. Keep your head down and walk your path, without questioning the future. The children, though confused, silently committed it to memory. Mr. Li, stepping forward, placed a sack of rice down and untied the strings, releasing a delightful aroma into the air. Xueer had little to offer, so he invited everyone to partake in a rice stir-fry, ensuring that everyone would leave satisfied. The children lined up quietly, their expressions not conveying joy. There was an abundance of stir-fried rice, each child receiving a generous portion, their pockets filled, yet none seemed eager to eat, their faces reflecting reluctance and low spirits. After 100 days of companionship, a deep bond had formed. Xueer felt affection for them, and they reciprocated. While childhood friendships may not be entirely innocent, they possess a purity often absent in adult relationships. Xueer felt a sense of reluctance, as did they. Yet, the moment to bid farewell had arrived. Do not let your spirits wane just because I am leaving. It would sadden me greatly, Xueer admonished. Glancing at the chubby ones, "You must set an example." The children nodded solemnly. Zhu Yijuan waved goodbye, saying, "Farewell, until we meet again." With that, he traversed through the crowd alongside Li Qing, but only a few steps later, the children rushed to catch up. Is Zhu Yijuan really leaving? Will we see him again? The little ones hesitated, wanting to look back, but not daring to. Ultimately, it was Li Qing who lifted the small one, allowing them to escape the moment. Rather than returning to the courtyard, Li Qing took him to the fields outside the village for a moment of solace. The little one appeared dejected, speaking little, while Li Qing was also rather taciturn, merely strolling lazily. After a long pause, the child asked, "Sir, do you truly promise to stay for another month?" "Of course. I keep my word," Li Qing replied with a cheerful smile. "Ah, you wish for me to move into the Grand High Hall, do you not?" The little one nodded and said, "If I must leave, let it be a complete departure. Is that acceptable?" "No problem at all," Li Qing readily agreed. "Tomorrow morning, we shall head to the Grand High Hall. Can Lady Li join us?" "Of course she can," Li Qing added. "With so many rooms in the Grand High Hall, there is no shortage of accommodations." Upon hearing this, the little one's mood lifted slightly, and he appeared less disheartened. The following day at the Grand High Hall, when Li Qing and the others arrived, Zhu Hozhong was still busy slicing watermelon. Noticing their presence, the old Taoist pretended to calculate and remarked, "Has the lesson concluded?" Zhu Yijuan was taken aback, inquiring, "Can His Majesty truly divine the future? What can he predict? He merely infers from the information at hand." Li Qing interjected bluntly, much to Zhu Hozhong's chagrin, who had been preparing to impress. "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? What do you think?" Li Qing retorted, "Well, I have already eaten." Zhu Hozhong continued slicing the watermelon, casting sidelong glances at Li Qing's expression, ready to adapt. In the next moment, Li Qing's face darkened, only to quickly add, "No one should suffer, especially not my grandson. Huang Jin, please make the necessary arrangements." "Yes, servant obeys," Huang Jin replied. Having become accustomed to their dynamic and proceeding as usual, Zhu Yijuan, finding himself idle, joined the old emperor in slicing watermelon, remarking, "The Grand High Hall is truly splendid. Most suitable for retirement. Mr. Li, you should consider spending your days here in leisure." "Indeed, my good grandson." Zhu Hozhong shot him a sidelong glance, scoffing. "What do you have to be busy with now? There really isn't anything that absolutely requires my presence." Zhu Hozhong paused, but soon heard Li Qing add, "This place feels too stifling, far inferior to Jinling." "Huh. As if anyone wishes for you to stay," Zhu Hozhong replied with a stern expression, continuing to slice the watermelon. Zhu Yijuan, however, ceased his task and inquired, "Is what you just said true?" Li Qing nodded. "The scenery in Jinling is indeed superior." "Not that statement, but the one prior," Zhu Yijuan asked excitedly. "Does that mean you are truly unoccupied?" "What? Do you wish to accompany me to Jinling?" Li Qing queried. Zhu Yijuan cast a furtive glance at the emperor, awkwardly responding, "I was merely asking. While I am not busy, I cannot afford to be idle. I still have to visit the border town," Li Qing explained. "Hu Zongxian and Yu Daio certainly have their hands full. How could I indulge in a leisurely life? There are many others who are just as burdened. Why are you suddenly so compassionate?" Zhu Hozhong remarked with a hint of jealousy. "Was I ever at ease back in my day?" Li Qing chose not to respond, instead leisurely admiring the scenery around him. Though Zhu Yijuan felt a tinge of regret, he understood and did not press further. Under the careful arrangement of Huang Jin, breakfast was abundant, featuring many of Li Qing's favorite dishes. Li Qing feasted heartily, while the little one also ate quite a bit. After breakfast, Huang Jin proceeded to make arrangements for Li Qing and Li Xueer's accommodations. Li Qing was to provide acupuncture treatment for Zhu Hozhong, while Zhu Yijuan, in the capacity of host, guided Li Xueer to appreciate the grandiose de Gaoxian Hall, seemingly signaling the commencement of a brief, warm, and leisurely lifestyle. On the dragon couch, Zhu Hozhong lay bare from the waist up, adorned with numerous silver needles, emitting contented hums, though his expression remained composed as he inquired, "How long will you stay?" "A month," he exclaimed, surprised by the brevity. "I've lingered in the capital long enough." Li Qing gently manipulated the silver needles, responding, "Your constitution is still quite robust. You are far from being in a state where I must remain indefinitely. According to your reasoning, I would only be required to stay if you were on the brink of collapse. Is there any other way? Focus on the acupuncture and refrain from moving. Can't you indulge me just a little?" Zhu Hozhong grumbled discontentedly. "Am I not enough to keep you at ease?" Li Qing adhered to her usual practice, intentionally refraining from engaging with his remarks. As anticipated, this tactic proved effective. Before long, Zhu Hozong ceased his complaints and settled down. As soon as the acupuncture session concluded, Huang Jin entered, reporting, "Your Majesty, the Emperor and concubine Li have come to pay their respects. They have been here for a while, and, hearing that Li Qing is treating you, the Emperor said there was no rush to report, as he is currently assessing the Crown Prince. Shall I summon them now?" Zhu Hozong rose, donning his outer robe and stretching comfortably. "Yes, summon them." Huang Jin acknowledged and promptly departed. Li Qing cleaned the silver needles and placed them back in their box, stating, "You may converse with your family. I shall take a stroll." "Are you in such a hurry?" Zhu Hozong glared. "It's not fair for you to show such favoritism. What about Zai Zai? How can you treat him this way?" "Well, you still have your daughter-in-law," Li Qing replied with an awkward smile. "Though my secret is not truly a secret, there is no need for her to know." "Is there? What difference does it make if she knows?" "It's primarily about Zai Zai." Zhu Hozong protested on behalf of his son. "Do you realize you treat him even worse than you treat me? Have you considered Zai Zai's feelings? You should at least adjust your attitude." Zhu Hozong expressed his frustration. "My son may not be exceptionally bright, but does that diminish his worth as emperor?" Realizing the validity of Zhu Hozong's words, Li Qing sat back down. After a short while, the couple entered with Huang Jin. "Your son, daughter-in-law, pays respects to Father Emperor. No need for such formalities." "Thank you, Father Emperor." The couple straightened up, and Zhu Zai smiled at Li Qing, saying, "Mr. Li is also here." Li Xueer turned her gaze toward Li Qing, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 164. Auspicious signs. She had been psychologically prepared. Ever since learning of Li Qing's existence, after each intimate moment with Zhu Zai, she would subtly inquire about the legendary Yongqing Marquis. Her curiosity was not merely driven by intrigue. It was largely because Li Qing was her son's mentor. She sensed that her son held the mythical Yongqing Marquis in high esteem, and she was alarmed by the possibility that in the distant future, should her son ascend to the throne, he would rely heavily upon him. Even more astonishing was the fact that her imperial husband seemed quite pleased with such a scenario. Thus, her desire for knowledge about this legendary figure grew ever more fervent. The emperor's consort did not conceal much. She recounted the exploits of the eternal youth Marquis. Li Qing, with increasing astonishment. The more she heard, the more she marveled at this extraordinary figure. Although she was aware that the eternal youth Marquis was ageless and appeared youthful, she had not anticipated such a striking demeanor. His elegance, handsomeness, and gentleness were starkly at odds with her preconceived notions of a power-hungry official. Li Qing slightly nodded and inquired, "This lady is the mother of the crown prince, is she not?" "Your insight is remarkable," replied Zhu Zaiwan, nodding as he introduced his beloved concubine. "This is the eternal youth Marquis." Li's composure steadied, and she smiled softly. "I have long heard of the eternal youth Marquis's name. Indeed, he is exceptionally talented." The father and son exchanged bewildered glances, silently questioning her audacity in offering such a compliment. Li, interpreting their looks as jealousy from the emperor and displeasure from the grand emperor, hurriedly rephrased her statement. Just now, His Majesty examined the crown prince, who responded with remarkable fluency, reflecting the eternal youth Marquis's dedication and scholarship. Truly, he is a man deserving of his esteemed reputation, worthy of the title conferred by the great ancestor. Once again, the father and son cast her a peculiar glance, as if to say, "Are you still evaluating?" Seeing her husband and father-in-law react thus, Li felt a wave of trepidation, though she could not fathom what taboo she had breached. Li Qing merely smiled and remarked, "The esteemed Li Guifei has given the Ming dynasty a worthy heir." Li responded with surprise, "Is such a remark appropriate for a subject like you?" Before she could ponder further, the emperor chuckled, "You flatter me." Was her husband genuinely feeling a sense of pride? Li, who prided herself on her acumen, found this scene to be quite disconcerting. At that moment, Zhu Yijuan dashed in, exclaiming joyfully, "Ah, everyone is gathered. Grandfather, father, mother. Let us share lunch together and enjoy the lively atmosphere." Li smiled but remained silent, for the occasion did not call for her words. Zhu Zaiwan, however, playfully scolded, "What decorum is this, young prince? Your mother is presenting auspicious offerings to your grandfather." "Auspicious offerings?" Zhu Yijuan inquired, glancing at the wooden box in his mother's hands. He scratched his head and chuckled. "No wonder mother didn't let me see it earlier. It is meant for grandfather." Li Qing maintained a calm demeanor. In truth, Zhu Hozong had little interest, Yet he could not mirror Li Qing's indifference. Instead, he feigned curiosity and joy. Oh, what auspicious offering is this? Li bowed, raising the wooden box above her head. Please preview it, father. Huang Jin stepped forward to receive it, presenting it to the Grand Emperor. Zhu Hozhong accepted it with curiosity and opened it to reveal a turtle, alive and adorned in 5 vibrant colors. In this era, turtles were not seen as derogatory. Rather, they symbolized longevity, and such a rare specimen was regarded as a celestial omen. Li Qing, having lived for over 2 centuries, had never encountered such a vividly colored turtle. Perhaps it had been dyed, he mused. Zhu Hozhong shared this sentiment. However, whether it was dyed or not was of little consequence. What mattered was that the Grand Emperor deemed it auspicious, and thus it was. Indeed, it is an auspicious offering, Zhu Hozhong declared with satisfaction, his face brightening as he said, "You have done well." Li, seizing the moment, bowed deeply, respectfully stating, "It is the great achievements of Father that have touched the heavens. Thus bringing forth this auspicious gift, it is hardly a merit of mine." "Merit is still merit," Zhu Hozhong replied. Zhu Hozhong made a decisive statement. Without inquiring about the origins of the auspicious omen, he chuckled lightly. "First, you shall ensure the birth of an heir for the Ming dynasty, and then present such a splendid omen. Ah, Zaiqian, my son is here. Reward generously on my behalf." "I shall obey," Zhu Zaiqian replied respectfully. Li Xueer tentatively said, "Father, this omen is from when I visited my family a few days ago." Zhu Hozhong took out a multicolored turtle and beckoned to his grandson. The little creature scampered forward, exclaiming, "I am here. Go, place it in the pond to nurture it." Zhu Yijuan raised his hand to receive it, but Zhu Hozhong withdrew his hand, chuckling. "Are you afraid it will bite you?" Zhu Yijuan replied, "This is a good omen. It does not bite." "Oh, ha ha ha, truly my grandson." Zhu Hozhong laughed heartily, patting his grandson's head. "Go on then." "I shall obey," Zhu Yijuan said with a giggle, his little legs moving like a dancing windmill as he dashed away. Zhu Hozhong then turned to Li Xueer, gently saying, "You may rise." "Yes, thank you, father." Li Xueer stood up, but did not dare to mention the origins of the omen again. "Zaiqian, my son is here. Is your visit solely to present this omen?" "Indeed, it is a heavenly blessing, and I dare not be negligent in the slightest." "You foolish child, I have already spared you. You truly are a stubborn one." "No wonder Li Qing is indifferent towards you," Zhu Hozhong said in exasperation. "If that is the case, return to your duties." Zhu Zaiqian replied affirmatively, feeling quite dejected, realizing that being from a humble family, he was only concerned with trivial gains. Now, a joyful occasion that should have been shared has turned sour because of him. "I take my leave, my son, or my consort," Zhu Zaiqian said. Zhu Hozhong slightly nodded and suddenly added, "New clothes are not as good as old ones." Zhu Zaiqian was taken aback and bowed, saying, "I understand." However, Li Xueer felt a chill and bowed in regret alongside the emperor. Zhu Hozhong sighed deeply, saying, "Relatives by marriage without military merit should not inherit titles. This was a rule I established when I first ascended the throne, primarily out of disgust for the 2 scoundrel uncles from the Zhang family. It seems this rule is indeed necessary. Are you worried that after you're gone, this rule will become a mere formality?" Zhu Hozhong nodded slightly. "Keep an eye on it for me. Even without your request, I would do the same," Li Qing responded. "The Ming dynasty has already had enough people living off the state. There is no need to speak so harshly," Zhu Hozhong retorted. "We have implemented the system of hereditary titles, and apart from the royal titles, the inheritance within the royal family has also been adjusted to a decreasing order. The Zhu family does not benefit excessively." Li Qing chuckled. "You bear the surname Zhu. Of course, you would say that. What? Do you wish to further reduce the royal family? If the timing is right and conditions permit, why not?" Li Qing countered. "Though the cost of supporting the royal family has been controlled, it still amounts to a significant figure. The finances are already strained. Wouldn't it be better to eliminate this expenditure? Everyone has a few sons and numerous grandsons." Zhu Hozhong murmured, "With your approach, which emperor could endure it?" Li Qing replied calmly, "When the time comes, even if one cannot endure it, they must." "Fine. Do as you wish," Zhu Hozhong said despondently. "After all, I cannot live forever. I cannot control how you will act in the future. Rest assured, I will leave a path for the royal family," Li Qing assured. Zhu Hozhong gave a bitter smile and nodded. It is often said that one should speak only when necessary. Upon returning to the palace, Zhu Zaiqi reprimanded, questioning what auspicious omens were received during the family visit. "Under heaven, all lands belong to the sovereign. What relation does this have with your maternal family? I acknowledge my mistake, she replied. Do not presume that because you have borne Ijuan, you may act with arrogance. Ijuan is the crown prince. Yet he may not be your son. Zhu Ziqi's voice turned cold. The maternal relatives without military merit cannot inherit titles. This is a decree established by the emperor. Do you wish for your father to undermine the dynasty? I would not dare. Should there be a next time, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Yes, Li's heart was filled with frustration, yet she dared not voice a word in retort, resorting instead to her usual charms. However, this time, her tactics proved ineffective. I am quite busy at present. Do return to the inner palace. Li was taken aback, truly alarmed now. Your Majesty, does your promise of my becoming empress no longer stand? You squander the chance given to you. Zhu Ziqi fumed. What was once implied between us? You have now jeopardized my ability to make you empress. Have you not heard the emperor say, new garments are preferable, and so are new consorts? Yet, Li wept, Your Majesty. I care not for myself, but for Ijuan, as he is the crown prince. Oh, this is tiresome. If you continue to vex me, I shall have Ijuan adopted by the empress. Zhu Ziqi erupted in anger. Li's complexion paled, and she fell silent, yet her heart brimmed with resentment. Quietly sobbing in the corner. As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of kindness. Despite his harsh words, Zhu Ziqi remained soft-hearted. Moreover, their son was already 5 years old, and changing his mother abruptly would be detrimental to his upbringing. After a while, he relented. Cease your tears. I shall reconsider the matter of the empress. Thank you, Your Majesty, Li replied, wiping her tears, timidly adding. I believe the emperor's words about preferring the new over the old were meant to suggest not to dethrone the old empress for a new one. In the past, Emperor Xuanzong, do you dare invoke the ancestors? I would not. Li felt wronged, insisting, I merely wished to remind Your Majesty, lest you misinterpret the emperor's intentions. Zhu Ziqi chuckled in exasperation. By your reasoning, do you imply you are wiser than me? I would not dare. Li refrained from uttering another word, bowing and retreating, while Zhu Ziqi fell into contemplation. When Zhu Ijuan returned, he found that both his father and mother had already departed. Feeling a twinge of regret, Zhu Hozhong cast a sidelong glance at him, stating coolly, if you miss your parents, you may reside in the palace. I wish to see my grandfather, the little one promptly replied, providing the only correct answer. Virtue, Zhu Hozhong scoffed, then continued with utmost seriousness, Zhu Ijuan, first and foremost. You are your father's son. Secondly, you are the crown prince of the Ming dynasty. And finally, you are your mother's son. Do you understand? Chapter 165. The Splendors of Life. Zhu Ijuan scratched his head and inquired, Grandfather, did mother upset you? Speak. I understand, the little one acknowledged. He wished to plead for his mother, yet the words caught in his throat, and he deemed it better to remain silent. After all, he was merely 5 years old. Although gifted, he lacked the sophistication, and even Huang Jin could discern the crown prince's inner turmoil and concern. Nevertheless, Zhu Hozhong felt a sense of satisfaction, for at least his eldest grandson had learned to exercise restraint. In these recent days, you have indeed shown diligence. The emperor has graciously decided to grant you a few days of respite. Take this time to relax and unwind. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. The young lad felt a flicker of joy, yet it was tempered by a hint of sadness, stemming from his recent farewell to a multitude of companions and a lingering concern for his mother. Children, in general, gravitate more towards their mothers, while their fathers often inspire a sense of reverence. Affection is present, yet the closeness is frequently met with stern rejections, which over time can create a rift. Zhu Hozhong, having once been a child himself, understood his grandson's sentiments and chose not to chastise him, opting instead to impart wisdom. Huang Jin, do keep a watchful eye. Huang Jin acknowledged the request and led the young prince away. Zhu Hozhong exhaled deeply, chuckling softly. Let them establish the heir. It's merely a title. The significance of the woman involved is inconsequential. It is solely for Ijuan's sake. This woman possesses a modicum of cleverness, albeit trivial, which explains the adage about marrying within one's station. Li Qing countered, for ordinary families, matching social standings is indeed beneficial. But how can one expect the royal family to adhere to such norms? Such cleverness is not entirely a flaw. At the very least, it prevents interference in governance, serving primarily to benefit her family of origin. Nonetheless, this is a natural inclination. Zhu Hozhong found himself at a loss for words. In truth, Women of this era seldom concern themselves with their families after marriage, and their families rarely seek to involve them once they have left. Otherwise, the saying, "A married daughter is like spilled water," would not hold such weight. However, the royal family is a notable exception. This is due to the immense resources of the husband's family, unmatched across the realm, and the multitude of rivals faced by the emperor's consorts, including the empress herself. History has witnessed many deposed empresses, with living examples within the current dynasty. Only those whose fortunes are intertwined with the royal family can be deemed truly trustworthy. It should be noted that the loyalty of maternal relatives can rival that of the eunuchs, as both groups are similarly bound by mutual interests. Many emperors have solidified their power with the support of their maternal relatives. Yet, this gives rise to a new dilemma. While the emperor reigns, all is well. But upon the emperor's demise, the new ruler faces challenges. To prevent being supplanted by new maternal relatives, the existing ones may resort to authoritarian measures to safeguard their kin. Though filial piety constrains them, making rebellion improbable, they can still undermine the new emperor. Even the formidable Emperor Wu of Han faced similar difficulties upon his ascension. The most effective strategy would be to dispose of those maternal relatives before designating a successor, thus clearing the path for the inheritor. One might even consider a more radical approach, favoring the offspring over the spouse. Fortunately, the situation in the Ming dynasty has improved significantly, with virtually no interference from the harem in governance. The only notable exception was Zhang, who ascended from the consort of the Prince of Yin to the position of Empress Dowager, and even she acted under imperial decree. Subsequently, the Sun family attempted to emulate this, yet their efforts culminated in a dramatic tale of betrayal. In the aftermath, regardless of the reigns of Zhongzong, Xianzong, or even the deeply sentimental Xiaozong, who aspired to rival the legacy of their ancestors, there remained no opportunities for maternal relatives to gain power. The Marquis of Shaning and the Count of Jinchong, despite their flaws, did not wield absolute power. Later, when Zhu Hozong ascended to the throne, he imprisoned both brothers, awaiting the demise of the Empress Dowager, after which their heads would roll. Zhu Hozong rubbed his temples and remarked, "Although there is no imminent threat, an additional layer of security is never superfluous. You will not always remain in the court. Who knows where you might roam in the future? For safety's sake, I hold no hopes for the Empress. If she survives until the Crown Prince's ascension, she may as well enjoy the title of Empress Dowager." While he voiced such doubts, Zhu Hozong did not truly question his daughter-in-law's endurance to see the Crown Prince crowned. Aside from the Empress of the Two Saints, many have outlived their husbands and even sons. Zhu Hozong exhaled deeply and suggested, "Shall we take a stroll? It would be beneficial to stretch a bit," allowing for a more hearty lunch. Huang Jin had an accurate read on people. Zhu Hozong mumbled, leaving Li Qing behind. The sweltering summer in the capital was bearable. The Grand Xian Hall was lush with greenery, and aside from the somewhat bothersome cicada chirping, the experience was pleasant. Zhu Yijuan was by the pool, tinkering with a steam-powered model ship, while Huang Jin patiently explained the operational steps. The little one was brimming with enthusiasm, fully engaging his dexterity. Observing this scene from a distance, both Li Qing and Zhu Hozong could not help but feel a pang of envy. Children are indeed children, always teeming with energy and vitality. They quickly recover from sadness and embrace joy with equal swiftness, rarely becoming ensnared in any single matter. I too was once like him. Zhu Hozong mused softly. I was once young, filled with vigor, yet I have aged. Li Qing silently watched the moment unfold. After a short while, Zhu Yijuan spotted them and immediately ceased his activities, rushing over with his hands clapping, exclaiming, "Grandfather, Mr. Li, will one of you teach me how to play with this?" Huang Jin was taken aback. Seeing the little one's hands and sleeves smeared with soot, Li Qing stepped back slightly and said, "This belongs to your grandfather. Let him instruct you." Zhu Yijuan looked a bit hurt, glancing at his grandfather. Zhu Hozong felt a twinge of disappointment, having promised secrecy. He shot a reproachful glance at Li Qing and said, "Mr. Li thinks you are dirty, but your grandfather does not. Come, let me show you how to play." Zhu Hozong took his grandson's small hand and led him to the pool. Huang Jin wisely withdrew to the sidelines, engaging Li Qing in light conversation. "Oh, this is wonderful," Huang Jin said, his face alight with contentment. The retired emperor had finally embraced the life he had long yearned for. Li Qing smiled and inquired, "What is this life you so desire?" "This right here," Huang Jin replied matter-of-factly. "Isn't this life beautiful?" Indeed, Li Qing chuckled in agreement. With such beauty in life, one must cherish oneself. Otherwise, how could one not feel regret? I am cherishing myself. Huang Jin laughed heartily. You see, I've lost weight. Ever since you mentioned that being too plump is unseemly, I've been mindful of my eating. I must live well, and for a long time. That mentality is indeed correct, Li Qing nodded. Life is full of splendor. Simply living is a gain. Who could argue otherwise? Huang Jin Tuo, with a broad back, gazed at the grandfather and grandson in the distance, his face adorned with a smile. Li Qing, influenced by his demeanor, unconsciously revealed a grin. At lunch, the presence of Li Qing, the enthusiastic gourmand, rendered the meal more sumptuous than usual, with most dishes catering to his palate. Li Qing savored the feast voraciously, like a whirlwind, while the little one, having indulged for quite some time, matched him in appetite, devouring even more than his royal grandfather. In contrast to their rather undignified eating habits, Li Xueer and Zhu Hozong exhibited a more refined manner, savoring each bite with grace and moderation. Once satiated, the little one, as was his custom, imitated Li Qing's relaxed posture, comfortably leaning back against the chair, content with his meal. As the dining experience concluded, there was no need for the customary silence during meals. The child chattered incessantly, his conversation revolving around steamships. Zhu Hozong, aspiring to be a good grandfather, found himself somewhat helpless, and thus remarked, "This afternoon, let Mr. Li entertain you, for I must take a brief nap." Indeed, grandfather must take care of his health, Zhu Yijuan wisely reminded, noting that one should not sleep immediately after a meal, as it could be detrimental to digestion. Zhu Hozong's eyes sparkled with delight, his smile broadening. "My grandson is quite knowledgeable." "Not really, it's all thanks to Mr. Li," the little one shyly admitted. Zhu Hozong's smile faltered momentarily. The child, newly introduced to fascinating concepts, was brimming with curiosity, and shortly thereafter invited Li Qing to a race with the steamboats. Throughout their lessons, the child had exhibited remarkable progress, and Li Qing, wishing not to dampen his spirits, suggested to Li Xueer, "You should also take a nap. It is sweltering outside, and there is little to explore in this grand hall." Li Xueer gently acquiesced, watching the pair depart, yet she hesitated to leave herself until Zhu Hozong remarked, "It is still early. Why not discuss steam engines with me?" Understanding that her nephew not only wished to inquire about steam engines, but also about her son's recent endeavors, she settled back down. As the miniature steamboat puffed white vapors from the pond, it began to glide along a fixed rope across the water's surface, propelled by the steam engine converting thermal energy into kinetic energy. The child, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, I'm winning. Li Qing refrained from discouraging him, and after several rounds, it was the little one who triumphed each time. However, after a mere quarter of an hour, the child's enthusiasm waned, and a hint of sadness appeared on his small face. "I wonder if Xiao Pang and the others, along with more little friends, will lose their spirit and fall into idleness with my departure." Li Qing offered no comfort, but instead stated, "In this world, the only constant is change. Many events will not unfold as we anticipate, and we must allow for all possibilities. If that were the case, would I not have labored in vain?" The child pondered. Li Qing replied with a smile, "As you have said, one step is a success in its own right, and 10 steps constitute another. Yet, what if I fail to preserve that initial success and regress? You have also mentioned that each individual is unique. We can only strive to enhance our chances of success, though no one can guarantee it." The little one nodded silently and inquired, "Will I succeed?" "I cannot ascertain your success, but I am confident in my own," Li Qing declared with unwavering assurance. Zhu Yijuan expressed his confusion, saying, "Isn't this self-contradictory? I am different." Chapter 166, The Method of Disenchantment. In truth, this lesson had not yet concluded. The young one suddenly interjected, "Sir, you cannot leave yet." "Why is that?" "Because your success does not guarantee my own." Zhu Yijuan scoffed. "Only when I am like you will the teaching truly come to an end." Li Qing chuckled, "You are still young. There are many experiences yet to encounter and numerous assignments that only you can face." The young one sulked, "But if I had your guidance, I could avoid many detours." "Could I not?" "In theory, yes, but on the path of growth, it is inevitable to take detours, unless one merely copies the answers." "But how would that lead to growth?" Li Qing remarked. "If I had told you from the very beginning what to do, would you have gained such profound insights and realizations?" "Indeed, sir, you make a valid point. However, I still believe you are merely seeking excuses for your laziness." Zhu Yijuan mumbled. Although you are diligent, you are indeed quite lazy. Isn't that self-contradictory? Li Qing retorted, echoing his earlier words. The young one, mimicking him, replied. Who says you are different? What a sharp tongue you have, Li Qing said, half amused and half annoyed, as he sat down on the ground. Do you believe today's omen is truly auspicious? The young one, having soiled his clothes, unceremoniously seated himself on the ground and pondered. They say the emperor reigns for eternity, yet no emperor or dynasty has ever lasted forever. I believe this omen is not auspicious. It is a manifestation of filial piety, my father and mother's devotion to my grandfather. Oh, by the way, the young one asked anxiously, sir, did my mother offend grandfather today? If even you can perceive it, then naturally, she must have. The young one worriedly remarked. So, my intuition was correct. Li Qing nodded. What do you think your mother could have done to upset your grandfather? How would I know? Zhu Yijuan replied glumly. If I knew, I wouldn't be asking you. One must learn to think. Asking questions when in doubt is a good habit, but it cannot serve as a pretext for laziness. All right then. The young one rested his chin on his hand, furrowing his brow as he recalled the scene. After a moment, he clapped his hands and declared, it must have been when my mother mentioned visiting relatives that displeased grandfather. Otherwise, he wouldn't have interrupted her. Correct, but that is merely the answer, Li Qing inquired. What lies behind it? Zhu Yijuan contemplated for a moment, tentatively suggesting, could it be that grandfather believes this omen, stemming from the maternal family, is inauspicious? You are on the right track. Following this line of thought, Zhu Yijuan gained some insight. Grandfather is unhappy that my mother spoke well of her family. Is that right? Li Qing asked, do you consider your mother's family? Not at all, Zhu Yijuan replied almost without thought. I am a Zhu, the heir of the Ming dynasty. What relation do I have with the Li family? My mother is my mother, not the Li family. Why should I consider them? Offering some preferential treatment is natural, but one should not indulge in unfulfilled desires. Interestingly, your grandfather thinks the same way, Li Qing said with a smile. Well, what I am expressing here is something that my esteemed grandfather taught me earlier. Zhu Yijuan felt a bit embarrassed and shyly remarked, all right. I should have been able to deduce that. It is not difficult to guess. The little one relaxed and continued. Grandfather is more dissatisfied with mother's family. I must speak to her later, urging her not to be influenced by her kin. Li Qing chuckled softly, concluding the topic without delving deeper. The child, with a glint of curiosity in his eyes, inquired, Sir, the purpose of this teaching in Lianjiatun is to cultivate my administrative abilities in advance, correct? Do you wish to train my martial skills as well? Ah, ha. Truly, nothing escapes your perception, sir. The little one chuckled awkwardly. Is that permissible? Do you wish for me to accompany you to the border town? Indeed, sir, you are truly remarkable, capable of discerning everything. The child flattered, adding, with your formidable prowess. Protecting me would surely be a trivial matter. My grandfather and father harbor great expectations for me. Once you give your consent, I believe they would also agree. Then, feigning disbelief, the child asked, Sir, could it be that you fear the ministers? Li Qing smiled calmly and commented, Your provocation is quite effective. You are terribly dull, sir. This demeanor does not endear you to anyone. The little one pouted. If I may speak candidly, you ought to reflect upon yourself. I certainly do not appreciate unkind words. Li Qing replied coolly. There is a reason you are not well liked. Zhu Yijuan whined. Can't you be a bit more agreeable? Are you genuinely eager to cling to me? Or do you truly wish to venture beyond the borders? Speak honestly. The latter holds more weight, Zhu Yijuan confessed. The vast sky, the boundless wilderness, the sight of cattle and sheep grazing in the gentle breeze must be utterly beautiful. After a pause, he added, I too wish to experience the life of the border soldiers. As you mentioned, there are many experiences I have yet to encounter. Without them, growth is challenging. I aspire to lead armies into battle in the future, just like the illustrious founders and emperors of the Ming dynasty, to uphold the grandeur of our nation. Li Qing cast him a sidelong glance and scoffed. You will never have that opportunity. Why not? Because within a few years, the northern deserts will truly become a part of the Ming. Indeed, Zhu Yijuan sighed. Could you not take me along? You are not my grandchild. Consult your grandfather. How could you utter such words? The child retorted, vexed. Do you not understand the concepts of hierarchy and respect? A gentleman speaks, but does not resort to violence. You are no gentleman. The little one gritted his teeth in frustration, then seemed to discover a flaw in his argument, and chuckled. All right, I shall go ask grandfather. Li Qing's lack of outright refusal indicated there might be hope. The reason Li Qing reconsidered his stance was due to the child's poetic depiction of the vast sky, the boundless wilderness, and the sight of grazing livestock. Many things, before one possesses or experiences them, are often colored by one's imagination, leading to grand expectations. Only through possession and experience can the allure be dispelled. Just like the little one now, who naively believes that generals like Hu Zongxian and Yu Dio gallivant daily under the blue sky and white clouds, feasting heartily without a care in the world. This mindset among those in power can undoubtedly spell disaster for those below. Though the young lad is still small, one cannot allow such thoughts to fester. Longqing has already been delayed. There is neither time nor space to savor the moments. However, the little one possesses both. Furthermore, Li Qing is not particularly busy at this stage. Is he not, Your Majesty? The young one diligently needs the emperor's legs, so please grant him this wish. With Mr. Li's prowess, the grandson shall surely be safe. After all, this is not a call to arms. Zhu Hozong indulges himself, offering no response. After toiling for a long while, the little one, feeling sore in his arms, stops in frustration and asks, Your Majesty, am I still your beloved grandson? Zhu Hozong chuckles in silence. I never said you weren't. But look at how the founding emperor treated his beloved grandson, and how you are treated. You little rascal, Zhu Hozong playfully scolds, daring to invoke our ancestors. Who gave you the audacity? Well, Zhu Yijuan mutters, during the youth of the Xuanzong, the founding emperor sent him to the military camp. And later, when the founding emperor campaigned in the northern deserts, he personally brought along the emperor. Your Majesty, indulging a grandson is akin to culling one, at this age. A grandson should be enduring hardships. Zhu Hozong, both amused and exasperated, feels a sense of contentment, yet retorts, why does this seem to be an endless discussion? Does this mean Your Majesty has acquiesced? The little one asks excitedly. Well, I shall consider it, Zhu Hozong replies, casting a sidelong glance at him. Come now. Speak honestly. Do you wish to cling to Li Qing, or do you genuinely desire to venture northward? I desire to go north. Zhu Yijuan scratches his head, primarily. Without Mr. Li leading the way, Your Majesty, you cannot be at ease, can you? Zhu Hozong scolds. You little rascal, why waste such cleverness on your grandfather? Chapter 167. Conversations before departure. The young prince's leisurely life did not last long before a new round of studies commenced. It was not Li Qing who assigned extra lessons, but rather the ministers Li Chunfang and Gao Gong, who, having heard from the emperor that the Marquis Yongqing had concluded his teachings and was at the Grand Hai Xuandian with the crown prince, came to pay a visit. With their arrival, Li Qing found himself quite relieved. Aside from attending to Zhu Hozong's health and assisting Li Xueer in her cultivation, he spent nearly half his time indulging in food and leisure. During this period, Longqing and the Li family visited 2 or 3 times. A month is not a long time, especially in such a leisurely pace, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for parting. After yet another sumptuous lunch, Li Qing announced his intention to take his leave. I have taught what needed teaching and attended to the necessary matters. It is time for me to return. Zhu Hozong and Huang Jin had long grown accustomed to this, yet Zhu Yijuan struggled with it, feeling quite uneasy. Mr. Li, isn't there nothing for you to do in Jinling? The little one lamented. After all, idleness is the same wherever you are. Why not remain in the capital? Li Qing replied, there may not be grand affairs, but there are still small matters, as long as one wishes to work. There is an endless array of tasks to undertake. What small matters? Zhu Yijuan inquired. Numerous, indeed. For instance, advancing the promotion of Yangming's philosophy, overseeing the development of the Ming monthly, or, with the court's opening of trade relations with Japan, observing the changes in the southeast coastal situation, economy, and various other aspects. Li Qing enumerated with fervor. Zhu Yijuan was both astonished and disappointed, inquiring, does this mean, sir, that your trip to the border town will be indefinitely postponed? Not at all, Li Qing replied with a smile. Many individuals are responsible for these matters, and they are all top talents. My involvement is merely for my own peace of mind. Zhu Yijuan scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. Seizing the moment, Zhu Hozong instructed. Those in positions of authority need not engage in every task personally, yet they must maintain a grasp on information. Otherwise, how can one control the overall situation and strategize effectively? The young lad pondered this for a moment and nodded earnestly. I shall remember this. He then turned to Li Qing, asking, so it truly doesn't need to be postponed? It is merely a likelihood, not a certainty. Perhaps we should depart tomorrow? Zhu Yijuan suggested, as the little one wished to share a night with Li Qing. Li Qing playfully responded, tomorrow and tomorrow. How many tomorrows are there? If it does not happen, there will only be one tomorrow. The little one declared earnestly, I promise it will happen. Zhu Hotsong's expression remained calm as he coolly remarked, do me the favor of leaving tomorrow instead. Then it shall be tomorrow, the young lad readily agreed. Thus, the old and the young made a decision on behalf of Li Qing. That night, the young one, clad in a sleeveless outfit, rushed in with a pillow, joyfully exclaiming, Are you surprised? Come on up, Li Qing said, setting aside his book and patting the bed. The little one gasped, Did you anticipate this? You stayed for this reason. Did you not? Li Qing yawned gently and beckoned him over. The little one nodded, scampering to the bedside, kicking off his shoes and climbing to the inner side, adjusting his small pillow and lying down. Then, he turned on his side, his dark eyes gazing at Li Qing. Sir, what is Jinling like? In terms of prosperity, it is quite similar to the capital, though the atmosphere there is less austere. Li Qing removed the pillow from his waist and lay down as well, primarily for the differing ambience. Is it more poetic and picturesque there? Indeed, one might say so. Li Qing inquired with a smile, What? Do you wish to accompany me to Jinling? It is of no use to wish, Zhu Yijuan sighed, a touch melancholic. To go to the border town is a privilege granted by the emperor. How could I ever be allowed to venture to Jinling? When I grow older, I shall go. The little one brightened up again, grinning. I have already devised a plan. I shall go in the name of honoring the great ancestor. I believe the emperor and my father would not refuse. Pausing, he added, You will always be in Jinling, right? That depends on when you go. If it is in the coming years, I will likely be in Jinling. If too late, I may no longer be in the Ming dynasty. If you are not in the Ming, will you go overseas? You know of my plans to go overseas? Yes, I heard it from the emperor, Zhu Yijuan asked curiously. What is overseas like? Are there really people with red hair and green eyes? Not entirely. There are also those with blonde, brown, and even black hair. As for eyes, they are not limited to green, but also blue and brown. Zhu Yijuan listened with wide-eyed wonder. Alas, it is a pity that I cannot experience it myself. The little one lamented, Neither the emperor nor the crown prince enjoys freedom. You, however, are fortunate, for you can go wherever you wish, unrestrained. Why must one go? If you do not go, they will still come to pay their respects. Li Qing remarked that he had visited before and would increasingly frequent their exchanges. The mightier the Ming dynasty became, the more eager they were to curry favor. The young one pondered this and felt a sense of relief. I have heard that there are many pirates in the West, constantly engaging in battles. Is this true? You must have heard about the pirates from Fengbao, right? Indeed. However, they are not truly pirates. They are primarily armed forces of kingdoms. Compared to the Ming dynasty, their military resembles a collection of mercenaries. Akin to the tribes of the northern grasslands today, Li Qing explained. Is that so? Zhu Yijuan contemplated and inquired, which is more formidable? In comparison to the northern grassland tribes? It is impossible to compare, Li Qing elucidated. One is a naval force while the other is an army on land. Naval combat and land combat possess essential differences that cannot be generalized. Then, how does their land army measure against the grassland tribes? Zhu Yijuan rephrased his question, his thirst for knowledge evident. Naturally, the northern grasslands are superior. In terms of mobility and lethality, cavalry reigns supreme. The young one, puzzled, asked, Are you saying there are no horses there? Certainly not. It is merely that they prioritize their navy, Li Qing replied. Take my station in the Kingdom of Britain, for instance, where there is only the royal guard. The young one gasped in astonishment. That seems rather unreasonable. What do you find unreasonable? Even for a maritime nation. The populace does not reside at sea. They live on land, do they not? Indeed. That is the crux of the matter, Zhu Yijuan asserted. A nation cannot be solely beset by external threats without internal strife. If there were no formidable land army to quell civil unrest, how would the king respond? Li Qing was momentarily taken aback and then smiled, saying, Your question is quite insightful. The young one puffed up with pride, eagerly awaiting the continuation. The primary difference lies in the conditions of the nations. Li Qing mused. Here, we have lords and nobles. Is there any distinction? There is a saying that the emperor rotates. Next year it may be my family's turn, yet the people there lack such awareness. Why is that? Because our emperor and court are exceedingly conspicuous, and the people living on this land are inherently combative. Sir, could you elucidate further? I still do not comprehend. The young one implored. Li Qing responded, under heaven, all is the emperor's domain. Everything belongs to the emperor. The populace harbors a notion that should they penetrate the capital, overthrow the court, and slay the emperor, they could ascend to the throne and seize everything. The court resides in the capital, and the emperor in the palace. Thus, the route to rebellion requires no intricate planning. It has always been overt. Is it not similar in the West? Not at all. Li Qing asserted. The Ming dynasty is vast, yet the common folk are aware of where the capital lies and where the emperor resides. In the West, however, it is not the same. Although their territories are far less than that of the Ming, many citizens are oblivious. For the populace there, their enemies are merely the nobility. Thus, even if they were to rebel, they would only target their exploitative nobles, not the king or the dynasty itself. Xueer furrowed his brow and said, that does not seem right. Even if what you say is true, should the populace succeed in their rebellion, overthrowing the nobility and dismantling entrenched class structures, their consciousness would naturally elevate. Why would they not take it a step further and vie for the throne? This leads us to another issue, the divine right of kings. The little one is even more bewildered. We are too. What difference does it make? There is indeed a significant difference. Li Qing remarked, our divine right of kings is largely a slogan for those in power, a legitimacy self-bestowed by the emperor, which, in truth, cannot be trusted by the populace. The young one widened his eyes. Are you saying the common folk do not believe it? Of course not. At least those with some ability and insight do not. Li Qing continued. Take the ancestor of dragons, for instance, the first true emperor who unified the realm. His intimidation was surely substantial. Yet how did the youthful and impetuous Xiangyu dare to proclaim, he can be replaced? And Liu Bang, merely a steward from Sisui, boldly declared, a true man ought to act thus. Li Qing asserted, if everyone believed in the divine right of kings, how would there be changes in dynasties? If everyone believed, how could the founding emperor establish the great Ming? The little one was rendered speechless, wanting to retort, but found no words. Ultimately, he protested, if our people do not believe, do they over there? I cannot believe they would. Whether you believe or not, they do. Why? Religion. Li Qing explained. Be it Taoism or Buddhism, including the Ming religion, all must yield before the emperor, before the supreme authority of the monarchy. Our political structure has always been direct and unyielding, while the West is different. The power and discourse of the papacy and the pope are not to be underestimated. So, does this mean their system is more advanced than ours? Not at all. Li Qing stated earnestly, ours is superior. In what way? The superiority lies in our unwavering stance. Unwavering stance. Indeed, Li Qing declared, the court is here, the emperor is here, ready to embrace any challenge. Chapter 168. Transmission across generations. Xueer was astonished for a long while, furrowing his brow and saying, what you mean is, precisely because all under heaven belongs to the king, when the people suffer, they naturally place the blame on the emperor, whereas in the West, when the populace suffers, they attribute it solely to the nobles who oppress them, leading to the king retreating behind the scenes. Moreover, the influence of religion incites rebellion among the populace, targeting only the nobles and leaving the king untouched, thus preventing the overthrow of the dynasty? Exactly right. Li Qing chuckled and nodded. That's precisely it. But that doesn't seem right. The little one pondered. If the king allows the church to grow powerful, then his authority has clearly diminished. How can it be that they have become stronger? This is illogical. Li Qing fell silent. Xueer ruminated for a long time, but could not find a reason, attributing it to the vast differences in perception between individuals and nations. According to your reasoning, Western countries now resemble our era before the spring and autumn period. The little one sat up, stroking his chin, and analyzed. The king is akin to the Zhou monarch, and the nobles are like the feudal lords. Western nobles resemble the lords of the Zhou dynasty, which explains why the Zhou dynasty endured for so long. Am I correct in my analysis? Li Qing considered and replied, there are similarities, yet they are not entirely the same. After a pause, he exclaimed in surprise, have you already learned all this? Not exactly. Xueer replied bashfully. Before the teacher arrived, my studies were primarily focused on recognizing and writing characters. I hardly learned any history, as that was all told to me in stories by my grandfather. Ah, I see. Your grandfather is quite the teacher, and you have not disappointed him in his efforts. The teacher remarked. Ah, haha. You flatter me, sir. The young boy chuckled, momentarily dropping the topic to inquire. Are you planning to visit Western countries in order to promote silver notes? Yes, but it is not solely for that purpose, Qing responded. With the widespread use of steamships and the continual advancements in steam engine technology, the future will witness increasingly frequent exchanges among nations, intertwining to form a cohesive whole. For the Ming dynasty to become a significant entity within this whole, it must actively participate and remain vibrant. Xueer seemed somewhat perplexed and asked, "Are you aiming to be a pioneer for the Ming dynasty?" Well said. Qing nodded with a smile. I have ample time and sufficient freedom. To achieve great things is to benefit the world. Weren't you the one who said that such words are mere slogans? Slap. Qing retorted. Just remember this phrase. Will you? You wish to emphasize your own greatness, yet you care deeply about it. Huh. I'm just speaking nonsense. Xueer replied, displaying a keen sense of timing. Just consider me as someone who underestimates your noble intentions. Smart of you, Qing said, playfully tugging at the boy's arm, causing Xueer to lose his balance and recline once more. The young lad nestled closer to Qing and murmured, "Sir, you won't be gone for many years. Will you? Why do you ask that? I'm afraid that if you leave and return, I will have grown up. If you leave again and come back, I will be old. And if you leave yet again, I may no longer be here," Xueer said quietly. "The last time you went to the Western countries, I wasn't even born." Qing felt both amused and touched, unable to suppress a chuckle as he replied, "I am not an ordinary person. Moreover, with the advancements in steamships and the refinement of travel routes, the time spent traveling is not exaggerated. I won't be gone for many years. Is that a promise?" "Of course," Qing assured. "Though I may be unconventional at times, I have always kept my word. I am a man of my promises. Your lack of decorum is your norm, isn't it?" The young boy thought to himself, though inwardly he was overjoyed. "Let's make a pinky promise," Qing mumbled, extending his pinky finger, and they sealed their agreement. "Sir, could you, like my grandfather, narrate the history of our Ming dynasty as if it were a story?" the young boy asked, once more propping himself up and attempting to climb onto Qing. Qing gently pushed him away, but the boy persisted, leaving him with no choice but to relent. "The Ming dynasty has had 12 emperors to date. Which emperor's history would you like to hear? Isn't it 11 emperors?" Slap. "Let us start with the Hongwu era," Xueer suggested. "Tell me about the battles. My grandfather mentioned that you participated in many large-scale wars and held a significant military position. Please share. Not too old, yet your ambitions are grand," Qing laughed, raising his hand to snap his fingers, extinguishing the candle before continuing. "Then let me recount the tale of the battle at Lake Xueer, in which, under the command of the great ancestor, I, along with Lan Yu and Li Jinglong, swept away the remnants of the Yuan court." The little one sprawled across Qing, his face pressed against his chest, urging him to hurry up and tell the story. Qing attempted to pull him away, but before he could begin, the little fellow climbed back up, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. "Ah, that battle was indeed fraught with twists and turns." As Qing reminisced, he recounted the tale of their ambitious expedition, the arduous journey, the arrogance of Lan Yu, and the sharp tongue of Li Jinglong, the friction between the two nearly leading them astray. He narrated the thrilling moments of peril, including his own divine intervention to procure water in the desert and his miraculous feat of shooting down a sea eagle with a 5-stone bow, showcasing his prowess. From the fervor before the battle, the intensity during it, to the rewards that followed, Qing spared no detail. Although many years had passed, every nuance remained vivid in his memory, and coupled with his remarkable storytelling ability, the narrative was nothing short of captivating. The little one grew increasingly animated, expressing his astonishment at just the right moments, akin to a comedic sidekick, while Xueer, sharing the same room but on a different bed, relished the tale from the perspective of an ideal listener. The following morning, as per their routine, Qing and Xueer rose early, while the little one continued to sleep soundly. Having stayed up late the previous night, he would need another hour and a half of slumber according to his usual schedule. Xueer sighed softly, saying, "This is quite fine. Let him sleep. It will save us from the heart-wrenching farewells later." No sooner had she spoken than Qing raised his hand and playfully smacked the little one on the backside, producing a sharp sound. The little one, deep in slumber, remained unresponsive. "Why wake him?" Xueer exclaimed. "I used to think as you do, but now I believe a proper farewell is necessary. Will he not be sad if we leave without saying goodbye? We simply want to see it, but it will only leave us with more regrets." With that, Qing delivered another playful slap. Finally, The little one stirred, turned over, and with great effort opened one eye, murmuring sleepily, so tired. Just let me sleep a little longer. I am leaving, Li Qing announced. Oh, the little one replied, shutting his eyes again, only to suddenly sit up straight. Wide-eyed and astonished, is it already morning? Zhu Yijuan vigorously shook his head, shaking off the remnants of sleep. Let us have lunch before we depart. No. It's better to set off early while it's still cool, Li Qing chuckled. I am not leaving for many years. I will return in half a year. So you can keep sleeping. But how can I sleep now? The little one yawned, sluggishly dressing himself. Having become adept at this routine, he quickly made his way to the floor. We must eat breakfast. We can't set off on an empty stomach. Otherwise, people will think the Zhu family is heartless. Li Qing laughed. You truly are your grandfather's offspring, with that sharp tongue. The little one huffed indignantly. Go ahead and tell on me, but don't run away. With that, he puffed off, secretly hoping that the emperor would persuade Li Qing to stay a few more days. After all, he was still a child, and it was quite reasonable for children to be exempt from their promises. The little one was not yet satisfied with the story. As the two exited the room and entered the grand courtyard before the main hall, they beheld Zhu Hoxiong, leisurely practicing Tai Chi. Meanwhile, Zhu Yijuan chattered incessantly, like beans sizzling in a bamboo tube, rapid and fervent, nearly bouncing with excitement. Li Qing cleared his throat and remarked, Have you finished your complaints? If so, I may proceed. The little one turned his head, visibly vexed, and replied, Not yet. You should return and wait. Li Qing rolled his eyes and stepped forward, saying, You are given a hint of color, yet you act as if you own the dye house. The little one grew even more irritable and retorted, Let us go. Let us go. As if anyone wants to keep you here. Li Qing was rendered speechless and gestured towards Zhu Hoxiong, saying, Look, this little rascal is so much like you, even sharing that pretentious air, truly a trait passed down through generations. Are you out of words? Zhu Hoxiong, who had maintained a calm demeanor, could no longer remain composed, expressing his frustration. When the tiger is absent from the mountain, the monkey assumes the role of king. If the founding emperor were here, would you dare to be so arrogant? The young one, not intending to provoke, merely spoke from the heart. Zhu Hoxiong puffed in indignation, but was left without a retort, grumbling, In the future, when you become emperor, be a bit more assertive. The little one cast a sidelong glance at Li Qing, cautiously nodding in agreement. You little rascal, you are even worse than I am. Zhu Hoxiong scowled at Li Qing and said, Breakfast is being prepared. If you wish to eat, wait a moment. If not, feel free to leave. He then added, You may forego food and drink, but others cannot. Do not only think of yourself. Li Qing chuckled and nodded. Then let us partake in breakfast. Zhu Hoxiong seized the opportunity, grunting, My breakfast is not to be taken for free. Soon, I shall refine some elixirs. Were you not just saying it was sufficient? Li Qing quipped. With such words, I cannot bestow rewards. Huang Jin, did I not grant you a vial? Huang Jin nodded vigorously, affirming, and awkwardly added, It won't take much time. Nor is it of great value. Certainly, the more the merrier. Chapter 169. Still good in Jinling with smoke wafting gently, Li Qing sat calmly before the alchemical furnace, his expression serene and demeanor tranquil. Meanwhile, the little one inhaled greedily, his gaze fixed on Li Qing, at that moment genuinely believing that Li Qing was indeed a Taoist. The essence of enlightenment was something that could not be feigned. It emanated naturally from within. Zhu Yijuan, filled with envy, thought, If only I could also attain such a state. After a while, Li Qing lifted the lid of the furnace, retrieving the elixirs and arranging them on a jade plate that had been prepared in advance, before saying, They just need to cool a bit. The little one was taken aback, suddenly realizing that Li Qing was truly about to depart. Is he really leaving? Is he truly going? The little one's heart brimmed with reluctance, repeating the same words thrice while desperately casting glances at the emperor, but alas, received no response. The little one felt a wave of sorrow, on the verge of shedding tears. Li Qing gently placed his hand on the little one's head, patting it softly, and inquired, What? Do you wish for me to stay for lunch? Having had breakfast, do we still need lunch? The little fellow nodded repeatedly, exclaiming that only an hour and a half remained until noon, questioning if that small amount of time was truly a concern. Li Qing jested, remarking that this was nothing more than the familiar refrain of tomorrow and tomorrow. I, Zhu Yijuan, found myself at a loss for words, my head drooping in disappointment as I wished the gentleman a smooth journey ahead. Ah, now that is more like it, Li Qing chuckled, lifting his gaze towards Zhu Hoxiong and suddenly recalling a matter. Has the compilation of the Compendium of Materia Medica been completed? Zhu Hozhong looked momentarily surprised before responding. You mean the Jiajing Compendium of Materia Medica? Several volumes have been compiled, yet we remain far from completion. The vastness of the Ming dynasty and the abundance of medical texts are not to be underestimated. It is not as swift as you might think. This differs from the Yongle Encyclopedia, which required significant resources and grand scale, as you well know. The Jiajing Compendium incurs far lesser costs and is limited to a select few from the Imperial Medical Institute, making it incomparable. Li Qing nodded slightly, inquiring, "Is the chief editor still Li Shizhen?" "Of course, changing captains midway is a grave error," came the assured reply. "That is for the best," Li Qing mused, asking, "Has the printing and publication commenced?" "Not yet. I plan to wait until this phase of compilation, calibration, and classification is entirely complete before disseminating it widely," Zhu Hozhong explained. While the Jiajing Compendium of Materia Medica may not rival the Yongle Encyclopedia, it is no ordinary work and is destined to encompass a vast array of knowledge, necessitating systematic categorization, which is currently in progress. Li Qing nodded in agreement, stating, "Then let us wait a little longer. Ultimately, it should not be left unattended." "Do I need to remind you of that?" Zhu Hozhong scoffed, suddenly looking as if he were preparing for battle, his expression a mix of surprise and anger. "Let me tell you, there is no second chance. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." The little one, feeling disheartened, became curious upon hearing this. It marked the first time in my memory that the emperor had spoken so firmly in front of Mr. Li, and rather than feeling offended, Mr. Li appeared somewhat guilty. "What is this no second chance about? Such matters are not for children to inquire." They both responded in perfect unison. The young one, glancing at the three of them, smiled wryly and said nonchalantly, "I shall take my leave. Do take care of yourselves. Until we meet again." With that, he turned and walked away. The little one stood frozen, watching Mr. Li's retreating figure until it vanished from sight, feeling a profound sense of loss as he withdrew his gaze, melancholy enveloping him. In Jinling, as August approached, the autumn air was crisp and the city remained vibrant. The two strolled down the bustling streets, savoring the unique charm of the Jiangnan water town. "Beijing is fine, but Jinling is better," Li Xueer remarked. "The water is pristine, the scenery splendid, and the cuisine delightful. While the capital has its grandeur, it exudes a solemnity that often weighs heavily on the heart. I too find Jinling more appealing," came the agreement. After wandering for a while, they arrived at the Waiwalu. The once majestic establishment had changed significantly. Gone were Zhu Hozhao and even the site of Zhu Wei. The current proprietor was a young man, the eldest grandson of Zhu Hozhao. "Time truly flows swiftly like a river," Li Qing mused to himself, feeling as though no time had passed at all, yet this tavern had already been passed down through 3 generations. The young man, unfamiliar with Li Qing, recognized Li Xueer and warmly welcomed the two into a private room not open to the public, instructing the staff to prepare the signature dishes of Weiwu Tower. The private room remained unchanged, yet its former charm had vanished, perhaps due to a change in chefs. The same dishes no longer held the same flavor. In truth, most of these recipes were derived from Li Qing. It had been some time since Zhu Hozhao had departed, yet Li Qing had yet to adapt. Previously, upon his return, he could simply visit Weiwu Tower and enjoy a lavish feast without worry, for Zhu Hozhao would announce his arrival, and everyone would be aware of it. Now, things were different. Li Qing had no choice but to take Li Xueer to the Yongqing Marca residence, hoping she could relay the news. But who was there to inform? Li Xian was already gone, and Li Hao had left long ago. Even the current Yongqing Marquis, Li Qing, was not well acquainted with. The only one left was a young child. Li Qing suddenly felt a bit sentimental. "Let's go inside. It's been a long journey. And you should rest for a couple of days," he urged her at the entrance of the Yongqing Marca residence. Li Xueer replied, "During your time treating Li Xian, most of the younger generation became aware of your matters. Staying here should not be an issue. Did you not know my circumstances back then?" Li Xueer was momentarily taken aback, falling silent. "Go rest. I am not leaving just yet." Li Qing waved his hand and turned to depart. At the entrance of the small courtyard, he paused for a moment, feeling a sense of ennui, and decided to visit a neighbor's home nearby. Knock, knock, knock. As soon as he knocked, the courtyard door swung open to reveal a child resembling Zhu Yijuan, albeit taller, holding a wooden sword. "Who are you? Are your parents home?" The little one nodded and called out, "Dad, there's a guest." Moments later, Zhu Ziyi emerged from the parlor, his face lighting up with surprise upon seeing Li Qing. Ying, come quickly. With the family so harmonious, Li Qing suddenly felt a longing to return to his small courtyard. Before he could act on that impulse, the couple approached, and Zhu Ziyi took a coin from his pocket, saying, Xiaofeng, go play outside for a while. The young boy, still innocent and unaware of adult complexities, uttered an awkward remark that left the adults embarrassed. Dad, are you going to bully Mom again? Get lost. Zhu Ziyi retorted in a mix of anger and embarrassment. The boy, slightly frightened yet maintaining his bravado, mumbled, I'll just stay by the door. I won't eavesdrop. Hey, you little rascal. Zhu Ziyi rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach his son a lesson in front of others. The boy quickly called for his mother, yet she, usually gentle and indulgent, showed no intention of intervening. Going out is fine, but Dad, you must not bully Mom. Otherwise, I'll tell my uncle. The child declared boldly before stomping off. The couple exchanged awkward glances, the tension palpable, and Li Qing felt a bit embarrassed as well. However, for the sake of the child's well-being, he gently advised, it would be wise to avoid involving the child in such matters. Perhaps we should consider moving to a larger residence. The couple, their faces flushed, nodded in agreement. In the parlor, Li Ying served tea and took a seat beside him, inquiring, Great-grandfather, have matters regarding Uncle Zhu been settled? Indeed, long since settled, Li Qing replied, setting down his teacup. The delay primarily stemmed from educating the young prince. Zhu Ziyi eagerly asked, my elder nephew is faring well, I hope? Ah, the elder nephew again. Li Qing silently mused, but replied, quite well, far superior to you brothers. Ah, that's good, that's good. Zhu Ziyi nodded awkwardly and continued, and my father, is he well? Yes. And Zion? Also well. Your father is still around. He won't encounter much difficulty. Zhu Ziyi sighed in relief, expressing, it is indeed a burden for him. Noticing her husband's sorrowful countenance, Li Ying shifted the conversation. Great-grandfather, does my father know about Uncle Zhu's burial at the Imperial Mausoleum? Of course. They have discussed it long ago, Li Qing smiled, assuring, there is nothing to worry about. It is flawlessly arranged. Mr. Li is meticulous in his endeavors. Zhu Ziyi sighed deeply. Our Zhu family owes much to Mr. Li. Li Qing merely smiled in acknowledgement. By the way, when you have a moment, could you create 2 more models? There is no need to retain the technology. They are for your father, he instructed. No rush. Just have them ready before the 12th month. Zhu Ziyi did not inquire further, merely nodding in agreement. By the way, how are the sales of the steam models? Fairly well, but only in the vicinity of Jinling, Zhu Ziyi explained. The main issue is the production rate. While the items are compact, they are intricately detailed, demanding high precision. Mass production through molds and assembly lines is infeasible. They are crafted entirely by hand, thus following a luxury market route. He paused, adding, however, this also enhances the artisan skills, contributing to advancements in steam technology. Li Qing slightly nodded, asking, what is the selling price for such a small item? Zhu Ziyi chuckled. The pricing varies significantly based on materials, craftsmanship, and the steam engine technology used in the models, starting from 1,000 taels, with the most expensive reaching 13,000 taels. While sales are limited, the profit margins per item are substantial. Li Ying interjected, for the same batch of models, there are at most a dozen or 20, with some being singular. As Xiaobao says, the rarer the item, the more expensive it becomes. The wealthy are drawn to this. She paused, continuing, however, while the prices are high, the costs of promotion are indeed considerable. We have only just begun to turn a profit. Li Qing contemplated and asked, who is in charge of this endeavor? Zhu Ziyi straightened his attire, pride evident in his demeanor. I am. You are fully responsible? Yes, more or less, Zhu Ziyi affirmed. From manufacturing and production to promotion and sales, it all falls under my purview. He paused again, adding, of course, this entire model was conceived by Xiaobao, such as the principle of quality over quantity and utilizing newspapers for promotion, which were all ideas from him. Li Qing was not surprised. If this venture can be marketed effectively, it may yield results beyond your expectations. You must take it seriously. Naturally, if your energy is insufficient, you may enlist Ying to assist you. Should you feel incapable, you can always entrust it to Xiaobao, but do not take it lightly. Li Ying expressed her astonishment. Great-grandfather, ultimately, is this merely a plaything truly of such significance? Indeed, Li Qing replied earnestly. You are familiar with shoe brocade from the Shoe Kingdom, I presume? The couple nodded, Having been raised in the privileged households of the Ming dynasty, they were well versed in classical texts and history. Xueer, puzzled, remarked. General Zhuge Liang led the Shu kingdom in numerous northern campaigns, which undoubtedly incurred immense costs. Among these, Shu brocade played a crucial role, to the extent that even high-ranking adversaries from the Wei kingdom secretly purchased it at exorbitant prices. This item cannot be worn or consumed. Thus, it cannot be compared. If it can be worn, why does it serve to signify status? Li Qing queried. Is it not merely for face and vanity? Li Yingying pondered. Does great-grandfather imply that this miniature steamship should also become a symbol of status, perhaps achieving the same effect as Shu brocade? Precisely. Li Qing nodded. It should aspire to become a hard currency, potentially functioning as a medium of exchange, allowing one to pawn it for silver at any time. Li Yingying thought her great-grandfather's idea overly fanciful, though she refrained from voicing her doubts and turned to her husband. What do you think? Difficult. Xueer replied straightforwardly. At the end of the day, it is merely a lump of iron. What Mr. Li proposes is nearly impossible. After a pause, he continued, Sir, I do not comprehend the significance of such an endeavor. The Ming dynasty requires financial instruments, and this could serve as one of them, Li Qing explained. As capital continues to grow and expand, a significant portion of wealth will inevitably concentrate within a select few, thereby impacting the populace. The Ming needs a means to manage this wealth. Is this what you refer to as finance? Xueer inquired. Indeed, Li Qing affirmed. This is a phenomenon that emerges once capital reaches a certain stage. Rather than passively responding to it, we should actively embrace it. Li Yingying questioned. Did great-grandfather not state that true wealth lies in material abundance? Will this endeavor truly invigorate commerce and enrich the material wealth of the Ming? Not directly, however. It can utilize the wealth acquired to subsequently enhance material riches, Li Qing replied. Xueer, still perplexed, stated, I remain unconvinced. Sir, do you not find this somewhat contradictory? Setting aside the feasibility of achieving it, even if the model steamship could be exchanged for silver as you suggest, that currency must still be redeemed. In that case, how can one discuss amassing wealth? Xueer frowned. This is akin to borrowing money, incurring debt. You are correct, Li Qing nodded. It seems your years of focus have not solely been on technology. You have also gained some understanding of economics. Hehe. I have been influenced by Uncle Xiaobao and have learned a bit more. Xueer modestly smiled before continuing. Could you elaborate further, sir? It is not difficult to explain. It is akin to promoting silver notes overseas, Li Qing replied. Both are methods to amplify and expand debt. Xueer contemplated this and inquired, why must debt be increased? Money must eventually be repaid. One cannot simply evade repayment, can they? Of course, one must repay, yet one can also gain time, space, and profit margins, Li Qing remarked. The Ming dynasty has reached its current developmental apex, making it exceedingly challenging to replicate the rapid growth of yore. The expansion of this pie is no longer swift. We must focus on the distribution of existing resources, as sustainable increments are elusive, necessitating a strategic emphasis on the existing stock. Xueer pondered. Robbing the rich to aid the poor? This interpretation is not without merit. However, achieving such a feat is daunting. With a wry smile, Xueer continued. Despite our eloquent discourse, it cannot alter the fact that it remains an iron lump. Is gold and silver not also a form of such iron lumps? Xueer sighed in resignation. Sir, your argument seems somewhat fallacious. These are fundamentally different concepts. Suddenly, Li Yingying interjected. At last, I comprehend. What have you understood? Xueer's heart quickened, feeling a twinge of apprehension, as if he were the only fool present. Li Yingying elucidated. When wealth becomes concentrated, it ceases to circulate. If money does not circulate, commerce and industry will inevitably collapse. Thus, we must avert such a scenario. Xueer breathed a sigh of relief. Yingying, you have yet to grasp the crux of my concern. My anxiety lies in how to persuade the wealthy gentry to willingly part with the hard-earned money they have amassed. Actually, it is not difficult. Simply allow them to profit, she replied. Really? Xueer's eyes widened in disbelief, stammering, surely you jest. The majority of wealth is already in the hands of the gentry, and allowing them to profit further will only exacerbate the situation. It can be either money or iron lumps, Li Yingying countered. The distinction is not determined by the gentry. Xueer turned to Li Qing, bewildered. Sir, is this true? Indeed, Li Qing affirmed. After a lengthy pause, Zhu Zai still could not grasp the concept. Feeling frustrated, I truly cannot comprehend this. Perhaps it is best for me to refrain from involvement and leave it to Xiaobao. It matters not if you do not understand, my husband. Your sole task is to produce this commodity, which is simple for you yet complex for us. Conversely, what is difficult for you is relatively easier for us. Li Yingying stated. The Li family possesses vast enterprises, and the scope is extensive. Although Xiaobao is exceptionally talented in commerce, it is challenging for him to manage everything. You shall oversee production, while I will handle marketing. United in purpose as husband and wife, we can indeed succeed. Zhu Zui appeared conflicted and turned to Li Qing. Sir, do you believe we can accomplish this as a couple? Certainly, Li Qing replied with a smile. As Yingying has said, your perceived difficulties are merely that, perceptions. Very well. But Yingying is, after all, a woman, and I am merely a son-in-law of the Li family, not a true member, Zhu Zui remarked. Contributing our efforts is one thing, but we must not partake too abundantly. Otherwise, Xiaobao may be indifferent, yet many members of the Li family would certainly be displeased. Li Yingying concurred, saying, while grandfather is still with us, it is prudent to address these matters in advance to avoid internal strife. Are you suggesting I reveal secrets in front of the younger generation of the Li family? Not all of them, only the males. For the females will marry out and not partake in the Li family's enterprises. Li Yingying acknowledged grandfather's concerns, adding, in truth, I believe it is beneficial for them to know. How so? Li Yingying fell silent for a moment, then sighed, in truth. The Li family is no longer in its youth. With the rapid accumulation of wealth and the flourishing of our lineage, this grand tree has attracted many pests. Indeed, the head of the family speaks with great authority, yet not every matter can be resolved with a single pronouncement. Many significant decisions must consider the sentiments of our brothers, uncles, and nephews. Zhu Zai concurred. That is indeed the case. Young Bao possesses both capability and cunning, yet he is still young, surrounded by many elders who cling to their authority. Moreover, Mr. Li, you are well aware that even the emperor cannot act solely according to his whims. It is challenging enough to win the hearts of the officials, let alone the entire realm. Li Yingying earnestly remarked, Great-grandfather, the Li family requires your venerable presence to maintain order, and young Bao needs you to solidify his voice. Li Qing self-deprecatingly replied, Indeed. A single monk carries water for sustenance. 2 monks share the load, but with 3, the water runs dry. The more prosperous we become, the more issues arise. This holds true for everyone, as well as for our small household. Li Qing had long been psychologically prepared for such circumstances. He understood that the Li family would inevitably transition from beneficial to detrimental, a transformation that would not be altered by the will of the family head. Thus, he had devised a plan for the day when such transitions would occur, intending to dismantle the Li family's vast capital. However, the speed at which the family deteriorated had exceeded his expectations. Is young Bao at home? He is currently in Songjiang Prefecture, Li Yingying responded. But he should be returning soon. With a gentle sigh, Li Qing nodded, very well. When he returns, have him prepare for a gathering and choose a suitable date. Understood. Li Yingying reassured him, Great-grandfather, the direct descendants of the Li family still hold true integrity. No need for comfort. I have long anticipated this day. It is merely the suddenness of its arrival that is somewhat surprising, but it is of no consequence. Li Qing waved his hand dismissively and rose to leave. While the young one is away, you should take this opportunity to act swiftly. I shall not intrude further. There's no need to see me off. The couple, intending to escort him, hesitated momentarily. Li Yingying's face flushed bright red, akin to a monkey's rear, while Zhu Zai was not much better off. In the time they took to delay, Li Qing had already exited through the door. Zhu Zai exhaled a sigh and remarked, Yingying, what do you see? What do you mean? What do I see? Li Yingying retorted, flustered and annoyed. You spend all day thinking about irrelevant matters. You truly have no shame. I was referring to what Mr. Li mentioned. Where did your mind wander? Zhu Zai replied, exasperated. Is it not you who thinks inappropriately? Is my wandering of thought not inspired by your own? Li Yingying shot back, her embarrassment transforming into anger. The small courtyard remained as pristine and tidy as ever, ready for immediate occupancy without the need for cleaning. Li Qing settled into a reclining chair, lying back and lost in thought. He was not a deity. He was a man, subject to emotions. Hearing of the Li family's current state, how could he not feel a stir of emotional turmoil? Chapter 171. The conclusion of the promotion of heart studies on a crisp autumn morning. Li Qing strolled leisurely into the Guozijian, a folding fan in hand, reminiscent of the former Li Jinglong, eliciting curious glances. Although Li Qing was not a student of the Guozijian, he carried himself with such naturalness that no one questioned his presence, though many deemed him rather ostentatious. Yet it was merely a semblance of beauty. Unfazed by the envious glances surrounding her, Li Qing fanned herself gently with a landscape-painted folding fan, her long hair swaying slightly, enhancing her graceful demeanor. After walking for a while, she suddenly spotted a familiar silhouette ahead. With a swift motion, she closed her fan and lightly tapped the person's shoulder. The young man turned, initially bewildered, then astonished, and finally horrified. Seeing his reaction, Li Qing became convinced that she had indeed encountered him before. "Who are you?" she inquired. I am Lao Lu." "No, I am Xiao Lu," he stammered, his face pale, filled with trepidation. Li Qing still could not quite recall, prompting her to ask, "Do you know me?" "Yes, I know you," the youth replied awkwardly. "The events at Qinhuai River made me acutely aware of my errors." At last, Li Qing had a glimmer of recognition. "Are you also a candidate for the examination?" Yes," the young man replied, uncertain of the sentiments of this venerable ancestor. With a sense of misfortune that should not fall solely upon him, he added, "There are others in my family who are also candidates." As if fearing that Li Qing might doubt him, he immediately called over another young man who was conversing nearby. "Eighth brother, come here for a moment." "What's the matter, sixth brother?" Eighth brother turned, and upon seeing Li Qing, his face turned a ghastly shade of green. "You've doomed me, sixth brother." Despite his inner turmoil, he dared not utter a word of rejection, not out of fear of sixth brother, but rather out of dread of the legendary Li family ancestor. The events at Qinhuai River were still vividly etched in his memory. "Follow me," Li Qing said, stepping aside first. "Yes." The two brothers exchanged glances, feeling the weight of their misfortune, and dejectedly trailed behind her. In a secluded spot, Li Qing turned around and halted, while the two brothers stopped a good distance away, their legs trembling, too intimidated to advance another step, yet lacking the courage to flee. "How many candidates does the Li family have?" The brothers exchanged a hesitant glance. "You speak," eighth brother, sixth brother urged. "Didn't you hear the esteemed one is asking you?" Eighth brother, feeling the pressure of his bond with sixth brother, dared not express his discontent, and quietly asked, "Are you inquiring about the entire Li family or just the Yongqing Marquis residents?" "How many in total?" "There are over a dozen, at least," eighth brother replied sheepishly. "The Li family is quite prosperous. This is merely a natural occurrence. Of course, whether it is indeed natural is something only you can decide." Upon hearing the phrase natural occurrence, sixth brother noticed the ancestral figure's expression darkening immediately and hastily remarked, "If you find this unsatisfactory, we shall return home at once." Li Qing glanced at the two brothers without expressing an opinion, then inquired, "Is Zhao Mingjing giving lectures here today?" "Yes, indeed. We came here specifically for the study of the heart," they replied eagerly. "Very well, it is of no concern now." Li Qing waved her hand, signaling them to return to their own affairs. The brothers could hardly believe their ears. Were they truly being let go just like that? What were they still doing standing there? Yes, we take our leave." They bowed respectfully and hurried away. Li Qing once more unfurled his folding fan, gently fanning himself. It was undoubtedly a cool morning, yet he felt an unsettling heat within. After about a quarter of an hour, he spotted Zhao Jingji approaching from a distance, and soon the gathered students began to congregate in one place. With keen ears and sharp eyes, Li Qing did not need to move closer. Just as he had observed Zhu Yijuan in Lianjiatun, he leaned against the wall, contentedly watching the scene unfold. This time, there were no officials from the 6 ministries accompanying Zhao, not even the Grand Scholar of the Imperial Academy. He was alone, after all. People are quite busy and cannot always extend their courtesy. It was evident that over this period, Zhao Jingji had garnered significant prestige. The students were quiet and orderly, engaged in a respectful hierarchy, with no one making a sound. Another quarter of an hour passed before Zhao Jingji picked up the microphone and began his lecture. Today's topic was the doctrine of the mean from the Book of Rites. Zhao Jingji set the tone for this teaching. Upon hearing this, the students could not help but display expressions of disappointment. After such a long wait, they did not hear the Wang school they had hoped for, naturally feeling regretful. Zhao Jingji smiled slightly and remarked, "As the Zen saying goes, all streams return to the source, all laws converge to one, all ancestors return to their roots, and all people unite in heart." The study of the heart can encompass Confucianism, rationalism, and Zen alike. The teachings of Confucius and Mencius can also be seen as studies of the heart and rationalism. Today, when I speak of the doctrine of the mean, it is also to discuss the study of the heart. Hearing this, the students' disappointment faded, and their enthusiasm was rekindled as they looked toward Zhao Jingji. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Jingji entered his teaching mode. The doctrine of the mean states, to be sincere in one's intentions is to avoid self-deception. Just as one abhors foul smells and desires beauty, this is called humility. The meaning of this passage is clear to all of you, and it is not necessary for me to elaborate. In truth, the concept of unity of knowledge and action is not dissimilar to this excerpt from the doctrine of the mean. As Mencius said, food and sex are inherent to our nature, which follows the same principle. I have already covered many theories of the study of the heart, and you all possess a general understanding. Yet, many of you still genuinely ponder. Do you believe you truly comprehend the Wang school? Among the crowd, a hand was raised. Zhao Jingji casually selected one to respond. Teacher Zhao, the Wang school is indeed alluring, yet it also confounds. At times, I feel I understand, while at other moments, I do not. Sometimes I believe I can achieve it, and at other times, I feel it is beyond my grasp. I am lost and struggle to gain clarity. I earnestly ask, can you enlighten us, Teacher Zhao? Can the study of the heart truly be mastered? Can we become like Master Yangming? This question was incisive and rather challenging. Yet it echoed the sentiments of many students. They had already sensed the allure of the study of the heart, yet it remained elusive. Akin to the moon reflected in water or flowers in a mirror, difficult to grasp. Zhao Jingji did not shy away from the question. After pondering for a long time, he answered directly. If by mastering the study of the heart you mean learning the heart-mind philosophy of Yangming, then you, including myself, will never be able to achieve that. A gasp rippled through the crowd, and shock filled the air. The chosen student, unwilling to accept this, protested. Why not? Because Master Yangming has long since passed. We cannot become Wang Yangming. Zhao Jingji responded with unwavering conviction, then continued. My assertion does not serve to exalt Master Yangming, nor to belittle myself. Rather, it emphasizes the truth that we can only be ourselves, not others. Not to mention Wang Yangming. Even the likes of Confucius and Mencius, revered sages of unparalleled stature, are no different. Confucius held Laozi in high esteem, yet did he become Laozi? He did not. Mencius, a disciple of Confucius, did he become Confucius? Again, he did not. Zhao Jingji remarked, good people, evil people, and sages ultimately converge upon the essence of humanity. Each individual is distinct, yet we all share our humanity. We can choose to be good or evil, and likewise, we can aspire to be sages, yet no two sages are identical. Yangming is Yangming, I am I, and you are you. Zhao Jingji's gaze was calm, exuding an aura of unparalleled independence. However, the students felt their resolve shatter. One student, visibly distressed, exclaimed, what, then, is the unity of knowledge and action? How can one achieve this unity? Li Qing observed Zhao Jingji with keen interest. Zhao Jingji sighed, seemingly troubled by the deviation in his lecture, yet perhaps accustomed to such circumstances. After a lengthy pause, he articulated, as stated in the doctrine of the mean, one abhors foul odors and cherishes pleasant scents, leading to corresponding actions. Upon detecting a foul smell, one instinctively covers their mouth and nose. This is the unity of knowledge and action. If you are ill and cannot perceive the odor, you will not cover your mouth and nose, which signifies a disconnect between knowledge and action. Without awareness of the stench, one cannot recognize its foulness, and thus cannot act accordingly. Zhao Jingji's elucidation was both compelling and disheartening, leaving the students in contemplative silence. After a considerable time, one student inquired, at the outset of your lecture, you stated that no one exists who knows yet does not act. Today, we have come to truly understand this. May I pose a question to you, esteemed teacher? Please, speak. Since there exists no one who knows yet does not act, and since everyone is engaged in this unity of knowledge and action, why then must we study the heart? This question was indeed well put. Zhao Jingji sighed, expressing his appreciation. Originally, I intended to address this matter towards the conclusion of my lecture, but since the question has been raised, it signifies that my discourse is nearing its end. Taking a deep breath, he continued, the Tao Te Ching states, the Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The Tao is ineffable. What is the Tao? One is the Tao, two is the Tao that can be expressed, yet is neither one nor two. The Buddha speaks of the absence of self, the absence of others, the absence of sentient beings, and the absence of the aged. It advocates the dismantling of all notions of sentient beings. Without understanding the nature of sentient beings, how can one dismantle such notions? Knowledge and action are the essence of heart studies. There exists nothing outside the heart. And the cultivation of innate knowledge is also part of heart studies. But what, then, is the heart within heart studies? This requires our own exploration. Zhao Xingji lamented, just as Taoism cannot articulate what the Tao truly is, Buddhism cannot describe the form of the Tathagata. Yet, does this imply that nothing is conveyed? Not at all. For instance, Taoism's assertion that the Tao is ineffable serves as a form of guidance. For instance, the Taoist philosophy posits that 1 can embody the Tao, 2 can embody the Tao, 3 can embody the Tao, and all things can embody the Tao. This serves as a form of guidance. Similarly, Buddhism asserts that to perceive the myriad forms as devoid of essence is to behold the Tathagata. Does this not also represent a form of guidance? What is the Tao, and what is the Tathagata? Neither the Taoist nor Buddhist traditions can explicitly convey these truths, yet they offer us a pathway to enlightenment. However, it is essential for us to embark on the journey of understanding the Tao and witnessing the Tathagata on our own. Zhao Xingji proclaimed with fervor, fellow students, what is the purpose of studying? This question was rather pointed, and no one dared to respond. Zhao Xingji, not wishing to press them, provided his own answer. It is for the pursuit of wisdom, for achieving scholarly distinction, for bringing honor to one's family, for attaining high office and wealth, for loyalty to one's sovereign and service to one's country, and for the well-being of all humanity. But does studying equate to wisdom, to scholarly distinction, to familial honor? Zhao Xingji continued, if you do not engage with the Tao, how can you attain it? If you do not perceive the myriad forms as devoid of essence, how can you behold the Tathagata? Moreover, the Tao remains ineffable. Laozi articulated this because he had attained and comprehended the Tao. We speak thus only because we have yet to reach that understanding. When Laozi expresses this, does it imply that we, in echoing him, occupy the same realm? Let us also consider the concept of the unity of knowledge and action. Fellow students, do you genuinely believe that your understanding of this unity is on par with Wang Yangming's? Zhao Xingji exhaled softly, allowing himself a moment of pride, and remarked, we may all behold the same mountain. You see the mountain, I see the mountain, yet do we truly perceive the same mountain? There has yet to be a single individual who possesses knowledge without action. What, then, is the purpose of studying the philosophy of the heart? The Tao is ineffable. What insight can we hope to gain? Studying does not automatically lead to scholarly distinction. What, then, is the purpose of our studies? Zhao Xingji sighed gently, then raised his voice in inquiry. Is this correct, students? A flush of embarrassment spread across the faces of the students, and this time, none dared to challenge him. Zhao Xingji breathed a sigh of relief, his tone softening once again. To study without contemplation is futile. To contemplate without studying is perilous. Why must we separate knowledge and action when they are inherently one? It is precisely to prompt those who study without thought to engage in contemplation, and those who contemplate without study to pursue knowledge. Students, Zhao Xingji suddenly raised his voice. The gathered students instinctively looked up at him. Do not deify Wang Yangming. He is Wang Yangming, and you are you. We are not studying Wang Yangming. I am merely studying the philosophy of the heart. He continued, moreover, do not overly idolize the philosophy of the heart. While we are learning this, we are also engaging with Confucianism, the teachings of Qing and Zhu, and Zen Buddhism. The students were taken aback. The philosophy of the heart is not a groundbreaking doctrine. It is not even a truly innovative theory. Zhao Xingji solemnly asserted, the philosophy of the heart was not created by Mr. Yang Ming. It was merely discovered by him. Fellow students, have you noticed the remarkable parallels between Taoist cultivation, the Buddhist understanding of formlessness, the philosophy of the heart, and the principles of knowledge in the study of things? In essence, they are one and the same. Cultivation is a path, as is the breaking of illusions. The attainment of innate knowledge is yet another path. And the investigation of things to attain knowledge is also a path. This journey can indeed be referred to as the road of life. Our life's journey is one that we must traverse ourselves. Not even the sages can walk it for us. They may offer guidance, but the ways to engage with these teachings are manifold. I believe that in the future, there will be an increasing number of extraordinary individuals providing diverse paths for humanity to choose from. Perhaps among them, you will find yourselves. Zhao Jingji took a deep breath and, with a smile, declared, "Thus concludes our discourse on the study of the heart. If you wish to continue learning this subject, it is time to practice in your endeavors." Having spoken, he performed a deep bow and added, "I kindly request that you share today's teachings with your fellow students." The students promptly returned the gesture, nodding in silent agreement. After a moment, Zhao Jingji straightened and said, "I am not a sage, but I do have some insights on life to impart to you. There is not merely one path. If the study of the heart does not resonate with you, fret not, for you may pursue the study of principles instead. Different paths exist, and there is no hierarchy among them. Choose what suits you best." In years past, Wang Yangming, having failed his imperial examination, remarked, "While the world may see failure to succeed as a disgrace, I consider it a disgrace to be disheartened by failure. As your teacher, I wish to convey that you should not feel ashamed for struggling with the study of the heart. Rather, it is the regret of not striving to understand it that should invoke shame." Zhao Jingji exhaled deeply, feeling invigorated, and laughed heartily. "Cannot comprehend the study of the heart? Then do not pursue it. Do not lament the loss of a treasure. It is merely that the key to the study of the heart cannot unlock the treasures of your life. You are welcome to try a different key." With that, he dusted off his robe and descended the platform, departing gracefully. From the outset, Zhao Jingji understood his purpose. To promote the study of the heart was never simply about promotion, but rather an endeavor to liberate the minds of the students. As time progressed and thoughts opened up, the day would come when the remarkable effect of the 6 classics interpreting me would be realized. Thus, the currently distorted teachings of Confucius and Mencius would inevitably be shattered and subsequently reformed. Yet, is this truly devoid of harm? During this time, what events will transpire? And what repercussions will arise? Outside the Imperial Academy, Zhao Jingji gazed skyward, pondering deeply, yet finding no answers. One must not be overly greedy. Even the medicine for illness contains its share of toxicity. In any reform to eliminate the old and establish the new, one cannot expect to reap only benefits. We must weigh the greater good against the lesser harm, and not allow fear of danger to hinder our progress. Zhao Jingji was startled to turn back, where he found Li Qing, holding a folding fan and smiling like a celestial being. "Mr. Li, when did you return?" Zhao inquired. "This is not a place for conversation. If you are not in a hurry, shall we have a chat at my home?" Li Qing replied with a smile. For reasons unknown, Zhao Jingji's melancholy dissipated entirely, and he suddenly felt that the situation was not as dire as he had imagined. Exhaling his gloom, he smiled and bowed, saying, "I dare not impose upon your goodwill. Old 6, you must admit, today's lecture by Master Zhao was indeed extraordinary. I find it particularly insightful," remarked the 8th brother, with a look of profound reflection. "Little 8, do you still have the mind to ponder this?" Old 6 lamented. "Have you not noticed that this esteemed figure intends to stir things up?" The 8th brother exclaimed in shock, then added, "Surely you are overthinking it? You, with the intellect of a swine," 6th brother lamented in frustration. "When faced with even the slightest displeasure along the Qinhuai River, you cast us all into the water without a second thought. Today, as you articulate the common sentiments of humanity, it is evident that this deity is truly enraged. Initially, in a moment of levity, he had us served dumplings. This time, however, his fury is palpable, yet he has not even raised a hand against us. Is this reasonable? You might argue that it is indeed unreasonable. Could it be that, being at the Imperial Academy, he fears the repercussions of his actions?" 6th brother, in exasperation, retorted, "You refuse to accept the truth of your foolishness. In the past, he served dumplings to numerous wealthy heirs without hesitation. Today, it is just the 2 of us brothers, and we were in a secluded spot. The perfect venue for a beating. Besides, if he had truly struck us, would we dare to cry out? Do not even think about it." 6th brother could no longer contain his frustration and struck out, exclaiming, "This is clearly leading to a significant incident. Let us hasten home. You, old 6th, were first ridiculed and then struck, and in anger, you declared, 'If you do not amend your habit of striking me at whim, I shall truly retaliate next time.' Oh, wait for me." At the Yongqing Marquis's residence, in the great hall of the front courtyard, 4 elderly gentlemen occupied 2 rows of chairs, while in the corridor between them stood 6th and 8th brothers, standing stiffly, not daring to lift their heads. The Northern Hall Master, seated among them, was a man of wisdom, the current Marquis of Yongqing, Li Mao. Li Mao's expression was grim as he cast a fierce glare at sixth and eighth brothers, then turned to the elderly gentleman seated at either side and spoke gently. Third uncle, fifth uncle, ninth uncle, 11th uncle, it is neither a festive occasion nor a holiday. Why have you all gathered here as if for a council? The eldest, third uncle, responded nonchalantly. Not just us. Your sixth and seventh uncles are on their way as well, and your 10th uncle, though he is away, has also been informed. Li Mao, taken aback, inquired, what has transpired? Fifth uncle replied, head of the family, we are all aware of the situation. How could you not be? We are family, and this air of secrecy is quite unbecoming. Upon witnessing the tense atmosphere, sixth brother instinctively distanced himself from eighth brother, adopting a demeanor of detachment. This provoked eighth brother's ire, and heedless of the consequences, he blurted out, Father, I had no intention of making a fuss. It was all old sixth's nonsense. I had no desire to share this. It was old sixth who insisted I speak to third grandfather, claiming that many hands make light work. At that, sixth brother's scalp prickled, and he vehemently retorted, What are you babbling about? Have you lost your mind? I am only driven mad by your provocations, father. I speak the truth. It was all old sixth's instigation. Eighth brother declared indignantly, I am merely a pawn, while he is the mastermind. Li Mao felt a surge of anger rising within him, but he had no time to vent his frustration. Soothing his several uncles was of utmost priority. However, before he could utter a word, his uncles began to capitalize on the situation, their words laced with sarcasm. Oh, the elder brother has only been gone for a short while, and we are already regarded as outsiders. How could it be otherwise? The title belongs to the first branch. Along with its primary industries and wealth, we must seek their favor even for a mere sip of soup. Indeed, in a few years, when we old fellows are gone, our descendants may not even have a drop of broth to drink. I must say, dear nephew, your manner of eating is quite unbecoming, is it not? Chapter 173. Hurry and invite the ancestor of the Li family. Why does it appear so unbecoming? Li Xueer entered slowly, her demeanor cold and indifferent. The elderly gentleman, who had just been mocking, instantly fell silent, hastily rising to pay their respects as juniors, awkwardly inquiring, When did you return, aunt? Typically, women of this era do not partake in family decisions. However, Li Xueer is an exception. Firstly, she is unmarried and without children. Secondly, the technological enterprise she established has already made remarkable strides, contributing a substantial 30% to the family's annual revenue, which continues to grow and has ample room for further expansion. While 30% may seem modest, given the multitude of industries within the Li family, such a proportion from a single sector signifies a dominant leading industry. The prosperity of the Li family benefits them all, and in the presence of such a prominent contributor, how could they still presume superiority based on age? Moreover, they are the elders of the current family head, while Li Xueer is, in fact, their senior. Having grown up in the Yongqing marquisate, they have long been acquainted with their aunt's formidable nature, and even in adulthood, they bear psychological scars from their childhood experiences with her. Is aunt's health still well? One of them jested, Surely, she can live for a couple more years. Li Xueer replied indifferently, You speak of Xiao Mao's ungraceful manner. How is it ungraceful? What have you lost in terms of sustenance or clothing? The four exchanged awkward glances, their expressions uncomfortable. Third nephew, you speak, she urged. Yes. The eldest elder inhaled deeply and continued. The rumors are indeed astonishing, and as your nephew, I find them hard to believe. Even if they are true, the current prosperity of the Li family is largely due to our father's efforts. Indeed, aunt, we all understand how the Li family attained wealth and became the richest in the Ming dynasty. We remember when our father was still young, and that was sufficient. Li Xueer retorted, How dare you mention my elder brother? If he were to know of your behavior today, you would not even have been born. Such words from their aunt were truly disheartening. The fifth nephew murmured, You are our elder, and it is customary for juniors not to retort against the reprimands of elders. However, we also bear the Li surname, and we are your nephews. Yet you show your affection to your nephew in a mere measure, while your elder brother receives the lion's share, and we, too, are your elder brother's flesh and blood. Indeed, aunt, you cannot treat us this way. Li Xueer replied, You claim I am biased? I confess I am. Yet, my favoritism is not solely about affection. It is also about responsibility. Your elder brother, in his youth, followed your grandfather into the naval service, enduring countless hardships for years. When he returned, he was already aged. And what about you? You have reaped the benefits of your elder brother's toil, clad in fine garments and feasting on delicacies, marrying beautiful wives and taking concubines, all while reflecting on your conscience. Since the time you were capable of remembrance, when have you ever concerned yourselves with family matters? When have you endured even the slightest hardship? Now, you are grandfathers, even great-grandfathers. Your sons and grandsons still live in luxury. Which of the younger generation has not celebrated lavish weddings? Which of them has experienced suffering? What contributions have you made? Ah, you do have contributions. Your contribution lies in spending the wealth earned by the Li family, which, in its own right, invigorates the economy of the Ming dynasty. Li Xueer let out a gentle sigh and remarked, I am aware that I have aged. I cannot govern your actions, nor will you heed my words. Who would concern themselves with an old fellow with but a few years left to live? But have you truly suffered a loss? The several nephews fell silent for a moment, and one spoke up. Yet, aunt, who wishes to be deemed a failure? Who does not aspire to achieve something significant? We simply lack the opportunity. Have I not afforded you opportunities? Li Xueer laughed. When we divided the family assets in our early years, did any of you not possess a workshop? The chances were given to you, yet you proved inept. In the end, did you not plead with your elder brother to repurchase at the original price? Another nephew, feeling discontented, retorted, that was due to the insufficient scale of production. If you cannot manage a small workshop, how do you expect to run a larger one? Li Xueer replied coldly, it has been decades of accumulated dividends from our enterprises. Was that not enough for you to undertake grand endeavors? Yet, without exception, you squandered it all. Your abilities exist solely within the realm of your imagination. The nephews felt a sense of indignation, yet they could not articulate a rebuttal. After a while, the third nephew sighed and said, Aunt, you speak the truth. But your words are not entirely fair. It is not that we desire this fate. Rather, we have not received the necessary training. If resources were allocated to us, we might not fare poorly. Li Xueer, weary, responded, I concede that there may be some truth to that. Yet, such is the nature of the world. In which prominent family is the legacy not passed to the legitimate son, the eldest? You still aspire to inherit the title of Yongqing Marquis. But will the court permit it? Will they acquiesce? The four elder nephews, left speechless by her words, had no choice but to refrain from further argument. Aunt, you misunderstand. We were merely jesting with our eldest cousin. After all these years, if we were dissatisfied, we would have expressed it long ago. We have always been content. Such is life, and we have accepted it. They continued, this conversation is straying from its original path. We came primarily for that individual. Which individual? Li Xueer inquired. That individual, the one you are aware of, they replied. Li Xueer chuckled in exasperation. Indeed, a great kindness feels like a deep grievance. How can you find such joy in this? Aunt, we are indeed family. The youngest nephew, the 11th, reminded her. What ulterior motives could we possibly have? We seek only the prosperity of the Li family. The other three promptly echoed. Indeed, we are here to support our eldest cousin and bolster his standing. Li Mao felt no gratitude. It was not that he lacked filial piety, but rather that as the head of the family, he was increasingly powerless. Though his son was exceptionally capable, it would naturally be beneficial to remove some obstacles for him. The legendary ancestor, should he take action, would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. As for the potential reclamation of family assets, Li Mao was untroubled. He understood well how much the ancestor cherished and valued his son, and his son had repeatedly asserted that the ancestor would not reclaim anything. My esteemed uncles, I believe there must be some misunderstanding. Li Mao cleared his throat and sought to mediate. The Li family enjoys its present standing due in no small part to the monumental contributions of our grandfather. However, without the solid foundation laid by our great-grandfather and great-grandmother, our grandfather could not have led the Li family to such heights. It was our great-grandfather who inherited the title of Yongqing Marquis, and our great-grandmother who sustained the Yongqing business, thus enabling our current circumstances. As the saying goes, one must not forget the source of the water they drink. What do you all think? As the head of the family, Li Mao welcomed the involvement of the living ancestor in the affairs of the Li clan, even desiring it fervently. The reason was simple. The ancestor's intervention would lend substantial credibility to the Li family's primary lineage, significantly enhancing the authority of the family head. The fervor with which members of a large family pursue influence is comparable to the passion for power seen among rulers and their ministers. particularly in a colossal family like the Li clan. Originally, this was a cause for celebration, with the living ancestor playing the role of the stern figure. He could adopt the role of the benevolent overseer, effortlessly maintaining both face and substance. However, two foolish individuals had to complicate matters, resulting in the loss of both substance and face for Li Mao. Frustrated, he wished he had put a stop to their antics from the beginning, contemplating how to make these two young fools suffer for their misdeeds. "Eldest nephew, my words may be harsh, but bear with them," said he, transitioning from the role of the fifth nephew to that of the elder. "I do not mean to offend, but your actions resemble a dog biting Lu Dongbin, failing to recognize a benefactor's goodwill." Though the fifth's words were somewhat crude, they held a kernel of truth. The third uncle chimed in. "We are not here to dispute inheritance. Our purpose is to safeguard it, to prevent others from reaping the benefits of our labor." The ninth uncle stroked his beard and remarked with an air of fairness, "One must not forget the well-digger when drinking water. This sentiment holds true. This gratitude is something you, eldest nephew, must not forget, nor can we old fellows afford to forget it, nor can anyone else. However, let us be clear. Today's Li family is the result of the collective efforts of numerous Li family members." The 11th uncle added, "It is only natural to repay kindness, and we should certainly do so, but if it means sacrificing the entire Li family, we, at our age, have little to lose. Let the younger generation endure some hardship, it matters not. We do this not for ourselves, nor for our descendants, but for our grandfather, our grandmother, and our father. Yes, this is for our father, the foundation laid by our ancestors." Li Xueer trembled with rage, exclaiming, "How dare you mention my father and mother? If my elder brother were still alive, he would surely flay you alive." "Who would be flayed?" Just then, two elderly men entered, the sixth and seventh sons of Li Hao. "Ah, aunt has returned. How have you been, dear aunt?" The two little old fellows offered their respects, greeting their aunt with deference. Li Xueer sighed despondently, ignoring her newly arrived nephews as she strode out. As an elder who had created immense wealth for the Li family, she commanded great respect from the younger generation, even from these elder gentlemen, who dared not challenge her authority. If she were merely reprimanding the younger generation, they would have accepted her scolding without protest, even enduring a whipping if necessary. However, when it came to core interests, her words held less sway. Though her nephews would not argue back, they also would not obediently comply. Once she departed, Li Mao felt an even greater weight upon his shoulders, facing 6 elders alone. Even he, as the head of the Li family and the current Duke Qing, found it somewhat overwhelming. "Oh, grandfather, you have truly burdened your grandson," Li Mao silently lamented, feeling the pressure mount. In that moment, he longed to shout to his departing aunt, "Quickly summon the elder of the Li family." Unbeknownst to them, the esteemed lady had gone to summon the venerable ancestor of the Li family to the small courtyard beneath the fruit trees. Li Qing and Zhao Zhenji sat facing each other, a few dishes and a pot of wine adorning the stone table, as they engaged in lively conversation. In chapter 174, titled "Life and Death Rest in My Hands," their wine cups clinked once more, and they drank to their heart's content, both feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. This lecture series had exceeded Li Qing's expectations in terms of success. He sincerely reflected on the arduous journey of teaching that had spanned such a long time. "Well, it was manageable," Zhao Zhenji replied modestly. "In truth, whether or not I participated in this lecture, the outcome would not have diverged significantly. The esteemed Wang Yangming had already expounded upon the principles of the mind, receiving an excellent response. My role now is merely to embellish what has already been established." "That is quite different," Li Qing interjected. "Previously, the study of the mind was expressly forbidden. Now, the significance is markedly different. Furthermore, you represent the court and the emperor. Your lectures take place at the Guozijian, addressing the students there. This is something that Xiao Yun cannot compare to." Zhao Zhenji chuckled dryly. "Your Excellency, your praise truly humbles me." Li Qing fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "What are your plans moving forward?" "My plans are simple. Once my contributions are fulfilled, I shall retire." Zhao Zhenji responded with a light sigh. After a pause, he smiled wryly. "I have never sought power. In our great Ming dynasty, there are ample talents. The court does not lack for my presence, so please do not urge me otherwise. Indeed, while the Ming dynasty boasts an abundance of talent, more is always welcome," Li Qing remarked. However, Zhao Zhenji shook his head. "At my age, I can no longer rush into the fray. Entering the core of power now would yield me little accomplishment. To be candid, despite my titles and positions, my role as an official is merely nominal. Alas, this is the first time I have genuinely served the nation. At 60, one grows stronger still, but you are not yet 60, are you, Ming? I am 59. And with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I shall soon reach 60, Zhao Xinji replied earnestly. I am no longer young, and time has become a luxury I cannot afford. It is far wiser to leave opportunities for the youth. He paused. For instance, Zhang Jujing possesses remarkable talent and is nearly 2 decades my junior. He is indeed in the prime of his life. Zhao Xinji continued to ponder. Since Gao Suqing took on the role of the cabinet's second-in-command, while concurrently serving as the Minister of Personnel, it is evident that the future cabinet will entirely subsume the 6 ministries. It is foreseeable that the Prime Minister will evolve into a true chancellor, with the 6 ministries merely becoming adjuncts of the cabinet. I would prefer not to partake in such tumult. Li Qing felt a twinge of regret, but did not press the matter further. When do you plan to depart? That is not for me to decide. Zhao Xinji replied with a soft laugh. It depends solely on when the emperor grants his approval for my resignation. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Xinji added, if I may be so bold, I would like to request your excellency to endorse my resignation letter with your name. Would that be acceptable? Li Qing grimaced, but nodded in agreement. Then, thank you, your excellency. It is a small matter. Let us drink, Li Qing said. Indeed, let us drink, Zhao Xinji responded. As they enjoyed their libations, a sudden knock echoed at the courtyard door. Clang, clang, clang. Recognizing the sound immediately, Li Qing called out, enter. As the courtyard door swung open, Li Xueer gently closed it behind her and walked in, a light laugh escaping her lips. Zhao Daren seems to have some leisure today. Zhao Xinji rose and greeted her with a smile, replying, the promotion of the Heart School has concluded, and at the invitation of the Duke, I have come to dine at your residence. In that case, Zhao Daren should indulge himself today. Li Xueer returned a courtesy and, maintaining her usual demeanor, proceeded to the study. Family affairs should not be aired publicly. Thus, she would not discuss matters with Li Qing in the presence of outsiders. The banquet continued until the early hours of the night, and as soon as Zhao Xinji departed, Li Xueer emerged from the study. Is there something amiss? Indeed, she replied silently. Many members of the Li family have become uncontrollable. Ah, you speak of that. I am aware. I had anticipated this day would come. Li Qing remarked nonchalantly. Yesterday, Ying informed me of it. Li Xueer sighed deeply. It is imperative to impose some discipline. There's no rush. Let us wait for Xiao Bao to return before addressing it. Li Qing stretched leisurely. We should allow them some time to gather strength, making it easier for me to deal with them all at once, and also to bolster Xiao Bao's influence. Li Xueer hesitated for a moment before speaking. Xiao Bao has taken over the majority of the Li family's enterprises, yet he is not the head of the family, nor is he the Yongqing Marquis. It is reasonable to resolve matters upon his return. However, should we not first solidify the current Marquis's resolve? That is acceptable, Li Qing nodded. I shall calculate the best approach. However, perhaps it would be better if you went next door to inform Ying to let her father know. What was Xiao Bao's father's name again? Li Mao. Ah yes. Ask Ying to inform Li Mao that it is a bit late today, so he should come tomorrow instead, Li Qing said with a smile. There is no need for any apologies. They are merely who they are. Not your father, not your mother, not your elder brother, not your nephew, and certainly not you. Li Xueer sighed inwardly and nodded gently. The following morning, a knock echoed at the courtyard door, yet the 6-character mantra was absent. Li Qing rose, opened the door, and found not just one visitor. A rough count revealed no fewer than 20 individuals, among them familiar faces like Xiao Lu and Xiao Ba, with the youngest among them already in his 40s. Are they this eager? Li Qing yawned, feeling slightly face-blind so early in the morning. Which one is Li Mao? I am, replied Li Mao, stepping forward from the prominent position in the center, bowing respectfully. Grandson greets the great ancestor. Li Qing nodded, glancing at the others before turning back inside. Shortly thereafter, the group followed him, with the youngest and least senior, Xiao Lu and Xiao Ba, trailing behind to thoughtfully close the door, their hearts anxious. The 2 brothers had endured a night of punishment from their father, who had mercilessly struck them with a willow branch. Though externally they appeared unscathed, internally they were suffering greatly, walking with discomfort. Old Lu, why do I feel like our punishment is not yet over? Isn't it your fault for babbling? Isn't it your fault for harboring ill intentions? They exchanged accusatory glances, their hearts racing with fear. Under the eaves, Li Qing pulled up a chair and seated himself at the entrance of the guest hall. leaving the group with no choice but to stand in the yard below the stone steps. They had arrived with fervor and shared animosity, yet now, confronted with the situation, they stood unusually silent. In truth, they had all encountered Li Qing before. These individuals are all descendants of Li Xian. During the period when Li Xian was gravely ill, they visited the Yongqing Marquis residence daily. Their motivations were twofold: familial bonds and the apprehension of a potential change to the will. As for which factor predominated, that remains uncertain. The individuals gathered today had all met Li Qing and were aware of his status. At that time, they had tacitly feigned ignorance, and Li Qing, content in his leisurely demeanor, chose not to expose their charade. Their interactions were relatively harmonious, at least marked by a mutual avoidance of conflict. However, now that Li Qing intends to involve himself in the affairs of the Li family, their sentiments have inevitably shifted dramatically. The living ancestor of the Li family and Mr. Li, the healer, imposed an entirely different sense of pressure on them. If the Li Qing of yesteryears was aloof, the present Li Qing emanates an icy demeanor. Despite being merely at the age of maturity, devoid of any apparent emotional fluctuation, and simply seated there, they could not bring themselves to meet his gaze, nor dare to speak out of turn. Li Qing's expression was serene, his calm gaze sweeping over all present. Those who found themselves under his scrutiny felt an unsettling chill at their backs, as if a sharp blade hovered at their throats, compelling them to lower their heads involuntarily. After a lengthy silence, he remarked that the Li family possessed many death exemption certificates, yet questioned their efficacy, dismissing them as mere iron trinkets. Li Qing stated with indifference that even if such certificates could grant immunity from death 100 times, should the emperor desire it, the Li family would face 101 death sentences. Do you understand what power is? He inquired, met only with silence, none daring to respond. Li Mao, what do you think? Li Mao, steeling himself, bowed respectfully and replied, Li Mao is dull-witted. Please enlighten me, esteemed ancestor. A smirk curled at the corners of Li Qing's mouth as he responded, power means I can choose to kill you, and you can only die. Though these words were spoken casually, they struck the ears of the gathered assembly with the force of a thunderclap, leaving the younger members of the Li family in shock, their hearts torn asunder. A man who had lived through the entirety of the Ming dynasty possessed an unfathomable power, yet they could not comprehend the extent of his abilities. Regardless of how extraordinary they might be, such a person could wield unimaginable influence. There was no need for further proof. His youthful age, ethereal aura, and the penetrating impact of each word served as the most compelling evidence. Prior to this encounter, they had contemplated numerous scenarios, yet they had never envisioned that their greed for the ancestral wealth would lead to a demand for their very lives. Li Qing continued nonchalantly. The exact number of those who have perished at my hands is beyond reckoning. I only recall the Tatars, the Walla, the Japanese, the Franks, and officials of the Ming. I refer to them all as enemies. Though I am benevolent, I harbor no mercy for my foes. Leaning slightly forward, he added, you are of the Li family. Yet the Li family has never belonged to you. I provide, you endure. I withhold, you must still endure. Should I decide to eliminate you, you will remain at my mercy. Do you comprehend? To me, the extinction of the Li family would matter little. It would merely be a slight inconvenience, easily rectified by supporting another line. You have never grasped the essence of power. You are but a cluster of rootless weeds, foolishly aspiring to shake the tree. It has never been I who needed the Li family. It has always been the Li family that required my presence. Likewise, it is not the Ming dynasty that relies on the Li family, but rather the Li family that seeks the favor of the Ming. Alas, this truth has eluded your understanding, but fret not. Now that Li Qing revels in the nuances of the situation, is there anyone still dissatisfied? If so, approach boldly. Reason? What reason is there to discuss? A group of scoundrels, what rationale could possibly be articulated? There are no tricks employed, no rhetoric utilized. It is as straightforward, direct, and unyielding as that. Chapter 175. It is time to disband. The atmosphere was stiflingly silent. None dared to step forward. Overbearing, iron-fisted, ruthless, and merciless. Each of these descriptors surfaced in the minds of the Li family members, evoking a profound sense of powerlessness and despair. Heaven and earth exhibit no compassion, treating all things as mere fodder. The sage shows no mercy, viewing the populace as mere prey. Li Qing sighed softly, expressing that he had been far too lenient with the Li family members, including those absent today, which had led to the present state of affairs. The natural order dictates that the rabbit is prey for the eagle. My intervention in the eagle's hunt was intended for your benefit, yet it ultimately harmed you. Li Qing's tone was somber. The rabbit must be consumed by the eagle to hone its survival instincts, allowing for the emergence of rabbits that can soar alongside eagles. It appears that the troubles within the Li family are far more severe than I had anticipated, necessitating a revision of my original plan. Li Qing exhaled deeply, lamenting that the wealth flowing into the Li family must now be redirected outward. The venerable Li Mao grew anxious, struggling to articulate his thoughts. The situation had escalated beyond his capacity to bear, a development he had never foreseen. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to stammer, "Young Bao has only just returned. Perhaps we should wait a while longer?" Li Qing chuckled disdainfully, remarking, "Your father joined the military at a young age and has scarcely managed the Li family's enterprises. You two have been greatly influenced by your grandfather. Yet, as your grandfather and father have noted, your talents are indeed rather mediocre." Li Mao's countenance turned pale, while the others were rendered utterly aghast. If even the current head of the Li family, the esteemed Duke Yongqing, faced such treatment, what hope remained for them? Accustomed to a life of comfort, they were naturally reluctant to concede. Yet the moment they met the gaze of this living ancestor, none possessed the courage to speak openly. What is not yours, no matter how tightly you clutch it, will never belong to you. That which is destined to be lost will inevitably be lost. Li Qing stated, "I am capable of altering even the succession system of the princely houses, let alone a Li family that I have nurtured myself. It is time for you all to return to your own homes, share this with your families, and await the return of Li Bao. At which point you may all convene." Li Qing rose slowly, his voice resonating with authority. "Depart." An invisible wave of energy surged forth, causing all but Li Xueer to stumble and fall to the ground, their hearts racing in their throats. Each individual experienced the sensation of impending doom. The assembly was paralyzed with fear, unable even to muster the strength to rise. Even the youngest among them, Xiao Lu and Xiao Ba, found their limbs weak and devoid of power. Li Xueer let out a long sigh, stating, "Now is the time to leave. It is still possible to depart. Do not be your own undoing." Li Mao, unwilling to relent, cried out in desperation, "Aunt, do you truly feel the same?" A group of individuals, akin to those clutching the last vestige of hope, turned their gaze towards her in unison. Li Xueer, with an expression of indifference, stated, "Once more, I implore you, depart now while you still can." "Aunt, do you not wish to leave?" Li Qing stepped down the stone steps, and the crowd, silenced by trepidation, scrambled to their feet and hastened for the exit. In an instant, the courtyard returned to its tranquil state. A shadow of melancholy crossed Li Xueer's face as she inquired, "Is it not too premature to act in this manner? If we allow this to fester, the Li family will be irreparably damaged." Li Qing sighed softly and replied, "Now is the time to take decisive action. It is not too late to mend what is broken." Li Xueer nodded silently, refraining from further comment. At the Yongqing Marquis's residence, as Li Bao returned, he was met by his father and a throng of uncles and elders, each bearing a countenance as grim as if the sky itself had fallen. "Father, what has transpired?" Upon seeing his return, the group perked up, immediately descending into a cacophony of voices. After considerable effort, Li Bao finally grasped the situation. "Great-grandfather has returned?" "Young Bao, that is not the crux of the matter. The key issue is that this living ancestor intends to reclaim all that belongs to the Li family." Li Hao, the venerable elder with hair as white as snow, exclaimed urgently, "The Li family is doomed." Li Bao stood dumbfounded, then burst into laughter. "Fifth grandfather? From whom have you heard such nonsense? This jest is hardly amusing. Ask your father if you doubt it." Li Bao turned to his father, bewildered. "What your fifth grandfather says is indeed correct," Li Mao stated gravely. "Father has just returned from your great-grandfather, and everything I relayed was spoken directly by him." Li Bao stood in shock for a long while before saying, "Esteemed elders, would you permit me to voice a suggestion? At this juncture, speak plainly, little Bao. We welcome your counsel," the group urged. "If you heed my words, you shall not suffer loss," Li Bao asserted with confidence. "The stipulation is that you must follow my lead." Li Mao, skeptical, asked, "Little Bao, do you believe you can persuade your great-grandfather to change his mind?" "Regardless, following my guidance will not lead to anyone's detriment," Li Bao replied. "I cannot divulge specifics, as that would only invite misfortune. In essence, if you trust me, follow my instructions. If not, so be it. You, being the eldest and most experienced, speak plainly. third grandfather sighed. Very well, what do you propose we do? The others echoed his sentiment, for by this point, they found themselves devoid of options. None possessed the courage to return to that residence and confront their living ancestor. Fear gripped the group, not merely of death, but of dying in vain, and the consequent suffering it would bring upon their own families. Little Bao, we shall heed your words. Spare us the circumlocution, they urged, resigned to their fate. In 2 days, bring all the male kin to this location. I shall guide you to meet our great-grandfather. Young Bao, you are overly naive. You overestimate your standing in the eyes of this living ancestor. He does not care for the Li family, at least not for our branch, they protested. Indeed, you have not witnessed, I stated, if you follow my lead, you will not encounter loss. Li Bao forcefully interrupted the verbose elder, stating firmly, my father is the current Duke Yongqing, and I am destined to be the future head of the family. If we are to discuss who has lost the most, it is undoubtedly my father and I who bear the brunt of it. Do you, esteemed elders, believe I, Li Bao, am naive and ignorant? Upon hearing his words, the assembly fell silent. You may all return. For those who did not attend today, I shall send someone to inform you. Li Bao declared with authority. If you wish to avoid losing the comforts of a lavish life, you will obey without question. Speaking so boldly to his elders was indeed a mark of great disrespect. Yet in that moment, no one seemed to mind. The more arrogant Li Bao became, the more at ease they felt. One by one, the crowd departed, leaving only Li Mao, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Qi in the expansive courtyard. Brother Bao, what is your plan? Xiao Lu asked awkwardly. With the crowd gone, it was just the three of them. If you have a solution, please share it with us. Xiao Ba nodded in agreement. What old Lu said is correct. Get out of my sight. Li Mao, having repressed his frustrations for too long, finally erupted. This situation has escalated because of you two fools. If you keep talking, I swear I will strike you both down. The two brothers felt both fear and grievance, but dared not provoke him further. Li Mao exhaled a heavy sigh. What is your plan? Father, I truly cannot disclose it, Li Bao replied. Huh, am I not even worthy to know? Li Mao exclaimed, torn between sorrow and anger. You are not yet the head of the Li family, nor are you the Duke Yongqing. Li Bao hesitated, letting out a deep sigh, as I said. You must brace yourself. At this point, what more could I possibly not accept? Speak. The Li family is on the verge of disbandment, Li Bao whispered. Li Mao's lips curved into a bitter line as he lamented. So that is why you sought to deceive them? My son has not deceived the elders, Li Bao asserted. The Li family is indeed fracturing, yet they will not lose anything. In fact, they may gain more. It is we, father and son, who suffer the greatest loss. Yet we are also the ones who stand to benefit the most. Li Mao, bewildered, furrowed his brow. What do you mean? The Li family will truly divide, including its principal wealth and enterprises, distributed fairly among the branches, Li Bao explained. The Grand Li family will be split into numerous smaller households, thus eliminating any future conflicts of interest. Will the principal wealth and enterprises also be divided? All of it? Li Mao questioned, incredulous. Well, it certainly won't be a straightforward division, Li Bao clarified, but at least 70% will be allocated. Li Mao, heartbroken, sighed despondently. If that is the case, why then do you claim we are among the greatest beneficiaries? Because there can be only one Duke Yongqing, Li Bao began thoughtfully. Moreover, they will not be able to retain what is not theirs. The wealth will slip from their grasp, flowing to the hands of those who can truly manage it. Li Mao frowned. Are you suggesting that we can reclaim it all later? That is implausible, Li Bao replied. No matter how astute we are, it is impossible to recover everything. Even retrieving a third would be a remarkable achievement. This immense wealth will be released over the coming years, perhaps a decade, or, at most, a generation. You and I, father and son, will be unable to grasp it all. We must act within our means, Li Bao concluded. Li Miao reminisced about the scenes in the small courtyard, believing his son's words to a degree while simultaneously feeling perplexed. What was the intent behind your great-grandfather's actions? First, he took from the people to return to the people. Second, the Li family had grown too cumbersome, lacking refinement and health, necessitating a reduction. Furthermore, the family's considerable wealth had begun to encroach upon the survival space of many smaller capitalists. Li Bao sighed, expressing his disbelief that their great-grandfather would act so swiftly. He had anticipated such moves would come only many years later, at least not until he reached his father's age. Alas, if their great-grandfather was resolute in this course of action, It could only indicate that the Li family had failed to meet expectations and had thus disappointed him. Li Miao felt inclined to counter this notion, but recalling the eager faces of his 6 uncles yesterday, who rushed into the Yongqing Marquis's residence before dawn, desperate to accompany him to meet their living ancestor, fearing any loss in their interests, he ultimately chose silence. After a lengthy pause, Li Miao sighed, stating, ultimately, these are merely your speculations. Your great-grandfather may not truly think as you do. Perhaps you should pay him a visit. I cannot go, not at this moment. Li Bao replied, I can only attend with the others. There are surely many eyes watching. If I go alone to see our great-grandfather, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Li Miao chuckled bitterly. Does it truly matter whether there is suspicion or not? For your great-grandfather, it makes no difference. However, it is quite significant for us. Li Bao explained, if I remain inactive, I am their representative. The moment I act, I become their adversary. Li Miao paused, contemplating, and ultimately acquiesced to his son's reasoning. If his son's predictions held true, then the Li family's main branch would still play the role of the red-faced party, thus paving the way for the reclamation of wealth in the future. Are you certain your conjecture is correct? Li Bao smiled, Father. Why do you think our great-grandfather is waiting for my return? The information is hidden too deeply. How could he be so certain that I would deduce it? Li Miao, feeling uneasy, suggested, if you do not go, let your 6th and 8th brothers go instead. They have provoked your great-grandfather. It would be reasonable for them to return now to seek forgiveness after being intimidated. Li Bao responded helplessly, Father, you remain the head of the family. My 6th and 8th brothers are your sons. Their visit would equate to our main branch's visit. Although our uncles may lack great wisdom, they possess enough cunning. This moment is particularly sensitive. It is better to proceed with caution. Li Miao sighed. I fear you may misinterpret the situation, leading your great-grandfather to harbor even greater disappointment in our main line. Father, you are being overly cautious. Why does our great-grandfather hold me in such high regard? It is precisely because I was nurtured by him, Li Bao replied with a smile. He silently added in his mind, and also thanks to Grandfather Zhu, and the insights from the enlightened sovereign in the capital. Your son is far more capable than you imagine. After a moment of internal conflict, Li Miao reluctantly nodded. Very well, I will defer to your judgment. He felt a sense of melancholy, realizing that the position of head of the Li family would eventually be his son's. This was his choice, and whether it brought fortune or misfortune, he should not lament the heavens or fate. Your son will not lament the heavens or fate. Li Bao cautiously inquired, Father, can you accept the changes this time? Is it important whether I accept or not? Li Miao bitterly remarked, I have no choice. Just like your uncle and their kin, I can only acquiesce to the arrangements of our ancestors. Li Bao exhaled in relief and consoled him. There is no need to be so pessimistic. In the long run, the benefits for you and me, as father and son, will outweigh the drawbacks. He sighed. Let us hope so. Suddenly, Li Miao appeared significantly aged. If this time we are truly guessed correctly, and it is over, you shall take the mantle as the head of the Li family, and I will no longer concern myself with affairs, allowing you to exercise your freedom. Li Bao was not surprised and seized the opportunity to speak. If my father has indeed made up his mind, why not take this chance to summon our 2nd and 5th brothers back? This would be advantageous for both them and for us. Li Miao was taken aback and retorted in anger, Am I not still alive? Do you wish to drive our brothers out of the Yongqing Marquis house? Father, please calm your anger. What I mean is that separation is inevitable. If we do not divide now, we will suffer greater losses in the future. Li Bao continued awkwardly, analyzing the situation. If our elder brother leaves the Yongqing Marquis house, he can claim a larger share of the family estate. Do you wish for our brothers to share in the wealth of the main lineage, or do you prefer that I alone enjoy it while they take what is left? Li Miao paused, reflecting on his son's words. Li Bao met his gaze with composure. After a long moment, it seemed that his father had indeed aged, having wasted much of his life. Li Miao conceded his inadequacies and accepted his mediocrity, stating, apart from the title of Yongqing Marquis, which I cannot pass on to you for now, everything else after this incident will rightfully belong to you. He then took a deep breath, summoning his spirits, My son, you must strive for what is yours. Whatever you manage to secure will be yours. I believe your great-grandfather still holds affection for you. Just ensure you do not shy away from being assertive. Pausing, he added, I will speak to your brothers. You just take care of yourself. You have a clever mind. Use this time wisely to devise a strategy. Yes, I will, Li Bao replied, invigorated, bowing deeply and promising earnestly, "I will not disappoint you, father." Li Mao nodded gently. "By the way, father, there are many members of the Li family. I will arrange for them to be notified. Your task is to secure the maximum share." Li Mao waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Watching his father's retreating figure, Li Bao felt a pang of compassion. He wanted to call out to him to reveal the hidden benefits, but swallowed his words. It was better to wait. In a couple of days, when the great division occurred, his father would come to understand. At this moment, his father was unaware, his sorrowful demeanor enhancing the innocence and indignation of the main lineage, garnering empathy from the Li family members, thus facilitating trust. In truth, Li Bao was not anxious. Even if the division of the family estate was to be strictly even, or even distributed equally among all, he remained unfazed. For even his father had subconsciously overlooked a significant figure, his great-aunt. The technological enterprise of the Li family was the brainchild of this great-aunt, and with the founder still alive, how could the business she established be included in the distribution of family assets? As for whom the great-grandmother will entrust her estate to, that is her prerogative. Even without the intervention of the ancestor, many members of the Li family have no right to interfere. This is truly the crux of the matter. Furthermore, the vast land resources acquired by the Li family abroad are beyond the reach of those who lack the title of Yongqing Marquis. Even if they desire to stake a claim, they can only relinquish it to the legitimate heirs of the main branch of the Li family, at best using this as a bargaining chip to secure benefits elsewhere. Alas, it is true that the Li family is lacking in ambition, primarily because the great-grandfather was exceptionally capable, elevating the family to great heights. Were it not for the ancestor, even tenfold the exemption from death would not suffice for the Li family's needs. Perhaps this is for the best. Li Bao has already taken over numerous enterprises of the Li family, and he possesses a keen awareness of the terrifying wealth at their disposal. If this trajectory continues, within 20 years, the material wealth of the Ming dynasty will become unsustainable, inevitably leading to stagnation or even regression. A house that accumulates goodness will surely have abundant blessings. A house that accumulates evil will inevitably face calamities. The ancestor acts for the good of the Ming, yet is it not also for the benefit of the Li family? Li Bao sighed softly in the courtyard. Zhu Zairi and Li Yingying, the young couple, came to pay a visit. Li Yingying, possessing both grace and intellect, sensed trouble when her great-grandmother instructed her to seek out her father, who appeared extremely troubled. Thus, early today, she stationed her son outside as a lookout, and indeed, many members of the Li family of some standing arrived en masse. This solidified her resolve. Though a married daughter is like spilled water, both she and her husband remain inextricably linked to the Li family, and thus she naturally cares. Zhu Zairi, however, did not contemplate such matters deeply. He simply thought to inquire. His straightforward nature led him to ask directly, noticing his wife's vague demeanor. "Mr. Li, are you contemplating adjustments to the Li family?" "Yes." Zhu Zairi nodded, but said no more and felt no particular sentiment. Li Yingying, however, was taken aback and, feigning indifference, inquired, "Great-grandfather, how do you plan to adjust things?" "To divide the family, a significant division." "You intend to split the family?" Zhu Zairi nodded, then suddenly appeared startled. Seeing this, Li Yingying felt a sense of relief. Her mood lifted. Indeed, her husband was astute and not foolish. Unexpectedly, she added, "Mr. Li, my old father-in-law is still in his prime. Would it not be too harsh to divide the family at this juncture?" Li Yingying continued. Li Qing was also momentarily taken aback, then laughed in disbelief. "Do you think I intend for Li Bao to assume the role of family head prematurely, inheriting the title of Yongqing Marquis? Isn't that so? You should return home to care for the children." Zhu Zairi was astonished, feeling disheartened. "Your words wound me deeply." Li Yingying, suppressing the urge to facepalm, took it upon herself to respond. "Great-grandfather, Yingying is merely a married daughter and, by rights, should not concern herself with these matters, nor does she possess the authority to offer opinions. However, if a division occurs, it will hinder our capacity to unite and accomplish significant endeavors." Li Qing scoffed and remarked, "Even if the current Li family were to focus their efforts, it is questionable whether they could achieve anything of great consequence. The Li family currently faces numerous challenges and should indeed make adjustments." Li Yingying tentatively inquired whether such a course of action might be too radical. "Of course, I merely expressed my thoughts. If our great-grandfather has made a decision, we must naturally respect his authority." Li Qing chuckled, suggesting that there was no need for such caution. as she seemed concerned that this division would lead to the disintegration of the Li family. Indeed, you possess great insight, grandfather, Lianjiatun admitted, acknowledging that the current state of the Li family was fragmented, held together only by shared interests. A significant division could potentially cause many enterprises to falter, adversely affecting countless workers and common folk. Such a scenario is unlikely. Even if it were to occur, it would merely be a temporary setback. Qing reassured her with a smile. This time, you will not be part of the division. However, you and your husband shall benefit from it. Xueer expressed astonishment, questioning how they could profit. Is it true that grandfather mentioned financial instruments? Lianjiatun asked. Indeed. Those of the Li surname possess a sharper intellect than those of the Zhu name, Qing remarked with a smile. Once the division occurs, each individual will operate independently, allowing you to collaborate with Xiaobao without fear of discontent or interference. He then looked at Xueer, saying, you can now put more energy into operating these financial instruments. Yet, Xueer remained vexed by Qing's previous subjective assessment, insisting, Sir, you cannot dismiss everyone outright. Surely, it is only that Ingying, being of the Li family, is more astute than I, of the Zhu family. Lianjiatun chose to disregard her husband's grievances and asked, Grandfather, surely a married daughter cannot claim the Li family's assets. Otherwise, it would lead to dissatisfaction in her husband's family and, consequently, marital discord. But what about the unmarried daughters of the Li family? Shouldn't they be taken into consideration? That is only natural. Qing nodded, affirming that the privileges enjoyed by married daughters of the Li family in the past would continue for those in the future. That is reassuring, Lianjiatun responded, then shifted her focus. Are you truly comfortable in trusting this financial instrument to us? Qing replied with a gentle smile. You need not feel overly pressured. If you encounter difficulties, simply consult Xiaobao. What exactly is finance? Xueer interjected. You can always ask Xiaobao later, Lianjiatun interrupted, redirecting the conversation. Grandfather, is this matter urgent? There is no need for haste. We should proceed steadily. Trust is the most challenging aspect to establish. And this cannot be rushed, Qing advised. Whether in 3 or 5 years, or even 10 or 8, you are both still young. Patience is essential. Upon hearing this, Lianjiatun felt a wave of relief, as she feared making a misstep. Since grandfather has spoken thus, both Ingying and her husband are willing to give it a try. Xueer had no objections but remained dissatisfied with Qing's earlier assessment, emphasizing, Mr. Li, the Zhu family is not foolish, whether it be my father or my uncle. And going further back, well, yes, the Zhu family is the most intelligent in the world. Qing found this amusing and retorted, your understanding is irrelevant. What matters is producing quality work and refining it to perfection. After a pause, he added that they could afford to relax their efforts on the publication front and should focus their energies on research and development moving forward. Xueer finally achieved his wish and was filled with joy, chuckling. The Zhu family has always been intelligent. I am not lacking in wit either. Merely differing in our kinds of cleverness. Sir, did you just mention that we can ease up on the publication matters? Qing, with a somber expression, nodded and replied. The court has taken action, and the strategic objectives have been accomplished. Ah, this is truly splendid, Xueer exclaimed, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders as he laughed heartily. Now I can finally devote myself to my research. And the miniature models, Qing reminded him. That is easily addressed. In fact, it is a part of the research, Xueer replied with a grin. Innovation and creation rely on exquisite craftsmanship and imaginative ideas. Engaging in this will surely inspire me. Suddenly, Xueer realized a critical oversight and exclaimed, Oh no. Sir, there seems to be a flaw in your otherwise meticulous planning. Xueer, who had been resting with her eyes closed, was startled and opened her eyes, questioning his sudden alarm. Xueer awkwardly smiled, too flustered to explain, and continued. Sir, if we are to pursue a major division of the family, who will receive the research base, and how will it be divided? This is a significant issue. Typically carefree, Xueer now displayed an unusual seriousness, stating earnestly, Forgive my candor, but no matter how we divide it, it may be better to leave it undivided. If the Li family's technological industry becomes fragmented, the adverse effects will far exceed your expectations. Qing was taken aback. Are you truly concerned about this? Sir, I am not jesting this time. Xueer insisted with a grave expression and an anxious tone. Qing chuckled. You are overthinking it. What do you mean? Xueer inquired. Because the technological industry belongs to me, Xueer interjected nonchalantly. Well, it seems that way, Xueer stammered, nodding in agreement and feeling reassured. He then began to elaborate on his expertise in the realm of research, hoping to demonstrate his intelligence. Unfortunately, Qing was more focused on outcomes than processes, and soon interrupted him, leaving Xueer feeling regretful. At the everlasting youth marquee, on the morning of the second day, except for a few younger members of the Li family who had gone on excursions, the vast majority of the male descendants had gathered, numbering over 100. The spacious guest hall now felt somewhat cramped. Years of diligent toil by Li Hao had borne fruit, and the Li family had grown considerably. Counting those who could not arrive in time, there were no fewer than 150 individuals. If one were to include the young women, the number would almost double, truly staggering. It is noteworthy that since Li Hao's birth, less than a century has passed, illustrating how remarkable the growth of a large family can be when dedicated to expansion. Li Hao, Li Exine, Li Mao, and Li Bao, along with Li Bao's contemporaries who had become fathers, comprised only 5 generations. Although they had not yet reached the 5th degree of kinship, the sheer number of descendants meant they were not particularly close. Today, they had convened primarily for self-interest, and even before the meeting commenced, the air was thick with tension. If it were not for their ancestral forebears' ruthless approach, which involved confiscating everything under immense external pressure, the father-son duo of Li Mao and Li Bao would not have been able to unite the hearts of the family, were it merely a matter of squabbling over inheritance. Gathering so many would likely lead to fierce conflicts, and it would not be surprising if it resulted in serious consequences. Moreover, it is a fortunate circumstance that, despite the multitude, there exists a division among factions. For instance, Li Hao's 3 sons, 5 sons, 6 sons, and 7 sons each have their own supporters behind them. However, there is no shortage of those imbued with arrogance. Before Li and his son could delve into the matter at hand, some individuals could no longer contain themselves. When did the Li family acquire a living ancestor? Our lineage consists solely of a grandfather and a great-grandfather. Where did this living ancestor spring forth from? I do not acknowledge such a notion. Indeed, I have encountered many who seek to benefit from the winds of fortune, but I have never witnessed such audacity. With someone taking the lead, chaos ensued, and it quickly escalated into a cacophony. Not only was Li Mao, who had long felt uncertain, at a loss for words, but even Li Bao was enveloped in a severe headache, finding it impossible to interject. After a considerable duration, the tumult subsided only when the voices grew weary. Seizing the moment, Li Mao spoke. I understand that this may be difficult to believe and utterly perplexing. I can empathize with your sentiments. Yet this is the truth. The Li family indeed possesses such a living ancestor, and this ancestor is far more ancient than you might imagine, tracing back to the head of the household during the Hongwu era. Are you not mistaken, speaking such nonsense? Among the crowd, some exchanged covert mockery and derision. Before the uproar could reignite, Li Bao preemptively called out, "Whoever wishes to speak, step forward." He then disregarded decorum, standing upon his chair to survey the assembly. Let me see who dares. Upon witnessing this, those who had intended to vent their frustrations fell silent. Li Bao continued, whether you believe it or not, the heavenly ancestor has always been present. The eternal Qing Marquis, Li Hong, referred to him as father. The eternal Qing Marquis, Li Hao, called him grandfather. And the eternal Qing Marquis, Li Exine, addressed him as great-grandfather. You may choose not to believe. If so, you are free to leave. It is truly disheartening that my son and I, out of familial affection, sought to advocate for you and secure a measure of inheritance, only to have our goodwill treated as folly. Li Bao clasped his hands in a deep bow towards the elder generation. Addressing the most senior members, I dare to implore all of you uncles to properly guide the younger generation. Should anyone continue this raucous behavior, for the sake of the greater good, my son and I shall have no choice but to expel them. The 7 elders slowly rose, directing their admonitions towards their own descendants, including the children and nephews of their deceased brothers. After a thorough reprimand, the most senior among them, Li Hao's 3rd son, declared, "Let us regain our composure. We are all one family with the head of the household, and Baozi is not your adversary." Indeed, Li Hao's 5th son echoed, affirming the existence of the living ancestor. This is beyond dispute. Let us not dwell on this matter any further. Our immediate concern should be how to safeguard the overall interests of the Li family. Presently, we rise and fall together, Let us not engage in internal strife. The youngest among Li Hao's progeny, the 11th son, spoke with fervor, a bunch of clueless fools. If anyone dares to raise their voice again, I shall strip their tendons and flay their skin. For heaven's sake, what a critical juncture we are at, and yet you choose to foment discord. If this hurdle cannot be overcome, you shall never taste 4 dishes in your lifetime. These elder statesmen still wield influence. After a thorough scolding, the crowd quieted. Baozi, speak your mind. We are all kin here, so let us converse freely. Li Bao inhaled deeply and, with a serious demeanor, proclaimed, as the 11th master rightly said, "We are all family, so I shall not beat around the bush. Let us divide the estate." The question arose, how shall we divide it? Several elderly men were stirred, yet skeptical. Let us divide it equally. Li Bao gestured towards the thick ledger, which had been streamlined numerous times, and stated, "This contains all of the Li family's assets. A vast fortune I propose to distribute per capita. No, my family is smaller. Such a division would be unfair." An immediate objection arose from the crowd. Soon after, another voice chimed in with a differing opinion. Your family may be small, but why should that concern others? I believe the young nephew's proposal is reasonable. You have 5 sons and 4 grandsons. Of course, you would favor this arrangement. I, on the other hand, am the sole descendant of 3 generations. I cannot agree. Hey, how are you speaking to my father? The argument escalated once more. Enough. Li Hao's 3 sons, consumed by rage, shouted, their beards bristling as one exclaimed. Whether this can be resolved is still uncertain, yet you simpletons are taking this matter too seriously. Damn it. You old fool is struggling to breathe and looks as though he may pass at any moment. In this critical juncture, it was essential for kin to rally together. One son swiftly supported their father, administering first aid by patting his chest and pinching his acupoint, managing to pull him back from the brink of death, much to the disappointment of some onlookers. After this commotion, Li Mao felt a wave of desolation wash over him and coldly remarked, "Either we leave with nothing, or we take a gamble for a glimmer of hope. There is no third option. If anyone is dissatisfied, you are welcome to leave now. If you feel it is unjust, you may strive for it yourself. See if you possess the capability." Li Bao interjected, "I urge you all to consider. If there were any room for negotiation, would my father and the elders not have fought for it?" Chapter 178. The total net assets of the Li family. I can attest that what Baozi has said is the absolute truth. This is not a matter open for discussion. If even half of what he proposes comes to fruition, it would be a tremendous blessing. Indeed, you may not have witnessed our living ancestor, so it is understandable that you might be skeptical. However, once you see him, you shall comprehend what it means to have the universe at your command. As the eldest and most venerable members took turns to speak, the familial dispute drew to a close. Baozi, we elders have no objections to your proposal, and no one else seems to either. Yet the issue remains. How can we gain the approval of our living ancestor? Li Hao's 3 sons took a breath and remarked, "Considering the situation at the time, your father likely mentioned that the living ancestor was not here to meddle in the affairs of the Li family, but rather to reclaim what belongs to him. Even our very lives are subject to his whims. Does he desire our lives as well?" A gasp echoed through the crowd. "Is there no law?" Silence. Li Mao erupted, pointing towards the individual who had spoken, furiously declaring, "Step forward. If you do not, then all of you over there can leave." No sooner had he finished speaking than the designated group began to move, and in an instant, a middle-aged man, around 40, found himself isolated in the center. "Get out. I was wrong, master of the house." The man, recognizing the seriousness of the situation, knelt before the assembled relatives, trembling in humility as several elder gentlemen looked on in outrage at such a display before the gathered clan. Such a scene evoked a mixture of schadenfreude and quiet relief among the 100 spectators present, leaving them hesitant to speak further. Suddenly, the hall fell into an eerie silence, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Li Bao took a deep breath and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to ponder who truly benefits from this distribution and who suffers from it." Baozi's words rang undeniably true. Several elderly gentlemen immediately concurred. "You are at a loss. Have you suffered more than the family head or Baozi? If this is how it is to be divided, consider how much more you gain than what you possess. Goodness, indulging in pleasures daily has muddled your minds, rendering you like a herd of swine." As the sons of Li Hao, they had witnessed firsthand the family's ascent to prominence. In their youth, they had participated, to varying degrees, in the family's enterprises. as they had not yet been divided, remaining part of the primary lineage. These individuals possessed a clear understanding of the family's wealth, in stark contrast to the younger generation, who only recognized the Li family's affluence without comprehending its true extent. Having recently emerged from the brink of death, Li Hao's third son was now the most lucid among them. He promptly addressed Baozi. Please, share your strategy. Instantly, the crowd turned their attention to Li Bao. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Li Bao began to speak deliberately, even if we count from our great ancestor. It has been over a century. Throughout these years, the heavenly ancestor has never wavered in his commitment to the Li family, which is why many of our kin remain unaware of his existence. A person who has lived longer than the very dynasty of Ming has long since grown indifferent to material wealth. What truly concerns the heavenly ancestor is not the Li family's riches, but rather whether the family adheres to discipline. I believe the heavenly ancestor's recent actions were provoked by certain remarks made by individuals a few days prior. Upon hearing this, those who had visited the small courtyard in recent days could not help but express their regret. Reflecting upon the circumstances with a calm mind, was it not so? Li Bao let out a quiet sigh of relief and continued, the heavenly ancestor is akin to the very heavens for the Li family, possessing the authority over life and death. To state a truth that may be difficult for you to accept, the heavenly ancestor could disown our family, and the court would not utter a word. You cannot fathom what it means to be a being who has lived for at least 2 centuries and has remained active at the pinnacle of Ming power. The heavenly ancestor is the true eternal youth marquis. He has served as a member of the Jinyui, held the position of minister, and been a grand secretary of the cabinet. He has confronted the Tatars, defeated the Walla, struck against Japan, and crushed the rise of Franco-commercial enterprises, all while executing a series of significant policies, capturing the hearts of both sovereign and subjects through his singular will. Throughout history, who has ever accomplished such feats? Even if someone were to attempt it, who could survive and see it through to completion? Yet, our heavenly ancestor has not only survived, but has become a veritable nightmare for nearly all. For the emperor of the Ming, could he tolerate the existence of someone wielding authority that surpasses control and possessing near-immortal longevity? Yet, throughout generations of Ming emperors, who has dared to act against the heavenly ancestor? Was it a matter of desire, reluctance, or inability? I believe it is not difficult to surmise. Li Bao surveyed his kin with a mocking glance, declaring, how can you, who cannot contend with even the 6 ministries' ministers, the grand secretaries of the cabinet, or the emperor himself, dare to imagine you can oppose him? Who grants you such audacity? At this point, the multitude finally found themselves genuinely persuaded and convinced. In the face of insurmountable adversity, one can only yield, show respect, and resort to flattery. Li Bao let out a sigh and declared, as members of the Li family, my son and I are acutely aware of the arduous journey that has brought the family to its current standing. We wish to preserve our shared interests for the sake of the entire Li clan. With a shift in his tone, he asserted with authority, from this moment onward, all shall heed my directives. Is there any dissent? There was none. Speak, Baozi, you may issue your commands. Several elders supported him. Li Bao nodded, instructing, tomorrow, we shall collectively visit Tianzu. We must adopt a humble demeanor and maintain a respectful attitude. If possible, refrain from speaking, utter not a word unless directly addressed by Tianzu. Furthermore, you shall emulate my actions. Whatever Tianzu decrees, you shall accept without question. Should anyone dare to act independently, even if Tianzu overlooks it, my son and I, along with many kin who stand to lose significantly, shall not tolerate it. Is that understood? The assembly nodded in silence. Speak, he prompted. Understood. They chorused. Excellent. Li Bao responded with satisfaction, then continued. It is often said that blood relatives must settle accounts clearly. Today, let us meticulously tally our accounts. Upon hearing this, the 100-strong assembly became alert. They realized that if an equitable distribution were to be enacted, it would indeed be profitable for them, particularly for those with numerous heirs, who felt a surge of joy. The title of Evergreen Marquis shall remain with my son and me. I trust there are no objections? None, the crowd replied. A cacophony of agreement. The lands acquired overseas shall also belong to us. Is there any dissent? Li Bao inquired again. This time, the crowd hesitated but eventually acquiesced. It was not that they were unwilling. Rather, they felt incapable of absorbing such a burden. Moreover, my son and I desire the Evergreen brand. Li Bao stated. We require only the brand. The workshops behind it shall be disregarded. However, You shall no longer be permitted to utilize this brand. The assembly nodded in agreement, though a sense of apprehension and discontent began to brew, fearing that the father and son might demand further divisions. Li Bao continued, all other industries and wealth shall fall within the realm of familial distribution. At this declaration, the assembly exhaled in relief, their impatience palpable. Xiao Bao, shouldn't we conduct a thorough accounting of the Li family's assets? A voice ventured from the crowd. This time, Li Bao did not express discontent but nodded affirmatively, saying, indeed. It is necessary. A spokesperson shall be selected, while others may listen. After all, our time is limited. Pausing for emphasis, he added, for safety's sake. Prior to our departure tomorrow morning, no one shall leave the Evergreen Marquis residence. Is that agreeable? Agreed. The crowd promptly affirmed. Li Bao sighed in relief and proclaimed, Butler, summon all the accountants of the estate. Now comes the time for the sound of abacuses clicking. In the western part of Jinling City, there are 3 weaving workshops, with materials, looms, and finished products valued at 5,200,000 taels. In the heart of Suzhou City, 5 silk shops, with storefronts and stockpiled silks collectively valued at 1,800,000 taels. In the grand estate of Songjiang, an immense cotton fabric trade was valued at 6,030,000 taels. The abacus clattered from morning until noon, and from noon until evening, with the accountant barely managing to eat in shifts. Yet, as darkness fell, only half of the accounts had been settled, not to mention the interests of the Li family. Even the laborers exhibited unwavering energy and enthusiasm. It was a surreal spectacle. The wealth of the Li family surpassed the comprehension of all present. The disparity between quarterly revenues and total asset calculations was monumental. Once these accounts were finalized, even if the Li family were to divest, they would have no trouble finding new patrons, and this record alone would suffice to boast for the rest of their lives. The accountant was not the only one consumed by this. The entire Li clan shared this sentiment. The sounds of their calculations and the intermittent announcements of figures were akin to celestial music, rendering mere performances of song and drama trivial in comparison, unless absolutely necessary. No one left their seats, even during meals, fearing they might miss this pivotal moment in their lives. After nearly a full day and into the early dawn of the next day, the Li family's net assets were roughly calculated to be 37,535,000 taels. This figure left even the younger generation, as well as the well-informed Li Hao and his kin, utterly astonished. It was an astonishing wealth, almost unbelievable. Even if divided equally, including the daughters, each person would receive over 100,000 taels. Naturally, in this era, daughters were not entitled to inheritances. A fervor ignited among the crowd, eager to divide the estate immediately. Although they had been awake for a day and night, aside from Li Mao, who was utterly fatigued, no one exhibited any signs of exhaustion. As soon as the figures were settled, someone could not contain their excitement and urged, "Let us go to our ancestors." It would be remiss to keep them waiting. Indeed, they conceded to the numbers, and even if there were some discrepancies, they were not greedy. Yes, although we are one family, we must eat from separate pots. Whether early or late, it is imperative to divide. Even those with fewer offspring were equally enthusiastic, fearing the father and son might have second thoughts, persistently urging for action. Li Mao, feeling disheartened, declared that all matters would be entrusted to Li Bao and rose to leave. The group lingered momentarily, then began to press Li Bao again. Clearing his throat, Li Bao solemnly stated, "Plans are merely plans. Obedience is essential for realization, understood?" In unison, the 100 voices in the hall responded, "Understood. We shall follow your lead. Let's talk. More action." Very well. Li Bao rubbed his cheeks, straightened his attire, and proclaimed, "Let us proceed." Chapter 179, The Whale Falls. In a small courtyard, Xueer had risen early, slicing some watermelon out of boredom while waiting for visitors. According to Ying, a group had gone to the Yongqing Marquis' residence the previous day and had yet to emerge. Surely they had reached a consensus after a day and night. As anticipated, it was not long before a knock echoed at the door. Xueer opened it to find a throng of people filling the alleyway. Great-grandmother. Li Bao performed a respectful gesture towards his elder and inquired, "Has our revered ancestor awakened?" "Not yet," came the reply. "Then what shall we do?" "Let us enter and wait," said Xueer, urging everyone to keep their voices down. Li Bao nodded and was the first to step into the courtyard, followed closely by a throng of others. The courtyard, already modest in size, was soon filled to capacity, with over 100 individuals jostling for space, leaving little room to spare. A collective silence enveloped the crowd, each person acutely aware of Li Bao's admonition, fearful of missing an opportunity, not daring to even breathe audibly, let alone engage in whispered conversations. The unusual tranquility amidst such a large gathering was indeed striking. Xueer reclined on a chair beneath the eaves, her serene gaze sweeping over the multitude of young members of the Li family, her heart a tumult of emotions. As the sun ascended steadily, its rays illuminated the faces of the gathered kin, their previously flushed cheeks now even more vibrant under the morning light. Yet, Xueer felt only deep disappointment, pondering how furious her elder brother would have been had he still been alive. Minutes trickled by, one, then two, until the legendary living ancestor finally emerged. Clad in a slightly oversized dark robe, with long, cascading black hair, he stood tall and poised, his skin pale and his features striking, particularly his eyes, deep and ancient yet brimming with vitality. At first glance, he appeared youthful, yet a second look revealed a profound life experience that rendered him both young and timeless. Many of the Li family members had never before encountered this living ancestor. Today marked their first meeting, yet they instinctively believed he was indeed the legendary figure of their lineage. The aura of someone who has long held power was palpable, overwhelming, and forbidding. Simply standing there commanded their awe and respect. Xueer vacated her chair and softly remarked, "Those who could come have arrived, and those who could not are few. This does not impede our plans." Qing nodded slightly and took a seat in the chair. Li Bao stepped forward, kneeling respectfully. As he did so, a wave of elderly, middle-aged, and young individuals followed suit, kneeling in unison, their tones reverent and their expressions obsequious, eyes cast downward. "What? Are we to rebel?" Li Bao dared not entertain such thoughts. No one would dare to oppose. He respectfully declared, "The heavenly ancestor is the very essence of the Li family." With a gentle gesture of his hand, he reiterated, "The heavenly ancestor is the very essence of the Li family." This proclamation was echoed by the crowd, disregarding their generational hierarchy, calling out to the heavenly ancestor regardless of their relation to Li Bao. Qing, however, paid little heed to such niceties, accustomed as he was to the chaotic lineage. With a scoff, he lounged languidly in the chair and remarked, "Have you come today to seek forgiveness?" Li Bao responded with deference, "The Li family's transgressions lie at the feet of the elder branch. Since our illustrious ancestor, our forebearers have been diligent, never daring to be complacent, and thus, they have managed to achieve some measure of success, barely deserving of the heavenly ancestor's grace. Yet now, due to our lack of ambition, our family has merely basked in the fading glory of our ancestors, failing to ground ourselves in reality. My father cannot face the heavenly ancestor. I beseech the heavenly ancestor to impose punishment upon us." Qing languidly replied, "If we lack the ability, then there is no need for the Li family to exist." At this pronouncement, a wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly. Li Bao immediately responded, "Indeed, the heavenly ancestor speaks true. We have disappointed you, and thus, my father and I are willing to forfeit the vast wealth entrusted to us and distribute it among the members of the Li family. We implore the heavenly ancestor's approval." Upon hearing this, the descendants of the Li family fell silent, their anticipation palpable as they awaited the pronouncement of their revered ancestor. "Well, you have indeed made a decision for me," Qing scoffed. "You seem quite adept at worrying." Li Bao, trembling with trepidation, ventured, "Our ancestors, our great-grandfather, grandfather, have brought honor to our lineage. I dare to believe the Li family is not lacking in talent. It is merely us, father and son, who have fallen short." He paused, choosing his words with care. The Li family did not begin at a lofty height. "The heights we have attained today are due to the blessings of our ancestors and the tireless efforts of our forebears. Now our family thrives, and I believe there are those among us who can uphold the banner." Taking a deep breath, Li Bao steeled himself and boldly declared, "Please pardon my audacity, esteemed ancestor, but I believe this is also for your benefit." "Ah, you truly dare to speak so?" Qing slowly rose, still languid, her raven hair flowing as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Her eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity that sent shivers through the souls of those present. Almost instinctively, they felt that should she entertain a fleeting thought, Li Bao would soon find himself lifeless. Seemingly unable to withstand the dread that coursed through him, Li Bao prostrated himself, his voice trembling as he spoke. "A merely family, Our existence or demise hinges on your will, esteemed ancestor. Even if the Li family were to perish, should you desire it, another Li family could surely arise. Li Bao understood this well and accepted it wholeheartedly. However, esteemed ancestor, if the Li family were to vanish, it would require your effort to support the emergence of another, would it not? As he struggled to maintain his composure, his forehead pressed to the ground, he implored, Great Aunt, please, utter a word. The others, equally tense, lacked the courage to voice their thoughts and could only pray in silence. Li Xueer sighed softly, her expression turning somber as she interceded for her kin. Perhaps grant the Li family one chance? With so many of us, surely there are those capable of significant contributions. If there truly are none, we would willingly accept the selection of another to replace the Li family, even if it is for the sake of my father, mother, elder brother, and nephew. Would that be acceptable? Li Qing stood, her gaze calm as it swept over the assembly. In that instant, all present became as Li Bao, foreheads pressed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. It was not that they heeded his words or acted according to plan, but rather, they simply could not muster the courage to confront their living ancestor directly. Only now did they grasp the profound meaning of being overshadowed by the vastness of heaven and earth, with one individual standing supreme. Before them stood not merely a person, but a primal beast, capable of devouring all with a mere utterance. Was she a celestial being? A divine entity? Indeed, she transcended humanity. An instinctive terror, rooted deep within their souls, surged forth, devoid of any rational explanation. After what felt like an eternity, a reasonable conclusion emerged. In the next moment, that overwhelming fear abruptly dissipated. Though nothing had transpired, it felt as though a great weight had been lifted. Everyone exhaled in relief, their backs slick with sweat, as a gentle breeze swept through, causing involuntary shivers. Simultaneously, they silently rejoiced, having endured the most arduous phase. Now, they awaited the choice of their living ancestor. In this moment, a sense of sorrow enveloped them, as they suddenly realized that the once mighty Li family had been relying on borrowed power all along. Li Bao struggled to rise, retrieving two small booklets from his bosom, and respectfully presented them. One is the family tree, documenting the descendants of the Li clan, and the other is the ledger, recording the total wealth of the Li family. Please review them, ancestor. Li Qing glanced at them briefly and chuckled. 37,535 taels is indeed a considerable sum. Pausing, he added, the Li family is quite prosperous, with over 180 individuals, excluding the girls. Li Qing squinted and inquired, the newborns are included, are they not? Yes, ancestor. If you find it unsatisfactory, it can be disregarded. You bear the surname Li, yet your children do not. Li Qing scoffed lightly, it matters not. It is merely gold and silver, of little consequence. In consideration of Hong'er and Xiaohao, I shall grant you another opportunity. Let us divide it then. Instantly, a wave of elation surged among the crowd. This was indeed a glimmer of hope amidst despair. However, before Li Bao could speak, the usually unassertive grandaunt interjected, since we are to divide the family estate, I, too, must have my share. Immediately, tension enveloped the room. Indeed, I do not ask for much. I will take the technological industry of the Li family, she declared. Is that not excessive? Li Bao frowned, his tone laced with discontent. Excessive? Li Xueer retorted with a cold smile. This industry was established by my own efforts, generating immense wealth for the Li family over the years. Now, I merely seek the current value. You should count yourselves fortunate. Li Bao hastily countered, that is not entirely accurate. While the technology industry has indeed profited greatly, most of the earnings have been reinvested, leaving little for the Li family. I am not concerned with that, the grandaunt persisted. Li Bao gritted his teeth and turned to Li Qing. Ancestor, what do you think? Li Qing replied indifferently, collectively, you all fall short of her single filial piety. Li Xueer stiffened, her gaze dropping in guilt. Li Bao, at a loss for words, glanced back at his kin, shook his head with a sigh, and resignedly stated, everything is at the behest of the ancestor. Very well, I shall reluctantly issue a directive, Li Qing yawned. The system of noble title inheritance shall remain unchanged for now, and the overseas assets will be allocated to you father and son. Is there anything else you desire? Li Bao hesitantly responded, I dare to request the virtual asset brand. Evergreen. Granted, but given the substantial share you both receive, you must also bear a burden, Li Qing remarked. Is that truly excessive? The crowd suddenly felt sympathy for the father and son, only to quickly relish in their misfortune. Li Bao appeared most reluctant, yet dared not oppose even slightly. Please, ancestor, provide your guidance. The dowries for the Li family daughters upon their marriages shall be the responsibility of you two, of course, limited to those already born. Thereafter, each family shall be accountable for their own. Li Qing remarked indifferently, stating that aside from the technological ventures of the Li family, which would be inherited by Xueer, as well as the noble title, overseas assets, and the Yongqing brand belonging to the Qing family, the remainder should be distributed evenly among the members based on headcount. Yes, everyone disperse. The crowd complied, and as they scattered, Li Qing gazed towards the horizon, unable to discern whether he felt joy or melancholy. After a prolonged silence, he sighed softly, so be it. The fall of the whale gives rise to myriad life. Chapter 180. The family division crisis. The bold and striking phrase Li family to divide graced the front page of the Jinling Daily, and within mere days, it became common knowledge throughout the city, serving as a topic of conversation among the populace during their leisure moments. Such a significant event could not remain concealed, nor was there any need for secrecy. Not only did the Jinling Daily report on the matter, but also the Suzhou Daily, Songjiang Daily, and Zhenjiang Daily followed suit, each publication under the Zhu Ziki umbrella addressing the issue. Consequently, other newspapers sensed an opportunity and quickly joined in, even providing analyses of the situation, accompanied by attention-grabbing headlines such as "Why is the Li family dividing? Is it due to difficult business conditions, or is it a matter of waning loyalty?" As small workshops emerged and production surged, a scale effect soon materialized, facilitating widespread distribution through both water and land transport at an astonishing pace. For the majority of the populace, this was merely a source of entertainment. However, a small fraction felt anxious, fearing that their livelihoods might be adversely affected. Not only the workers, but also numerous raw material suppliers deeply entwined with the Li family, such as those dealing in silkworms, safflower, timber, and large merchants engaged in trade with the Li family, took this matter seriously, either sending representatives or coming in person to ensure that the Li family's upheaval would not impact their own interests. Before these events unfolded, the Nanjing Six Ministries were the first to take action. The Li family, a commercial behemoth, was so powerful that even the court could not remain indifferent. A substantial portion of the financial expenditures in southern Jili was derived from the taxes paid by the Li family. Thus, with such a significant upheaval, how could these influential figures remain passive? Before the Li family could act, a group of individuals arrived at the gates of the Yongqing Marquis' residence. Their words laced with fervor. Their core sentiment was singular. It would be better not to divide the family. These individuals understood all too well the repercussions that a division would entail, advocating for the direct lineage of the Li family to manage their enterprises, as it was both effortless and efficient. Should the family be fragmented, a myriad of tax issues would inevitably arise. The direct lineage, inheriting the title of Yongqing Marquis, would not easily engage in disreputable actions or act in a manner that would bring disgrace. However, if divided into numerous factions, it was unrealistic to expect that all members would embody the virtues of the family head. With increased workload and diminished financial returns, dissent among the members would be inevitable. The officials were in a state of agitation, simultaneously soothing the Li family while reporting to the capital, detailing the potential hazards involved. In their eyes, the Li family undoubtedly brought benefits to the Ming dynasty. First and foremost, the Li family was exceptionally generous, lavishly compensating workers and contributing significantly to taxes. Secondly, the Li family was remarkably dependable and astute in managing the economic ecosystem, with nearly all industries in Jiangnan revolving around them. Since the opening of maritime trade during the Yongle era, Jiangnan had consistently been the region reaping the greatest benefits. Even as the court made continuous adjustments and attempted to redistribute profits, the advantages enjoyed by Jiangnan still far surpassed those of the north. Over successive dynasties, this economic disparity not only persisted but widened. This divergence fostered increasingly contrasting governance philosophies between the northern and southern direct administrations. Officials in the southern direct administration believed that a flourishing economy would lead to widespread prosperity, and they diligently pursued this belief, yielding impressive results. Admittedly, they profited from this endeavor, yet overall, successive officials from the southern direct administration were largely deemed successful. Conversely, northern officials did not share this perspective. While they acknowledged the importance of the economy, they held politics as paramount. Positioned at a higher vantage point, they naturally had a broader vision and a grander perspective. The growing wealth gap between the North and South had long been a source of concern for many perceptive officials. As capital flourished and the weight of money grew heavier, the distance between wealth and power diminished. This reality was hard for all officials in the capital to accept, including the emperor himself. Otherwise, Zhu Hozong would not have partitioned Jiangnan. The joint memorial from the 6 ministries of the Southern Direct Administration was delivered to the capital, and it was met with delight rather than concern from both the emperor and the officials. As for the memorial, Zhu Ziyan chose to keep it undisclosed. Moreover, Qing, fearing that the Li family might not part ways, ordered Zhang Jujing to abandon his current tasks and supervise the division of the Li family in Jinling. He also summoned Hai Rui, who was managing flood control in Wusong River, to assist Zhang Jujing, anxious that the Li family might reconsider their division midway. The common populace was abuzz with speculation, the workers and citizens were filled with trepidation, and while the Southern Direct Administration resisted, the Northern Direct Administration supported the developments. It was evidently a captivating drama about to unfold. In the Yongqing Marquisate, Li Mao was overwhelmed, having lost considerable weight in just a few days, clearly exhausted. Even the spirited Xiao Bao displayed signs of fatigue. Over a fortnight had passed without a hint of progress. Each day was spent either appeasing the officials from the 6 ministries or dealing with the wealthy merchants closely associated with the Li family, alongside disputes arising from relatives. The family wealth had been quantified, and the total assets were known, with the number of male heirs also accounted for. Logically, this should have been a straightforward calculation. However, the reality was far more complex. For instance, an estate valued at 1 million taels varied significantly by location, size, and type. Consequently, this led to inevitable scenarios where many competed for a single workshop or shop, with no one willing to compromise or yield. The father and son duo indeed wished to liquidate everything and divide the proceeds, yet the predicament lay in the vastness of their holdings and the immense value they represented. Even if the affluent gentry of Jiangnan joined forces, it would be a formidable challenge to absorb the entirety. Consequently, they could only resort to selling at a price far below market value. But even such a discount met with disapproval. Drawing lots, those fortunate enough to win would beam with delight, while the majority who did not would inevitably accuse the process of being opaque and manipulated. This left the father and son in a precarious position, caught between public scrutiny and private despair. Meanwhile, the officials from the 6 ministries persistently urged against partitioning their estate, exacerbating their frustration and helplessness. Li Mao found himself utterly exhausted, ultimately deciding to relinquish control. Little Bao, go seek your great-grandfather. I, the Marquis of Yongqing, can no longer manage this, nor do I wish to. Let things unfold as they may. Let us just divide it all. Even now, Li Mao struggled to accept the idea of such a division, parting with over half of their wealth. Li Bao, devoid of any energy to console his father, nodded and sighed. It seems there is no other option. By the way, father, this morning, third grandfather approached me privately, expressing a desire for an exemption from death decree. What do you think? Don't even consider it. Today, he seeks an exemption. Tomorrow, he will want to carve out the entire marquisate of Yongqing. Are we to dismantle the estate? Li Mao retorted, his frustration evident. You, my son, are not foolish. Yet at this critical juncture, how can you be so oblivious? This is not something that can simply be divided. Li Bao chuckled awkwardly. It is not that I lack clarity, but rather, you are the head of the family, the Marquis of Yongqing. Many decisions can only be made by you, and your absence these past few days has left me overwhelmed. Could you not allow your father a moment's respite? Li Mao exclaimed in exasperation. Li Bao, equally at a loss, responded with a rueful smile. Other matters may be manageable. Yet those elder relatives of yours tend to heed the words of their older generation more than a younger grandson like myself. Very well. If those old codgers continue to pester you, direct them to me. Can they truly drive me to my end? Li Mao's temper flared, his words unfiltered. Just as Li Bao was about to offer some words of comfort, he noticed the steward standing at the door, hesitating to speak. He inquired, "Is it yet another official at the door?" The steward nodded affirmatively. Suppressing the urge to curse, Li Mao grumbled, "Can't they see I'm busy? Let them wait." The steward hesitated briefly before stating, "My lord, today's visitor is a grand scholar from the cabinet." Li Mao paused in surprise. Li Bao, astonished, queried, "Which grand scholar?" "I am unaware," But he appears to be in his 40s, the steward replied. Understanding the implications, Li Bao nodded, ensure he is well received. My father and I shall attend to him shortly. The steward complied and departed. It appeared the court had also taken notice, even dispatching a grand scholar. Li Mao felt a stir of hope and asked, Little Bao, do you think the court shares the same sentiments as the six ministries? Deep down, Li Mao was reluctant to pursue the division of the family, not now nor in the future. His reluctance to heed the advice of the six ministries was born from a fear of defying his ancestors. However, if the court and the emperor were also opposed to the family's division, perhaps there was room for negotiation. Yet, he saw his son shaking his head. It is highly improbable. Why is that? Positions differ, as do perspectives and philosophies, despite both being within the same jurisdiction. The disparities between southern and northern Jili are too vast. Li Bao smiled and said, as I anticipated, this Master Zhang has come on behalf of His Majesty to alleviate our troubles. Li Mao's newly kindled hopes were once again dashed, leaving him devoid of strength as he sighed. After all, he comes from the capital and is a high-ranking official. We ought to extend him due courtesy. Father, will you not go? No, I am weary. I shall lie down for a while. Li Mao proceeded directly to the inner chamber. Li Bao, with a bitter smile and a sigh, pondered, why must we be so concerned? The Li family, while it is ours, is not truly ours. How long can we possess it? Just a fleeting few decades at most. From the day we came to possess it, it was fated that we would inevitably lose it. In the front hall, as Li Bao entered, he jovially clasped his hands and said, I beg your pardon for not welcoming you, Master Zhang, upon your arrival. Zhang Jujing hastily set down his teacup and returned the gesture, smiling as he replied, Your Excellency's words leave me at a loss. After a pause, he continued, I received word from His Majesty just a few days ago regarding the affairs of the Li family. To be frank, it was quite unexpected. Li Bao inquired with feigned innocence, and what does His Majesty imply? Zhang Jujing cleared his throat and explained, the great Ming code states, for all legitimate and illegitimate sons, unless there is an official inheritance, the primary heir must first receive their due, and the family fortune shall be divided equally among the sons, disregarding wives, concubines, and servants. Rules are rules, and social realities often diverge from them. It is rare for noble families to truly adhere to such customs. The Li family, however, has managed to maintain this, which is indeed reassuring to the imperial heart. Chapter 181. Hai Rui and Zhang Jujing senior officials generally do not answer questions directly, especially those pertaining to the emperor. Having received his answer, Li Bao refrained from further inquiries and instead remarked, Is Master Zhang here to lend a helping hand to the Li family? Indeed, His Majesty is benevolent. Li Bao respectfully flattered him and, assuming a serious demeanor, confessed, to be candid. Many officials in South Jili are reluctant to see the Li family in such a predicament and have urged me to speak on their behalf. Since you have come, it would be prudent to engage them in earnest dialogue. Li Bao chuckled awkwardly. Although the Duke of Yongqing holds a prestigious position, it would not be wise to disregard these high-ranking officials entirely. Zhang Jujing nodded slightly. Rest assured, Your Excellency, since I am here, I shall not remain idle. I will assist with matters here in South Jili. In that case, thank you. Li Bao sighed in relief, smiling. Master Zhang has traveled a great distance. It would be remiss of us to entertain you merely with tea. Zhang Jujing, unlike Hai Rui, had long been entrenched in the political arena and, being at the core of power, did not shy away from such hospitality. Indeed, he often embraced it. Very well, I shall follow your lead. Li Bao nodded with a smile. Bring forth the wine. As he gazed upon this remarkably young man, Zhang Jujing momentarily felt a sense of disorientation. For a fleeting moment, this young master of the Li family bore an uncanny resemblance to someone else. Zhang Jujing could not help but wish that his own son possessed even half of this young man's talents. At that moment, the steward who had just departed returned with an expression of excitement, softly announcing, Young master, an esteemed guest has arrived. Li Bao paused briefly, then smiled and said, Master Zhang is no stranger. There is no need for concealment. Yes, it is Master Hai Rui. Zhang Jujing was also taken aback, unaware that the emperor had dispatched someone else in addition to him. Li Bao pondered briefly before arriving at a decision, smilingly inquiring, Does Master Zhang mind having an additional pair of chopsticks? What could Zhang Jujing possibly say? Naturally, he responded with the courteous reply of accommodating the host. Li Bao let out a hearty laugh, quickly, Summon Lord Hai? Yes, the steward affirmed, hastening away with much more enthusiasm than when he had welcomed Zhang Jujing. In the past, numerous gentry had conspired to tarnish Hai Rui's reputation, initially with some effect. However, as the daily reports gained momentum and countless grateful citizens began to speak in his favor, the tides soon turned completely. Presently, Hai Rui is regarded as a deity in the eyes of many common folk in Jiangnan, and even officials dare not speak ill of him lightly. Before long, Hai Rui arrived, accompanied by the steward, and upon encountering Zhang Jujing, clad in a resplendent red robe, he couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. Li Bao stood to introduce them. Esteemed Commissioner Hai, this is the Grand Scholar of the current cabinet, Master Zhang. Hai Rui bowed respectfully. Hai Rui pays his respects to Master Zhang. According to the Ming protocol, subordinates must show great deference to superiors. Previously, when Hai Rui served as an educator, he had been mocked for not kneeling. At that time, he refrained from kneeling due to his position, but now he abstained because he was a commissioner, a representative of the emperor. Hai Rui was not being ostentatious. Rather, he was adhering to the Ming system, demonstrating respect for the court and the emperor. Zhang Jujing returned the courtesy with a smile, stating, Commissioner Hai, your efforts in surveying the fields and managing water conservancy have yielded remarkable results. If even 1 in 10 local officials were like you, it would be a tremendous blessing for our Ming. You flatter me, Master Zhang, Hai Rui replied, managing a polite smile before glancing around and asking Li Bao, may I inquire where your esteemed father is? Li Bao sighed, my father has been unwell recently. If Commissioner Hai has matters to discuss, please do so with me. As of now, I am in charge of the family's affairs. Hai Rui hesitated for a moment before responding, I have come on His Majesty's orders. Li Bao expressed his surprise with a chuckle. How fortuitous. Master Zhang must have received the same imperial command. Indeed, Zhang Jujing replied, taking a sip of tea and smiling. I have come to assist the Li family in dividing their estate, and I presume Commissioner Hai is here for the same purpose? Zhang Jujing was exceedingly courteous. Although Hai Rui held a low official rank, his reputation was immense. Fame is part of power, and as an astute politician, Zhang Jujing would not create unnecessary enemies. Before reaching the pinnacle of power, it is advantageous to have as many allies as possible. Hai Rui was not an arrogant man, and he nodded in agreement. Zhang Jujing spoke on behalf of Li Bao. We must diligently fulfill His Majesty's will and execute this task effectively. However, we should not be overly rigid. Since this matter is entrusted to young Lord Li, our role is merely to assist him. Indeed, Master Zhang speaks wisely. Hai Rui concurred once more. After a brief pause, he turned to Li Bao and asked, may I inquire when we shall commence? Li Bao, taken aback by his eagerness, found himself momentarily speechless. Hai Rui clarified, the Wusong River is severely obstructed. Prompt clearance would greatly benefit the nation and its people. If that is the case, let us begin tomorrow. Li Bao replied with a smile, Commissioner Hai has traveled a long distance, and Master Zhang has journeyed from afar as well. It is only right that you both take a moment to rest. Zhang Jujing did not correct himself, stating that he hailed from Suzhou. He nodded and remarked that whether they rested or not was of little consequence. However, it was imperative to understand the situation in order to resolve issues more effectively. Hai Rui maintained a respectful demeanor towards his superior, clasping his hands in acknowledgement, his attitude one of deference. Yet, when Li Bao invited him to sit and partake in a drink, Hai Rui hesitated. Ultimately, they both insisted that the drinking was merely a pretext, while the true purpose was to discuss matters, persuading him to join them in the small courtyard. Once the family arrangements were settled, tranquility was restored here, with only the young couple occasionally visiting. Even the father and son, Li Mao and Li Bao, had not come by even once. Li Qing harbored no displeasure. He understood their busy lives and relished the peace. Early this morning, the young couple visited again under the pretense of seeking advice on creating financial instruments, bringing along their son, Zhu Feng. The little boy stood a head taller than his peers, his sturdy frame brimming with energy, always wielding a wooden sword. However, his attempts to wreak havoc on the flowers in the courtyard were thwarted by his parents, leaving him somewhat sullen. The two young cousins bore a resemblance. Yet in terms of intelligence, the elder brother paled in comparison to the younger. The little boy had not inherited his grandfather's wisdom, nor even his mother's cleverness, but solely his father's aptitude for craftsmanship. For instance, the wooden sword he crafted displayed a certain artistry. Zhu Ziqi was quite pleased with his son. proudly declaring that this lad would surely inherit his legacy. That would be splendid, Li Qing replied with a light chuckle, nodding in agreement. Since you have this intention, nurture his interests in this area. Children abound with creativity, but they lack motivation. You must ignite his passion. Li Qing was quite knowledgeable about parenting and generously shared his insights. Zhu Ziqi listened intently, his eyes sparkling as he nodded frequently. After discussing parenting, they transitioned to matters regarding the creation of financial instruments, and before they knew it, it was already noon. Zhu Ziqi, still eager, suggested, "Sir, it's noon already. Shall we dine together? Then you may order takeout," came the reply. Very well. Zhu Ziqi did not forget to include his son, lest he accidentally overlooked him and the flowers in the courtyard suffered. Li Xueer had a fondness for children, showing warmth towards both the little one and the young lad. Inquiring, "Ying, you are still young. Do you not plan to have another child?" "Well, it depends on fate," Li Ying replied with a dry smile, adding that her husband was exceedingly busy, and for the past few years, she had been preoccupied with publishing matters, seldom returning home. "You need not worry about the publishing business. Let it develop on its own. As for research, you can conduct it at home just as well." Balancing scientific inquiry with the prospect of having children. You all continue your conversation." Li Qing suddenly felt that as a male elder, he ought not to interject further and prepared to retreat to his study to pass the time. However, Li Ying called out to him, saying, "Great-grandfather, I've suddenly realized something." "What is it?" he inquired. "With so many young ones in the Li family aware of your matters, it's inevitable that some information might leak out. Could this pose a problem?" "Regarding that, it's really not a concern," Li Qing replied nonchalantly. "Setting aside my secret, which has long ceased to be a true secret, many Ming dynasty soldiers witnessed my remarkable abilities during my travels to the western regions with Hu Zongxian, Yu Daiyou, and Qi Jiguang. It did not cause any repercussions, so it's quite manageable." Li Xueer inquired, "When do you intend to reveal your secret to the public?" "How can I say for certain? Circumstances are ever-changing, and plans often falter in the face of reality. We shall take it one step at a time," Li Qing replied lazily. "With such a vast population in the Ming dynasty, as long as one refrains from publicizing it widely or seeking the endorsement of the court, and relies solely on the whispers of a select few, even if it were to circulate for a century, it would remain largely unknown." After a pause, he added, "This secret of mine is not something that any rational individual would easily believe. At best, it would merely be regarded as a tale." Li Ying, taken aback, asked, "Great-grandfather, do you plan to make this secret public in the future? Is that not peculiar?" Yes, it is somewhat unusual," she continued cautiously. "Have you considered what would happen to the emperor if your secret were truly revealed?" Li Qing chuckled. The girls of the Li family are mostly quite astute. Seeing that his ancestor was not angered, Li Ying gathered her courage and said, "Since ancient times, the emperor's authority has been deemed divine. If your secret were to be exposed, you would ascend to a godlike status, rendering even the emperor lesser in comparison. Would he tolerate such a thing?" Li Qing smiled and replied, "At present, the emperor would certainly not allow it, but in due time, he might." I truly do not understand. Why?" "Because the Ming dynasty will sooner or later need a deity," Li Qing stated matter-of-factly. Li Ying remained perplexed, but dared not inquire further. At that moment, Zhu Ziqi returned with his son, and upon entering, he remarked, "Mr. Li, I just encountered my father-in-law. He mentioned that someone has arrived from the capital, Grand Secretary Zhang Juzhing and the Imperial Envoy Hai Rui." Chapter 182. The ancestor's affection for the younger generation. Li Qing was not taken aback by this news and did not inquire about Zhang Juzhing or Hai Rui. Instead, he said, "Please summon your father-in-law." It was merely a chance encounter. He has likely already departed," Zhu Ziqi replied. "Such coincidences are rare," Li Qing chuckled. "Go on. He is nearby?" Zhu Ziqi, skeptical yet hopeful, took his son and left. Upon returning, they were accompanied by an additional figure. Li Mao appeared conflicted, seemingly embarrassed. Rather than entering voluntarily, it felt as though he had been pulled in by his son-in-law. Once inside, he remained silent, resembling a sullen pumpkin. "You all continue your conversation. Li Mao, come with me." To the study they went. Li Qing took his seat at the desk, gesturing to the chair opposite him. "Please, have a seat." Li Mao dared not sit alongside his esteemed ancestor and shook his head in protest. Li Qing smiled knowingly and remarked, "To harbor anger is to be bold enough to voice it." Li Mao felt a shiver run down his spine. He wished to explain, yet his pent-up frustrations over recent days stifled his words. Ultimately, he pulled out a chair and sat down before this living ancestor. Still finding it difficult to accept? Li Qing inquired. Li Mao lowered his gaze, responding with a soft grunt of acknowledgement. Li Qing remarked, "You are the head of the Li family, the esteemed Marquis of Yongqing, and it is only natural for you to believe that the family's assets rightfully belong to you. However, this sentiment is not without justification, for such is the nature of worldly affairs. Yet, you also have sons, more than one. What you endorse today, young Bao is likely to emulate in the future, and eventually, many of your descendants will find themselves marginalized. Your great-grandfather had but one son, your grandfather, who inherited the family business and the title. Although there were distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate offspring, all members of the Li family were part of the same lineage. Your grandfather was the most astute businessman, brimming with ambition, as he was the sole heir and thus could pass on the wealth he created intact to all his bloodline. Before bequeathing the Li family to your father, your grandfather contemplated distributing a substantial portion of the estate among his sons, excluding only the eldest legitimate son. He even confided this idea to your father. Can you guess your father's response? Li Mao's face flushed with shame. His father had indeed spoken of this matter. His father was not opposed to the idea, stating that when he grew old, he too would wish to allocate a significant portion of the estate to his other sons. Ultimately, however, your grandfather abandoned the thought and reached a compromise. Li Qing nodded. Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh, from your perspective. As the eldest legitimate son, would you not consider it fair for young Bao, inheriting such a vast fortune, to share some benefits with his brothers? Let me rephrase the question. If the inheritance were divided solely among your sons, would you still feel as distressed? Li Mao fell silent. This is the essence of human nature, Li Qing continued. With the expansion of the family and an increase in members, the bond of kinship tends to weaken with each generation. A nobleman's grace may be severed after 5 generations, no matter how large or united a family may be. Once it extends beyond 5 degrees of kinship, the ties of affection diminish, and intermarriage becomes commonplace. Can you still call this a family? Even the mightiest royal family, the emperor and the princes, are often mere acquaintances compared to the loyalty they owe to their ministers. Li Qing added, on the surface, your father, a man of martial prowess, may not possess your grandfather's business acumen, leading him to take less interest in the family business. However, had your father been your grandfather's only son, with no brothers or nephews, and all the young members of the Li family being his direct descendants, would he still exhibit such a nonchalant attitude? In contrast, you have been nurtured by your grandfather and guided by your aunt, endowing you with a far greater commercial aptitude than your father. Yet, you exhibit an even more indifferent demeanor than he does. The reason for this lies in the fact that by the time you assumed control, the Li family had already grown exceedingly large. Although your share may not be substantial, the sheer number of heirs necessitates the distribution of a significant portion of the wealth you create, thereby diminishing your motivation. Li Mao wished to argue, yet found himself at a loss for words. Li Qing smiled and said, you may not consciously think this way, yet you will inevitably act in accordance with it. Of course, the sheer magnitude of the Li family's enterprises makes it exceedingly difficult to ascend to greater heights, which is another significant factor. Upon hearing this, Li Mao's expression eased somewhat, shedding some of his melancholy and resentment, and he felt less aggrieved. Li Qing concluded, the present Li family has already lost its vitality. The bond among its members is now predicated solely on interests. Where, then, can we find the focus and strength to undertake grand endeavors? To be candid, the dismemberment of the Li family has been part of my scheme since your grandfather's time, even stretching back to your great-grandfather. Pausing for a moment. Since you now require a rationale to ease your troubled conscience, allow me to present this. The Ming dynasty cannot accommodate the contemporary Li family, nor can I accept such a Li family, unyielding to your will. Li Mao stood in stunned silence for a considerable time, finally exhaling deeply, feeling considerably lighter. This justification was compelling, alleviating his internal conflict. So, was the decision not made on a whim? He inquired. It was not, Li Qing replied. The plan was established long ago, though I had not intended to act so soon. My original intention was to execute this move when Xiao Bao assumed the role of family head, roughly when he reached your age. However, you youngsters have proven more ineffectual than I anticipated, forcing my hand to act prematurely. Li Mao's expression turned to one of bittersweet resignation, his tone imbued with a newfound ease. If it must be so, I shall bear the burden, sparing Xiao Bao from future discomfort. Xiao Bao will not suffer, Li Qing asserted firmly. As pivotal figures in the transformation of the Li family, your father, your great-aunt, and I have long instilled this concept in him. Xiao Bao possesses far greater resolve than you, his father. Li Mao felt a surge of shame, unable to meet their gaze. He rose to bow, saying, "The great-grandson is unfilial and inept, disappointing the ancestor. Ah, have you come to terms with it?" Li Qing responded, as he rose to depart. "There are far too many matters for the Li family to address now, so I shall not keep you." Li Mao respectfully acknowledged this, waiting until the sound of footsteps faded before gradually lifting his head, his face flushed with shame. As he emerged, his family of three ceased their conversation and greeted him. Taking a deep breath, he smiled and nodded. "Please, continue your discussion." Turning to Li Xueer, he bowed. "The household is busy. I shall take my leave." Li Xueer replied calmly, "You are still the family head, still the Duke of Yongqing, and your great-grandfather remains in Jinling. You must embody the demeanor of a family leader." Li Mao paused, then bowed again, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, great-aunt. I understand. Go on and attend to your affairs." She waved him off. "Indeed," he replied, feeling too embarrassed to engage further with his ancestor, bowing once more before departing. Zhu Zili clicked his tongue, exclaiming, "Mr. Li certainly knows how to handle things. Just a moment ago, your father-in-law appeared quite aggrieved, and now look at him. Ying, release him at once. Show some respect in front of Mr. Li, and I will concede my mistake, all right?" Li Ying, her eyes wide with indignation, reluctantly released her grip on his ear, muttering in frustration, "You really speak without thinking." Yet, she shared the same sentiments as her husband. Li Xueer, unable to tolerate their antics, turned to Li Qing and inquired, "Both Zhang Jujing and Hai Rui are individuals you hold in high regard. Now that they are both present, do you not intend to pay them a visit?" Li Qing replied with an air of confidence, "What status do I hold? It is they who should come to see me." Li Xueer was momentarily at a loss for words. The Duke of Yongqing's residence. The banquet had not yet concluded when another guest arrived, Zhao Jingji, who had not yet submitted his resignation. It was indeed an unfortunate turn of events. Zhao had meticulously prepared his letter of resignation and was merely awaiting Li Qing's signature before departing. However, he found himself entangled in the Li family's impending division. Despite it not being his affair, he was swayed by the heartfelt pleas of numerous high-ranking officials. Zhao Jingji recognized that these individuals sought to exploit his status as an imperial envoy, yet he was reluctant to distance himself from the matter. Having served in South Jili for several years, he harbored reservations about the Li family's split and contemplated approaching Li Qing for assistance. Nevertheless, given the tumultuous nature of the Li family's division and the extensive media coverage, Zhao was apprehensive that Li Qing's secrets might be fully exposed, which deterred him from taking action. During this period, he had become a frequent visitor to the Li household. Li Bao, ever the gracious host, had the kitchen prepare additional dishes and set a pair of chopsticks for him. The four engaged in lively conversation while dining, creating a jovial atmosphere. Despite being in his early 20s and lacking an official title, Li Bao blended seamlessly among the trio, demonstrating an equal proficiency in the art of conversation. Does the court truly wish for the Li family to proceed in this manner? Zhao Jingji expressed his astonishment upon hearing the opinions of Zhang Jujing and Hai Rui. Zhang Jujing replied with a smile, "Brother Ming Jing, you have been in South Jili for some time, and naturally, your views lean more towards this region. However, many high-ranking officials in the capital, including the emperor, do not desire the influence of a single family to dominate the nation. Previously, this was due to the support of the Yongqing Marquis, and now that the Yongqing Marquis himself endorses this initiative, how could the court possibly refuse?" "Who said anything about me?" Li Mao, the Yongqing Marquis, entered with a hearty laugh, intending to lighten the mood and pave the way for the forthcoming discussion, only to inadvertently cool the atmosphere. The three men stared at Li Mao in astonishment, while Li Bao couldn't help but facepalm, thinking, "Father, they are not referring to you." Li Mao, noticing their reactions and his son's evident embarrassment, was equally taken aback. Upon recognizing the Yongqing Marquis, the three quickly regained their composure and rose to bow in respect. Zhang Jujing remarked with a smile, "Just as we were speaking of you, Yongqing Marquis, I trust your health as well." "Ah, indeed. I am merely fatigued lately. Nothing serious," Li Mao replied dismissively, sauntering over to his son's side. As a guest, Li Bao could not share a seat with his father and promptly vacated his place, silently hoping his father would exercise some caution. Please, no formalities, do take your seats, Li Mao said, settling into the chair vacated by his son. The division of the Li family is inevitable. Zhao Jingji, Hai Rui, and Zhang Jujing were not surprised, believing Li Mao was merely following Li Qing's instructions. However, Li Bao was bewildered, unable to comprehend the drastic change in his father's stance. Could it be that father has attained enlightenment in bed? Li Bao dared not pry further and turned to Zhao Jingji, saying, "The emperor wishes it, the court desires it, and the Li family is also willing. Perhaps it would be best for you to refrain from further persuasion. If anyone should be persuaded, it should be the officials of the 6 ministries in South Jili." Li Miao nodded and said, "The matters within the Li family can be resolved by the family itself. However, the pressure from the 6 ministries of Southern Jili can only be alleviated with the assistance of the 3 esteemed individuals. How can the Marquis of Yongqing impose his influence upon us? Furthermore, his authority pales in comparison to that of the officials from the 6 ministries." Upon hearing this, Li Bao could not help but glance at his father, feeling an urge to touch his forehead. Yet, he replied, "The court has its own plans, and the emperor has his own intentions. Nevertheless, the senior officials of the 6 ministries act out of goodwill. It is not a significant issue. Once we communicate openly, it shall be resolved. Alas, as we are but humble figures, we must rely on the 3 esteemed gentlemen." Zhang Jujing nodded with a smile, while Zhao Jingji silently acknowledged. Hai Rui stated directly, "If that is the case, then let it be so. I shall take my leave now." During their conversation, Hai Rui had gleaned all the necessary information. He had always been one to act decisively once his objectives were clear, and this occasion was no different. He departed without hesitation, prompting Zhang Jujing and Zhao Jingji to follow suit and take their leave. Father and son escorted the 3 gentlemen to the entrance of the residence, watching them depart before they returned inside. Once in the guest hall, Li Bao could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Father, why have you suddenly become so magnanimous?" Li Miao, with a stern expression, replied, "What? Do you believe your father to be a petty man?" "Of course not," Li Bao stammered, shaking his head. Yet his concern deepened, and he instinctively reached to touch his father's forehead. "What on earth?" Li Miao scolded, brushing his son's hand away with annoyance. He sighed and said, "I just stepped out to visit your great-grandfather." "Huh?" Li Bao exclaimed in astonishment, then relaxed, asking with concern, "Father, were you hurt badly?" "Hurt? What do you mean?" Li Miao responded, bewildered. Li Bao looked equally puzzled. "Did great-grandfather not strike you? Is your great-grandfather known for being violent?" Li Miao shot his son a fierce glare and admonished, "Do not take advantage of your great-grandfather's affection for you to act recklessly." "That is indeed the case," Li Bao said, instinctively scratching his head, unable to fathom where things had gone awry, and decided to abandon the thought. "Father, what did great-grandfather say?" Li Miao's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied somewhat sulkily, "It appears that I have not lived up to expectations." Though it was rather humiliating, there was nothing he could not share with his own son, his heir, so he recounted the conversation in general terms. After listening, Li Bao felt utterly relieved and chuckled lightly. Great-grandfather's words ring true. "Father, consider this. After the division of the family, both you and I shall truly become the decision-makers of the Li clan, free from any constraints. The will of the individual shall shape the will of the family. How splendid is that? Indeed, there will be no further constraints, for it shall only be you and I." 2 lone generals, Li Miao remarked, casting a sidelong glance at his son and adding with a frown, "Are you attempting to usurp my authority? Well, if it must be, then so be it. It was always destined to be yours," Li Miao replied with a wry smile, then turned serious, saying, "Xiao Bao, I have a question for you, and I expect an honest answer." "Father, ask away," Li Bao thought to himself, feeling a sense of relief as he straightened his posture, preparing himself. "In the future, when it comes time for you to inherit the family business, will you be willing to accept this division?" Li Bao smiled lightly. "Naturally, I will be more than willing." "And why is that?" "For the heavens are indifferent, treating all creatures as mere fodder. The sages are likewise unfeeling, regarding the populace as mere pawns." Li Bao remarked, "Our great-grandfather is the pillar of the Li family, and father, you too are a cornerstone for our lineage. In the future, I shall also be the foundation of the Li family. We must not indulge in benevolence. Our attitude towards the descendants of the Li family should be one of allowing them to thrive or falter on their own. This, indeed, is the greatest form of compassion. for it will cultivate their survival skills and ensure the enduring prosperity of the Li family. Li Mao stood in stunned silence for a long while, then smiled wryly and nodded. You speak wisely. You surpass me in every way. Indeed, compassion equates to favoritism, and those who are favored often grow complacent, ultimately losing their ability to survive. I remember my childhood, when my father and great-grandfather served in the naval forces in Jiangnan. While my grandfather taught me the art of commerce and my great-aunt imparted wisdom, I was thus showered with affection from all quarters. Yet now, having surpassed 50 years of age, I look back and see no notable accomplishments. What a waste of decades. Li Mao offered words of comfort. You are stronger than your father. You have not squandered the love of our ancestors. After a moment's pause, he inquired, will you emulate your great-grandfather in the future? Not at all, Li Bao replied. I am the pivotal figure in the Li family's complete transformation, and it is imperative that we cease any favoritism. When the time comes for me to pass down the family legacy, there shall be no preferential treatment, not even in the realm of the Li family's technological enterprises, which will be allocated fairly. Li Mao was taken aback, then elated. Are you suggesting that the current technological ventures are designated for us, father and son? Why would it be otherwise? Li Bao chuckled, suppressing his mirth. Great-aunt never married and has no descendants. Our great-grandfather has no interest in these matters. If not for us, then for whom? Li Mao laughed. I had thought the great-grandfather intended to reclaim it. It seems I was overly concerned. His spirits lifted considerably. So, are we to inherit a substantial portion of the Li family's assets, amounting to over 10 million taels? Naturally, Li Bao affirmed. Although both of us are crucial to the family's transformation, a transitional period is necessary, is it not? Our great-grandfather is indeed strict, but such strictness stems from deep affection, not mere tyranny. Li Mao nodded in agreement, sighing, I misunderstood the great-grandfather. I thought him to be uncouth. It seems I was mistaken. His brusqueness is undeniable. Li Bao quipped, the great-grandfather has always been rather rough. I am genuinely astonished he has not reprimanded you, father. Father, are you no longer troubled by this? Li Bao teased. What gave you the impression that I was troubled? Li Mao retorted, feigning seriousness but soon succumbing to laughter. You certainly don't spare me any dignity, do you? How could a son dare to mock his father? Li Bao replied with a playful grin. Now, father, will you not oversee the division of the family estate? Of course I shall, Li Mao declared confidently, brushing off his robe. Leave this matter to your father. Watch how I manage them. Li Bao was astonished and quickly asked, Father, what is your plan? To be honest, he had been ruminating for days without arriving at a satisfactory solution. His father, hands on his hips and unabashed, answered, Do we even need a plan to deal with them? Simply relocating the discussions of the estate division from the Yongqing Marquis's residence to your great-grandfather's courtyard will resolve all difficulties. Upon concluding his remarks, he could not resist ridiculing his son. You may consider yourself clever, yet oftentimes you display a remarkable lack of intelligence. Where is your father's dignity? Li Bao stood in astonishment, stammering, Father, do you truly fear not the wrath of our great-grandfather, or do you perceive him as a kind and benevolent elder? Is our great-grandfather not sufficiently kind and gentle? Li Bao was perplexed by his father's delusional notions and could only manage a wry smile, replying, Father, you have truly never endured a beating, have you? Your misunderstanding of our great-grandfather runs profoundly deep. Li Mao admonished, You must remember the virtues of your great-grandfather. Do not presume him to be a brutish elder simply because he chastised you for your youthful mischief. Even if his methods were somewhat severe, they stemmed from the belief that discipline cultivates filial piety. After all, I have disciplined you as well. Do you still harbor resentment towards me? No, that is entirely different. It is not due to my great-grandfather's reprimands that Enough. Li Mao, now burdened by layers of reverence for his ancestor, could not abide any disparagement and interjected. Why this incessant prattle? Go. Inform all the clan members that we shall officially divide the inheritance tomorrow. Li Bao smacked his lips. Father, are you certain? Is that even a question? The pressure from the 6 ministries of southern Zhujiang, Zhang Hai Rui, and Zhao Zhengji has already been accepted. What do we have left to fear? I meant, do you truly intend to divide the inheritance in front of our great-grandfather? What other choice is there? Li Mao cleared his throat, invoking his aunt's words, and declared, I remain the head of the family, still the Duke of Yongqing, and our great-grandfather is still in Jinling. Those old codgers, those little rascals, cannot possibly overturn the heavens. Father, you should hurry. After being questioned repeatedly, Li Mao's earlier good mood evaporated, and he retorted angrily. Have you not realized that it has been some years since I last struck you? Do you truly believe you are beyond punishment? Huh. Do not provoke me to slap you. Very well, if it means that the Li family can settle matters sooner. I suppose trading a beating from my father for that outcome is rather advantageous. Li Bao pondered the pros and cons, choosing silence. I shall make the arrangements at once. Ah, you are perceptive. Li Mao dusted off his robe, poured himself a cup from the untouched wine jug, and downed it in one go. What exquisite wine! Truly remarkable. Li Mao had never regarded wine as so rich, and after several more cups, he ceased only when the vessel was empty, feeling slightly intoxicated. He chuckled to himself, Our great-grandfather possesses foresight. It is I who have been narrow-minded. Thus, I can honor my father, grandfather, and great-grandfather while reaping numerous benefits. Not only will my sons gain advantages, but in the future, regardless of how many generations the Xiaobao line may continue, they will all be my descendants. In such a scenario, the prospects for my lineage will only grow brighter. Ha ha ha. Splendid indeed. Chapter 184. Li Qing's Fury in the Early Morning. As dawn broke slightly, Li Qing, who had stayed up late reading novels, was in a deep slumber. Suddenly, the courtyard erupted with the sound of clamorous footsteps. Li Qing, unwilling to raise his eyelids, turned over, intending to continue his sleep. However, he was soon met with the raucous shouts of great-grandfather. Great-grandfather, half awake and half asleep. Li Qing irritably pulled the blanket over his head, yet found it ineffective in muffling the noise. Oh, how vexing! Li Qing abruptly flung aside the blanket, barefoot, and approached the window, inquiring about the morning commotion. The crowd fell into an instant silence. Li Mao instinctively shrank back, offering a sheepish smile. I apologize for disturbing the venerable ancestor's rest. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing asked, What is the matter? Division of the family estate. Li Qing was taken aback. They had yet to initiate the division? Indeed, Li Mao replied, nodding with a hint of disappointment. How could the descendant fail to honor the efforts of our esteemed forebear? Li Qing, bewildered, pondered how he had suddenly become a figure of such concern. Li Bao quickly interjected, Grandfather, if you are weary, do not hesitate to rest a little longer. We can wait. Can I even sleep now? Li Qing retorted, irritably closing the window. He donned his shoes and wrapped himself in a robe before stepping outside. With a hurried splash of cool water prepared by Xueer, he invigorated himself, the refreshing sensation awakening his senses. Li Xueer approached and softly clarified. It was a misunderstanding on Li Mao's part. He believed my words of comfort implied you were still in Jinling and that you would shoulder the responsibility. Thus, he is acting in this manner. Pausing, she added, This matter is indeed delicate. No matter how the division occurs, there will always be discontent. Only your presence can bring resolution. Li Qing acknowledged her with a nod, surveying the gathering of Li family members. Today's assembly was even larger than the last, exceeding 150 individuals, with even infants in swaddling clothes brought along. The courtyard was overflowing, leaving no space even in the corners, with adolescents aged 13 or 14 eagerly eyeing the fruit trees, as if they wished to climb them. The densely packed crowd, interspersed with the occasional wails of infants, caused Li Qing a throbbing headache. The newcomers, unfamiliar with this ancestral figure, coupled with Li Qing's lingering morning irritability, did little to elevate his spirits. The sheer number of people resulted in frequent jostling, with individuals stepping on one another's toes, creating a chaotic atmosphere. All were present for the division of the estate, each a competitor unwilling to concede. The cacophony grew louder, threatening to escalate into violence. Li Qing observed this scene, his mood darkening further, until the inevitable occurred. Two youths, around 14 or 15, pushed each other in escalating frustration, culminating in a brawl. Those caught in the fray were knocked down, and the cries of infants rose to a crescendo. Li Mao and his son struggled to maintain order, yet their voices were drowned out by the tumultuous crowd. In moments, even the injured joined in the melee. Having lived many years and encountered numerous events, Li Qing had rarely experienced such intense emotional upheaval. Yet, witnessing the chaos before him, he felt genuine anger. A tempestuous gust of wind suddenly erupted, and before the bewildered Li family members could comprehend the situation, several young men were hurled into the air. Rather, they soared before crashing back down with a resounding thud against the courtyard wall, sliding down to the ground, motionless. This spectacle was so sudden and extraordinary that every onlooker wore an expression of sheer disbelief. as Li Qing descended the stone steps, emerging from beneath the eaves. The bystanders realized that this extraordinary spectacle was the handiwork of their living ancestor. The atmosphere became eerily silent. Even the children ceased their cries. Despite the crowd filling the courtyard, they made a concerted effort to clear a path for him. In that moment, they belatedly recalled that this was a being who had lived for at least 2 centuries, a divine entity, an immortal. Li Qing moved deliberately towards the courtyard wall, raising his foot to kick the heads of a few individuals closer together. The ensuing scene sent chills down the spines of all present, rendering them nearly paralyzed with dread. The living ancestor crouched down, gently removing hairpins from the heads of several young men. He then gathered their long hair into his grasp, holding it firmly. As the living ancestor slowly stood, the young men, seemingly unable to control themselves, half lifted their heads while the majority of their bodies remained on the ground. Yet, the living ancestor appeared undeterred, tugging at their hair as he turned to walk back beneath the eaves. With each step, the young men were dragged along, motionless, devoid of even a hint of pain, resembling lifeless bodies. The visual impact of this moment was so profound that the Li family momentarily forgot their fear. Staring blankly at the unfolding events, Li Mao was left utterly dumbfounded, recalling his son's words from the previous day, questioning whether he truly feared their ancestor or believed him to be a benevolent elder. Beads of cold sweat formed on Li Mao's forehead, dispelling any semblance of bravado. The young men, their hair grasped, were pulled through the parted crowd, up the stone steps, and beneath the eaves. With a resounding thud, 5 heads struck the stone slabs of the corridor, producing a series of sharp sounds. Throughout this ordeal, the young men remained silent, exhibiting a stoic resilience. Had they perished long ago? This thought crept into the minds of all, filling them with an inescapable fear. In that moment, many began to equate this living ancestor with the formidable Qing Marquis, a figure who had dominated the Ming dynasty for over a decade, an unparalleled immortal. Witnessing the tragic demise of their kin, no one screamed, no one celebrated, and certainly, no one considered alerting the authorities. Over 100 individuals stood there, transfixed, gazing at the young men beneath the eaves, their expressions saturated with terror. Everyone understood that any sound could disrupt the mood of the living ancestor, leading to the same fate for them as the unfortunate young men. Li Qing returned to his chair, surveying the crowd with a disdainful glance. "Are we not to be quiet?" he inquired, met with silence as no one dared to meet his gaze. Even so, an invisible force pierced through their skin like needles, each person feeling an acute pain that made their very breaths tremble. Would it not have been better to behave sooner, rather than provoking my wrath? Li Qing sighed, turning his attention to the father and son in the front row. "Bring it forth. Little Bao, the ancestral records are in my possession. You must take them to your great-grandfather," Li Mao urged in a hushed tone, his forehead drenched as if caught in a downpour. "Hurry." Li Mao was paralyzed by fear, realizing that his loud voice had awakened this living ancestor, leaving him cold and trembling, devoid of the strength to move. Li Bao smacked his lips and took 2 meticulously condensed booklets from his father's embrace. He ascended the stairs and approached his great-grandfather, bowing respectfully as he said, "Please, ancestor, take a look." Li Qing raised his hand to receive the booklets and, opening their covers, remarked blandly, "Li Xueer." Li Xueer circled around to face Li Qing and performed a deep bow. "The technological industry of the Li family belongs to you." "Indeed." Li Mao, unable to move freely, bent his back and mimicked his great-aunt's bow. "The overseas properties belong to you." "Indeed." Li Bao, the Yongqing brand is yours. "Indeed." Li Shan, the pawn shop in the east of the city is yours, and I shall supplement you with 250,000 taels of silver. "Indeed." Li Hao's 3 sons bowed in affirmation. "Li Yuan, the rouge workshop in the south of the city is yours, but you must contribute 300,000 taels of silver to settle the accounts." "Indeed." Li Hao's 5th son dared not voice any dissent. Li Qing distributed the assets based on their market value, ensuring an equitable division where no one suffered loss. Even the babbling infant received his fair share. The principle was clear: none shall be disadvantaged. Naturally, if these children squandered their inheritance before maturing, they could only blame their ill fortune. Li Qing believed his distribution was fair, and at least no one protested its inequity. Thus, within a mere half an hour, the division of the Li family's estate concluded. From this day forth, each individual was their own master. The resources and opportunities had been bestowed upon them, and whether they thrived or faltered was their own destiny. Should they find themselves in misfortune later, they were not to blame the heavens or seek the favor of the first branch. They must fend for themselves. Li Qing declared, "Gentlemen, kindness has its limits, and it has been 5 generations since Li Hong. Now, with the birth of your generation, it is time to draw a line. Going forward, do not invoke the name of the Yongqing Marquis in your endeavors. The so-called favors no longer exist. Do you understand?" A large group of people bowed and nodded in silent agreement. Whether they chose to be content with the status quo or embark upon a second venture, even if they decided to liquidate their assets for leisure, he would not interfere. Li Qing's demeanor remained placid, stating, "What I have given you is yours. Hold it with peace of mind. However, if you cannot manage it, that becomes your concern." The crowd bowed once more. Li Qing sighed and added, "I have but one request. Whether continuing business or selling assets for cash, you must consider the workers and the common people. Even if you choose not to engage in business, when selling assets, ensure that the successors retain the original workers." "Yes." Li Qing nodded slightly. "That will suffice. You may all return." The group bowed again and gradually departed. Li Mao intended to blend into the crowd to leave as well, but was halted by his son. The small courtyard fell into tranquility, occupied only by the 2 fathers and sons, Li Xueer, 5 young men who had passed away long ago, and Li Qing. Li Mao, mustering his courage, said, "Great ancestor, the great-grandson did not intend to disturb your peace. It was merely a misunderstanding of my great-aunt's intention." Li Qing merely smiled and chose not to dwell on it, saying, "You are not as capable as your son. Henceforth, do not interfere with him." Chapter 185. The new mandate. Li Mao dared not voice any dissent, and he was well aware of this fact. Xuanzuan understood. "Well, that is good." Li Qing sighed in relief. "Let us return, and take these few along as well." Li Mao swallowed hard and cautiously inquired, "Will their parents handle the arrangements for the aftermath, or shall it be Xuanzuan?" Li Qing replied tersely, "They are not dead yet. It is simpler to divide the money directly among them, as they will have their share." Yes, understood. Xuanzuan will distribute their shares later." Li Mao nodded repeatedly. Yet, he soon found himself in a quandary regarding how to transport the 5 young individuals. Li Bao promptly devised a solution, saying, "Father, please wait a moment. I will call a few delivery men to assist us." Li Mao's eyes brightened, but concern quickly followed as he whispered, "What shall we say to explain? Is that not simple? Just claim they have drunk too much." Li Bao pointed at the few individuals lying on the ground. "Look at them. They are still breathing." Li Qing disregarded the father-son discussion and directly exited the courtyard, with Li Xueer following closely behind. Matters concerning the Li family ultimately fell to Li Qing to resolve, while affairs beyond their realm were managed collectively by Hai Rui, Zhang Juzheng, and Zhao Xinji. The authoritative presence of Zhang Juzheng, the resolute nature of Hai Rui, and the diplomatic approach of Zhao Xinji formed a formidable alliance, rendering the officials of the 6 ministries utterly helpless. The cabinet ministers dared not offend them, nor could they risk incurring the wrath of the popular Hai Rui. And what of offending Zhao Xinji? That would be an unwise choice. Disregarding the multitude of students at the Imperial Academy, each of these 3 figures was formidable in their own right. One wielded the power of the court, another commanded public sentiment, and the last influenced the scholarly community. Under the rising tide of public opinion, coupled with the fact that the Li family had begun to truly split, these officials could only begrudgingly lament their predicament. However, upon recognizing the reality of the situation, they promptly sprang into action, initiating a thorough assessment of the individual assets of the Li family, calculating their operational capacities to establish a rough estimate of the tax obligations. The evolution of commerce and industry in the Ming dynasty had led to a continual refinement of tax collection, particularly the commercial tax, which had become the foremost financial pillar of the dynasty. From the emperor down to the officials, there was a keen emphasis on commercial taxation. Although one cannot claim that tax evasion by merchants had been entirely eradicated, there had been significant strides made in ensuring substantial tax revenue. Of course, for the court, the government, and those in power, the regulations became increasingly meticulous and rationalized. Yet, for the merchants, it felt as though the state was extracting too much, and local authorities were excessively exploitative. Nevertheless, their insatiable greed was not without justification. When the founding emperor established the nation, the taxation on merchants was nearly non-existent. Almost 99% of their profits were pocketed by the merchants themselves. Since the Yongle period, when maritime trade was open to the populace, the government began to incrementally impose commercial taxes. Successive emperors gradually increased these taxes, although each ruler's additions were not excessively burdensome. The cumulative effect of generations of such measures has led to significant distress among the merchant class. Naturally, the merchants are reluctant to accept this. Yet the penalties for tax evasion are severe, ranging from hefty fines to confiscation of property and even execution. Furthermore, the flourishing of commerce has significantly lowered the barriers to trade, rendering most merchants incapable of posing a threat to the court, except for giants like the Li family, which is now about to split, further diminishing any threat they might have represented. The Ming dynasty's tax collection system is notably stringent. While there may be some bias in its enforcement, it generally prevents the merchant class from exploiting public resources for personal gain. This is largely attributable to the efforts of Li Qing, who, labeled by the Ming emperor as a money demon, is particularly invested in ensuring the court's finances remain robust. With the situation stabilized, Li Qing has shifted his focus to a more leisurely pace of life. The division of the Li family coincided with the Mid-Autumn Festival, which they unfortunately missed. However, in honor of Xueer, Li Qing invited Zhu Zaiqi and his wife to compensate for the occasion. They enjoyed wine and mooncakes, striving to ensure that Li Xueer's future would be free of regrets. On this day, Hai Rui, Zhang Juzheng, and Zhao Zhengji arrived as previously arranged. Li Qing decided to treat them all with takeout. Beneath the ginkgo tree, the four engaged in conversation, which could be described as lively, though Hai Rui remained somewhat somber. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Hai Rui announced his intention to take his leave. "I have come today to bid farewell, as I must return to Wusongjiang where affairs are pressing. Now that matters concerning the Li family have concluded, I must return to my post." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhengji quickly produced a resignation letter he had prepared earlier and awkwardly requested, "I would trouble the Marquis to affix his signature." Li Qing neither urged Hai Rui to stay nor declined Zhao Zhengji's request. Finally, he turned to Zhang Juzheng and inquired, "Are you also planning to return to Suzhou?" Zhang Juzheng hesitated before responding, "I cannot return just yet. The emperor has issued new directives." Recognizing the cue, Hai Rui and Zhao Zhengji tactfully stood to take their leave. Zhang Juzheng, fearing to displease the Yongqing Marquis, smiled and said, "It is not a secret. You may both listen." After a moment's pause, he continued, "This pertains to matters concerning the western regions." Both men, being attentive to state affairs, resumed their seats. Zhang Juzheng explained, "Previously, I advised the emperor to enhance interregional trade by exchanging cotton from the west for hemp from the Ming dynasty." He briefly outlined the context of this proposal. Hai Rui and Zhao Zhengji expressed their strong agreement. Zhao Zhengji thoughtfully remarked, "By leveraging each other's strengths and addressing mutual needs, not only can we achieve mutual benefits, but we can also increase the western region's dependency on the Ming." He added, "The envoy from the western regions has already arrived in the capital and has expressed strong support for this proposal. The emperor wishes for Grand Scholar Zhang to implement it here." Zhang Juzheng smiled and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, there is no one wiser than Meng Jing." Hai Rui interjected, "The southern regions are indeed more suitable for hemp cultivation. However, given the current prosperity of commerce, the economic benefits of hemp cultivation are far less than that of mulberry. How can we persuade the populace to embrace this change? This indeed poses a dilemma. However, with earnest effort, solutions can be found." Upon hearing this, Hai Rui refrained from further inquiries. Recognizing that Zhang Juzheng had discovered a point of entry he preferred to keep to himself. Li Qing also refrained from questioning, merely stating, "If you require assistance, you may request personnel from Shun Lian. The governor has already dispatched someone, and this individual is extraordinary. If the Marquis has the time, I would be pleased to introduce him on a later occasion." Zhang Juzheng chuckled awkwardly, responding, "However, I still require the Marquis's assistance." Li Qing, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "With your capabilities, are you unable to accomplish this task?" "I can manage, but the emperor has other directives," Zhang Juzheng replied, his expression turning solemn. "The emperor wishes to diminish the tax authority of the southern direct administration." Li Qing pondered, "So, you intend to leverage the opportunity presented by the cotton trade?" Indeed. Nothing escapes the Marquis's keen perception." Zhang Juzheng laughed nervously. "To my chagrin, this plan was not conceived by me. Rather, it was proposed by the individual sent by Governor Shun. I believe using this pretext to wrest power from the southern direct administration is quite a viable strategy." Li Qing asked, To what extent do you intend to seize power? Naturally, the more, the better, Zhang Jujing replied. Although Jiangnan has been partitioned, the authority of the Southern Direct Administration remains largely unaffected. The region's wealth is exceedingly substantial, especially now, with the rampant prosperity of commerce and industry causing societal unrest. Under such circumstances, the court's prestige and governing power are at risk, as wealth increasingly converges with authority. The uniqueness and transcendence of the Southern Direct Administration should not be underestimated. Zhang Jujing continued, the emperor also wishes for you to take action. Li Qing calculated the time and deemed it feasible, nodding in agreement. All right, when shall we commence? Let us wait a few more days, Zhang Jujing suggested. The turmoil surrounding the Li family has not yet fully settled, and the 6 ministries are still occupied. I believe it prudent to wait until all dust has cleared before we proceed, to avoid jeopardizing critical financial matters. Very well, then you may begin your preparations. I shall step out briefly and return in a few days. Step out? Yes, I intend to visit Qi Jiguang. It will not take much time. Zhang Jujing, sensing the conversation was nearing a delicate point, refrained from probing further, chuckling lightly. No matter, it will not delay us. Hai Rui tentatively asked, from what the Marquis suggests. Are we to be busy again soon? Li Qing did not conceal his intentions, nodding. Before the year concludes, I plan to venture beyond the pass. Hu Zongxian and Yu Daiyou are already facing difficulties, and the court seeks to expedite the integration of the northern deserts. This will undoubtedly present numerous challenges, and I cannot shake off my unease without making the trip. Hai Rui nodded slightly in understanding. Zhang Jujing, however, was not surprised. Zhao Zhenji, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, I shall defer submitting my resignation for now. Let us first address the affairs of the Southern Direct Administration. That is quite agreeable. Zhang Jujing's eyes brightened, immediately seeking assurance. In that case, I shall trouble Brother Meng Jing even more. Zhao Zhenji chuckled, saying, It is my duty to alleviate the burdens of the one who feeds me. How could this be a burden to you? Ha, I misspoke. I owe you a drink, Zhang Jujing declared, raising his cup in a toast. The others did not take offense, and they all raised their glasses in camaraderie. After another cup was consumed, Hai Rui rose and bowed, saying, Marquis, Master Zhang, Master Zhao, I truly must take my leave. The 3 could see that Hai Rui was genuinely in a hurry, so they made no effort to retain him. Escorting him out of the courtyard, continuing the conversation about the promotion of the mind philosophy, Zhao Zhenji and Zhang Jujing took their leave. Li Qing pinched the bridge of his nose and muttered, I thought I could enjoy some leisure time before heading beyond the borders, yet here I am. Entangled in the Li family's division and the power struggles between the southern and northern regions of Zhili. What a myriad of troubles. Xueer. Li Xueer emerged from the side room, surprised. Is the gathering already over? Hai Rui was pressed for time, hence the brevity of their discussion. Li Qing stretched languidly and remarked, Tomorrow, I plan to step out, but I want to be bringing you along this time. Are you going to General Qi's place? Indeed. Merely to gather some information. I shall return in a few days. Li Xueer was not surprised by Li Qing's visit to Qi Jiguang, but was taken aback by his urgency, considering he had just been preoccupied. Yet, it seemed there were more pressing matters at hand. You are indeed astute. Li Qing sighed wryly, acknowledging that while the issues of the Li family had been resolved, matters in southern Zhili had arisen once more. Chapter 186. More money to spend in the early morning. The dawn broke over the horizon, casting its golden light upon the training grounds, where soldiers practiced vigorously, radiating vitality. Today, Qi Jiguang was nearing his 40s. His years of military service had sculpted him into a robust figure, his physique as steadfast as an imposing mountain, clad in armor. As he gazed upon the elite troops he had meticulously trained, a swell of pride filled Qi Jiguang's heart, yet a sense of regret and bewilderment lingered. In this era of peace, the valor of such a formidable army seemed wasted. Lost in thought, Qi Jiguang was jolted from his reverie by a gentle pat on his shoulder. Startled, he turned to find Li Qing smiling at him. Mr. Yong, what brings you here? Qi Jiguang exclaimed, both astonished and delighted after a moment of surprise. I was bored and thought I would pay you a visit, Li Qing replied, standing beside him as they observed the soldiers training in the distance. I have encountered many generals skilled in battle, but few possess your aptitude for training troops. Your flattery is excessive, Qi Jiguang replied modestly. Are you troubled by something? After a brief pause, Qi Jiguang spoke softly. I am pondering whether this might be considered a waste of resources. Why think such thoughts? Li Qing countered. The pirates have largely quieted down, transitioning to legitimate business. Qi Jiguang sighed lightly. It is said that one nurtures soldiers for 1,000 days to employ them for a moment, yet given the present circumstances, it seems unlikely that there will be an opportunity for such employment. Li Qing chuckled. Why focus solely on the pirates? The Ming dynasty will soon face tumultuous waves, surely. The soldiers will find their purpose. Who knows how long this future may be? Qi Jiguang replied with a wry smile. Perhaps I shall never encounter it in my lifetime. However, the costs of maintaining an army are tangible. While the number of pirates has diminished significantly, my troop numbers have multiplied several-fold, leading to considerable expenses. If I may be so bold, is the imperial treasury in a stable condition? Li Qing shook his head. It has long been stretched thin, and now it is even more strained. Qi Jiguang was further perplexed. If that is the case, why did the emperor reject my suggestion to downsize the military? I have told you before, a naval conflict is inevitable, and the timeline is not distant, Li Qing replied with a smile. Those in power must attend to their governance. Your concerns are perhaps a bit excessive. Very well, Qi Jiguang conceded with a reluctant nod. I presume your visit is not merely for reminiscing? Li Qing responded evasively. The pirates truly have diminished? Though it cannot be said to have vanished entirely, it has indeed become a rare occurrence. Qi Jiguang remarked that since the court permitted trade between the common folk and Japan, the prices of goods have significantly diminished. The Japanese daimyo can procure Ming products at relatively low prices, thereby eliminating their motivation for smuggling or even piracy. While the costs associated with smuggling and piracy may be lower, the consequences of being apprehended by the Ming army are undeniably dire, and the daimyo are astute enough to weigh these factors. In light of this comparison, it is only natural that they would choose to abandon their nefarious ways. Li Qing nodded slightly and inquired, what impact has the opening of trade with Japan had on the coastal populace? The effects are indeed tangible. For instance, the individuals who profited prior to the market's opening are no longer the same as those who benefit thereafter. Qi Jiguang elucidated that previously, transactions were conducted privately. But the situation has changed. With the formalization of the market, merchants have replaced pirates, transitioning from private dealings to public transactions, which is beneficial to the populace, albeit for different groups. Overall, the advantages now are greater, are they not? Indeed, Qi Jiguang concurred, but this is predicated on the court's willingness to concede profits. Since the market's inception, trade volume with Japan has plummeted. Qi Jiguang could not suppress his concerns and cautioned, the court's finances are in a precarious state. If they do not find new sources of revenue and cut expenditures, their situation may become unsustainable. Li Qing smiled wryly. What you perceive, the ministers and the emperor have undoubtedly already recognized. While it is true that the court's finances are strained, it is not yet at a breaking point. After a pause, he continued, as for the Li family having divided, at least for the next decade, the fiscal issues of the Ming will not pose a significant problem. Is there a connection? Qi Jiguang was taken aback. The turmoil surrounding the division of the Li family was quite pronounced, and while he had heard whispers, he could not comprehend how this familial split related to the finances of the Ming, as it involved only the Li clan, not the imperial court. Li Qing explained. In truth, the extravagant spenders of wealthy families can exert a remarkably positive influence on the state and the lives of its citizens. Noticing Qi Jiguang's continued confusion, he elaborated, money does not vanish, it merely shifts. A considerable portion of this transfer will find its way into the court's coffers. For instance, when individuals acquire wealth, they tend to invest in homes and take concubines. Thus, the money flows to builders and concubines. These beneficiaries will, to varying degrees, enhance their quality of life, which in turn benefits commerce and industry, ultimately increasing the court's tax revenue. That seems to make sense, Qi Jiguang mused. So, the financial situation is no longer a concern? Li Qing shook his head. The financial situation has always been an issue. However, it is one that is not insurmountable. I see, Qi Jiguang reflected thoughtfully. And then a realization struck him. Are you here to advocate for an expansion of military funding? Li Qing was taken aback. You discerned that? Qi Jiguang sheepishly admitted. When I returned from the western regions, during the celebration banquet held by the emperor and the retired emperor, I did express some grievances, remarking that you never seem to notice the court's wealth and that you are like a money-consuming specter, always causing the court's finances to tighten. Li Qing retorted, are you truly in favor of expanding military funding? What, do you not support it? He cast a sidelong glance at Qi Jiguang, his expression darkening. Qi Jiguang was conflicted. I simply feel that such an action may lack significance. However, he recognized that waiting until adversaries arrived with ships and cannons before preparing would be too late. Li Qing remarked, "Your anti-Wokou army of over 20,000 is in dire need of a transformation." "In what manner?" came the response. "The navy," Li Qing asserted. "The Ming dynasty possesses a navy, totaling no less than 100,000 in number. The Ming boasts 1,000,000 valiant troops, yet how many among them are truly battle-hardened?" Li Qing interjected, stating, "Since the conflict with the Florentine forces during the Hongzhi era, the Ming navy has not engaged in any significant warfare. Moreover, the court's finances have been persistently strained. Following the Jiajing reign, the military budget for the navy has been continuously curtailed. Today, apart from a mere 10,000 elite sailors safeguarding maritime trade, the remainder has long lost its former valor, and the martial virtues have all but vanished." Qi Jiguang fell silent. Li Qing sighed. "I appointed you to the navy to lead by example, to restore the glory of the Ming navy to its former heights, if not beyond. Western maritime warfare has never ceased, although their ships may not match ours and their firearms may be slightly inferior. Their combat effectiveness and abundant martial spirit far surpass our current state. Our future adversaries will undoubtedly be elite forces, and we must transform into an elite force ourselves." Qi Jiguang furrowed his brow and nodded slowly, inquiring, "Are their firearms merely slightly inferior? Let us not forget that our formidable general's cannon was also inspired by their technology, and they are currently adopting our naval techniques." Li Qing replied earnestly, "The gap in armaments will continue to diminish. We must also bridge the disparity in martial virtues." "Understood." Qi Jiguang responded with a firm nod. Rather than feeling disheartened, he was invigorated by the prospect of a new challenge. "Your arrival is to ascertain whether the Wokou have quieted, so you can petition the court to incorporate my anti-Wokou troops into the navy, is it not?" Unlike Udayo, Qi Jiguang was shrewd and preferred not to flaunt his strength. He often delegated troubles to others rather than burdening himself. Thus, he promptly passed the matter of petitioning the court to Li Qing. Li Qing, both amused and exasperated, chose not to admonish him, having never intended to place Qi Jiguang in a difficult position. "Since the Wokou have indeed quieted, prepare yourself. I shall draft the petition, sign it myself, and you can assist in delivering it to the capital, which will serve to confirm my visit here." "That is no trouble at all," Qi Jiguang chuckled. "I have been rather idle lately, and your arrival is quite timely. Come, I shall treat you. It has been a long time since we shared a drink." In the capital, within the grand hall, a father and son sat facing each other, engaged in a game of Go. The young one, resting his chin on his hand, stared vacantly, lost in thought. "Your chess skills surpass mine, father," Zhu Ziyu conceded, resigning a piece and steering the conversation to the matter at hand. "Today, I wish to consult you regarding the Ming navy." Zhu Hozong, unhurried, collected the pieces, commenting, "To prevent maritime conflict?" "Indeed," Zhu Ziyu pondered. "I believe Lord Yongqing does not speak without purpose. His extensive experience in the West grants him insights far beyond our own. With the opening of trade with Japan, the Wokou have largely subsided. Do you think we might consider preparations? Is the treasury capable?" "Not particularly," Zhu Hozong replied, "though it is somewhat feasible. However, you seem a tad anxious." Zhu Ziqiang was momentarily taken aback, forcing a wry smile as he remarked, "It is not that I am overly anxious, but rather that we have reached a crucial juncture. Recently, Qi Jiguang submitted a memorial stating that the threat posed by the Japanese pirates has been largely quelled, and he requests the court to significantly reduce the military resources allocated for anti-piracy efforts. This proposal has garnered widespread approval among the officials, particularly given the current fiscal constraints. If we do not bring this matter to the forefront..." What does it mean that father just mentioned it is permissible?" Zhu Ziqiang suddenly stumbled upon a blind spot. I see." Zhu Hozong nodded slowly before continuing. "The Li family has been divided, has it not? Since the Li family has split, the financial issue is no longer a concern." After a brief pause, he signaled to Zhang Jujing to devise a plan to invite the Li family members to the north, preferably to the capital. What does this mean?" Zhu Ziqiang inquired. Perplexed, Zhu Yijuan interjected, "Father, it is quite evident. The court lacks funds, yet they possess wealth. Speak when an adult is talking. Children should refrain from interrupting." Zhu Ziqiang, irritated, delivered a sharp reprimand to his son, scolding, "Let us not forget the Li family's contributions over the years. If we proceed as suggested, The wealthy gentry of the Ming dynasty will undoubtedly become alarmed, and the impact on commerce and industry would be severe. Do you comprehend this? To his surprise, he heard his father declare, "Yijuan is not mistaken," Zhu Ziqiang exclaimed. Chapter 187. The Ming Dynasty's Piggy Bank. Zhu Yijuan immediately perked up, smugly stating, "See, I was right. Was I not?" Zhu Ziqiang, unable to engage with his son's arrogance, expressed his confusion. "Father, could this not be seen as excessively ruthless? Where are your thoughts wandering?" Zhu Hozong retorted sharply, "Do you think we are confiscating their assets? Is your intention," Zhu Ziqiang ventured cautiously, "to have them establish workshops, build industries, and engage in commerce in the capital to stimulate the local economy, thereby enabling the court to collect taxes?" "Indeed," Zhu Hozong affirmed. "Do not underestimate the revenue generated by these merchants. Even if we only attract 50, it would yield a substantial income." Pausing, he added, "Were you not tasked with having Zhang Jujing contest the tax rights with southern Jiangsu? Is this not a more direct approach?" Zhu Yijuan, astonished, replied, "Grandfather, merely adding 50 taxpayers constitutes a significant income for the court? Do you not realize how much wealth can be generated by 50 individuals? 500,000 taels. Perhaps even 50 million taels, if not more." Zhu Hozong elaborated, "The Li family's total wealth is no less than 400 million taels. Even after excluding the non-negotiable and currently indivisible technological industries, the portion of family assets that could be distributed would still exceed 250 million taels. This is an extraordinarily lucrative opportunity. Merely passing through it would suffice to provide a lavish banquet. For 100 million taels?" Zhu Yijuan's eyes widened. His mouth agape as he murmured, "This is simply a multiple of the national treasury." "A multiple, you say? It is as if the national treasury were affluent. Yet it is already laden with debt. Nowadays, even a common household possesses wealth rivaling that of nations." The father and son exchanged glances, both filled with a sense of bitterness. The finances of the Ming dynasty resembled a paper tiger, easily pierced through, a situation exemplified by the fact that members of merchant associations could collectively exchange silver certificates for actual silver. Even if only 20 to 30% of the members were to redeem their certificates, the court would still be unable to accommodate such demands. The debts accumulated are excessively burdensome. Even the mere exchange by the Li family could lead the court to face significant financial crises twice. They are essentially deferring repayment, imposing additional deficits through agricultural and commercial taxes, and resorting to the printing of the great Ming treasury notes and various other means to barely sustain their existence. If one were to scrutinize the matter closely, the finances have long since become riddled with gaping wounds, incapable of being mended, at least under the current circumstances. Coupled with the ever-mounting debts, it is impossible for the father and son to muster even a shred of confidence in repaying what is owed. However, should it come to that juncture, the court would not easily collapse. The material wealth of the Ming dynasty is astoundingly abundant. There is no need to exhaust resources, as suitable levies from merchants and the populace would suffice to resolve the dilemmas at hand. Yet, such actions would exact a heavy toll, and unless dire straits compel them, the father and son would prefer to avoid such drastic measures. Zhu Hozong exhaled deeply, forcing a faint smile as he said, "Do you think the Li family is excessively greedy, merely a band of unscrupulous merchants solely focused on amassing wealth? Indeed, it is quite a lot." Zhu Yijuan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Does Mr. Li not intervene?" "Li Qing does intervene, and quite strictly at that," Zhu Hozong replied. "The wealth of the Li family is indeed vast, yet the taxes contributed by Li Qing are astonishingly substantial. Isn't that to be expected? With such an abundance of assets and wealth, the taxes must naturally be considerable." "Incorrect," Zhu Ziyan interjected. "Your grandfather's implication is that, with similar assets, the proportion of taxes paid by the Li family is significantly greater than that of the average gentry." Zhu Hozong nodded and remarked, "If the Li family were to engage in any manipulations, and not to mention the distant past, over the course of more than 60 years, they could have paid at least 10 million taels less. If Li Qing were to assist in concealing matters, the total wealth of the Li family would be around 800 million taels at the very least." The young one listened in awe, stammering, "But how much wealth does our Ming dynasty possess in total? Who can say?" Zhu Hozong felt a faint sadness. Since the reign of the founding emperor, who opened the seas for trade, it has been over 150 years. The influx of silver into the Ming dynasty over these years is incalculable. Not to mention, from the Changhua era to the present, merely from Japan alone, excluding smuggled goods. The silver that flowed into the court amounts to at least 30 million taels. After a pause, he added, of course, calculating the wealth of the Ming dynasty solely in terms of silver is inaccurate. The total asset value of the Ming dynasty undoubtedly exceeds the silver alone. For instance, converting the Li family's total assets valued at 400 million taels into silver is quite challenging, Zhu Hozhong patiently explained. Zhu Yijuan, however, remained perplexed, murmuring, "Grandfather, I do not quite comprehend what you are saying." Even Zhu Ziyan, despite his intention to elucidate, suddenly realized he too was only partially informed, and thus fell silent in frustration. Zhu Hozhong felt somewhat disheartened and vexed, pondering whether there was not a single member of the Zhu family who understood fiscal economics. In truth, even Zhu Hozhong himself lacked a natural aptitude in this field. He had merely deduced insights through sheer intelligence. Although he could grasp the principles, explaining them clearly to his grandson proved to be a true challenge. Zhu Hozhong sighed despondently. Before long, Li Qing will arrive in the capital. You may inquire of him then. Ah, splendid. The young one immediately perked up, eagerly asking, "Grandfather, when do you think Mr. Li will come? Will he arrive early?" The little one wore an impatient expression, eager to accompany Mr. Li to the outskirts and behold the splendor of the grasslands. Observing his grandson's closeness to Li Qing, Zhu Hozhong felt a twinge of jealousy. He disregarded his grandson and turned to his son, stating, "The Li family is prosperous, yet they have long lived in comfort, most of them mere empty vessels. Now, suddenly enriched, it is certain that a substantial portion of this newfound wealth will not endure. Thus, we cannot allow Zhang Jujing to persuade them to invest in the capital under the guise of the court, lest it appear as though the court is behaving unseemly." Zhu Ziqian's spirit soared. Does father mean not only the commercial taxes, but also their principal? Zhu Hozhong smirked, replying with an air of inevitability. If they lack the capacity to retain it, it is only reasonable for the court to accept it. Zhu Ziqian's heart raced, his face flushed with excitement. Unlike his father, who had taken over a Ming dynasty free of debt, with considerable surplus, Zhu Ziqian inherited a realm stripped bare, left with no other choice but to generate revenue. Unfortunately, over the years, not only had he failed to generate income, but the deficits had only widened. Zhu Ziqian was indeed terrified of poverty. Thus, upon hearing of substantial commercial taxes and principal, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. However, Zhu Ziqian was not blinded by happiness. He soon regained his composure and hesitated, asking, "Father, what of the Duke of Yongqing in this matter? Do you imply that Li Qing would be amenable to such a division?" Zhu Ziqian was intrigued by the prospect. Zhu Hozhong nodded. While this fellow is quite disagreeable, his virtue lies in his consistent disregard for all but the Ming dynasty. Li Qing not only spent but also earned. If truth be told, his earnings far exceeded his expenditures. Yet, the wealth he amassed rarely flowed into the court, while much of his spending derived from the court's coffers, resulting in the current predicament. There are expenses here and expenses there. The court is not only impoverished but also burdened with debt. Li Qing, a remarkable individual, is no deity and cannot conjure money from thin air. Thus, he can only break open the Li family's savings jar. Zhu Hozhong sighed deeply. "Ah, I have long contemplated this savings jar for decades. Now that Li Qing has indeed broken it, I find myself at a loss, perhaps due to the loss of this greatest aspiration." Upon hearing this, the joy that had briefly illuminated Zhu Ziqian's face faded significantly, and he grew solemn, earnestly acknowledging, "Father's metaphor is indeed apartment. While the wealth contained within this savings jar is ample, the Ming dynasty has far greater expenditures and a mountain of debt. Coupled with the Duke of Yongqing's terrifying propensity for spending, what shall we do?" Zhu Hozhong fell silent for a moment, letting out a long sigh. "Perhaps we must place our hopes in finance." "Finance?" Zhu Ziqian exclaimed in astonishment. "What is finance?" Even Zhu Hozhong found himself somewhat bewildered, feigning profundity as he replied, "It is of little use to explain now. You will understand in due time. Just focus on the present, for your capabilities are limited." "Very well." Zhu Ziqian felt a tinge of sadness and then inquired, "With Zhang Jujing's many tasks at hand, should we not assign him an assistant?" "No need." Zhu Hozhong remarked that if one lacks sufficient rank, they cannot be of assistance. Yet, if one's rank is adequate, it may become a hindrance, dampening one's enthusiasm. Furthermore, Li Qing still remains in Jinling. If Zhang Jujing truly falters, Li Qing would never remain indifferent. "However, Your Majesty, Mr. Li still intends to come to the capital and venture beyond the borders, Zhu Yijuan promptly reminded, anxious not to delay the meeting with Mr. Li. Zhu Hozhong retorted with irritation, which is of greater significance. Of course, the important matters take precedence. The young lad adjusted his demeanor, his expression turning sullen. This is precisely the point. Zhu Hozhong snorted. You may be young, but you must not act like a child, understand? Yes, I will remember, the young one nodded earnestly, no longer appearing dejected. Only then was Zhu Hozhong satisfied, stating that Zhang Jujing is an exceedingly rare capable minister, and with Shunlian's support. Even if Li Qing's assistance is required, it shall not consume an inordinate amount of time. Moreover, you underestimate Li Qing's capabilities. Do you truly believe the Duke of Yongqing, who has dominated the political arena across 11 reigns, is merely riding on reputation? Zhu Yijuan's heart surged with joy, yet he swiftly suppressed his elation and inquired, Does your Majesty imply that Mr. Li will not be late? Although this fellow lacks decorum and is known for his ruthless dealings, he remains true to his promises. Having vowed to arrive this year, he undoubtedly will, and not later than New Year's Eve. Zhu Hozhong, after all, was of advanced age and had softened, unable to maintain strictness towards his beloved grandson. He spoke gently, Mr. Li's words are binding, and so are mine, but before you go, you must study diligently. And even after you arrive, you must continue to learn. Do you understand? Chapter 188. The Emperor's Plight in the dormitory of the Nanjing Guozijian. Zhang Jujing and Zhao Zhenji were engaged in fervent discussions, refining the details of the impending battle. Both shared a common intention to avoid burdening the Duke of Yongqing unless absolutely necessary. Zhang Jujing sought to demonstrate his capability to bear the banner, while Zhao Zhenji felt it was commendable to alleviate some of the Duke's burdens. At that moment, a breathless, coarse voice broke through, tinged with urgency. Scholar Zhang. Is Scholar Zhang present? Both men were taken aback. Zhao Zhenji murmured, Could there be another crisis? Zhang Jujing felt a sense of foreboding, rising to say, Brother Ming Jing, please wait, I shall investigate. Upon reaching the door, he beheld an individual dressed as a courier, drenched in sweat on that September morning, causing a sense of dread to wash over Zhang Jujing, as he instinctively sensed grave news was afoot. The presence of a courier, rather than merely the jinui or eunuchs, often signified significant imperial directives. This seemingly inconspicuous courier bore the weight of an urgent message, 800 Li Express. Observing the courier's appearance, Zhang Jujing deduced the urgency without doubt. I am the Grand Scholar of the Cabinet and Imperial Envoy Zhang Jujing. Does His Majesty have a decree? Zhang Jujing descended the stone steps and hastened forward, retrieving the Emperor's bestowed bright yellow edict from his bosom to establish his identity. Upon seeing this, the courier quickly produced a letter, stating, Yes, it is His Majesty's decree. Zhang Jujing lifted his robe and bowed, accepting the letter, only to find that not only was it sealed with red wax, but also bore the words for Lord Zhang's eyes only, causing his heart to tighten with apprehension. Could it be that something has transpired in the capital? Tearing open the envelope and extracting the letter, Zhang Jujing scarcely had the time to glance at its contents before checking the date. Noticing it was a correspondence from 3 days prior, he realized it was still morning and barely 3 days had passed. A shiver ran down his spine, and the first thought that sprang to mind was that the Emperor had passed away. With a heart full of trepidation, Zhang Jujing quickly perused the contents and was taken aback once more. A plea to persuade the Li family to establish workshops in the capital for commercial endeavors? Having braced himself for calamity, he suddenly found himself in a situation that was both urgent and somewhat absurd. Upon reflection, however, he deemed it reasonable. Such matters were indeed of utmost urgency. The court was desperately impoverished, and the sudden appearance of so many lucrative opportunities could not be overlooked. In that moment, a wave of sympathy washed over Zhang Jujing for the Emperor, who, despite his exalted status, had to resort to such covert means to procure funds. How direly the great Ming had fallen. Is there any issue with the contents of the letter, Master Zhang? Inquired the courier, interrupting Zhang Jujing's reverie. Clearing his throat, Zhang Jujing replied, I am aware of the matter and shall exert every effort to fulfill His Majesty's wishes. The courier visibly relaxed, bowing in relief, and said, In that case, I shall take my leave. Zhang Jujing nodded, watching him depart while furrowing his brow in contemplation. At that moment, Zhao Zhenji emerged, asking, What is the Emperor's decree? Oh, it's nothing of great concern, Zhang Jujing responded, cautiously tucking the letter away. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Xinji refrained from probing further and merely inquired, "Will the existing plans be altered?" "No changes," Zhang Jujing replied, regaining his composure. "However, I will require the assistance of Brother Ming Jing, as I have some personal matters to attend to." Zhao Xinji, discerning the underlying tone, nodded and said, "If it pertains to loyalty to the emperor, then it is no trouble at all. Please do not hesitate to be busy." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Zhang Jujing pondered for a moment and said, "Tomorrow, I shall introduce a person to Brother Ming Jing, one who could serve as a significant asset." Pausing, he added, "Rest assured, Brother Ming Jing, I shall resolve my personal affairs swiftly so that you do not face them alone." "There is no need for such concern," Zhao Xinji smiled, waving his hand. "In haste, one often fails to achieve their goals. Even in urgent matters, it is wise to proceed with caution." Zhang Jujing inhaled deeply and smiled, acknowledging, "You speak the truth, Brother Ming Jing." At the Yongqing Marquette, both father and son were taken aback by Zhang Jujing's arrival. However, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Bao surmised the situation quite accurately. Business in Jiangnan is thriving, yet the competition is fierce. It is no easy task, Zhang Jujing remarked with a light chuckle. People often say that one's bones are intertwined with their sinews. Though the Li family has branched out, they remain a family. Previously, they stood united under the protection of the Yongqing Marquette, but now they have fragmented into numerous smaller households, with only the eldest branch continuing to enjoy the Marquette favor. Li Mao, perplexed, interjected, "Why does a grand secretary concern himself with the affairs of the Li family?" Li Bao asked with a smile, "What does Master Zhang imply?" As Zhang Jujing felt a warmth on his face, he cleared his throat and remarked, "The commercial competition in the capital is not particularly fierce. Aside from the Shun family of Baoding, who dominate the market, others pose little threat. Should the Li family members unite and venture there, even the Shin family would have to tread carefully." After a pause, he continued, "Having known the Yongqing Marquette for many years and having benefited from his kindness since childhood, I now seek to return that favor." He then turned to Li Mao and inquired, "If it is not too much trouble, could you gather the members of the Li family here? I wish to elucidate the situation in the capital. Should the Li family members prosper there in the future, it would be a testament to the Yongqing Marquette's nurturing of me." Before his father could respond, Li Bao interjected, "The Li family has divided into many branches, each with its own head. If my father, as the head of our family, attempts to address every matter, he would surely become a source of annoyance, rendering the division meaningless, would it not?" Li Mao, perplexed by Zhang Jujing's intentions, sensed that it was more than a mere act of gratitude and aligned with his son, stating, "Indeed, I am now merely the head of the Yongqing Marquette's household, not the entire Li family." Zhang Jujing cast a meaningful glance at Li Bao, feeling a pang of melancholy. He thought that even with the Yongqing Marquette present, he would likely be pleased to witness this. Li Bao smiled and suggested, "Our ancestor will not linger long with General Qi. Why not wait for his return to discuss matters with him?" Zhang Jujing replied, "The emperor's reticence and secrecy may stem from a fear of the Yongqing Marquette. If even the emperor harbors such trepidation, you hold me in too high regard." He internally sighed but outwardly said, "The young Marquette speaks wisely." However, the Yongqing Marquette is known for his selflessness. It may not be as simple as that. If the young Marquette could provide me with the addresses of the family members, I would be glad to converse with them at my leisure. After a moment of contemplation, Li Bao responded, "Zhang Jujing means well. This certainly can be arranged. Please hold on." Li Mao, unable to grasp his son's contradictory stance of refusal and acceptance, felt it inappropriate to question him further in Zhang Jujing's presence, lest he appear foolish. Moments later, Li Bao returned with a booklet and handed it to Zhang Jujing, saying, "This contains the addresses of the Li family members and details of their assets and wealth. If you do not mind the trouble, please take it." "Huh, idleness breeds trouble. There is no inconvenience here," Zhang Jujing replied, glancing at the contents before tucking it away. He then shifted the conversation to other topics, departing only after a short while. Once he had left, Li Mao immediately queried, "Xiao Bao, what scheme is Zhang Jujing concocting?" "It is not his scheme." Li Bao paused before asking, "Father, if the Li family were to suffer great losses, would you be saddened?" "Saddened?" Li Mao was puzzled by his son's inquiry, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. "What is there to be sad about? The past troubles were what caused me sorrow. Now that the family has divided, what was due has been given. Whether they thrive or falter is their fate. Your ancestor once said that heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Henceforth, we too must adopt this attitude towards our descendants. Alas, what is there to grieve over? Upon hearing this, Li Bao felt a sense of relief and declared, "The scheming lies with the court." The court? Li Mao furrowed his brow, incredulously exclaiming, "Surely not. The costs incurred by the court's actions would be too great. Such plundering of commerce would inevitably deal a severe blow to the economy." Li Bao, taken aback, replied, "Father, you are indeed quite astute, truly. How dare you flatter your old man like this, you little rascal?" Li Mao retorted, his temper flaring. "Enough with the suspense, just speak plainly." "Ah, yes, yes." Li Bao chuckled. "In truth, it's rather simple. As I mentioned before, it's not their wealth. Even if given to them, they cannot retain it, and it is destined to flow away." Upon hearing this, Li Mao suddenly understood, slowly responding, "Ah, that makes logical sense." After a brief pause, he praised, "Well said. This Zhang Jujing, even your great-grandfather held him in high regard, yet he couldn't deceive you. Ha, you truly are my son." Li Bao sighed. "It's not that I am more clever than Zhang Jujing. Rather, he is constrained by the emperor's orders. No matter how eloquent his words, he must eventually reveal his true intentions. Isn't it quite normal for me to see through that?" "Indeed." Li Mao pondered, slightly vexed. "So are you implying that I am blind?" Li Bao replied, "Father, do you think your great-grandfather would remain indifferent?" "Certainly not." Li Mao, recalling his ancestor's earlier stance, conceded. "Very well, little Bao. Should we proceed with this plan?" Li Bao shook his head. "Let us not even entertain thoughts of going to the capital. Seizing the roasted duck at the emperor's lips would be akin to snatching food from a tiger's mouth." Li Bao continued, "Your great-grandfather likely foresaw this situation before the family was divided. He might have already planned how to allocate the funds received by the court. Such actions would displease the emperor, and your great-grandfather would not approve either." With a sigh, Li Mao nodded. "As the head of the Li family, your thoughts carry weight. Thus, let it be as you say. It is time for your old man to enjoy life." "Enjoy life?" Li Bao exclaimed, alarmed. "Father, I have no desire for more siblings. If you wish for children, I shall bear you grandchildren." Chapter 189. Li Bao wishes to marry. Alcohol is a poison that courses through the veins, and lust is a knife that cuts to the bone. Father, at your age, you ought to focus on self-care. Grandchildren cannot compare to the joys of fatherhood." Li Mao, now quite irritated, replied, "So by your reasoning, I am not allowed to enjoy myself." "It's not that you cannot," Li Bao said, his face a picture of frustration. "But, father, you have several sons already. Our family fortune has just undergone a significant shrinkage. It would be wise to refrain from having more children. Let us not play coy. The only difference lies in the generation, not in age. Regardless of who bears them, does it not begin with the growth of a child from the age of 1? Father, why are you suddenly so clever?" Li Bao, exasperated yet resigned, responded, "If that is your stance, then I shall delay my marriage. Just wait for the soft and fragrant grandchildren." "Such a rascal, now you threaten me." Li Bao mumbled, "Regardless, this is my position. You may do as you wish." Li Mao, both amused and exasperated, scolded, "You truly are driving me to distraction. Father, you already have your heir. Any additional offspring would merely be for show. But for me, it is different. As the ancients say, those who do not remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Your great-grandfather has proven that more children do not necessarily bring more blessings. Consider it for the sake of your son and your grandchildren. In your heart, do you perceive your father as a lecher? Naturally not. The son merely wishes to remind his father that an overly prosperous lineage is not necessarily a blessing." Li Bao chuckled awkwardly and said, "Father, you surely do not wish for your descendants to forsake one another in the pursuit of inheritance, do you?" Li Mao, sensing his father's reluctance to persist, hastily interjected, "Father, I have reached the age to establish my own family. Why not exert some effort and arrange for someone to assist in this matter?" Li Mao cast a sidelong glance at his son, unable to suppress a laugh, and replied with pride, "Have you fallen into my trap?" Feigning astonishment, Li Bao responded with feigned chagrin, "Ah, so you have been waiting for me all along." "Indeed," Li Mao boasted, though internally he grappled with the troubling thought. At just over 50, he could not possibly spend the remainder of his days devoid of the company of women. If he were to conceive, would he dare to consider termination? As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than the father. In truth, the younger generation often perceives the elder more clearly than the elder perceives the young. Li Bao, fully aware of his father's unease, deftly shifted the conversation. While indulgence in pleasures may be detrimental to one's health, moderation does not pose a threat. Li Mao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What do you mean? Father, do you know why our great-grandfather entered officialdom? I recall hearing from your great-aunt that it was to treat the ailing Empress Dowager Cixi. Indeed, not only the Empress Dowager, but many emperors and empresses across generations had been under the care of their great-grandfather, who possessed remarkable medical skills. Li Bao stammered. Perhaps we should have our great-grandfather attend to your health. I assure you, he can restore your vigor. Li Mao, though irritated, could understand his son's perspective. Setting aside the recent turmoil surrounding the family division, he reflected on the trials faced by his own nephew at the hands of several uncles. Such experiences were poignant reminders. If he were to father another child, that child would inevitably endure the same hardships he had faced. By this time next year, if I am not cradling a grandchild, I shall hold you accountable, Li Mao declared with a hint of menace, striding out resolutely. Li Bao exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate to have persuaded his father. Although the Ming dynasty had stringent regulations regarding concubines, it was different for his father, the Duke of Qing, who did not need to pay any fees to the government. However, Li Bao underestimated his father's efficiency. Within the span of an hour, a matchmaker arrived, accompanied by a young lady of notable family background. While the Li family had indeed divided, it was well understood that the leanest camel is larger than the strongest horse. Moreover, the Duke of Qing was singular. And as the eldest son among the legitimate descendants, Li Bao was destined to inherit the title. At just over 20 years of age and unmarried, should he be chosen, he would be wed to a legitimate wife, and their son would be the legitimate heir, poised to inherit the dukedom. Given these circumstances, it was no wonder that many sought to align their daughters with the duke's household. In an age where commerce and industry had flourished for over a century, societal norms had become considerably more permissive, particularly in the South. Women were no longer confined to the home. Many unmarried women ventured into the workforce, with some even earning more than able-bodied men. The enhancement of economic capability is invariably accompanied by an elevation in social status. In contemporary Ming, particularly in the Jiangnan region, the tolerance and respect afforded to women is unparalleled in history. While the traditional notion of lineage remains deeply entrenched, the scrutiny upon women has notably softened. This cultural milieu has fostered a sense of confidence among women, allowing them to present themselves boldly in public. The residence of the Yongqing marquis bustles with vibrancy, attracting individuals from esteemed families. Mastery of the arts, literature, and classical texts is commonplace, and many women possess conversational skills that surpass even those of matchmakers. Li Bao, a young man brimming with a keen interest in the opposite sex, finds himself captivated by every potential match, unwilling to let any opportunity slip away. However, the constraints of having only one legitimate wife compel him to make a choice, plunging him into yet another dilemma. After 2 consecutive days of matchmaking, Li Bao remains indecisive, which incites frustration in his father, Li Mao. Do you truly wish to marry? He inquires. I do, Li Bao replies, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Father, it is not that I am choosy. Rather, I am convinced that the next option might be even better. Very well, if you find it difficult to decide, allow me to assist you in making a selection, his father offers. Perhaps you should refrain, Li Bao retorts with a smirk, suggesting that it would be wiser to let his great-aunt oversee the process, allowing his sister Ying to weigh in without requiring his father's direct involvement. In truth, Li Bao secretly yearns for his great-grandfather's guidance, yet the elder is no longer present. Unbeknownst to him, Li Qing would not assist in making a selection either. It is not out of laziness, but rather because should a woman take a liking to him, it would complicate matters. Ultimately, under the dual scrutiny of Li Xueer and Li Ying, they spend an additional 2 days selecting a woman who possesses a commendable background, refined upbringing, pleasing appearance, and graceful demeanor, all of which satisfy both Li Bao and themselves. She hails from a family with a vast expanse of fertile land, distinguished lineage, yet not of an official household, characterized by a gentle temperament, fair complexion, and charming looks. Without hesitation, Li Bao promptly decided to proceed with the engagement. His trust in the discerning eyes of his great-aunt and sister, combined with the frequent interactions with potential brides over the past days, left him eager to enter the matrimonial realm. Just as the choice was finalized, Li Qing returned. Upon hearing that his young charge was to marry soon, he felt a surge of delight. In the blink of an eye, that little rascal had reached the stage of life where he would become a husband and a father. a realization that brought him immense satisfaction. When is the wedding date? Li Qing asked. It is set for the 6th day of next month, Li Xueer replied. Will it interfere with your affairs? Not at all. The 6th day of the 12th lunar month is perfectly fine, Li Qing responded with a radiant smile. Yet a hint of nostalgia clouded his joy. We are about to embark on a new chapter, he reflected. Indeed, Li Xueer remarked. We are all advancing, not just you. Even my own position feels remarkably elevated. The narrative continues with a note about needing to complete a section of text, along with a brief mention of feeling unwell due to the air conditioning. Chapter 190. Xueer. This revelation was anticipated by Xueer, who had already learned of the Yongqing Marquis's existence from Shun Lian and had mentally prepared himself. Yet, upon meeting the man in person, his emotions were still difficult to contain. Did you not expect me to be so young? He remarked, or perhaps you were surprised by my handsomeness. Li Qing jested. Xueer was momentarily taken aback, hurriedly bowing respectfully, a mix of 3 parts awkwardness and 7 parts joyous surprise gracing his smile. He remarked, the name, the deeds, and the past of the Duke Yongqing have long resonated in my ears like thunder. Today, upon meeting, I find it difficult to contain my emotions, and I must apologize for my lack of decorum, my lord. Li Qing chuckled lightly, saying, such self-deprecation is unwarranted, is it not? If you were merely an ordinary individual, how could you have earned the favor of Shun Lian, and how could you be privy to my affairs? Although you may not be a man of the court, your loyalty to the dynasty is evident. Thus, you should address me properly. Xueer, again taken aback, took a deep breath, affirming, indeed. Zhao Zhenji smiled and added, the Duke Yongqing has always preferred simplicity over ostentation. Let us keep it casual. After a brief pause, he continued, I have conferred with Wenchang on a rather commendable strategy. Although Grand Scholar Zhang is currently indisposed, he has nonetheless expressed his approval. Considering your valuable time, we have unanimously decided that it is best to act sooner rather than later. Regardless of whether it was Zhang Juzhing, Zhao Zhenji, or Xueer, all understood that no matter how ingenious the strategy, it ultimately required strength to prevail. The cabinet Grand Scholar and Special Envoy may wield considerable power, yet solely relying on Zhang Juzhing would be insufficient to shake the entire Southern Jili. This was Southern Jili, the cradle of the Ming's prosperity, the very foundation of the Ming dynasty, even predating its establishment. The founding emperor meticulously assembled his court and completed the imperial palace before declaring his reign. Although the capital was relocated, Southern Jili gradually became a secondary capital, yet it remained one of the 2 major cities of the Ming. The emperor? He too must honor filial piety. Not only the current emperor, but even the Yongle emperor, who triumphed during the Jingnan rebellion, dared not dismiss Southern Jili, almost entirely preserving its established framework. In this matter, the emperor could neither intervene nor afford to do so. Zhang Juzhing indeed stood as a leading figure of the first echelon, yet his rank remained insufficient. Li Qing approached the desk and seated himself, gesturing for them to do the same. The 2 men complied, and Zhao Zhenji stated, the strategy was conceived by Wenchang. Both Zhang Taiyue and I merely refined and supplemented it. Let Wenchang present it. Xueer humbly declined, asserting, the details determine success or failure. Without the 2 esteemed gentlemen, my strategy would hardly merit attention. It is better that you speak. Li Qing replied, in comparison to them, you must demonstrate your worth. Indeed. Xueer felt a surge of emotion, a hint of excitement washing over him. He quickly composed himself and declared, as the ancients say, when a general has a just cause, success is assured. When he lacks a just cause, he not only risks defeat, but also invites danger. Without the emperor's decree, to rashly instigate conflict would be untenable. Although the emperor has not issued a directive concerning Southern Jili, he has clearly mandated the implementation of the Ming monthly report. If we align our actions with the monthly report, we can transform passivity into initiative. Xueer elaborated, thus, it is not merely about dragging the emperor into turmoil. Rather, we have never contemplated a struggle against Southern Jili. From the outset, we have been executing the court's national policy, the emperor's edict to promote the Ming monthly report. After a moment's pause, he added, of course, this may inevitably place certain pressures on the emperor. However, the emperor need not resolve the issues directly, but rather address the problems caused by Grand Scholar Zhang. Xueer smiled, stating, the emperor has instructed Grand Scholar Zhang to implement the Ming monthly report, yet it has incited discord between the northern and southern capitals. In such a scenario, It would be entirely reasonable for the emperor to summon Grand Scholar Zhang back to the capital to answer for his actions, leaving southern Jili without a rebuttal. The emperor's true intent would surely bring him great delight, and he would not genuinely reprimand Grand Scholar Zhang. Externally, a poignant drama could be staged, and it is believed that within the court, there are officials who would advocate for Grand Scholar Zhang. The pivotal moment for victory lies during Grand Scholar Zhang's return to the capital before the arrival of the newly appointed envoy. Xueer inquired. This window of opportunity will not last long. May I ask, does your grace find it challenging? Li Qing non-committally replied, indeed, it is a sound strategy. However, you have yet to articulate how to seamlessly integrate the struggle for power and profit into the monthly report. Your grace is truly astute. Xueer complimented, stating, both I and Lord Zhao, along with Grand Scholar Zhang, concur that utilizing the monthly report could foster a direct dialogue between the court and the populace. The operational space within this process is vast. For instance, one could draw from the surrounding prefectures of Jinling, leveraging its resources to benefit Yangzhou, Zhenjiang, Chuzhou, and even Suzhou and Songjiang. The court may temporarily relinquish tax authority over southern Jili, but it cannot continue to do so indefinitely. This is the emperor's primary strategic objective: to redistribute the powers enjoyed by southern Jili into numerous smaller segments. The loss of financial authority will inevitably lead to a loss of political power. Xueer remarked, we merely need to set the stage. Once the stage is established, we need not worry about who will perform, for who can resist the allure of financial power? After a pause, he continued, once southern Jili has thoroughly declined, the court can effortlessly reclaim its financial authority. While this may take some time, it will achieve a subtle yet profound effect by enticing the surrounding prefectures with the tax authority of southern Jili, unifying merchants and gentry under the influence of local officials, consolidating the interests of merchants and gentry to organize workers and the populace, and leveraging the strength of workers and the populace to compel southern Jili. This process embodies the direct dialogue between the court and the people. Xueer asserted, in this manner, the officials, merchants, workers, and common folk will gradually align themselves with the court, supporting its endeavors. I believe this is also the purpose behind the court's establishment of publications. After such an analysis, does your grace concur? What a brilliant conception. Li Qing smiled and nodded, remarking that even high-ranking officials might not surpass your insights. Xueer, taken aback by the praise, quickly replied, not at all. It is merely theoretical discourse. Southern Jili will undoubtedly not remain passive. All schemes, whether overt or covert, will crumble before absolute strength. Ultimately, we must rely on your grace's formidable influence. The eminent figures of southern Jili may accept defeat to the eternal Qing marquis, yet they will never concede to Grand Scholar Zhang. After a moment, he added, such circumstances will inevitably lead to the further exposure of your grace's secrets. Although it may not become common knowledge, it will no longer remain a secret among certain circles. Xueer, somewhat awkwardly, stated, this strategy ultimately requires your grace to make sacrifices. That is of no consequence. Li Qing chuckled lightly. My secret has long ceased to be absolute. Numerous high-ranking officials in southern Jili are aware of me, and now even members of the Li family know my affairs. Even those who have never met me are aware. What does it matter if more people learn of my situation? In truth, for Li Qing, this might not be entirely unfavorable. The future is destined to be made public. Compared to a sudden revelation, a gradual dissemination seems more organic and incurs less explanatory cost. When you require my presence, simply inform me. The specifics of execution shall remain in your hands. Li Qing rose with a smile, reflecting, the Ming increasingly needs me, yet simultaneously, it requires me less. The two understood the profound implications of his words. The former indicated that with the nation's development and the progress of the era, the Ming required individuals like the Duke of Yongqing to bear the standard. The latter suggested that as the nation advanced, it would cultivate an increasing number of enlightened individuals capable of handling various matters, alleviating the necessity for the Duke to involve himself in every detail. Xueer, Xuanchang, you are quite exceptional, Li Qing inquired. Would you consider entering the officialdom? Xueer comprehended the underlying meaning and felt a stir of interest, yet hesitated when faced with the prospect. No need to rush your answer, Li Qing chuckled. Very well, you may attend to your affairs. We bid you farewell, your grace. In the small courtyard, Zhang Jujing had been awaiting his return. Upon seeing him, He quickly stood and approached with a bow, saying, "This official pays his respects to the Duke of Yongqing. Such courtesy indicates a guilty conscience, does it not?" Li Qing remarked with a laugh. "Have you come to seek my pardon? I merely wished to see if your grace had returned. I did not expect you actually to come back. Had I known, I would have prepared a branch of thorn," Zhang Jujing admitted, relieved to find no discontent from Li Qing, and thus lightened his mood with a jest. Li Qing asked, "How many have you persuaded?" Zhang Jujing sheepishly replied, "3. How many does the emperor wish you to persuade?" Li Qing pressed. His Majesty stated that the more, the better. With a minimum of 50, Zhang Jujing responded with a hint of frustration, adding, "I am merely executing orders. I hope your grace does not hold it against me." Although this matter was not to be made public and the emperor forbade him from disclosing it, the Duke of Yongqing was different. It was impossible to conceal it from him, and as a party involved, he certainly had the right to be informed. Zhang Jujing, therefore, disclosed everything candidly. Li Qing did not impose any difficulties on Zhang Jujing, merely stating, "Whether the emperor is satisfied depends solely on your capabilities. I shall neither obstruct you nor assist you. It is entirely contingent upon your skill." Zhang Jujing felt greatly relieved, chuckling, "Your grace's stance is, in itself, the greatest assistance." After a pause, he added, "There is one more matter I must trouble your grace with. I am currently quite stretched thin. I am already aware. I just returned from Zhaojingji," Li Qing teased. "Do you truly believe the emperor expects you alone to shoulder all the burdens?" Zhang Jujing, understanding the implication, smiled sheepishly and flattered, "My abilities are rather ordinary. Without your grace's presence in Jinling, how could the emperor be so demanding? It seems all the accolades have gone to Zhang Jujing, while the toil belongs to your grace. I feel quite ashamed." Li Qing shot him a sidelong glance and chuckled, "Since you are aware of my return, why have you not expressed it?" Zhang Jujing was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened, repeatedly saying, "Your grace, please wait a moment. I shall be right back." With that, he hurried off to order takeout. To pass down knowledge without effort will surely lead future generations to starvation, Zhang Jujing recalled vividly. Chapter 191. The nickname that was never wrong. What Li Qing admired most about Zhang Jujing was his cunning nature, shrewd yet untainted, power-hungry yet not avaricious. Furthermore, he possessed a knack for navigating situations adeptly. For instance, whenever Zhang Jujing visited with gifts, a portion for Xueer was invariably included, both during their time in the capital and now. As the dishes were served, Zhang Jujing first poured a glass of wine for Li Qing, toasting him with a cup while self-imposing 3 additional cups before finally opening the conversation. In truth, neither the officials nor the court intended to exploit the merchants or the Li family. Rather, it was a pursuit of maximizing benefits. Zhang Jujing remarked earnestly that, compared to this side, business in the capital was indeed more prosperous. If the Li family excelled in commerce, they could certainly reap profits. Li Qing chuckled, "Profits? Are we to expect a bunch of good-for-nothings to be adept in business? Do you truly believe that?" It is not so straightforward." Zhang Jujing replied with a sheepish grin. "Without being in charge, how can one ascertain capabilities? After all, there are always unforeseen circumstances." He continued, "As the saying goes, every generation has its own fortune. If it truly does not work out, at least the benefits will not flow to outsiders, allowing the court to gain, which is certainly preferable to enriching the already affluent merchants." In a cheerful tone, Zhang Jujing expressed, "The court is impoverished. Ever since I became involved with the centers of power, the national treasury has been living off borrowed time. As time progresses, the situation has not improved. Rather, the deficits have only magnified. Now, we can finally take a breather. This way, Gao Suqing can endure the temporary financial pressure and swiftly integrate the strategies for the northern desert without further hindrance, and there may even be a surplus." As he spoke, Zhang Jujing fell silent, for he noticed the increasingly peculiar expression on the face of the Duke of Yongqing. A sudden chill ran through him as he exclaimed, "Could it be that the Duke has found another place to spend money? Not at all. If I have failed to grasp the renowned, I shall accept it. But is it true that the money-spending spirit has also gained notoriety?" Li Qing retorted, feeling somewhat defensive. "What do you mean by saying I have found another place to spend? My expenditures are for the sake of the Ming dynasty, for the state, and for the populace." Zhang Jujing, not absorbing a single word, awaited Li Qing to finish his statement before probing further. "Duke, have you truly found another opportunity?" Li Qing replied, "Truly? Ahem. It is not that I am keen to spend, nor do I wish to see the court in possession of wealth." Clearing his throat, He continued. My rationale has its reasons. Does your rationale involve expenditure? Zhang Jujing inquired. In considerations of long-term national interests, how can one avoid spending? Li Qing admitted with rare humility. In times of poverty, one exchanges strength for wealth. In times of prosperity, wealth sustains strength. This simple truth needs no reiteration. Zhang Jujing smiled wryly. While your reasoning holds merit, it must also be considered in context. Presently, the fiscal deficit is substantial, and the integration of the northern desert, the acquisition of the western regions, and the lifting of trade restrictions with Japan do not necessitate excessive financial outlay. What about overseas? Overseas? Zhang Jujing chuckled and shook his head. As for Japan, Korea, Malacca, and Luzon, I truly cannot fathom which of these smaller nations would dare to provoke the might of the Ming. I refer to distant lands. Zhang Jujing inquired, such as Phalange. Zhang Jujing paused, his brows furrowing as his demeanor grew serious. He pondered. I recall that as early as the Hongji era, the Ming engaged in battle with Phalange, emerging victorious and decisively overpowering them. Since that time, Phalange has refrained from harboring ill intentions towards the Ming, and to this day, they have not shown any signs of disrespect. Is the Duke perhaps being overly concerned? You know only one side of the story, but not the other, Li Qing remarked. It is indeed true that there was a war, and it is equally true that we emerged victorious. To this day, there have been no acts of disrespect. However, in reality, what the Ming dynasty faced was merely a fraction of the formidable force of the Western powers, not their full might. Li Qing inquired. Do you comprehend the extent of the Western powers' capabilities? Zhang Jujing was unable to respond, as he had never considered this matter seriously, and thus requested the Lord's guidance. When we refer to the Western powers, we are, strictly speaking, alluding to two nations, Portugal and Spain. Li Qing sipped his wine and stated, perhaps subconsciously, you perceive these as mere small nations, akin to Malacca or Luzon. But in truth, the reach of these two countries far exceeds your imagination. Zhang Jujing was taken aback, for he recognized that the Duke of Yongqing never jested about national affairs. Li Qing exhaled a breath of wine-laden air and continued. These two nations not only possess vast territories, but also harbored grand ambitions. Do you know their next scheme involves cleaving the entire world in two, with one half for themselves and the other half for their allies, including many of the vassal states of the Ming dynasty, which they consider ripe for the taking? Zhang Jujing was incensed, slamming his hand on the table. This is sheer hubris. No need to be hasty in your anger, Li Qing chuckled. For this plan has yet to be set in motion, as they are bound to self-destruct first. Zhang Jujing paused, then smirked contemptuously. The insatiable greed of man leads to folly, a band of marauders who can only plunder without the acumen to govern. Such an outcome is only fitting. As he spoke, Zhang Jujing's hand trembled beneath the stone table. Yet Li Qing countered. It is said that a skeletal camel is larger than a horse. Even a decrepit vessel still has 3,000 nails. Hence, even if the Western powers are beset by internal strife, they must not be underestimated. Moreover, the most effective means of resolving internal issues is to unify against an external foe. Waging war against the outside world is the optimal solution. Before long, the Western powers, despite their reluctance, will find themselves compelled to wage war against the Ming, simply because of the abundance of riches the Ming possesses. A victory would satiate their greed, while a defeat could alleviate a portion of their internal troubles. This is the sole resolution. Li Qing pondered for a moment and said, I recall that following the turmoil surrounding the Ming daily, 2 ministers resigned, and you, in your capacity as Grand Secretary, also assumed the role of Minister of War, correct? Zhang Jujing, still engulfed in the tempest of information, nodded mechanically. This is precisely why I broached this topic with you. Li Qing continued. The anti-Japanese forces led by Qi Jiguang are soon to be integrated into the Ming Navy, and Qi Jiguang will serve as the future commander of naval battles. You must strive to engage with him frequently. In the future, your role as Minister of War and his as commander will wield significant influence over the trajectory of the Ming dynasty and the global landscape. For the anti-Japanese campaign, financial backing can come from Shun Lian, the governor of Jiangsu and Anhui, but for the overall commander of the Ming Navy, even if Shun Lian wishes to assist, his capabilities may be insufficient. As the Grand Secretary and Minister of War, you possess both the authority to speak and the power to bolster the soldiers. This authority must be wielded wisely. I understand, my lord. Zhang Jujing took a deep breath and inquired, if I may ask, What is the timeline? I cannot specify precisely. But Li Qing's gaze turned serious. It will certainly not exceed 10 years, and prior to that, the Western powers will undoubtedly attempt to encroach upon the vassal states surrounding the Ming. This timeline shall not surpass 3 years. After a decade and 3 years, Zhang Zhuxing finally recognized the gravity and urgency of the situation, prompting the noble lord to resort to utilizing the Li family as a financial reservoir, leading to their division. However, my initial intention was to address the fiscal issues through a different approach. The fracturing of the Li family was merely a serendipitous occurrence. Li Qing casually elaborated before returning to the main topic. The fortification of the navy is of utmost urgency. The Ming dynasty must act decisively to fortify its territories before the foreign powers intervene in its vassal states, ensuring that these nations do not become pawns to external forces, and even extending consideration to countries beyond the Ming sphere of influence. Zhang Zhuxing nodded slowly, murmuring, "It is no wonder that the incursions by Japanese pirates have diminished, while the ranks of Qi Jiguang's troops have swelled." He expressed profound respect for the noble lord's foresight, acknowledging the necessity of keeping the battleground away from Ming territory, lest foreign powers invade directly. Pausing, the noble lord inquired about the implications of the global landscape. The ongoing maritime trade, the widespread adoption of steamships, and the increasing interactions among nations are inevitably coalescing into a community. This conflict with foreign powers represents an opportunity for the Ming dynasty to amplify its voice on the world stage and assert its influence. Li Qing briefly outlined his vision for future developments, captivating Zhang Zhuxing's imagination while simultaneously instilling a sense of helplessness. Self-proclaimed as a statesman with global aspirations, he was startled to discover that his conception of the world diverged dramatically from that of Lord Yongqing, one residing in the heavens, the other in the depths. After a considerable pause, Zhang Zhuxing steadied his tumultuous thoughts and inquired, "May I ask you something, my lord? Just how vast is the world?" His face radiated curiosity as he pondered the number of people, nations, and the extent of territories known to the noble lord. Li Qing contemplated for a moment before responding. "I can only provide a rough estimate, perhaps 200 to 300 nations, with a population of approximately 600 million. As for territory, it could encompass 15 times the size of the Ming dynasty, and this is merely considering land. If we factor in maritime expanses, the numbers would multiply significantly." Is it truly that vast? Yet is it also so limited? Zhang Zhuxing's expression was one of astonishment, the impact of such figures both staggering and surprisingly modest. The world is not infinite. Zhang Zhuxing found it hard to believe, querying, "How can you be so certain, my lord? I have known this for some time." Li Qing replied coolly, "Even before arriving in the Ming." Li Qing offered no further explanation, merely stating, "I mention this to prepare you mentally, not to incite unnecessary strife. Your foremost priority is to fulfill the emperor's command." "Very well." Zhang Zhuxing sighed, once again ensnared in worry. He had hoped that the Ming's finances would soon flourish. At the very least, he anticipated a respite, yet before the funds even materialized, they already had designated expenditures. Truly, there is no name too erroneous, only nicknames that mislead. Chapter 192. The first edition of the Ming Monthly Gazette. There is no greater anguish in this world than the knowledge that money has yet to be earned. Yet expenses are already looming. Even more painful is the realization that such expenditures cannot be mitigated in the slightest. In light of these circumstances, Zhang Zhuxing found himself with no alternative but to persuade the members of the Li family to alleviate the precarious state of the Ming's finances. The vitality of individuals is inherently limited, prompting Zhang Zhuxing to unceremoniously delegate all remaining burdensome matters to Zhao Zhengji and Su Wei, while he devoted himself entirely to the pursuit of wealth. Fortuitously, the sudden affluence of the Li family ignited an exuberant entrepreneurial spirit among its members. Coupled with Zhang Zhuxing's eloquence, he managed to persuade 5 more families within a matter of days. Yet, Zhang Zhuxing was not content with mere fragments. He aspired for it all. To be fair, one cannot entirely fault the Li family for their perceived folly. The remarkable capacity of the Li family to amass riches was evident to all, leading these individuals to naturally conclude that if the Li family could prosper abundantly, so too could they. They identified as Li family members. If the Li family could reap substantial profits, why could they not do the same? Previously, it was simply a matter of opportunity, which now presented itself. How could they let it slip away? Li Bao, Li Mao, and Li Xian, The 3 generations of family heads were all descendants of their ancestor Li Hao. Was it not conceivable for them to emulate the success of Li Hao? They believed their misfortune was merely a matter of circumstance, not a reflection of their abilities. Those who stepped into the gentry class and took charge of their own destinies as members of the Li family were undeniably brimming with confidence. Furthermore, Zhang Jujing was not merely a charlatan. One could assert that nearly all he proclaimed was grounded in truth. Firstly, the Jiangnan region had reaped the benefits of maritime commerce for decades, and after enduring considerable hardships, the competitive landscape had become exceedingly challenging. Earning modest profits was not insurmountable, yet achieving prominence was indeed a formidable task. In stark contrast, the northern regions lagged significantly behind. Competing with merchants and gentry there was not as effortless as it was for Zhou Gongjin, who could effortlessly obliterate his foes with a mere jest. The Li family had divided, resulting in numerous smaller households. However, these smaller entities were not entirely autonomous. They still operated under the influence of paternal authority, guided by the wisdom of their forebears. The familial ties remained intact despite the division, merely severing the connection with the primary branch of the Li family. The 3 generations still cohabited, and under such circumstances, it was evident that persuading a single family would yield but one investment. Even setting aside fixed assets, the liquid cash flow available for investment in these households was substantial. Who among them lacked a few million? With a slightly larger population, the total could easily surpass 10 million. For instance, the surviving sons of Li Hao, prior to the division of the family, could have easily bested the head of the Li family, Lord Yongqing. Now that the family was divided, they naturally sought dominance over their direct descendants. Having an elder in the household is akin to possessing a treasure. Regardless of whether others took it seriously or not, the elderly members themselves were convinced. Wielding their seniority as a means of authority, Zhang Jujing quickly seized upon this insight, initiating a strategy to capture the leader by targeting the followers. However, as the saying goes, there are no secrets that cannot be unveiled. Zhang Jujing's actions swiftly became known, reaching many high-ranking officials. A commotion ensued among the officials. What nonsense was this? After laboriously calculating the assets of these affluent families and determining the taxes to be levied, they had barely begun their feast when he sought to take the pot from the table. Given that the Li family held a significant portion of the finances in Jinling, Zhang Jujing's actions could be likened to desecrating their ancestral graves. How could they possibly endure such affront? What of the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet? What of the Minister of War? Were they not all officials in their own right? An imperial envoy? Only by undertaking tasks designated by the emperor can one truly be deemed an envoy. For a long time, those in the capital feasted lavishly, while those in southern Jili made do with meager portions. Now, witnessing Zhang Jujing seize even the pot and deny others the broth, it becomes clear that his status is exceedingly elevated, bolstered by the title of envoy. Otherwise, he would surely face dire consequences, quite literally, in the physical sense. A group of individuals immediately engaged in a scuffle with Zhang Jujing. Upon seeing the fray erupt, Zhao Jingji and Su Wei, no longer concerned with subtlety or gradual escalation, promptly joined the fray. Su Wei maneuvered discreetly to establish a profound collaboration with Zhu Ziyi's publication. Zhu Ziyi took charge of printing the newspapers, while Zhao and Su were responsible for applying the official seals. In this era of mature and widely utilized printing technology, establishing a publishing workshop is a straightforward endeavor. However, due to the nascent state of the court's policy on official newspapers, large-scale printing was temporarily unfeasible. As the first merchant to establish a publishing workshop in the Ming dynasty, Zhu Ziyi's enterprises proliferated across the affluent prefectures of Jiangnan, yielding high output and boasting robust distribution channels. Zhao and Su faced the challenge of not only printing, but also mass printing and distribution. Nevertheless, with the collaboration established with Zhu Ziyi, these issues ceased to pose significant obstacles. Following Zhu's urgent directive, workers in the workshops of Jinling, Songjiang, Yangzhou, and Zhenjiang sprang into action, diligently working overtime to print according to the provided text. Once printed, the newspapers were promptly dispatched to the headquarters in Jinling, then transferred to the newly established official publishing workshop, where Zhao Jingji mobilized workers to apply the seals with great urgency. Ultimately, leveraging Zhu Ziyi's comprehensive supply chain, they distributed the publications. In merely 10 days, the inaugural edition of the Daming Monthly was officially released, spreading across the streets and alleys of Jinling, Songjiang, Zhenjiang, Suzhou, and Yangzhou. Extra. Extra. The Daming Monthly, not a daily from Jinling, but the court's official monthly publication. Produced by the 6 ministries of the capital and supervised by the censorate, the Supreme Court, and the Board of Rights. Not a daily from Suzhou, but the official monthly report of the Ming court, featuring sensational content at no additional cost. Gentlemen, young masters, and young ladies, the new Daming Monthly has been published. Would you like a copy? The hawkers and delivery boys enthusiastically promoted the Daming Monthly, and upon its release, it instantly became a tremendous hit. Unlike a daily newspaper that updates every day, the monthly report has a longer shelf life. Following the initial wave of market feedback, its popularity soared uncontrollably. At first glance, the content of the monthly report seemed unremarkable. However, astute readers could discern the underlying subtleties, effectively roasting southern Jili over the flames. Many officials, still at odds with Zhang Jujing, suddenly found themselves in a precarious situation, prompting them to abandon their defenses. They ceased their verbal sparring with Zhang Jujing, simultaneously submitting formal complaints against him for dereliction of duty while criticizing Zhu Ziyi's publication. They also endeavored to persuade the Li family at the Yongqing Marquis' residence to consider familial ties, while cautioning against falling into traps set by Zhu's publication. Zhao Jingji was busily entangled in these affairs. Alas, the more one grasped for opportunities, the more elusive they became. Zhang Jujing displays a lack of shame. While the Li family, particularly Li Mao and his son, possess hearts of stone, the members of the Li clan are blinded by greed. And Zhao Jingji speaks one way, yet acts another. As days pass, the situation not only fails to improve, but grows increasingly dire. Coincidentally, the young lord of the Yongqing Marquis family is also to be wed, prompting many to consolidate their efforts against the Li family, at the heart of the unfolding events. On the 6th day of October, in the early morning, Li Qing rises early, dons a fresh outfit, and leans against a chaise lounge. Perusing the latest issue of the Ming Monthly, the headline reads, On Taxation, published by Ming Monthly. Note, drafted by the 6 ministries of the capital, proofread by the censorate, the Supreme Court, and the Ministry of State Affairs. Additional note, if any inappropriate remarks are found within, complaints can be lodged through local government channels. Those who contribute positively will be rewarded, while transgressions will not be pursued by the emperor or the cabinet. Li Qing muses, should the Ming daily achieve great success in the future, the ministers of the cabinet shall indeed become the true chancellors. The discourse continues. Land cultivation necessitates the payment of land taxes, and merchants must pay commercial taxes. Almost everyone contributes to taxation, yet where do these taxes ultimately go? Firstly, military expenses. The army is the cornerstone of the nation. Without a strong military, there can be no robust country. Though the Ming thrives, it is not invulnerable to external threats. To the south, there are the Japanese pirates. To the north, the nomadic tribes, and beyond, various foreign nations. Some may believe that the so-called Japanese pirates do not pose a significant threat, with a few even exhibiting humility and courtesy, refraining from violence and plunder. However, is it truly the case that Japanese pirates are benevolent? Certainly not. Their apparent kindness stems from fear of the Ming forces. Without capable soldiers, would the pirates show mercy to those defenseless? Ultimately, trade cannot compete with the immediate gains of outright theft. Secondly, public welfare. Beyond disaster relief and infrastructure development, the Ming has pioneered a historical initiative to promote education. With abundant harvests and thriving commerce and industry, the court, now affluent, is willing to allocate more funds for the benefit of the populace. Thirdly, investment in the future. The vigorous development of the coal mining industry and the flourishing of technological ecosystems demand financial resources. Presently, steamships are widely utilized on the seas and canals, and the steam railway connecting the northern and southern capitals is soon to be completed, all results of prior investments. The entire text is devoid of obscure language or politically correct platitudes, articulating the purposes of taxation in straightforward terms. Perhaps some may perceive inequities, noting that certain regions bear a heavier tax burden while others contribute less, yet the tax rates remain largely uniform. On the surface, this appears true, yet the reality is more nuanced. For instance, in a disaster-stricken area, the court provides relief, whereas in an unaffected region, no relief is granted. It may seem that those in unaffected areas suffer, but if the court were to withhold assistance from the afflicted, the populace would flock to the unaffected regions. vying for resources. Thus, the court's relief to the afflicted also indirectly benefits the unscathed. Furthermore, some individuals labor and reap the rewards of a flourishing commerce, while others toil in agriculture without enjoying the same prosperity. Yet, is it accurate to say that the latter truly receive no benefits? Not at all. With the increase in agricultural options, one can choose to cultivate mulberry trees to supply the silk industry, or opt for flower cultivation to support the cosmetics sector. Even those who merely grow grains reap the benefits of industrial and commercial advancements. As a segment of the population engages in mulberry and flower farming, the prices of grains have experienced a notable increase. If everyone congregates in a single location, life is destined to be arduous. Chapter 193. The onset of disputes elucidates the utility of taxation and expounds upon the development of commerce and industry, emphasizing that these benefits extend to all citizens rather than a singular group. Through such narratives, a collective consensus among the populace is fostered. Each additional choice, each new path, allows everyone to partake in the advantages. Even if one does not tread a particular path, the journeys of others will alleviate congestion, rendering the route more expansive. There are no ornate phrases, no bureaucratic airs, nor the arrogance of those in power. Rather, it is presented from an objective perspective with a gentle demeanor, elucidating the truth. Simultaneously, the populace is informed of the tax rights of the Southern Jili, yet the expenses of Southern Jili are not disclosed, creating an illusion that all financial expenditures derive from the court. In truth, even now, many remain unaware of the Ming dynasty's taxation system. Commoners are required to pay taxes, and princely lords must also fulfill their tax obligations. However, once the lords have paid their dues, they receive substantial remuneration from the court. Furthermore, not all taxes collected are remitted to the court. Even in a single county, the entirety of collected taxes is not forwarded in full. Otherwise, there would be no government-run granaries or officials to oversee them. This holds true for land taxes as well as commercial levies. The court reaps the majority, while local authorities receive a smaller share, commensurate with their rank. Following the vigorous development of commerce and industry, to invigorate the local economy and foster a favorable environment for business, the court has granted certain financial powers to the localities for their development. Indeed, this has yielded commendable results. Among these, Southern Jili possesses the greatest financial authority, being only subordinate to the capital. However, the court has consistently retained the power to draw upon these resources at any time, maintaining a clear understanding of tax revenues. Previously, with national coffers overflowing, the court, in pursuit of long-term growth, refrained from depleting resources. Yet, circumstances have shifted. The treasury is now genuinely depleted. Additionally, with the ongoing prosperity of commerce and industry, the increasing weight of capital has led to a burgeoning complexity in public sentiment, and corruption has become increasingly pervasive, especially in Southern Jili, where the court grows poorer while the region flourishes. The resistance to resource extraction has intensified, and the significance of these resources has escalated. Consequently, the pace of industrial and commercial development has slowed, rendering it unnecessary to continue indulgence. Of course, this perspective is from the court's vantage point. From Southern Jili's standpoint, the reality differs significantly. Firstly, Nanjili is also the capital and the place where the founding emperor rose to prominence, serving as the bedrock of the Ming dynasty. It is entirely reasonable that it possesses financial authority, second only to the capital. Secondly, this proximity to the capital is a stark contrast, with a sufficiently significant disparity. Lastly, the current prosperity of Jiangnan is largely attributable to the contributions of Nanjili, while it is acceptable for North Jili to reap the majority of the benefits. How can they deny Nanjili even a taste? Furthermore, Nanjili has already suffered a setback. With the division of Jiangnan province, its affluence has diminished considerably. Given this situation, if the imperial court remains dissatisfied, does it not render Nanjili a mere decorative pillow? All officials hail from the same prestigious academic background and hold equal ranks. What justifies such bullying? The indignation of the senior officials is entirely warranted, at least from their perspective. Qing could vividly imagine the scene of a group of people seething with anger and glaring with fury. As Xueer stepped out early that morning, she chuckled. Still perusing the monthly report? How many times have you read it? Qing set down the newspaper and glanced at her, responding, "Ah." The little old lady looks particularly exquisite today. The first edition of the Ming dynasty's newspaper, with its profound influence, surely deserves multiple readings. Li Qing stretched languidly and remarked with a cheerful tone. Li Xueer, having also read the monthly report, inquired, "Isn't this report a bit too deeply concealed?" The expectation was never placed on the common folk to uncover issues. The primary target audience was the previous Jiangnan province, including officials from various departments. Li Qing chuckled. Zhao Xinji and Su Wei executed this maneuver splendidly. Just wait, the disputes are about to unfold. After a moment's contemplation, Li Xueer said, "Such content inadvertently raises the court's explanation costs. If it starts this way, they will likely have to concede more in the future. Won't the court have any objections?" This was something the court recognized even before the initiative was launched, and the emperor was no exception. Li Qing replied with a light laugh, "Of course. Starting off with such a low posture will surely cause internal discontent, but in order to curtail Lianjiatun and collect tax authority, they cannot afford to voice any concerns at this critical juncture." Li Xueer nodded gently. Her curiosity piqued. "How do you plan to handle it?" "You will find out shortly," he replied. "Shortly?" She echoed in surprise, then suddenly realized. "Are you suggesting that during today's grand wedding of Xiao Bao, they will cause a ruckus?" "It is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. They are all shrewd individuals and will not miss it." Li Xueer frowned. "That is rather uncouth. Who disrupts an important occasion like this?" "Huh. They are all respectable people. The disruption will not be as you imagine." Li Qing laughed heartily. After all, the Li family is at the heart of the issue. Li Xueer exhaled a sigh of relief, saying, "I thought you would be furious." After a pause, she expressed her concern. "Today is Xiao Bao's wedding. It would be better to maintain some decorum." Li Qing nodded with a smile. "Shall we depart then? Is it too early?" Li Qing looked up at the rising sun. "At this hour, there might still be ladies present." "Certainly not," Li Xueer reassured him. Even without prior notice, the ladies would not venture into the front courtyard easily. "Rest assured, they are all likely in the back courtyard now." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." Li Xueer spoke with unwavering certainty. "Not only would the ladies not enter through the front gate, but it had been so long since you assumed the role of the head of the family that you have forgotten many of these customs. It would be wise to arrive early and partake in the festivities." Li Qing pondered this and found it to be true. "Very well, let's go." Feeling unwell, he decided to postpone his writing by 1,300 words, promising to catch up later. Dear ones, you may read it tomorrow. Chapter 194. The Distress of Southern Zhili. The steward, possessing keen insight, noticed the lively banter among the guests and promptly instructed the servants to prepare tea and pastries in advance. Although these distinguished individuals might not indulge, one among them had already begun to eat. Having skipped breakfast, Li Qing felt it was prudent to have a little something before departing. Zhang Juzhing and his companions, however, had not touched their food, only occasionally sipping tea to moisten their throats while discussing official matters. Subsequently, members of the Li family arrived in groups. Before entering, they were all smiles, but upon seeing Li Qing, their expressions turned anxious, as if they wished to flee. Among them, several young ones felt a physical shiver at the sight of him. Noticing the younger generation's discomfort, which somewhat dampened the festive atmosphere, Li Xueer encouraged. "Today is a day of great joy for Li Bao. Let us all relax a bit. Who are you frowning for?" "Indeed, Auntie." The gathered crowd forced out faint smiles and chose their seats, keeping their distance. Li Xueer, feeling frustrated and ready to express her displeasure, was interrupted by Li Qing. "Let them be. This way, it will be easier for some of the prominent figures to find a seat." Li Qing dismissed the concern, assuring everyone that today was a momentous occasion and no one would dare to cause a disturbance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Juzhing and his companions felt an inexplicable surge of confidence, for it is said that when the sky falls, there is always someone tall enough to bear the weight. Indeed, at times, the Marquis of Yongqing wielded more authority than the emperor himself. After all, the emperor had many considerations, otherwise he would not be so reserved. While the Marquis was truly without constraint, the astute trio understood that whether persuading the Li family to move to the capital or leveraging the Ming monthly to gain power, these were merely tactics, useful, of course, but the real confrontation lay ahead. As the tea was served, the Li family from the Duke of Chao's residence arrived, followed closely by groups of officials from southern Zhili. The spacious courtyard began to buzz with activity as attendants greeted guests, the accountants kept records, and maids served tea, all while the crowd flowed continuously, accompanied by the gradually golden sun, adding a touch of joy to the atmosphere. Zhang Juzhing kept a vigilant eye on the incoming guests, eager to gather the high-ranking officials in one place to facilitate the Marquis of Yongqing's intimidating presence. Though the Marquis's fame in southern Jili did not match that in the capital, those at the level of minister or prefect were generally aware of him, primarily because most senior officials were transferred from the capital. Suddenly, Zhang Jujing's eyes lit up as he called out, "Minister Wu, Minister Ma, over here." Minister of Personnel Wu Yu and Minister of Revenue Ma Sun turned towards the friendly smile of Zhang Jujing, their anger flaring unexpectedly. However, upon seeing the young man at his table, they could not help but feel a jolt of recognition, clearly recalling something significant. The two exchanged glances without flinching, presenting the gift to a servant of the residence before confidently advancing forward. As they approached, Zhao Jingji, Su Wei, and Zhang Jujing rose one after another to engage in pleasantries, while Xueer discreetly excused herself to facilitate Li Qing's needs. Following a brief interlude of insincerity, they took their seats in succession, and naturally, the gazes of Wu and Ma fell upon Li Qing, filled with curiosity. Who might this be? His Excellency, the Marquis of Yongqing, Zhang Jujing replied with a smile, adding, "This Marquis of Yongqing is not the same as the one you presume. I trust you comprehend the implication." The two exchanged a knowing look. Wu Yu turned to Li Qing and tentatively inquired, "The Marquis of Yongqing from the Hongwu era?" "Indeed, that is I," Li Qing smiled. "Do you require proof of my identity?" Wu Yu silently shook his head. "I am but a Jinsher from the 11th year of the Jiajing era, having served in the capital as an official in the Ministry of Revenue. Although I have not had the honor of meeting the Marquis, I have heard of his existence from colleagues. After all these years, the Marquis remains as the legends foretold, a truly extraordinary being." Minister of Revenue Ma Sun harbored no doubts regarding Li Qing's identity. Although he had never laid eyes on him, he was aware of the extraordinary personage's existence. Zhang Jujing, a distinguished Grand Secretary, would never jest about such matters. Ma Sun clasped his hands and inquired, "Might I ask, Marquis Yongqing, are you aware of the Li family's division?" "Naturally," Li Qing replied candidly. "It was I who orchestrated the division. I was the one who facilitated it." After a pause, he added, "This seems to pertain to my family affairs, does it not?" "Indeed, it is your prerogative," Ma Sun sighed, cautiously probing. "But if someone were to incite the members of the Li family, would you remain indifferent?" "Incite?" Ma Sun pointed at Zhang Jujing, stating, "Let us speak plainly. I implore you, Master Zhang, to speak the truth before Marquis Yongqing." As a Jinsher from the 14th year of the Jiajing era, Ma Sun, now aged, had little hope of advancing further in his career and merely wished to retire peacefully in the southern province of Jili. Thus he felt no trepidation before Zhang Jujing. Wu Yu echoed Ma Sun's sentiment, promptly adding, "Master Zhang, if one dares to act, one should also dare to acknowledge it. It is far more commendable to speak it out oneself than to have Marquis Yongqing uncover it." Zhang Jujing chuckled softly. "I must confess, I do not comprehend your assertions. What constitutes incitement? To confuse, to tempt, to mislead the heart, causing erroneous judgments. Is that not incitement? I merely suggested that the Li family members engage in commerce in the capital, yet what have I said that is amiss? Conducting trade in the capital undoubtedly offers greater prospects for success than in Jiangnan." Ma Sun scoffed. "In matters of governance, I admit I fall short of your esteemed self, Master Zhang. However, when it comes to understanding commerce, I consider myself no lesser than others. In terms of the business environment, how could the capital possibly compare to the southern province of Jili? Herein lies a mature and efficient industrial chain across various trades. Commerce here is both effective and mitigates risk. What substantial industrial chain exists in the capital, besides the Shun family from Baoding? Are there any notable wealthy merchants in the capital? Yet the Shun family maintains a self-sufficient industrial chain. Should the Shun family be self-sufficient, why cannot the Li family?" Zhang Jujing interrupted, asserting, "Your words, Minister, are overly subjective, to put it plainly. You simply do not wish for the Li family to depart from the southern province of Jili, solely for the sake of commercial taxation." Zhang Jujing leveled an accusation. "Is it so that the southern province demands this commercial tax while the capital does not? Does your perspective, Minister, hold any regard for the emperor or for the court?" "Ah," he chuckled, "in such joyous times, let us temper our tempers." Wu Yu attempted to mediate, stating, "Scholar Zhang, your words are somewhat biased. It is not that the southern province must seek approval from the capital. The commercial taxes from the southern province are duly and proportionately submitted to the court. Alas, the southern province faces its own difficulties. Wu Yu then turned to Li Qing and inquired, "May I ask, Your Excellency, do you also believe that the Li family's venture to the capital for trade is not misguided? As a simple man, I do not comprehend these matters." Li Qing replied nonchalantly, "Since you all hold differing views, let your abilities speak for themselves. As long as there is no coercion, I shall refrain from intervening." Ma Sun furrowed his brow, about to speak again when a voice of astonishment rang out. "Ah?" The Duke of Yongqing, perhaps overwhelmed by surprise, the individual spoke loudly, causing the busy servants of the Duke's residence to glance around, searching for their master, yet after a while, they could not spot him. Li Qing lifted his gaze toward the speaker, possessing no recollection of him. Having encountered numerous individuals, it was natural that he could not remember them all, particularly since this person did not hold a significant rank. As the saying goes, one could serve as a minister in the capital, but not as a grand secretary in the southern province. Despite currently being a grand secretary in the southern province, this individual had not even been a minister in the capital, thus Li Qing certainly could not remember him. Who is this person? The Minister of Rights, Pan Sheng. Zhang Zhuzhing quietly clarified, adding that the two individuals beside him were Minister of War Lu Kai and Minister of Justice Sun Ji. Li Qing nodded slightly and remarked, "With 5 of the 6 ministers present, it seems sufficient." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinji promptly beckoned, "Gentlemen ministers, please come and take a seat." The banquet table was not particularly large, yet not too small either. Including the 3 newly arrived, there were now 9 individuals, which was about right. Any more would disrupt the dining experience. The atmosphere grew serious as they began to grasp the implications, such as why the Li family suddenly decided to split. With heavy hearts, the 3 approached, bowing respectfully before taking their seats. Although some influential figures were still absent, the presence of 5 ministers from the southern province was enough to represent its stance. Li Qing remarked, "The bride has yet to enter, and the wedding feast has not commenced. Let us speak freely while we have this interlude, to avoid delaying the meal." The ministers responded, "The southern province has been uprooted, and you still have the leisure to dine?" Pan Sheng, the Minister of Rights, immediately interjected, "Your Excellency, are you aware of the situation regarding the Ming monthly?" "Yes, I am aware," Li Qing replied. Zhao Xinji promptly added, "The court's establishment of the Ming daily is a national policy. The initiation of the Ming monthly is likewise a national strategy." "No need for Zhao to elaborate. We already understand," Pan Sheng retorted, turning to Li Qing. "Since the Duke of Yongqing has reviewed it, he must be cognizant of the potential repercussions of the newspaper's content. We, as officials, naturally support the court's national policies. Yet the author's intentions are truly reprehensible." "Reprehensible intentions?" Li Qing mused with a smile. "Pray, elaborate." Wu Yu, the Minister of Personnel, felt a surge of indignation at the Duke of Yongqing's disdainful tone and thundered, "What do you mean by that, Your Excellency? What do you mean?" "Oh, Minister Wu has misunderstood," Zhang Zhuzhing interjected, having discerned the source of Wu Yu's ire, and explained with a smile, "The Duke of Yongqing is not targeting the southern province. He expresses himself similarly in the capital." The ministers, recalling the various rumors surrounding the Duke of Yongqing, reluctantly accepted this explanation. Pan Sheng took a deep breath and stated, "In the realm of official discourse, a grand secretary from the southern province does not equate to a minister from the capital. In truth, southern Zhili merely serves as a backdrop. Are the officials of southern Zhili merely idling away their days? The administration, tax collection, the imperial examination, and the promotion of education extend their responsibilities to Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Guangdong, Guangxi, and even Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan. At the behest of the capital, southern Zhili responds without delay. Furthermore, the operation of the Weaving Bureau, the documentation for maritime trade, and the collection of tax, silver, and grain from various industries. All these not only sustain the daily expenses of southern Zhili, but are also entirely remitted to the capital." Pan Sheng, feeling aggrieved, remarked, "The work of southern Zhili is not significantly less than that of the capital. Yet now, Zhang Zhuzhing, relying on his status as a special envoy, acts recklessly, compelling southern Zhili into a dire situation. Are you, Duke Yongqing, indifferent to this?" Wu Yu interjected, "What benefit is there to the Ming dynasty in pushing southern Zhili to its end?" Chapter 195. Fierce and brutal. The group turned their gazes toward Li Qing, seeking an explanation. Li Qing toyed with his teacup. Zhang Zhuzhing, appearing to be fair, took the conversation and nodded. "These are the facts. Southern Zhili is indeed not inactive. Such remarks in the official realm are mere jests. Why have you all come to this conclusion? Zhang Juzhing, spare us your feigned sincerity, someone retorted. After enduring this conflict for a considerable time, matters of pride had long been cast aside. The seasoned officials understood that while it was easy to travel from the capital to southern Jili, the reverse was far more challenging. They had staked their political interests entirely on southern Jili and were not easily intimidated by Zhang Juzhing. Seeing that the battle had commenced, Zhao Jingji, with the intention of assisting Duke Yongqing in wearing down the opposition, promptly joined the fray. Southern Jili has its difficulties, and the court has its own challenges. While I can empathize with your sentiments, it is rather inconsiderate of you to disregard the court and the emperor's position. In the realm of politics, correctness is always a sharp weapon, a single strategy that can conquer all. Zhao Jingji, you truly possess a facade of righteousness, Wu Yu retorted without reservation. Speak of the capital as the capital, but do not invoke the court and the emperor at every turn. The Minister of Justice, Sun Ji, concurred, stating, what Wu Yu says is indeed correct. The capital is the court, yet southern Jili is not part of it. The emperor of the capital is also the emperor of southern Jili, and indeed the emperor of all under heaven. At this juncture, none were superior to the others. Each raised the banner of political correctness, yet amidst their magical exchanges, none reaped any benefits. Ultimately, it fell to Li Qing to serve as the arbiter. As the debate unfolded, most of the officials invited to the banquet had arrived. The surrounding tables were filled with officials from southern Jili. All aware that the young man at the center, flanked by several ministers, was Duke Yongqing, Li Qing. After savoring the last piece of pastry and sipping another half-cup of tea, Li Qing finally spoke. In essence, it all boils down to a matter of money. The crowd fell silent, awaiting further elaboration. Southern Jili is undoubtedly valuable. Without such value, there would be no reason for its existence. There is no need for alarm on any side. Be it the capital or the emperor, both require the existence of southern Jili and would not allow it to languish. Li Qing continued, in the dynamic between the two capitals, there is no need for further discussion on who holds precedence. I simply ask, does southern Jili defer to northern Jili, or does northern Jili heed southern Jili? The ministers promptly replied, we heed the emperor. Yes, we heed the emperor. The dignitaries at the adjacent tables immediately chimed in. Li Qing smiled and remarked, in the end, it all circles back to involving the emperor. Wu Yu astutely pinpointed the crux of the issue. Does the Yongqing Marquis imply that this is entirely the emperor's decree? Such words might sway others. But not me. Li Qing scoffed, asserting, firstly, you lack both the capability and the courage to rebel. Secondly, when it comes to promotions and deployments in the southern Jili, the emperor, let alone the cabinet, wields considerable influence. Financial power, military authority, and personnel rights. How does southern Jili compare to the capital? Li Qing continued nonchalantly. If I were to declare this the emperor's will, would you find joy in that? You would be left with no escape. Conversely, if I claim it is not the emperor's wish, you would vehemently denounce Zhang Juzhing to protect your interests. We are all intelligent individuals here. Do you truly wish for me to clarify? The words may be harsh, yet they ring true. However, none would dare admit it openly. May the Marquis provide a definitive answer. Indeed, whether or not this was the emperor's intention was a matter Yongqing Marquis should address directly. Li Qing was acutely aware of their thoughts. If he denied it, Zhang Juzhing would face severe repercussions, while an affirmation would lead many to invoke ancestral laws, even weeping at the Shaoling mausoleum to compel the emperor into a corner, thus yielding to pressure and making concessions. The Ming dynasty was founded by the Taizu, and southern Jili was crafted by him. The Qingzu dared to challenge and relocate the capital, yet none would dare impose such harsh measures on southern Jili. How could Lianjiatun be so audacious? A multitude awaited Yongqing Marquis' response, confident in their strategies to navigate either outcome to their advantage. Yet, Li Qing's responses were always unexpected. This is my stance, he stated nonchalantly. Not only the officials from southern Jili, but even Zhang Juzhing and his associates were left speechless, particularly Xueer, who had never anticipated that the Yongqing Marquis would resolve matters in such a manner. It was akin to a battlefield where two armies exchanged fire, and Li Qing abruptly emerged, shouting, all eyes on me. Fire at my command. It was remarkably fierce and utterly straightforward. Li Qing continued, the wealth of the Li family was neither stolen nor seized. It was earned through commerce. Now that we have divided our interests, whether the Li family members choose to indulge in life or continue in trade, or wherever they may conduct their business, As long as it does not contravene the Ming dynasty, I shall not interfere. You have your rationale, Zhang Jujing has his. And how the Li family chooses to act is their prerogative. As for the contents of the monthly report I have penned, I shall compose a second version. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to lodge a complaint. Of course, you could also be more direct. Li Qing chuckled. Since the Hongwu era, countless have sought to eliminate me, and many have taken action. You are welcome to give it a try. A wave of fury swept through the crowd. Yet none dared to voice their anger. Regarding the legend of this Yongqing marquis, many officials possessed at least a modicum of knowledge, even setting aside those tales. Simply the fact that he had lived for at least 2 centuries instilled an instinctive fear. Who would dare strike at the Yongqing marquis? Lodge a complaint? If complaints were effective, countless predecessors would have long since brought down the Yongqing marquis, rather than allowing him to endure until now. The Yongqing marquis has been excessively oppressive. Yet, to their dismay, they soon realize that they are utterly powerless. At this moment, Pan Sheng unexpectedly interjects. Yongqing marquis, you too hail from Nanzili. How can you behave in such a manner? Li Qing, Zhang Jujing, and the others find themselves at a loss for words. Wu Yu solemnly states, do you truly believe that we are without recourse? Let us put it to the test. A middle-aged man, nearing his 40s at the adjacent table, abruptly rises, demanding that his colleagues sit down. Instantly, his face reddens, as if he bears an unbearable weight, and he heavily sinks back into his chair. The others, bewildered, initially assume that he is simply cowardly, but in the next moment, they too return to their seats, their faces etched with terror. Such a remarkable occurrence. Even those with slow reflexes comprehend that the Yongqing marquis has employed some stratagem. This scene surpasses everyone's understanding, momentarily eclipsing their anger, leaving them all gazing at Li Qing in astonishment. Their expressions mirror that of encountering a ghost in broad daylight, except for Zhang Jujing, who remains unfazed. Having witnessed the Yongqing marquis's prowess firsthand, Li Qing refrains from further action, merely smiling and saying, on this joyous occasion, let us all temper our tempers. Silence envelopes the room, with no one daring to speak. After a prolonged pause, the Minister of Personnel, Wu Yu, rigidly asserts, does the Yongqing marquis believe that we are entirely without means? Pan Sheng mutters, we once thought that the Yongqing marquis's strategic prowess reached its zenith, but today, we see he is no different from a brute. We refuse to submit. Li Qing chuckles and replies, you need not be convinced by my words. If you are dissatisfied, simply respond in kind. Minister of Justice, Sun Ji, sighs and inquires, may I ask, Yongqing marquis, are we merely occupying our posts without merit? Certainly not. Li Qing replies, his smile fading as he adopts a serious demeanor. Although there are various flaws and personal interests involved, you have all contributed to the court and to the Ming dynasty. Then why does the Yongqing marquis act so tyrannically? Li Qing responds, your contributions, while noteworthy, are not as significant as you perceive them to be. Humans tend to magnify their own efforts, and this is not your fault. One individual bellows, is the Yongqing marquis truly intent on annihilating us? Li Qing calmly responds, I have stated that you have merit for the nation and the people. There is no need for such concerns. This matter does not hinge on right or wrong, merely differing standpoints. You have your grievances, and the capital has its challenges. My actions today stem from the drying up of the great river and the flooding of the small. Minister of Revenue, Ma Sun, sarcastically remarks, the Yongqing marquis is indeed a gentleman, yet we find ourselves as mere knaves. Since you assert that there is no right or wrong, merely differing positions, do not fault us for acting as such. It is your prerogative. Li Qing, unperturbed, cheerfully responds, there is no need for haste on this day. Today, the Li family rejoices. Let us set aside our grievances and partake in the celebratory feast first. The group falls silent, their chests heaving with emotion. At that moment, Li Mao, having received a report from a servant, hastily approaches. Li's family members exhibited a range of expressions, some filled with exhilaration, while others bore apprehension. Among the numerous officials present, there were those whose faces were marked by fury and resentment. Without exception, all eyes, whether intentionally or inadvertently, gravitated towards the esteemed ancestor. Even the diligent servants, amidst their bustling tasks, took fleeting moments to steal glances at him. In this scene, Li Mao quickly comprehended that the secret of the esteemed ancestor had been thoroughly unveiled. At the very least, everyone within this courtyard was aware of his remarkable qualities. Li Mao hastily calmed his racing thoughts and approached the area where the officials gathered. bowing respectfully and proclaiming with a hearty laugh, "Today is a momentous occasion for the Li family, as my son is to wed. Your presence here is a great honor for me. Should there be any shortcomings in our hospitality, I hope you will kindly overlook them." In comparison to Li Qing, he, as the Duke of Yongqing, held little prestige. However, due to the Li family's primary lineage retaining a substantial portion of their wealth, and being the foremost economic force in southern Zhili, this elicited a few nods of agreement from the assembly. Seeing the atmosphere lighten considerably, Li Mao felt a wave of relief wash over him. He swiftly made his way to the esteemed ancestor's side and leaned in to whisper, "Esteemed ancestor, may I have a word?" Li Qing nodded, and they stepped into a secluded area. "Esteemed ancestor, does this situation not affect you?" Li Mao inquired with concern. Li Qing chuckled lightly. "It is manageable." Chapter 196. Li Bao's wedding. Noticing the esteemed ancestor's relaxed demeanor, Li Mao nodded gently and continued, "Esteemed ancestor, have my uncles truly fallen for Zhang Jujing's words, intending to guide their descendants into the capital's commerce, while remaining passive?" Li Qing laughed. "Do you think Zhang Jujing is deceiving them? Is he not?" "Certainly not," Li Qing replied. "Objectively speaking, business in the capital is indeed more lucrative than here. If one fails in the capital, they will surely falter even more swiftly in Jiangnan." Li Mao sighed quietly, his heart heavy with concern. After all, they are still members of the Li family. Such matters must weigh heavily on their hearts. "Are you afraid they will fail in the capital and return to take advantage of you?" The esteemed ancestor's words caused Li Mao's face to flush crimson. He retorted, "Mainly, I worry they may incur great losses. Besides, the primary lineage of the Li family is not as affluent as it once was." Li Qing chuckled softly, then turned serious. "The family has been divided. When the division occurred, it was agreed that each would fend for themselves, no longer benefiting from the fortunes of the Duke of Yongqing. You need not harbor such worries." Li Mao's spirits lifted. "Will the esteemed ancestor advocate for my grandson?" "Absolutely not," Li Qing responded coolly. "The ties that bind you and your son are severed. Whether you thrive or struggle is now your own destiny." Li Mao was taken aback. Li Qing smiled. "You lack confidence in yourself, yet you must possess faith in your son. Do not solely rely on me. Your mindset resembles those family members who fail in business and then seek your support." Li Mao's face burned with embarrassment as he stammered, "The esteemed ancestor's words are wise. Is there anything else?" After a moment of hesitation, Li Mao inquired, "When will the Li family's technological industry be passed on to Xiaobao?" "Oh, until it is securely in your possession, you will find no peace of mind, will you?" Li Mao fell silent, his face flushed. Li Qing did not scold him, but simply stated, "The Li family's technological industry is the culmination of your great aunt's lifelong efforts. I will not make decisions on her behalf. You must discuss this with her." Indeed, Li Miao awkwardly remarked that his great aunt was of advanced age, and his descendants wished for her ease. While his descendants might be somewhat unseemly, they were by no means hypocritical. Both he and his son, along with many members of the Li family, held a genuine respect for their great aunt. Without further ado, Li Qing waved his hand and stated that the technological industry and the title of Yongqing Marquis would also belong to them. Was that sufficient? A chill ran down Li Miao's spine. He sensed his ancestor's displeasure. Sufficient? Yes, indeed it was. Li Miao nodded, albeit reluctantly. Li Qing let out a sigh and advised him not to be greedy, suggesting that he extricate his sons from the Imperial Academy. Li Miao was taken aback. An ancient proverb states that a family that accumulates virtue will reap enduring blessings, while a family that engages in malevolence will face inevitable misfortune. The Li family had availed themselves of too many advantages. They must learn to let go, to understand the necessity of sacrifice. Do you comprehend? Yes, I will see to it tomorrow. Li Qing nodded slightly. May I inquire about the other members of the Li family? Li Miao answered sheepishly that things had been manageable before, but now that the family was divided, any further interference from his descendants would likely go unheeded. Do not concern yourself with them, Li Qing replied. Once their resources are depleted, they will become compliant. Indeed, your wisdom is commendable, High Ancestor. Li Miao relaxed, but soon felt regret for his poor performance today, resembling a greedy and ungrateful wolf. High Ancestor, there is no need for explanations, Li Qing interrupted, raising his hand. Every person harbors selfish desires. You are relatively straightforward, at least not overly cunning. Li Miao felt a flush of embarrassment and acquiesced. At that moment, the distant sound of gongs and drums broke the tension, signaling the arrival of their new daughter-in-law. Li Qing nodded, instructing him to attend to his duties. As the wedding ceremony was about to commence, "You need not feel obligated to partake in this commotion," Li Qing chuckled, shaking his head as he headed towards the banquet area. Before long, the wedding procession arrived at the Marquis's residence, creating quite a stir with their jubilant noise. However, those outside did not rush in immediately, allowing those within ample time to prepare. The servants promptly arranged the braziers and tiles. Then, Li Yingying, linking arms with her mother, entered the front courtyard, where the couple took their seats at the high table, and the guests ceased their chatter, their gazes turning towards the entrance. As the steward stepped outside to announce, the sound of the suona and drums intensified. Following this, Li Bao, clad in a top scholar's robe, entered arm in arm with Wang, adorned in a phoenix crown and a bright red bridal gown. After crossing the brazier and stepping over the tiles, the newlyweds completed the initial ceremonial steps and proceeded through the corridor formed by the guests towards the altar set up in the main hall. Suddenly, the sound of firecrackers erupted, followed by ceremonial music, filling the air with a vibrant red festivity. Li Qing inhaled deeply, a look of satisfaction and contentment on his face. Meanwhile, Zhang Jujing and others, intrigued yet puzzled, attempted to mimic his actions, but after a single deep breath, they were left coughing. Wondering what was amiss with the Yongqing Marquis, the fragrant smoke swirled, and the lamps glimmered brightly as the bride and groom ascended the flower hall. The officiant raised his voice in chant. Concurrently, the sounds of firecrackers and ceremonial music came to an abrupt halt, and the multitude of guests fell into an extraordinary silence, rendering the expansive courtyard a stage solely for the officiant. "Adjust your attire." Li Bao symbolically performed the corresponding gesture, and the bride slightly inclined her body. After a brief pause, they knelt. The young couple complied. With a bow, they prayed for harmonious weather and a prosperous nation. The couple knelt before heaven and earth. Another bow followed, wishing for smooth endeavors and a flourishing household. The couple bowed once more. With a third bow, they honored their ancestors. As the officiant recited the ceremonial verses, Li Qing's thoughts wandered uncontrollably. He recalled the last time he attended a wedding, that of Tang Bohu and Xiaoyun. The proceedings bore little difference. Even the officiant's lines seemed identical. At that time, Tang Bohu was at the pinnacle of his life, while Wang Xiaoyun was still in her rebellious phase. Everything felt like it had transpired just yesterday. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it had become mere dust returning to dust. The once jovial figure of the dark-skinned, bearded man who had shared in the wedding festivities was long gone. Lost in thought, Li Qing realized that the grand ceremony had concluded, and the couple's mutual bows were drawing to a close. Observing the young couple, he could not help but sigh. Youth is truly a blessing. The 8 guests at the table displayed varying expressions. His words seemed out of place. For although the esteemed young Marquis was exceptionally mature, he himself was undeniably youthful. The audience perceived his remarks as awkward, for no matter how one looked at it, the young Marquis appeared remarkably young. With the ceremonial conclusion, as the newlyweds drank from the cup of union, the officiant's final recitation signaled the end of the marriage ceremony. Immediately, fine wines were presented on the table, and Li Bao entered the guest area to toast each attendee. Since the nuptials occurred in the morning, the couple did not proceed directly to the bridal chamber. Instead, the bride was led aside by her sister-in-law to a temporary setup for awaiting her husband. Li Bao raised his cup, declaring, "This toast is for the grandchildren." Li Qing smiled and drank, replying, "May we have another grandson next year." Indeed, Li Bao nodded with a grin, then poured himself another cup, expressing gratitude for their presence amidst their busy lives. "This toast is for all of you. Ah, young Marquis, you are too kind. May you and your bride harmonize like phoenixes and soon be blessed with children." The guests responded with cheerful smiles and well wishes. It was said, one does not merely consider the monk's face but the Buddha's countenance. Yet, at the young Marquis's estate, both were to be regarded. Those with discerning eyes understood that this young man, barely in his 20s, was effectively the head of the Li family. Li Bao did not linger long, exchanging pleasantries before moving on to toast other tables. With his departure, the collective laughter of the guests gradually faded. As they simmered with indignation at the young Marquis's domineering demeanor, Li Qing paid them no mind, not even glancing their way. For a succession of sumptuous dishes had begun to grace the festive table: roasted lamb head, crystal goose, braised flour pig, marinated goose feet, fried ribs, wonton chicken. The Li family's banquet surpassed that of Tang Bohu and Wang Xiaoyun by a considerable margin. Having spent their own funds, Recovering the costs was out of the question. However, minimizing losses would be commendable. May everyone dine and drink well. Li Qing feigned politeness, and then proceeded to devour the feast with an appetite that belied his status. Those present are accustomed to indulging in the finest delicacies. Although the banquet hosted by the Li family is lavish, it fails to stimulate their appetites. With little desire to feast, they observe the ever-young Marquis, who shares his bounty, further diminishing their inclination to eat. Instead, they resort to drinking as a means to solace their spirits. The 5 from the 6 ministries face off against Zhang, Zhao, and Su, and it is clear that the advantage lies with the southern Jili. Cup after cup, the numbers overwhelm, causing Zhang Jujing to flush, Zhao Jinji to feel lightheaded, and Xueer to gaze blankly. Li Qing remains a detached observer, neither participating nor interfering, but instead enjoys the feast with delight. After more than half an hour of merriment, as the banquet nears its conclusion, the bride, adorned in a resplendent red veil, reappears, guided by her elder sister-in-law to distribute sweets. Being seasoned guests, they refrain from a chaotic scramble. Instead, they casually pick up a piece of candy that has fallen at their feet, tucking it away to carry a semblance of joy. Once the final rites are completed, the guests take their leave, and the hosts see them off. With these duties fulfilled, the hour has passed noon. Grandfather, there is another banquet tonight, a family gathering. You should join us, Li Bao inquires. I shall not attend this evening, Li Qing replies, glancing at Li Xueer. You may represent me. Li Xueer pauses, then comprehends Li Qing's intent, nodding in agreement. Since the technological industry is to be provided, it is prudent to do so promptly. Li Qing stretches lazily and addresses Li Bao. You are now a husband, and fatherhood is not far behind. It is essential to manage your household well. Yes, I understand, Li Bao affirms. Li Qing exhales contentedly, chuckling. How swiftly time has passed. That little child has grown into a figure of maturity. Do strive diligently. Li Bao sniffs back tears and nods earnestly. Chapter 197. The Martial Virtue of Civil Officials. Good day, Your Majesty. Upon Li Qing's exit, Xiao Ba calls out from the entrance, while Xiao Lu stands on tiptoe, peering from a distance. Li Qing, puzzled, asks, What is the matter? A Xiao Ba stammers, Have you forgotten? Li Qing, half amused, retorts, No matter how splendid the plan, it cannot withstand the allure of nightly revelries. Do you wish to venture to the capital for commerce? Xiao Lu responds promptly, If the heavens decree it, we shall go. If not, we shall remain. Li Qing rolls his eyes. Whether you choose to go or stay is up to you. I was merely inquiring. Your Majesty, I have no desire to go. Xiao Ba declares. Xiao Lu adds, Neither do I. Li Qing, slightly taken aback, asks, Why not? Xiao Lu steps forward, sheepishly explaining, We are not like them, strictly speaking. We still belong to the main lineage. They are often families spanning 3 generations, but we are different. Our father is the ever-young Marquis, and our younger brother is the next in line. Competing against one another is futile. It is better to remain in Jinling. Xiao Ba remarks in surprise. You think too much, Xiao Lu. Is that not your thought? I was simply considering how such wealth is endless. Why toil unnecessarily in the unfamiliar capital when we can enjoy a comfortable life here? How much is truly enough? Moreover, what if we incur losses? Xiao Ba chuckles awkwardly. Such lack of ambition, Xiao Lu responds. Xiao Lu, with a perplexed expression, remarked, Heavenly Ancestor, although we have parted ways, we remain father and son, and brothers with Bao Di. I was contemplating collaborating on the enterprises at hand with my father and Bao Di. Would that be acceptable? That is a matter for you to decide, Li Qing replied. You are both in your 20s, adults in your own right, and the path you choose is yours to determine. If you have inquiries, they should be directed to Li Mao and Li Bao. I shall not interfere. The two nodded in agreement. Heavenly Ancestor, what of the remedy for kidney replenishment? A period of moderation will suffice, Li Qing stated. At your age, there is no need for such supplements. Furthermore, he added, you both have established families and children now. It is time to temper your desires. Xiao Lu respectfully acknowledged this, while Xiao Ba, harboring some doubts, confirmed, Is this truly without consequence? If one continues to frequent the pleasure houses and indulge excessively, it will indeed take a toll. It is all because of 6th brother leading me astray, Xiao Ba lamented, momentarily adopting the demeanor of Xiao Lu, bowing to Li Qing before departing. Xiao Lu, with a scowl, followed suit. Li Qing stood beneath the eaves, murmuring to himself, It is commendable to be unready. These 2 debauched scions are, surprisingly, quite clear-headed. When one acquires wealth, the instinct is to seek even more, oblivious to the fact that the paramount concern thereafter is to avoid returning to poverty. Li Qing was indifferent to the fate of the Li family. There are countless impoverished souls. Why should the Li family be exempt? The officials of South Jili, undeterred by Li Qing's domineering proclamations, chose to take proactive measures. They understood that with the dissemination of the contents of the Ming Moon Journal, the local prefectures would inevitably stir and incite public sentiment to contest the tax rights of South Jili, eager to claim their share of the pie. It was foreseeable that at least Suzhou, Hangzhou, Songjiang, and Yangzhou would certainly rally against South Jili. Driven by vested interests, suppression was impossible. The optimal strategy was to incite public sentiment before the uprisings commenced, ideally escalating matters to seize the initiative. Thus, a group, under the pretense of celestial changes, began organizing sacrifices at the Shaoling Mausoleum, preparing to exploit the legacy of the Taizu. Concurrently, another faction spread rumors of treachery, claiming that nefarious elements sought to disrupt the feng shui of Yingtianfu, thereby endangering the Ming dynasty. They even fabricated tales suggesting that there were intentions to abolish South Jili and dismantle Yingtianfu, causing widespread alarm among the populace. The citizens of Shuntianfu harbored a sense of pride akin to that of the people of the capital, and those of Yingtianfu felt similarly. The two capitals of the Ming dynasty were divided into north and south, with south being the elder. At this juncture, the second brother not only sought to overshadow the eldest, but also wished to subordinate him. As a true native of Yingtianfu, how could he remain calm? Our ancestors were esteemed citizens of the capital when you were still in the harsh lands of Shuntian. What audacity is this to assume superiority? It was not merely the common folk. Even the scholars of the Imperial Academy were deeply incensed. Within a matter of days, public discontent surged. Rumors spread like wildfire. While efforts to dispel them seemed futile, with Zhu Zili's publications barely able to quell the anger of the Yingtianfu populace. However, it was not long before Suzhou, Hangzhou, Songjiang, and other regions began to take action. The local governor of the southern Jili, in conjunction with wealthy gentry, incited the populace, proclaiming that despite the substantial tax rights and revenue they possessed, they had failed to ensure that these resources were utilized for the benefit of the people. They argued that if the tax rights belonging to their region were returned to the local jurisdiction, the lives of the common folk would undoubtedly improve. The struggle surrounding financial power escalated rapidly from the very first day, with the ever-watchful Jinyue reporting every detail back to the capital without delay. Throughout this entire process, Li Qing refrained from intervening. It was only when the high-ranking officials of southern Jili were prepared to ascend Mount Zijin to pay homage at the tomb of the late emperor that Li Qing finally took action. As the procession of officials approached, they encountered Li Qing on the mountainside. Following a celebratory banquet at the residence of the Duke of Yongqing, many officials learned of his secret and, upon witnessing his imposing presence, realized that matters would not end amicably. "What is the meaning of this, Duke Yongqing?" they inquired. "It is of no particular significance," Li Qing replied. "There is no festival nor occasion for such a sacrifice to the founding emperor. Return home. The offerings can await the proper time for tribute." Minister of Personnel Wu Yu interjected. "The Astronomical Bureau has observed celestial phenomena indicating a change in the stars." "Who is the head of the Astronomical Bureau?" Li Qing asked. "It is I," responded an official nearing 60 with a serious demeanor. "The celestial signs indeed show variance." Li Qing chuckled. "If the heavens had not changed, how could there be 4 seasons in a year? This time, it concerns the Ziwei star." The head of the bureau replied calmly, "Surely, Duke Yongqing understands its significance. Are you implying that the emperor of the Ming dynasty is to be replaced?" Li Qing queried. The head of the bureau's expression shifted dramatically. "I did not mean that." He stammered. "What, then, do you mean?" Li Qing persisted. "I, Duke Yongqing. You may govern heaven and earth, but do you also wish to oversee our loyal tribute to the founding emperor?" A voice erupted from the crowd. Though the speaker was unseen, Li Qing remained unfazed, stating, "Your reasoning is unconvincing to me, and your arguments seem trivial. If that is the case, let us see the truth through action." With a smile, Li Qing remarked, "Our Ming officials have always been imbued with martial virtue throughout 12 dynasties. We have witnessed numerous displays of martial prowess. Where do you find 12 dynasties? Our Ming has only had 11. The crowd clamored. Li Qing paid them no mind, standing resolutely as if to challenge anyone to approach. After a moment of stalemate, someone in the crowd shouted, "He stands alone. while we are many. No matter his extraordinary abilities, how can he withstand us all? Indeed, I must lodge a complaint against Duke Yongqing at the tomb of the founding emperor, another added. With so many voices, courage began to swell, especially since many had yet to witness the extraordinary nature of Duke Yongqing, and thus, fear was absent. As Li Qing had claimed, the officials of the Ming were never lacking in martial virtue. How could they endure such bullying by Duke Yongqing? Minister of Personnel Wu Yu took a deep breath and cautioned, "Do not harm Duke Yongqing." "Onward," declared Minister of Justice Sun Ji, waving his hand. Li Qing's energy surged as he pushed his palms forward, unleashing a fierce and domineering gust of wind that howled forth. "Do not panic, advance again," he commanded. The crowd surged forward, one after another, collapsing like blades of grass before a scythe, utterly powerless to resist. In a mere quarter of an hour, over 100 officials, eunuchs, and clerks had all fallen. Li Qing remained composed, her face unflushed and breath steady, and remarked nonchalantly, "Now, one must concede defeat, right? Wu Yu." He called her name directly, his voice filled with frustration. "Either you kill us all, or you let us pass." Li Qing replied coolly, "I shall neither kill you nor allow you to leave. You may kill a soldier, but never humiliate him." "Li Qing, you have gone too far." A high-ranking official roared in anger. Li Qing gently shook her head and said, "You are mistaken. I am not bullying you. I am assisting you, acting in your best interest. For our benefit, dare you be any more shameless?" Li Qing, unperturbed, responded, "Of course, I am acting for your good. When you spread rumors, I did not intervene. When you inflamed public sentiment, I remained silent. Is it not evident that I am now intervening?" Wu Yu laughed in rage, exclaiming, "It is evident. Blatantly so." Li Qing sighed. "You require a rationale for your failure, a means to soothe the wounds of defeat and come to terms with it. Now, despite exhausting all your means, you have still failed, yet you can take solace in your conscience, cannot you? Furthermore, as officials, you have done your utmost, and your subordinates have witnessed your efforts. Though you have failed, they will not deem you negligent. I know you are also bound by circumstance, compelled to forge ahead, lest you be trampled underfoot. In this way, you will not be marginalized, will you?" Li Qing continued, "You have endeavored, you have strived. Yet you have not lost your dignity, nor will anyone blame you for being inept, for everyone knows you fought with all your might. Let me bear the mantle of the villain, whether tyrannical or unreasonable. All misdeeds are mine alone, and have nothing to do with you. After this matter, Jiangnan will remain Jiangnan, and your prestige will be preserved. The wrath of the people is directed solely at me, Li Qing." Her tone remained calm, her voice serene. "When interests are at stake, it is akin to touching the soul. Thus, you cannot remain tranquil, and I fully comprehend." The fury on the faces of the crowd lingered, yet their actions had become less impulsive. Li Qing felt a sense of relief and sighed. On the day of the joyous occasion at the Yongqing Marquisate, Minister Pan remarked that he believed the strategies of the Yongqing Marquis had reached their zenith. Today, it seems akin to that of a mere warrior. Oh. The conflicts of core interests cannot be resolved merely through cunning. Chapter 198. Not a penny earned, yet still investing? Slanderous words mislead the masses. I refuse to acquiesce. Wu Yu suddenly shouted, striding towards Li Qing with determination. Pan Sheng paused momentarily, then quickly realized his colleague's intent, and shouted as well, "Li Qing, cease your pretense. Today, it is either your death or mine." With that, he charged forward. "I shall fight you to the end." Many high-ranking officials followed suit, recklessly confronting Li Qing. Li Qing did not hold back. Anyone who dared to challenge her was met with force, delivering blows indiscriminately. In less than a quarter of an hour, no one remained standing. "Enough. Return." Li Qing's tone was indifferent. There was no point in prolonging this stalemate. "Yongqing Marquis, this matter is far from over." "Indeed, it is not over." Li Qing casually scratched her ear, still exuding an air of invincibility, as if no one could breach her defenses. A quarter of an hour later, the Minister of Personnel, Wu Yu, proclaimed in a loud voice, "The memorial to impeach Zhang Jujing has long been dispatched to the capital." Given the rising discontent among the populace of the heavenly capital, how could the emperor remain indifferent? He continued, "Colleagues, there is no need to concern ourselves with the passage of time. We shall await the emperor's decree." "Indeed," Pan Sheng interjected, "let us first allow Li Qing to display his arrogance. Once the imperial edict arrives, we shall see how long he can maintain his tyranny. What of the eternal Qing Marquis? The emperor reigns supreme. Why should we fret over the fleeting moments? A chorus of esteemed officials rallied with spirited slogans, taking advantage of the situation to gracefully withdraw. Shortly thereafter, only Li Qing remained on the mountainside, solitary and unmoved, neither ascending nor descending, but simply savoring the view. In the courtyard of the eternal Qing Marquis's residence, Li Bao and Lu Bing sat across from one another. I must apologize for my lack of decorum. Given the joyous occasion of the young Marquis's recent nuptials, Lu Bing remarked politely. Li Bao smiled and replied, I presume, Director Lu, that your visit bears official business? Lu Bing nodded, sighing. The emperor is already aware of the matters concerning the heavenly capital. I have come for that purpose. But I am uncertain about the eternal Qing Marquis. Li Bao, well aware that Lu Bing referred to the Marquis rather than his father, pondered momentarily and said, The Li family has recently experienced a division, and the ensuing days have been quite hectic. I am not privy to the emperor's thoughts regarding me. Lu Bing let out a quiet sigh, realizing he would have to inquire directly with the eternal Qing Marquis. Contemplating this, Lu Bing felt a headache coming on. The emperor typically sought counsel from the former emperor when faced with uncertainty, but this time he seemed to be asserting his authority, creating immense pressure. What perplexed him further was that the eternal Qing Marquis, who usually intervened decisively, was now remaining passive. What could his intentions possibly be? There was also Zhang Jujing and Zhao Jinji, each with their own schemes, while there was no news from Shun Lian. The Ming monthly report indicated a reduction in cotton and an increase in hemp, all aimed at undermining the southern Jiangsu. Each situation was burdensome and laborious, compounded by the emperor's lack of clear military directives. After pondering for quite some time, Lu Bing could not discern a coherent rationale and finally inquired, Is the eternal Qing Marquis still in that small courtyard? Yes, came the reply. In that case, Lu Bing continued, I would be grateful if the young Marquis could guide me. It has been too long, and I can hardly recall the way. Of course, Li Bao replied with a resigned smile. Director Lu, please. At the small courtyard, the two waited for nearly an hour, until past noon, when Li Qing finally returned. Lu Bing, has the emperor sent you? Yes, Lu Bing replied, bowing respectfully. I am at your service, eternal Qing Marquis. Li Qing nodded and gestured. Please, have a seat. Observing this, Li Bao clasped his hands in salute and said, Grandfather, our household has been rather busy lately, so I shall take my leave. Li Qing waved his hand dismissively. Director Lu, I bid you farewell, Lu Bing managed to say, his mouth opening in a smile filled with resignation. Li Bao's departure was merely a means to convey to the emperor that the Li family would not leverage its wealth to meddle in political affairs. I understand now, Lu Bing replied sheepishly. I was so focused on official matters that I overlooked the young Marquis's intentions. Marquis, what are your thoughts on this incident? Li Qing inquired with surprise. You are unaware? Lu Bing, somewhat disgruntled, responded, The emperor did not convene at the Grand Gaoxian Hall. Nor did he issue any explicit directives to me. I truly do not know. Li Qing paused momentarily, a smile breaking across his face as he nodded. Indeed, while there may be an element of bravado, it also reflects a sense of responsibility. Lu Bing, hesitant to interject, noticing that Li Qing seemed to be in good spirits, seized the moment to inquire, May I ask, what are Lord Ho, Zhang Jujing, and Zhao Jingji currently engaged in? You wish to inquire about my own actions and why I remain passive as matters escalate, do you not? Lu Bing felt a chill run through him, his face flushing as he awkwardly replied, I dare not presume. Li Qing chuckled lightly. To withhold one's emotions is not necessarily virtuous. Conversely, expressing them is not inherently detrimental. What do you mean, my lord? Lu Bing asked. One cannot seek both substance and appearance. This is Nanjili, after all, and this is Yingtian Prefecture. Li Qing sighed. In comparison to Yingtian Prefecture, Shuntian Prefecture is rather remote. Many matters must be mediated and managed by Nanjili, particularly in economic affairs where Nanjili serves as the nucleus. He paused, adding, The intent here is to diminish Nanjili's authority, not to render it defunct, but rather to ensure its compliance and docility. Do you understand? Lu Bing slowly nodded, pondering, Does my lord imply a compromise? Not so much a compromise, but rather a transition, Li Qing clarified. Lu Bing, still perplexed, struggled to see the connection with the passive observation of escalating events. As the head of intelligence, he possessed intellect and means. Yet he lacked a comprehensive understanding of political machinations. Li Qing, therefore, felt compelled to reiterate his earlier remarks made at the foot of the purple golden mountain. Upon hearing this, Lu Bing's realization dawned. I see, he said, his mind relieved as he confirmed that Lord Yongqing was indeed attentive. Before I came here, His Majesty mentioned the necessity of cooperating with Lord Yongqing. I stand ready to assist in any way required. Li Qing chuckled in disbelief. Are you certain? Lu Bing hesitated but then nodded affirmatively. The Emperor indeed stated such. Then prepare yourself, Li Qing instructed. Prepare for what? Lu Bing felt a twinge of anxiety. Naturally, this pertains to the Jinyue, Li Qing replied nonchalantly. Stabilizing the Southern Pacification Department should pose no difficulty for you, correct? That should be manageable, but what comes next? Afterwards, you shall follow my directives. Lu Bing expressed his unease, cautioning, My lord, you must be aware that the court's intention this time is to seize tax authority, which is of utmost importance. Li Qing shook his head. More precisely, it is a matter of usurpation of power. Lu Bing, quick to grasp the essence, responded with astonishment. And the taxes? Naturally, they will be extracted from the populace for their benefit. Will they be allocated to various provinces in Jiangnan? Li Qing commended. This time, you have grasped the crux of the matter. Lu Bing sighed. I have perused the Ming Monthly Gazette, and the sentiments from places like Suzhou, Hangzhou, Yangzhou, and Songjiang have already reached the capital. Suddenly, Lu Bing expressed frustration. Why has Zhang Jujing not reported this to the court? Clearly, Zhang Jujing intends to await the court's emissary to relay this information through me. Lu Bing lamented. My lord, do you not mind? Mind what? Li Qing chuckled. Mind being utilized as a pawn? I would rather there be more individuals like Zhang Jujing, and I would not mind serving such purposes. Lu Bing remarked. So, it appears the court has no stake in this, does it? At least for now, there is no stake, and there will also be some financial compensation. What? Lu Bing exclaimed in shock. Not a single coin earned. Yet we must contribute funds? It is not surprising that Lu Bing exhibited such a loss of composure. Should these words reach the ears of the emperor, even the retired emperor might be incensed. Lu Bing, filled with astonishment and urgency, exclaimed, My lord, while outsiders may be oblivious, you should be well aware that the court is bereft of funds. It is precisely due to this lack of finances that they are eager to amass wealth. Your approach is simply untenable. Fortunately, the Li family has recently experienced a division. Lu Bing paused momentarily, then bitterly smiled. The issue lies in the fact that the money has yet to flow into the treasury. No profits have been garnered. Yet you are already spending. He pondered, questioning the significance of such actions against the Southern Pacification Office. Li Qing chuckled. The significance is indeed present, and it is profound. As the saying goes, milk is mother. Although the court may not be affluent, Southern Jiangsu is undeniably impoverished, reliant solely on the court for relief. Without economic autonomy, how can one speak of independence? Lu Bing hesitated, rendered speechless. Alas, the Ming dynasty is so wealthy, yet the court is so destitute. Not only the retired emperor and the reigning emperor, but even officials like myself are in a state of trepidation. Fear not, Li Qing replied with a chuckle. A mere coin can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. While your aspirations may soar, we are but mere mortals. Lu Bing sighed, expressing uncertainty about how to report this situation and sought guidance from his lord. Li Qing queried, What is money? He elaborated, Money is gold, silver, copper coins, and Ming dynasty banknotes. Incorrect, he corrected, money is currency. Lu Bing was perplexed by the distinction. Li Qing clarified, money is currency, while currency is merely a tool for the exchange of goods. Thus, true wealth is not in the currency itself, but in the goods. The Ming dynasty possesses abundant material wealth. The court's apparent poverty is merely superficial. In no time, perhaps in a decade or so, the court's finances will no longer be so strained. Include my statement in your memorial to the capital, and rest assured the emperor will not trouble you. Lu Bing hesitated. Even if the emperor himself does not comprehend, the retired emperor will certainly understand, Li Qing continued. Fiscal matters are fundamental to the court. The emperor will undoubtedly seek counsel from the retired emperor. With this reassurance, Lu Bing felt at ease. May I inquire, my lord, once the Southern Pacification Office is settled, what should I do next? Be resolute. Li Qing commanded. Exhibit unyielding resolve. Lu Bing inhaled deeply and nodded affirmatively. I understand. After a moment, he recalled, before my arrival, His Highness the Crown Prince specifically instructed me to ask you if our previous agreement still stands. Li Qing, amused, nodded. My words have always held weight. You may include this in your memorial to inform him. Lu Bing sighed, rose, and bowed. In that case, I shall return to my duties. Indeed, assert your authority as the commander of the Jinyue. Do not diminish your standing, Li Qing advised. Liu Bing smirked slightly. I possess both strength and strategy. Chapter 199. The dust settles. Who is Liu Bing? In contemporary Ming, aside from Li Qing, who dares claim superiority over him? Even the Eastern Depot, which wields authority over the Jinyue and the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs, cannot challenge him in the slightest. In the capital, where experts abound, Liu Bing strides with confidence. A mere southern pacification office, within the framework of the Jinyue, is easily within his grasp. The following morning, Zhang Jujing arrived, drawn by the unfolding events. Lord, has someone from the court arrived? It was a rhetorical question. Since His Majesty did not immediately summon me to the capital, it implies that he also approves of your strategy. In that case, what shall I do here? Li Qing, observing the cunning expression on his face, teased. You look quite the schemer. Please do not mock me, my lord, Zhang Jujing replied with a wry smile. The pressure I face in Jiangnan is immense, and the matters at hand are numerous. I can only trouble you further, and I hope for your understanding. Li Qing, sobering, remarked. Let me remind you that the emperor does not yet endorse my strategy. He is still unaware. Zhang Jujing grew anxious. Yet, Li Qing smiled again, adding, however, the emperor will soon be informed and will indeed approve. You truly enjoy toying with people, Zhang Jujing said, both amused and exasperated. As long as we can resolve this power struggle effectively, I am confident in managing the subsequent Ming monthly and facilitating the self-revolution of local classes, as well as implementing a shift from cotton to hemp. Li Qing expressed surprise, saying, these are not tasks to be accomplished in a day. Just the city of Ingtian alone could keep you occupied for quite some time. After being away from the imperial center for so long, can you endure the solitude? Zhang Jujing chuckled. With a new emperor comes new ministers. Whether I am in the capital or not, there is little difference. Oh, so you are certain the emperor will abdicate willingly? I dare not presume, he replied. Li Qing scoffed, asking, when did you realize this? Zhang Jujing hesitated before responding earnestly. When the emperor consented to the establishment of the Ming daily. This was indeed a turning point. Li Qing nodded slightly. You seem quite confident in yourself. Not at all. Zhang Jujing shook his head. I have confidence in you, my lord, and in the Grand Emperor. Li Qing chuckled and nodded. Very well. I have addressed the most challenging matters. Now, we shall see how you perform. After a pause, he added, Zhao Zhenji is disinterested in a career in governance, and Xueer is still relatively young. After everything concludes, you should allocate some credit to them. Zhang Jujing was taken aback but clasped his hands in acknowledgement. I understand. My lord. Well, it is still early, so I shall not keep you for lunch. When have I not been the one to order food? Zhang Jujing rose and bowed. My lord, I take my leave. Do remember to inform Zhao Zhenji and Xueer to spare them another trip here. Certainly. Initially, Li Qing's dominance was overwhelming, followed by the watchful eyes of the Jinyue. Despite their reluctance, the officials of Southern Jili had no choice but to confront reality. Southern Jili may be the capital, but it ultimately remains a secondary city. The emperor resides in the capital. The cabinet operates there, along with control over finances, military, and personnel appointments. None of these can be rivaled. While Southern Jili could indeed cause the emperor distress and discomfort for the cabinet, that was the extent of it. Their strength could not match the central authority. Moreover, should they attempt to defy it, the most favorable outcome would be to inflict harm upon themselves while only slightly wounding their adversaries. Furthermore, in places such as Suzhou and Songjiang, there were continuous uprisings and public dissent aimed at Southern Jili, with news conveyed through waterways and land routes to the capital. The officials understood well that the emperor and cabinet had clear justifications for their actions. Even if they played their cards openly, there was little they could do. Could they truly resort to rebellion? That would be tantamount to courting death. At this juncture, Zhang Jujing intervened, providing the officials of southern Jiangsu with an irrefutable rationale. The financial losses incurred by southern Jiangsu would be compensated by the capital. In other words, the court craved power rather than wealth. It merely sought a larger share of tax revenue to be remitted to the court, which would subsequently allocate funds for various fiscal expenditures in southern Jiangsu. Superficially, this might appear to be an exercise in futility, yet the reality was quite the opposite. Henceforth, the financial affairs of southern Jiangsu would hinge upon the whims of the capital. For every tightening of the purse strings by the capital, southern Jiangsu would suffer accordingly, and for every easing, it would find relief. With economic autonomy stripped away, how could it maintain its dignity, let alone confront the capital? However, having already teetered on the precipice, southern Jiangsu had no choice but to acquiesce to such arrangements, at least preserving some semblance of its integrity. They had resisted, persisted, and exerted effort, yet ultimately succumbed, not due to lack of resolve, but rather due to insufficient strength. The officials of southern Jiangsu could take solace in their conscience, having acted honorably towards their subordinates. As Li Qing remarked, people often require a rationale for their failures to soothe their wounds and reconcile with defeat. This time, the justification was unequivocal. In truth, neither Li Qing nor the emperor, the cabinet, nor the entire capital dared to overreach. The reason was simple. The role played by southern Jiangsu was of paramount importance. The capital, situated in a remote location, was far from the center of the Ming Empire. It would be unrealistic to govern the entirety of the Ming solely from the capital without southern Jiangsu's support, even disregarding the founding emperor and the political ramifications. It was imprudent to force southern Jiangsu into a state of utter despair. Such an outcome was merely the lesser evil in a situation fraught with peril. Li Qing felt relatively satisfied, as did Zhu Hozong. Yet Zhu Ziyan was far from content, quite the opposite, in fact. After all the convolutions, the goal was to secure some revenue, but not only did they not gain a single coin, they had invested significantly instead. The tax rights lost by southern Jiangsu were entirely divided among 9 provinces, including Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Guangdong, and Hubei, with the allocations determined by economic capacity, particularly substantial for cities like Suzhou, Songjiang, and Hangzhou. Naturally, the governors of these provinces expressed their joy, praising the emperor's wisdom, while those with lesser shares, though pleased, could not help but feel a tinge of imbalance. The capital had anticipated this discontent and preemptively issued a decree. Should any province express dissatisfaction, the tax rights could be returned to southern Jiangsu for redistribution. This effectively quelled any unrest. Who would relinquish the meat they had already tasted? As the dust settled, rumors dissipated, and the fervent sentiments of the populace gradually calmed with the official explanation from the Ming Monthly. The identity of the people of the capital was preserved, and the anger of the citizens of Yingtian naturally diminished. After this commotion, time had progressed into the depths of winter. This winter seemed particularly frigid, with the ice layer in the water tank thicker than in previous years. If the kitchen doors and windows were not securely closed, it would take merely 2 or 3 days to freeze solid. If Jinling was experiencing such harshness, the capital was undoubtedly even colder, and conditions beyond the borders were unfathomably severe. Beneath the eaves, Li Qing gazed at the swirling snowflakes, softly lamenting, "The little one has suffered." Li Xueer, aware of Li Qing's pact with the young prince, expressed her concerns. "After all, the prince is still quite young. You must be vigilant, lest he succumbs to the cold." "It matters not. I possess true energy," Li Qing replied dismissively. Li Xueer chuckled, nodding in amusement. "What I mean is, do not let him stray from your sight. No matter how clever or precocious he may be, he remains a child, and children are invariably playful and mischievous. By your reasoning, should I tether him to my waist?" Li Qing teased. Li Xueer stifled a laugh and inquired, "When do you depart for the capital?" "With the power struggle settled, my presence here is no longer required." Li Qing stretched lazily, deciding not to concern himself with time. Otherwise, he would endure endless chatter. Exhaling gently, his warm breath crystallized into frost, dissipating into the air. As he sighed, "I am no longer young, and with this biting cold, I find myself somewhat anxious." Li Xueer rolled her eyes inwardly, nodding. "He is more than capable. You have every reason to be concerned." Returning his gaze to her, Li Qing remarked, "This time, I shall not take you along. The outskirts differ greatly from Jinling. You would only endure hardship. Besides, a military camp is not like other places. It is best you remain at home. We have spent many years together. Contentment suffices." Li Xueer smiled. "You may attend to your matters. There is no need to worry about me." Pausing, she asked, "How long will it take?" "That I cannot say, but it should not be too lengthy. After all, there is the young prince to consider." Li Qing pondered, "Perhaps a year, give or take. It won't extend much beyond that." "Just a year? That is not long. I have many more years ahead," she replied. Li Qing smiled, though inwardly he sighed, pondering how many more years could one truly expect. Li Xueer, though not entirely depleted, felt the end was indeed drawing near. "Are you lamenting for me?" "You think too much," Li Qing replied somewhat flatly, stepping down the stone steps first. If you wish to enjoy the snow, follow along. Xueer displayed a smile, which quickly faded, replaced by a look of sorrow. The following day, Qing rose early, merely informing Xueer of his departure without bidding farewell to Li Bao or Zhang Juzhing, and set forth on his journey to the capital. The capital remained unchanged, frigid and dry, with the winter wind slicing like a knife. It was not long before the chill began to ache at his joints, perhaps exacerbated by the flamboyant attire he wore. In the grand Haitian hall, Xueer nibbled on roasted sweet potatoes while peering outside. As the appointed day drew nearer, he felt time dragging interminably. Sigh, when will Mr. Li arrive? He pondered, disheartened. Surely, he will not wait until New Year's Eve? Meanwhile, Huang Jin, cheerful as ever, reassured. Your Highness, do not fret. Qing is always true to his word. The young prince shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, aside from grandfather. You are the only one who speaks of him by name. Even my father has never addressed him so directly. You certainly have a flair for it. Huang Jin was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled awkwardly. I misspoke. It is indeed the Duke of Yongqing who has never failed to keep his promises. Is that so? Xueer inquired. Indeed it is. A gentle voice chimed in at that moment. Chapter 200. Continuation of the anecdotes of the Ming dynasty. The little one stood there in a daze, as if unable to believe his own eyes or questioning whether he was caught in a dream, gazing at him with a blank expression. Qing, smiling, inquired. What is the matter? Am I not welcome? The child continued to stare at him, lost in thought for quite some time, before murmuring dreamily, Mr. Li, you've visited many times before, always in my dreams. This time, it can't be a dream, right? The innocence of a child's emotions is unparalleled. Even the hardened heart of Qing felt a fleeting touch of warmth upon hearing those words. If you doubt whether it's a dream, just pinch yourself, he suggested. Xueer, foolishly complying, quickly grimaced and then broke into a grin, confirming it was indeed not a dream. The little fellow leaped 3 feet into the air, exclaiming in delight, wonderful. It's not a dream. This time it's real. Huang Jin, equally joyful, cautioned him. Your Highness, keep your voice down. The retired emperor is still asleep. Oh, right. The child quickly covered his mouth, then released his small hands, his big eyes curiously studying Qing. After a while, he quietly asked, Mr. Li, aren't you cold? It was understandable that he would ask. Qing's attire was indeed somewhat thin, clad in a cotton undershirt and a fitted black robe that accentuated his tall and elegant stature. He looked strikingly handsome, yet the sight made one shiver. Qing retorted, do you think I would fear the cold? The child scratched his head, chuckling. Mr. Li, you do seem quite fond of looking dashing. Qing couldn't help but chuckle in return. It's not about looking dashing. I simply dislike cumbersome clothing. Pausing for a moment, he added, do you think I still need to try to look dashing? Such vanity. Xueer scoffed, then scampered to Qing's side, playfully rubbing his sleeve and exclaiming, your attire is quite unique and beautiful. Is it the latest fashion from the capital? Before Qing could respond, the child deduced. This is a finished garment from the Li family. Isn't it? Huang Jin chimed in. Your Highness truly has an eye for detail. What do you mean? There are 2 seal characters, Yongqing, on the collar. Huang Jin responded gravely. That's why I said the crown prince has a discerning eye. The child burst into laughter. Otherwise, how could you hold the esteemed title of chief eunuch? Huang Jin replied, if you like it, I shall bring you 2 sets next time I visit the capital. Qing patted the child's head and turned to Huang Jin. Didn't you used to rise early to practice Tai Chi? How come now you seem unwell? No, it's that the retired emperor is restless, Huang Jin explained. Recently, the retired emperor, feeling bored, has gathered all historical records of the Ming dynasty since the Changhua era, stating he wishes to rewrite them in his own way. 1 dynasty, 1 volume. Xueer corrected. Huang Jin nodded repeatedly. Yes, 1 dynasty, 1 volume. Qing paused for a moment, then realized Zhu Hozong's intentions regarding the continuation of the anecdotes of the Ming dynasty. It seemed quite a good idea. Finding something to occupy oneself with is far better than idling away the days, and moreover, Zhu Hozong possesses the capability and talent to elevate it to the status of a timeless masterpiece. Qing inquired, when did this begin? Not long ago. Still in the research phase, Huang Jin remarked. The retired emperor's dedication in these recent days is comparable to his diligent efforts in his youth. Huang Jin suddenly felt a wave of self-reproach, lamenting that he could no longer serve his master with the same unwavering dedication as in his youth. As one ages, it is inevitable to experience a decline in vitality. Huang Jin was not the type to conceal his emotions. Even a small child could discern his despondency. Zhu Yijun remarked, "Grandfather does not require the service of Lord Huang. For him, your companionship surpasses all else." Huang Jin was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, you are quite articulate." Li Qing smiled approvingly. Still in a daze, Huang Jin found himself overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes, on the verge of spilling over. "Please, prepare a piece of Xuanda sweet potato for me," Li Qing said with a smile. "Ah, certainly," Huang Jin replied, turning away to wipe his eyes, and went to roast the sweet potato. Li Qing then shifted his gaze to the little one and inquired, "Since I departed, have you been residing in the Grand Haishuandian, studying with your grandfather?" "Not exactly. I reside here and in the palace as well," Zhu Yijun chuckled. "As the promised date approaches, I found it hard to stay in the palace and thus came here." Li Qing laughed. "Are you worried that I would abandon you if I stayed in the palace?" The little one shook his head. "That does not trouble me. I merely know that upon your arrival in the capital, you would surely come to the Grand Haishuandian first, rather than the palace." At that moment, a mocking laugh filled with jealousy echoed. "So it is not your grandfather you miss, but rather the desire to reside with him? Ah, grandfather, you are awake?" Zhu Yijun suddenly blushed with embarrassment, wishing he could disappear into the ground, stammering, "Of course, I miss you, grandfather." Zhu Hoxiong chuckled, teasing his grandson and Li Qing. "Oh, how peculiar. It seems you are not counting the days. Could it be that the sun has risen in the west? There is a reason for your unpopularity," Li Qing remarked, pointedly ignoring him. Without waiting for Zhu Hoxiong to approach, he walked towards Huang Jin, continuing, "I came to the capital for this very reason." With a character like Zhu Hoxiong, the best approach is to refrain from engaging, as indulging him only prolongs the conversation. By not responding, he would inevitably align with your rhythm. Indeed, Zhu Hoxiong merely huffed and followed Huang Jin. "You arrived more than half a month early, just to attend to my health?" "You think too much," Li Qing replied nonchalantly. "There are countless troubles in the southern provinces that vex me. I merely sought a tranquil moment here." Zhu Hoxiong, momentarily taken aback, expressed his dissatisfaction. "Your attitude is problematic. Your attitude is the real issue." Li Qing retorted, "If you can indulge, why can't I? You are different." Zhu Hoxiong exclaimed in irritation, his tone dripping with envy. "With your energy, it is no exaggeration to say you are overflowing. If I had your vigor, I would have long kicked the cabinet aside and handled everything myself." Li Qing remained unfazed, continuing his cold treatment. Gradually, Zhu Hoxiong lost interest but then recalled something, grinning. "Do you know what I am currently occupied with?" "I know. You are working on the sequel to my work." "Ah?" Zhu Hoxiong was taken aback. The feeling of having one's accomplishments dismissed so casually before they had even been celebrated was truly disheartening. Zhu Hoxiong immediately glanced at Huang Jin. Huang Jin, feeling a sudden shrink in his neck and lowering his head, promptly assumed the role of a diligent sweet potato roaster. Zhu Hoxiong then turned his gaze toward his grandson. The little fellow swiftly darted behind Li Qing, hesitating to show his face. "You two certainly possess a nimble tongue," Zhu Hoxiong remarked with a mix of exasperation and irritation. Though he maintained a nonchalant demeanor, "What do you think?" "Quite good," Li Qing replied, squatting down to skillfully poke at the embers, ensuring they blazed more fiercely. "This is your forte. I have faith in your capabilities." This exchange seemed to convey emotional value. Yet it left Zhu Hoxiong pondering for a considerable time whether it truly did or did not. Ultimately, he could only mutter begrudgingly, "Huang Jin, roast me a piece as well." Huang Jin quietly reminded him, "Your Majesty, you have yet to partake in breakfast. This cannot serve as a meal." "What business is it of yours?" Zhu Hoxiong glared. "Indeed," Huang Jin conceded, returning to fetch another piece to roast. The little one, sensing his grandfather's discontent, remained closely shadowing Li Qing, unaware that his very actions only served to exacerbate Zhu Hoxiong's irritation. "My offspring, why does he seem to favor Li Qing over me?" Zhu Hoxiong thought, his frustration mounting. Could it be that this lad is truly a transformed spirit? "Ah, the flavor remains exquisite," Li Qing exclaimed, taking a bite of the soft, sweet roasted potato, his face glowing with delight. Witnessing this, Huang Jin's anxious heart relaxed, soon swelling with pride. "It's not that remarkable," Zhu Hoxiong murmured, yet his mouth was far from idle. Influenced by Li Qing, he too found today's roasted sweet potato particularly delectable. In a short while, Li Qing finished his entire piece and eagerly inquired, "Mr. Li, when shall we venture beyond the pass?" Zhu Hozhong shot a sidelong glance at his grandson, chuckling. "Are you truly so impatient?" "Not at all." The little one scratched his head. "I primarily wish to hone my skills and improve myself." The old man scoffed lightly and replied, "Since we are here, we might as well pay a visit to the palace. The emperor has been quite irritable of late." Li Qing furrowed his brow. "Has the Imperial Medical Bureau been so ineffective?" "What does that have to do with the Imperial Medical Bureau?" Zhu Hozhong was momentarily taken aback. Chuckling in frustration, "The emperor's irritability stems from fiscal issues, and all of it is because of you." Li Qing retorted in jest. "So, when the Ming dynasty flourishes, you choose not to discuss it, yet when there is a fiscal deficit, it is all my fault? Isn't that the case?" Zhu Hozhong asserted, standing firm in his conviction. All right, let us not bicker. We shall solve any issues that arise," the little one interjected as a peacemaker, grinning. "It is all for the good of the Ming dynasty, merely differing starting points." Zhu Hozhong sighed deeply and mused. "If only you possessed half of the understanding of my grandson, I would be thoroughly content." Li Qing was left astounded. Huang Jin, quick-witted, swiftly embraced him to prevent any outburst of anger. Observing Huang Jin's action, Zhu Hozhong felt a pang of unease and awkwardly remarked, "That was merely a moment of reflection. Consider it an indiscretion on my part, and I shall let it slide this time." With that, Zhu Hozhong turned and dashed toward the inner palace, entirely uncharacteristic of a man of his age, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Huang Jin continued to cling to Li Qing's waist, repeatedly urging him to remain calm. Zhu Yijuan chimed in as well. After a while, Li Qing gently extricated himself from Huang Jin's grasp and peered inside, chuckling, "Indeed, distance breeds resentment, while proximity breeds disrespect. Your insults are rather foul, aren't they?" The little one, suppressing the urge to retort, persisted in his adorable demeanor. In Chapter 201, a middle-aged man from Liaodong appeared. Considering the continuation of the records of the Ming dynasty, which required Zhu Hozhong's completion, Li Qing chose to spare Zhu Hozhong from a confrontation. After chatting with Huang Jin for a while longer, Li Qing departed from the Grand Xian Hall. Emperor Longqing's psychological endurance was rather limited, and he required some mental guidance. Naturally, the little one followed Li Qing wherever he went, fearing that Li Qing might quietly leave him behind for the border. This was mainly due to Zhu Hozhong's constant remarks about Li Qing's lack of decorum, which inevitably led the little fellow to develop a stereotypical impression. "Mr. Li, you must attend to the emperor's health before taking me to the border, right? Your hands are so warm. You truly are not afraid of the cold." Throughout the journey, the little one chattered incessantly. Initially, Li Qing responded a few times, but upon realizing the little talker's boundless chatter, he chose to ignore him. The little one, however, seemed unfazed and continued his lively discourse. Just as they were enjoying the moment, Li Qing suddenly halted. The little one, still clutching his large hand, was pulled back and curiously inquired, "We are almost at the palace gates. You don't intend to avoid entering again, do you?" Li Qing remained silent and called out, "Do you wish to enter the palace?" Following his gaze, Zhu Yijuan noticed a rather shabby middle-aged man and promptly exclaimed, "Answer me." The middle-aged man glanced around, ensuring the question was directed at him, before shaking his head. After a moment's hesitation, he asked Li Qing, "Are you a court official? Are you here to lodge a complaint? You hardly seem the type to be bullied." Li Qing's mind raced, and he replied gently, "Do you have any difficulties that require assistance?" Zhu Yijuan interjected, "Speak boldly. I assure you, we shall assist you." "Are you jesting, young master?" The middle-aged man replied. "Jesting? I speak with utmost sincerity," Zhu Yijuan retorted. The middle-aged man appeared somewhat taken aback, glancing towards the palace and then at Zhu Yijuan, hesitantly voicing, "Aren't you worried your words might be considered inappropriate?" "What taboo?" Zhu Yijuan responded indignantly. "Do you not understand the opportunity before you? If you do not wish to seize it, then so be it. Come, sir, let us depart. I require assistance." The middle-aged man hastily approached, clasping his hands in respect. "Indeed, I am in need. If you could extend your generosity, I would be eternally grateful." "Let us get to the point," Zhu Yijuan urged. "We are pressed for time." The middle-aged man took a deep breath, seeming reluctant to speak, before stammering, "Might I borrow some money?" Li Qing was taken aback. The little one was equally speechless, exclaiming, "Borrow money on the street? From a complete stranger? You truly have no sense of decorum. Forgive me." The middle-aged man said with a bow, turning to leave. Li Qing tugged at the little one. Zhu Yijun promptly asked, "How much do you need? Just state the amount." The middle-aged man halted and inquired, "Are you serious?" "Of course I am. I require 1,000 taels." Zhu Yijun, taken aback, inquired, "What on earth do you require such a sum for?" The middle-aged man replied in a low voice, "That is not something I can disclose. I will repay you with both principal and interest." Li Qing furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment. Then a look of understanding crossed his face as he asked, "Are you from a family with hereditary official titles? Have you come to the capital to inherit your position?" You are borrowing money to facilitate matters, I see." "So, you are here to inherit your official title?" the young one inquired. "Is it impossible to accomplish anything without spending money?" The middle-aged man, his face reddening, replied, "Social niceties are indeed necessary. Is that your own opinion, or have others pressured you?" The middle-aged man shook his head, stating, "No one has pressured me." "Then why are you so eager to part with your money?" the young one asked, perplexed. Li Qing chuckled softly, "You are still too young. If you do not attend to people and do not proactively seek assistance, the matters you wish to accomplish may be indefinitely delayed." Zhu Yijun was momentarily taken aback. Then anger began to rise within him, though he managed to suppress it. The process for inheriting hereditary official titles had long been streamlined by the court. One need not travel to the capital, but merely submit an application to avoid such occurrences. Even if some connections were necessary, they could be managed locally, eliminating the need for expenses on both ends. The middle-aged man hesitated before replying, "I hail from Liaodong." Li Qing's expression shifted as he comprehended the implications. The demographic composition of Liaodong was exceedingly complex, comprising Han Chinese, Jurchens, and nomadic tribes. Despite not receiving adequate attention from the court, Liaodong had faced strict governance. The intricate demographics often led to unrest, and since most hereditary official titles in the Ming dynasty were military in nature, they were naturally subject to scrutiny. Suddenly, Li Qing recalled something and asked, "Are the Jurchens still causing disturbances?" The middle-aged man looked surprised. "Have the Jurchens ever caused disturbances?" "Well, it is good if they haven tea," Li Qing replied before further inquiring, "As far as you know, are there any unsettling factors currently present in Liaodong?" Having not lent a single coin, the middle-aged man frowned at the barrage of questions and asked, "If you were an official in court, I would naturally speak freely. But if I were, I am too." The young one interjected, hands on his hips. "Now can you answer my questions? How can you prove it? We happen to be heading to the palace. You could accompany us." Zhu Yijun chuckled. "Surely the emperor does not require any connections?" The middle-aged man's pupils constricted slightly. Casting another glance at the young one, and with a trembling voice, he asked, "But the crown prince, in person? That is not for you to know." Zhu Yijun was reluctant to reveal his identity too easily, fearing it might reach Lianjiatun. Clearing his throat, he stated, "Just answer the questions." Not receiving a definitive response, the middle-aged man refrained from bowing, instead clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and said, "In truth, there is not much to worry about. If I were to say, I have heard that in recent months, there have been a few unregistered households in various parts of Liaodong, tribes beyond the borders. That is what I have heard." The middle-aged man, cautious not to misstep, added, "I am not an official yet, so my access to information is limited, and I cannot guarantee its accuracy." Li Qing nodded slowly. "Let us be on our way." "Very well," the young one agreed, taking Li Qing's hand and leading him toward the palace gates. After taking a few steps, the young one turned back and said, "You should join us too." The middle-aged man, invigorated, replied yes. To the Qingqing palace. Zhu Zaiqi leaned back in his chair, his eyes slightly squinted, a look of enjoyment gracing his features, though the furrow in his brow remained. Meanwhile, Xueer, while massaging his shoulders, remarked, "The memorials have been dealt with, yet your majesty still seems troubled. You must take care of your health." Zhu Zaiqi opened his eyes a tad wider and replied in a contemplative tone, "If being an emperor merely entails handling memorials, how simple it would be." Xueer, wishing to offer some comfort, hesitated, fearing her words might provoke misunderstanding from her imperial husband. Thus, she shifted the conversation to their son. "Your Majesty previously mentioned that the Duke of Yongqing intends to take Yijun beyond the pass before the new year. In this bitterly cold weather, will it truly be manageable?" "A loving mother often spoils her child. What harm is there in enduring a little hardship?" Zhu Zaiqi grumbled. "He was almost born a crown prince. Is his fate not fortunate enough?" Xueer responded, "Your Majesty speaks wisely. I merely worry for Yijun's health. After all, he will only be 6 after the new year." "Indeed, only 6, Zhu Zaiqi sighed, too young still. Were he 16, I could entrust him with some state affairs. At his words, Li Shur's touch grew gentler, and she smiled softly. The bond between father and son in our Ming dynasty is truly profound, akin to the depths of the sea. The founder's affection for the Qingzu's for Renzong, the emperor's for you, and yours for Yijuan. It is a pity Yijuan cannot yet share your burdens. Are you disappointed? Li Shur stiffened at his question. Just jesting, Zhu Zaiqi chuckled, gently patting her hand. That will suffice. It has been several days since I paid my respects to father in the grand hall. You may return to the inner palace. With a silent sigh, Li Shur acquiesced. Just then, the sharp voice of a eunuch announced, Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince, and the Duke of Yongqing request an audience. The mention of the Duke of Yongqing caused Zhu Zaiqi's previously tense brow to relax. Summon them. So you will not pay your respects to father? Li Shur remarked with a hint of jealousy. Why do you linger here? Zhu Zaiqi, noticing her reluctance to move, said with some irritation, If others see you here, they might think I indulge in revelries daily. Li Shur thought it seemed rather amiss. She was certainly not the primary empress, but was he? A sense of absurdity washed over her. Why are you still dawdling? It is too late now, Zhu Zaiqi said helplessly. Stay in the inner hall and remain silent. With that, he strode out, leaving Li Shur to grapple with her disarray in the wind. In the outer hall, as Zhu Zaiqi arrived, the Duke of Yongqing and Yijuan followed closely behind. I pay my respects to father. Zhu Yijuan performed a formal bow. The boy rarely displayed such decorum, and Zhu Zaiqi couldn't help but chuckle at his eagerness to impress in the presence of others. No need for such formalities, he said. Thank you, father. The little one replied as he rose and turned to Li Qing, who was present. Zhu Zaiqi followed suit in his gaze. What are you staring at me for? Li Qing replied nonchalantly. There are no taboos. Imperial power permits it. Father and son exchanged glances. Zhu Zaiqi, regaining his composure, directly inquired. What are your thoughts on the court's finances, Li Qing? Let us discuss this later. Before entering the palace, I encountered a scholar who has come to assume an official position. I have brought him along. Zhu Yijuan interjected, elaborating further. The financial situation is already dire, compounded by the presence of numerous corrupt officials. Zhu Zaiqi replied, his frustration palpable. Come, summon Feng Bao. What was that person's name? He then asked. The prince, engrossed in conversation with Mr. Li, neglected to inquire about his name. Zhu Zaiqiang, both amused and exasperated, called out, Xian Xingyuan. At the command of the palace eunuch, the volume was raised. Moments later, a middle-aged man entered, following the young eunuch closely. Upon seeing the Lianjiatun emperor adorned in his dragon robe, he immediately knelt, lifting his robe in reverence, and declared, I, Li Chongliang, the commandant of the Liaodong Teeling Guard, pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor.